Who cares what the internet's saying? He's at this point where he's in his 70s.
Well,
he doesn't care.
Hold on. They obviously care about what people say to him because she's contorting every Today Show interview.
But he doesn't care about the perception of people. He never really has. When he was with the Patriots, that's the whole thing. He didn't care. He would wear his cutoff hoodie. He doesn't care.
Here's the thing.
And good for him in that respect.
Sure. But everything about the relationship is embarrassing. He's 50 years older. Okay. It's everything about it.
It just smacks.
There's nothing about it that's not embarrassing.
It smacks of a dad going to watch his kid.
A grandpa. It's a grandpa. Yeah. It could be a great grandpa.
Yeah, but that is the optic that you're seeing. Yeah. You're seeing a much older person going to watch somebody cheerlead, and it's not his granddaughter, it's his girlfriend.
Yeah.
It's kind of bizarre.
And it's not like a real thing. It's like an adult co-ed, whatever, cheerleading thing. Like a goof. It's a goof. He's going to a goofy weekend thing. It's a goof.
I mean, girlfriends and wives don't even like going to watch you play the drunk softball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the same thing.
He definitely got dragged there. Like he did not.
Oh, you think he's in the doghouse?
No, he just you think he wanted to be there? There's no chance he wanted to be there.
Well, by the way, he's in season.
Yeah.
He's in season.
His easy excuse is I got to prepare for whoever the next team we're going to lose to.
Yeah.
I have to prepare
I got to watch Wake Forest tape.
Right. I'll just make up any excuse not to go to the cheerleading competition.
I got a 2-star recruiting visit.
I have to fly down to West Palm and see some kid play high school Friday Night Lights. Can't make it.
Everything about it is humiliating. And, if you're one of, the family apparently is not happy. They're embarrassed. What are you going to do? He's Bill Belichick. Go do whatever he wants. It's the end of his life. He got a few years left. I mean,
he's 73.
In that sense, go for it. But it is embarrassing. But if you're Bill, you don't care. You probably I don't get the sense that I don't even watch that much TV. Can you imagine how little TV he watches?
He definitely isn't watching The Beast and
no,
definitely doesn't know.
I put in 20 minutes yesterday.
Yeah,
I got geared my whole day around Cornell Army. Thought it was starting at 6. Geared my whole day, all my routine, all my stuff I had to do. Turn it on. Doesn't start till 8. So then I do some other stuff, and then the women's game goes late. Doesn't start till 8:30. So I had a 20-minute window. So I started The Beast in Me. I did 20 minutes. I don't know.
Did you watch it without a laptop?
I mean, I watched it.
Gave your full undivided attention.
Put everything else away. Put your devices away.
90% attention.
I just 90% that's pretty good.
I got to the part where she's at the desk of the neighbor, whoever that guy is. He's a famous actor, and he mentions the dead daughter or whatever.
Okay,
and that's the part where I got
dead son,
whatever, dead kid. And she was complaining about the lights and the security system, and he's trying to write her. She's trying to write her a check.
His dogs.
Yeah.
So, some listener was DMing me, trying to hype up Landman, and trying to get everybody to watch it and say
that's another show everyone's into.
Yeah, it's supposedly it's a great show.
Uh-huh.
I haven't spent the time yet, but I told him, and I've subscribed to this theory. Cakes is kind of grandfathered in. No one gives an F about what you're watching. Don't even try to tell people you need to watch this, you need to watch that. I understand you want somebody to talk about it with, but nobody really cares. Yeah. Nobody's going to
people that need to find stuff on their own.
Yeah, you care.
No one's
going to
sit down and watch it because your buddy wants you to watch. It's just people's schedules are different.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really cares about what you're watching that much, unless you've given somebody some great recommendation.
I think people do listen to recommendations.
If it's a cultural phenomenon, then maybe.
Landman, I've heard a lot of people talking about Landman. I think I'm going to get into it. My wife really wants to watch it because it has a great cast.
I've ever heard of it.
Has Billy Bob Thornton, I mentioned Ali Larter, it's got Demi Moore, it's got I think Sam Elliott.
It's a Sling Blade.
It's a good show. From what I've heard.
I've just learned that, if you say, "Hey, this show's really good," they go, "Oh, okay," and then they don't really
just move on with their day.
They just move on with their day.
When the more you push something, the more it irritates people.
The more resistance to it.
I often would go to my wife and go, "Hey, you got to watch this little monologue of this guy. You got to. This is really, really brilliant. This is insightful, or this is really, really funny." and she just looks at me like she wants to die. You know, and I force her, and I go, wait, it's coming. It's a really funny anecdote here, and it's a
then
dud.
it face plants.
It does, you know, it
Yeah,
doesn't work.
And
It
then,
doesn't translate.
and then it feels weird because, like, why am I the champion for this TV show? Like, why am I trying to hard sell it? Like,
Yeah, I'm not getting paid by Netflix. I wish I was, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, Cakes and I are into it. The Beast and Me. I've watched
pretty
2
good.
episodes.
I'm gonna try. I did 20 minutes.
Really good acting. I think Claire Danes is great. I'm just amazed at how people can kind of like quiver their lips on demand. And like, she's really got all these ticks. I mean, maybe she's got natural ticks. It's just really, really good. And Matthew
All right.
Rhys, who plays, I guess, the bad guy, he's pretty villainous. And the music is good. It's just really well done. It's done by the producers of Homeland. All right. As I mentioned, we got Spencer Carberry on the show. Mike Loxley joins us at 9. Remember, you can always text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 on a game show Wednesday. We're going to play Name That Hurt Thing shortly. In fact, you can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. Good prizes, too, as we play Name That Hurt Thing. We have tickets to go see OAR, their 3 Decades tour. That's coming to Merriweather Post, July 24th, 2026. They celebrate 30 years. We'll be celebrating 30 years. So that will be one of the prizes. We also have tickets to go see Matt Rife, comedian. He's got his Stay Golden World Tour. That's hitting Capital One Arena on March 1st. So if you want to compete for some prizes, you can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. Got to tell you, you know my guy is Luka. I was very interested in LeBron's return last night. And, dude, he didn't score a ton of points, but LeBron comes back to a team that had been rolling 10-4 in the Western Conference, playing good basketball. Luka's averaging right around 35 points per game. Austin Reeves is one of the leading scorers in the NBA, averaging close to 30 points per game. LeBron had 12 assists in his first game back. He didn't score a ton of points. He only took 7 shots, finished with 11, but 12 assists with just 1 turnover.
I mean, dude, he's one of the all-time greats. He's in the top 5 all time.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's just amazing that he could fit right in. Now, it's modern day NBA. They don't play much defense. The Lakers scored 140 points.
My bigger issue is ESPN. They've redone the way they do NBA box scores.
Yeah. They've actually changed it during the season.
I don't like it. They have points listed first. It used to be like minutes listed. Like you used to be able to look at it and just be like, okay, I know the way this box score works. Now I can't tell. I'm going to have to ban ESPN.com for looking at NBA boxes.
I think they changed it this season, though, already because of some backlash. Because I think at the beginning of the season, points weren't listed on the left side, but it was a wackadoo system.
Can we please go back to the normal NBA box score?
ESPN. Minutes at first. Is that what it was?
It's usually minutes, and then points are over to the right. Now points are first. Minutes are.
I think they had. I don't
like it.
I think they had points and minutes next to each other for a while. And that was throwing you off because you get confused, like, oh, he scored 38 points, and it was 38 minutes.
I mean, can't we put
so they're trying to separate the points and the minutes, and they're trying to give you, because you do read left to right, they're trying to give you what you would look at first, which is points. But you're just used to it because for years and years, and you're a fantasy basketball player, you've looked at points on the right.
I've broken up with fantasy basketball. I haven't played in years, but I played for many, many years. An NBA box score should be points, then rebounds, then assists, and then you put the field goal percentage and the free throw. Just put those further down the list.
All right, but you said you wanted minutes first before.
Well, if you're going to do it this way, if you're going to put points first, you got to put points, rebounds, assists. I don't care about the shooting percentage. I don't care about the free throw percentage. That can be secondary. I got a real issue with the way this box score is laid out. I don't like it.
Is it the same way if we went, so this is ESPN.com's box score.
Yes.
So if we went to NBA.com.
I don't know if it's set up the same way or not.
I think they've got,
I know it's trivial.
I think they've got it set up totally different.
It probably doesn't bother most people like it's bothering me. It's irrationally bothering me.
No, but I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people were complaining, and I think that they changed it during the season. All right, so on NBA.com, here's how it goes, Cakes.
Okay.
I think you would like this more.
Yes.
Starts with minutes.
Okay.
Down to the second.
That's more standard.
So down to the second. So for LeBron James, for example, it says 29 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay.
Then it has field goals made and field goals attempted. So you would know that LeBron was 4 for 7.
Okay.
Field goal percentage. Then it does the same thing with 3-pointers, 3-pointers made, 3-pointers. Then it's got same thing for free throws. So it's got, then finally it gets into offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, total rebounds, assists, steals, blocks, turnovers, points for. Points is at the very end.
Okay.
And then a plus minus. So that's just your own pickiness.
They're doing that in everything because they're doing that like in the college box scores too. I was looking at it right away, and I watched Cornell beat Army last night, and right away I looked and I went, "Wait a second, Coop had an okay game, but he didn't have 27 points. That was
minutes.
That was his minutes.
They're tilting us.
Yeah.
The way these box scores are set up.
Here's a story from For the Win. ESPN finally changed back its box scores after ill-received switch.
Box score breakdown.
This was from 3 days ago.
Mhm.
For a user experience perspective, it doesn't get more frustrating than when a site makes changes just for the sake of change. See, Cakes is just against change. So you're part of that crew that completely hates it.
Don't like it. You know what else I don't like? Usually I like almost all uniform tweaks, alternate uniforms, city edition uniforms. I usually like most of the changes. I hate the Lakers uniform where the instead of the name of the city going across the front of the jersey, they've got it going up and down across the number. Don't like it. Ugly. Please get rid of that immediately. Throw that jersey right into an incinerator.
According to this article, Tim Legler complained and they switched back. Look at Tim Legler having some power.
He's got some clout.
He had some power.
Good for him.
So I guess it's back to the old way.
Good.
Maybe you've forgotten it as the old way.
Maybe I did.
All right, let's punch up some contestants. Game show Wednesday. We're going to play Name That Hurting. You're going to battle over one clue. It is winner takes all.
Love it.
All right, let's go to Antoine in Capitol Heights. Hey, Antoine, good morning, buddy.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up,
Hey.
Antoine?
Great. What's up, bud?
All right, and who will Antoine be playing?
All right, hold on. So that
Who's
means I
his
got to put
opponent?
him on
Who's his
lock.
op, EB?
He'll go to Mike, Colonial Beach. Hey, Mike.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
Mike.
morning, it's you, bud.
All right, I'll tell you what. There's going to be a clue. You guys will bid back and forth, and whoever gets an opportunity to name that hurting, you'll either win or you will lose, and your opponent will win. All right. Antoine and Mike, and Antoine, since you were the first caller we punched up, you will start the bidding process at 5 seconds or less. Your clue is this NFLer has a famous wife. This NFLer has a famous wife. Antoine, how many seconds to name that hurting?
5.
He's going 5. All right, Mike, do you want to go lower than 5 seconds, or do you want to give Antoine 5 seconds to name the NFLer with the famous wife?
Take 3 seconds.
Oh, you're going
Aggressive.
3.
I like
Antoine, do you dare to go below 3, or do you want to defer to Mike?
Defer to Mike.
All right, Mike, you got 3 seconds to name this NFLer with a famous wife. If you get it, you win the prize. If not, the prize goes to Antoine.
This is it's a tough sport. It's a it's not
Mike,
Is it Josh Allen?
it is Josh Allen. Congratulations.
Well done. That's a good
Wow.
poll.
it's not
Nope.
not for everybody. You got to be a little sick to love this game, and we got some sickos.
That was not easy. I don't think that was easy.
Congratulations. You get 2 tickets to go see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. My alternate clue was going to be Von Miller talked about him yesterday.
Von Miller likes him some Josh Allen. That's his guy.
Von Miller has had a run, and that's why he came to Washington, was to play with Jaden Daniels, but a run of really good quarterbacks.
Yeah. He's smart.
Wins a Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, wins
Yep.
a Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford, goes to Buffalo, plays with Josh Allen, comes to Washington, wanted to play with Jaden Daniels. Only problem is Jaden's missed half
He's
the
a
games.
smart guy. He wants to tie himself to really good quarterbacks that give him a chance to win a Super Bowl late in his career.
I don't have a great file, by the way, on Josh Allen's wife. I know she's famous.
Haley
Steinfeld.
That's Jake
Yeah.
Steinfeld's
Is she-
daughter.
Yeah.
Remember Body by Jake?
Body by
Okay,
Jake.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
She had a pop song or two.
I know she has a song.
She's an
She-
actress,
I
too.
thought she was an act. Like, what
Yeah.
is she famous
She's
for?
been in one of the Transformers movies.
Okay.
And
I felt like I was just going to throw it in the Hunger Games, but I
What?
have no idea.
Valdez, is Haley Steinfeld in Pitch Perfect, or am I getting that wrong?
I don't have a file on her. I
I'm
just
not
know
sure
she's
if
hot.
she's in that or not. She's a smoke show, but I'm not sure if she's in Pitch Perfect. But I know I think she's in Bumblebee, the Transformers like offshoot movie.
Yes. It looks like she's in Pitch Perfect 2.
Okay.
Because I just punched it up.
She's getting that Pitch Perfect money. Must be nice.
Pitch Perfect 2.
Get Pitch Perfect and Transformers dough.
By the way, the wife of the creepy guy in the show that we're watching
Yeah.
is Brittany Snow,
Mm-hmm.
and she's Pitch Perfect, right?
I believe she is. Yes.
She had maybe red hair in those movies.
Yep.
But all right, let's punch up our next two contestants.
All right, let's go to Brennan. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Brennan?
Brennan, where's Remington?
It's Fauquier County.
Fauquier County. All right, Cakes, where's Fauquier County?
I knew you were going to say
Fauquier
that.
County is
It's way out there,
it's
right?
deep Virginia.
Is
That's all I'm
that
gonna
even
give
west of like
What is
Prince
your
William?
What is your closest big city?
you. Yeah,
We'll say Natchez.
Manassas. Okay,
All right, up towards
that's
Manassas.
Not too bad.
That
I
works.
like me some Manassas. We've
You
got
know
a lot
where Fauquier is? Far from here.
It's far.
Yeah,
That's
right.
where it
Where's
is.
that car dealership when I bought my Durango in 2000?
How are we supposed to know
No, no,
where
no,
the
I've
car
talked about it
dealership
before.
where you
It's
bought
way-
your car?
It's way out there. It's way out in Virginia. Gosh.
I'm supposed to know your car dealership?
We've talked about the town a million times.
Warrenton.
Warrenton. See?
Warrenton is deep.
Is Fauquier County Warrenton?
Yeah, I'm not too far from Warrenton. I just didn't know if you all know that one.
You might as
Yeah,
well
yeah,
just take an airplane if you're going.
No,
to
Warrenton is so far.
deep.
All right. Let's go. Hey, speaking of Manassas, let's go to Bob. Go to one of your
Jumps
neighbors.
are big in Manassas, big in Fauquier County.
Bob, what's up, bud?
How you doing?
Hey, good.
All right, boys, same deal. There's going to be a bidding process, 5 seconds or less. I'll give you the clue. And Bob, you can start the bidding this time. This NFL coach has been with this team a long time. That is your clue. Bob, you can start the bidding at 5 seconds or less.
I will go with 5.
Brennan, would you like to go below 5 seconds, or do you want to defer to Bob?
Go ahead, Bob.
Ooh,
All right,
whole
5
What
seconds.
a luxury.
To name this hurt.
Stabilizing it and making sure that he's safe and he can protect himself, brace himself as he falls.
It's easy. Such a layup.
Maybe not for Bob. Bob, can you name that hurt?
Not a layup. Coach of the
Bob,
Steelers, I
come
don't
on,
know.
Bob.
Do you want to rehear?
Yes, I don't think
Yeah.
it'll help me.
You got one right here.
Said, "Don't think it'll help me." I love it.
Stabilizing it and making sure that he's safe and he can protect himself, brace himself as he falls, etc.
Mike Vrabel.
It is not Mike Vrabel. By the way, the clue is he's been with this team for a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
isn't Vrabel in his second
you've given
season
him
or
clues.
first season with
You've
the Patriots?
You've given him clues. There's context in what he's saying too.
I know. Brennan, congratulations. By doing nothing,
You win by
you
default.
win tickets to go see Matt Rife Stay Golden World Tour.
Perfect.
That's Sunday, March 1st at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more vet info, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation. Just by the clue, I heard Cakes whisper to Valdez,
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin. Now, it could have been Andy Reid.
Could have been.
It could have been Kyle Shanahan.
I just guessed.
There are a few candidates, but then when you hear the clue, he's talking about Aaron Rodgers and his wrist.
Well, and if you've ever watched any NFL football of note in the past 15 years, you know what Mike Tomlin sounds like.
Yes.
You know his voice.
All right. Do you know the next voice? This is just for you guys.
All right.
You don't need to do any bidding. Valdez, can you play the third one that we had ready? Because we're done with the
All right.
process.
Well, do we get a clue? Or just
Do you want a clue? NFL coach.
Just play it.
All
Play
right,
it
okay.
cold.
And this game was important. It's something we wanted to do. We wanted to possess the ball, and defense created some really good 3 and outs. I thought the fourth quarter was a fun quarter because we were able to get the safe.
Boring Ben Johnson?
No.
Hold
He's
on.
a newer coach, I would say. He's a clue.
It's a newer coach. I
I can
need
tell.
A
I can
I need
see
a rehear.
Cakes is it's killing Cakes that he couldn't pull it.
I need a rehear.
The defense created some really good 3 and outs. I thought the fourth quarter was a fun quarter because we were able to get the safety and then run a bunch of time off the clock to kind of put the
Safety
game
clue.
away. I
We
thought
got a
that
safety.
Gave you a big clue.
We got a safety. Who got a safety this week? I don't think it's Dave Canales from Carolina. I'm going to say no on him.
Why do you know what he sounds like?
No, I'm just going by the clue where he said he hasn't been with his team for very long. I'm terribly vexed. I don't know who that is.
The Jacksonville guy.
It's the
We-
Cowboys coach.
Brian
Brian
Schottenheimer?
Schottenheimer.
That's shoddy.
Yeah.
I would never.
I've
get
seen
that.
Ben Johnson talk
Never.
about. Have you
I
seen?
don't like to know what shoddy sounds like.
Well, now
I
you know.
I know what the real shoddy sounds like. I know what Marty Schottenheimer sounds like. I don't know what his dumb kid sounds like.
Have you seen Ben Johnson in the locker room?
I've seen a couple of his like post game celebration.
He
like,
does
bits.
this good, better, best chant.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Every week he does it. Yeah, his team is into. You know what? I didn't know he had it in him, man. Ben Johnson, he looked like a typical booth nerd that wouldn't translate.
No
But
personality.
it looks like he's got the players believing in him. They're into him.
I'm guessing some of being around Dan Campbell for so many years that had to rub off on him. I mean, Dan Campbell's a fiery dude. So I guess he's picked up on some of that and brought that to Chicago.
Yeah, it's a little cheesy, but so he gets in there, he hands out the game balls, and then right before they do the 1, 2, 3 Bears, he says, good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good gets better and your better gets best. Then he goes, Bears on 3.
Oh, that's so
It's like
cheesy. That's so
Morgan
bad.
Wooten used to use that quote.
Oh, really? I didn't. I wasn't that familiar with it, but I've just seen it. He gets off. I mean, look, they're on a winning streak.
Of him now that he uses that
Right.
hacky bit.
I mean, it's literally like a 50-year-old or more quote.
Right. The team's into it when you watch the clips, but it's when you're on a winning streak, that's how it goes, right? Everybody gets into the locker room scene after winning games.
Hey,
and
if you're winning, it's the brotherhood. And
did they start off 0-2? I think the Bears started the season 0-2, and they're now 7-3. I might be wrong.
You're right.
It's
they
all
dropped,
about the winning time moments.
They lost to the Vikings and the Lions. They got boat raced in the second game of the year, 52-21.
Everything goes when you're winning.
I don't know that Washington's going to do this. I'm a little obsessed on it, and I guess Grant Paulson's obsessed on it too. I learned from
What
talking
about
to him.
Going under center more?
Yeah, and
Yeah, you're
under
definitely
center,
obsessed
the
with it.
statistics that Caleb Williams has under center are phenomenal.
They're way better than when he's not.
He has QBRs at 70 under
Mhm.
center.
Mm-hmm.
And just the running game on teams that stay under center, the running game is better, the play action
know
is better.
what?
It doesn't mean you can't
Caden wasn't
run.
under center a lot last year, and he had a pretty damn good year.
He did.
last year. So I'm not gonna just all of a sudden question Cliff's offense just because it's clearly taken a step back this year.
I just think it
things were going right
exposes.
last year.
I think maybe it exposes Jaden more. That's I don't know for a fact, but it just seems like it
might.
exposes him more.
I don't know enough about it.
But yeah, Ben Johnson with the cheesy good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good gets better and your better gets best.
I think less of him now. He was my guy. I'm kind of
was your guy.
Now I'm kind of souring on him.
All right, got to take a break. Coming up next, we've got Spencer Carberry at 7. We usually hit the Skins then, so we're just going to hit the Skins next and give you the latest on the Commanders here on the Junkies. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll talk to the head coach of the Washington Capitals, Spencer Carberry. But right now, time to hit the skins cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue. That's in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts. Grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience. It's fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
I need to go out there and get me some bulgogi. It's probably delicious. Need to check that out.
All right, so we talked about yesterday just a few roster moves. They cut Matt Gay, they signed Jake Moody, and then yesterday they released their highest rated receiver all season, Jacoby Jones.
Now, poor Jacoby Jones. So I saw him go on social media talk about his
How small is the
NFL
sample
catch.
size?
No, I'm just saying no receiver any week it was as high as rated as he was last week.
One catch,
for us,
right? Just the one catch, but it was a big
like,
catch.
It's like a 93 rating or something. Now, I think they'll bring him back. I think it's just one of those deals, they'll put him back on the practice squad, whatever they do. But they did release him to make room for Jake Moody. And then I guess they have to bring back Payne, who, of course, served the one-game suspension for throwing a punch at Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's just kind of like the roster manipulation. Of course, Jones was an undrafted rookie from UCF. He signed with the Commanders after the 2025 draft, was waived during final cuts. They re-signed him to the practice squad last week. They signed him to the 53-man roster, released him, I assume. As soon as they get an opportunity, they'll re-sign him to the practice squad or whatever and keep him in the building. It's kind of what they've been doing weekly. They've done that bit with Robbie Chosen a few times. Remember, Robbie had the best game of the receiver a couple weeks ago, and then they cut him.
Well, it just shows you how poor.
Then they re-signed him.
How poor the wide receiver unit is as a whole, especially with Terry McLaurin sidelined for a good chunk of the season.
Got a bunch of like lesser named guys filling in week after week.
He's used to being bounced around. I just looked him up. He played at Northwest Mississippi for a couple of years, played at Ohio for a couple of years, and ended up at UCF.
Right. This was kind of surprising. Most people expected the Commanders-Broncos game to get flexed from Sunday Night Football, but no, it's not going to be flexed, Cakes. They're still slated to host the game, and I guess what's that going to be, an 8:15
prime time game?
Yeah, whatever that is. So we'll all have to stay up and endure that, even though we're 3-8, coming off a bye week. Doesn't look like, from what people that are around the team, doesn't look like Jaden will be back for that game yet.
Would you want to see him play against Bo Nix?
Oh, 100%. If they let him play, yeah. I mean, 100%. Take that stupid brace off, pat him up, and let's get him out there. But we have to rely on whenever they clear him. So it doesn't look like at this point, if you had to guess, people around the team don't think that he'll be available for that. And most people thought, well, who wants to see Mariota and Bo Nix? Who wants to see a 3-8
grab a lot of eyeballs around the country?
I mean, especially imagine if you don't have Jaden, you don't have Terry, you got Mariota and like Robbie Chosen. Like, I just can't believe that that's a primetime game. That
Their choices must not be great.
Right.
Yeah. The injured list still.
And Denver's got the best record in the AFC. So maybe they're just looking at it as, hey, we have one really good team.
Right. Here are a bunch of guys that are hurt, though, that at some point you could get back soon. At any point, theoretically, you've got Jaden with the elbow. You got Terry with the quad. You got Noah Brown with the groin. You got Treylon Burks. He could come back with the finger. You got Ben Sinnott with the ankle. I mean, these are a lot of guys. Will Harris, he's on IR, so I don't think he'll be back. Cajo with the concussion, he could be back. And then, of course, they opened up the 21-day window on Drake Jackson, who hasn't played in quite over a year. The guy they signed, the defensive end from the 49ers. So you never know who's going to suit up for Washington at this point. I think somebody did the stat prior to the game or during the game last week that we've missed more day one starters than any other team in football. Or if they're not number one, we're right in that mix. So it's just been one of those years for Washington and haven't been able to overcome it. I thought maybe we would go through it. It's beyond the halfway point, but here we are at the bye week and look at where guys are ranked PFF-wise. You guys care to guess? Let's start with the offense. All right. And let's do this with like guys that have played more than half the snaps.
Mhm.
Okay,
So graded for the year.
for the year.
I think Laramie Tunsil's probably number one.
Yeah, Jones again, number one, but
Okay.
again, he only has 11 snaps. Larry Tunsil, number one, 81.6 grade according to PFF. So, by most accounts, great signing. It's
Mhm.
working out. I mean, it's not translating into wins, but he's solidified, obviously the left side of the line there.
I think he's definitely been a hit. All right, so Cakes, let's go back and forth, see if we can get it. I got number one.
The next guy
second-
played about half the starts.
The second-ranked player on the entire offense.
Yes, he's got about half, almost exactly half the snaps that Tunsil has.
Half of Tunsil's snaps.
Second highest
Is he a
rated.
skill player?
Yes,
Bill?
Marcus Mariota.
Ah.
Marcus Mariota actually with a 78.6 rating. That's higher than I would have imagined. I don't think his stats particularly blow you away, but he has had some big runs that we've noted. I think the most yards he's passed for this year is like something like 213. He's done that like 3 or 4 times.
He's mostly had a very high completion percentage.
Yeah.
He's been pretty efficient. Now, he ended the game terribly in this last game, but I thought he was having a pretty good
No, just
game this week.
Just a notch below him, actually, is Jaden Daniels.
Right.
So Mariota has a 78.6 rating according to PFF. Jaden's is a 76.7.
Let me see if I can get close to the top 5. I think now he doesn't have that many snaps, but I bet you Chris Rodriguez is ranked pretty high.
By the way, it is bizarre that
I guess not.
He's actually lower than you would think.
Mariota against Kansas City, Detroit, and Miami passed for 213 yards. That is weird.
But he lands on
3
213.
times, right?
He's the
Done it
only
3 times.
quarterback. He's the first quarterback in NFL history to go 3 consecutive games passing for 213 yards.
I know, it's really
I'm
bizarre.
convinced of that.
That's a
I
bizarre
haven't looked
thing.
it up in a book, but I'm just stating that as fact.
I think
It's record.
if you look at just running, he'd be fairly up there, 65.6. But when you look at like pass blocking and run blocking, he's Rodriguez is, it's got like a 30 rating. So they don't
All right.
like his blocking.
Okay, they don't like his blocking. I would guess that
Here's the thing.
Cosme and Chris Paul are rated high. I might be wrong, but
No, Cosby somewhat is. Terry, even though he had only 178 snaps, and then a bunch of other guys like Luke McCaffrey, Jeremy McNichols in that same boat.
Mhm.
Then you get to Cosme. It's hard to find regular players that have played a boatload of snaps up there. In other words, Tyler Biotish, middle of the pack.
Mhm.
A lot of the offensive line guys, actually, middle of the pack. Zach Ertz, he's ranked 21st offensively for this team.
not surprised by that.
Yeah, it just hasn't been a great season. Josh Connerly Jr. near the bottom as far as he's the lowest rated for the most snaps. In other words, nobody with as many snaps as him is rated lower than Josh Connerly Jr. Just been a tough season. None of the offensive guys really are flashing. All right, let's go to the defense. All right.
Top ranked defensive guy, PFF wise.
The top 2 guys are hurt. The second one you wouldn't really quite notice, but the first guy you should be able to guess.
Armstrong, I'm guessing, ranks
Armstrong.
high.
He's number 1 on the season. The third guy, who's basically second when you consider snaps, he's much maligned.
Luvu.
Pro Football Focus loves him. Bobby Wagner.
Okay.
He's got a 73 grade overall.
I think I'm kind of on
He's
an island
got
on
a
the show.
90 grade in tackling.
I think Wagner gets crushed, and he's been beaten certainly in coverage at times.
Yeah.
But I think he's one of their better defensive players, and I think the numbers bear that out.
He ranks very high in everything but
I
coverage.
still can't believe he wore a Seattle Storm sweatshirt or jacket into the stadium the day that they were playing Seattle.
It's this little tribute.
I thought
Case.
that was outrageous.
The next highest player that gets a lot of time, Daron Payne, 69 rating on the year. Then Jeremy Reeves is in the top 10, but in terms of players that have played more than half the snaps, he's up there like the 3rd or 4th highest rated player. I think Jeremy Reeves has really done well for himself this season.
No question.
I've been really impressed by
He
him.
was kind of in the special teams bucket before, and now he's proven he can play.
And then Preston Smith actually is getting some good grades here lately. Jacob Martin is right there with him. He's got a 63.6. But at the bottom, Quan Martin, whose snaps were reduced this week. He usually plays every snap. I think his were reduced by at least 25%, if not more.
Sanderstill.
Sanderstill is down to the bottom. As far as guys that have played a lot of snaps. Marshawn Lattimore. And you know who else? He hasn't played a ton. Johnny Newton. Johnny Newton not flashing this year. Hasn't taken that step up.
Coming up next, we will talk to the Capitals head coach Spencer Carberry here on The Fan.
We have a new top 25 in college football. Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas A&M remained the top 3 in the latest college football playoff rankings. Alabama dropped 6 spots to number 10 after their loss to Oklahoma. So this is what the top 10 is sounding like. Number 1, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M. 4, Georgia. 5, Texas Tech. 6, you have Ole Miss. 7 is Oregon. 8, Oklahoma, 9, Notre Dame, 10, Alabama. Some other notable updates, the Longhorns plummeted all the way down to number 17, and number 24, Tulane, is now the flavor of the week in the Group 5 race after Navy knocked South Florida out of the same spot. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Time to talk a little Washington Capitals hockey. He's joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV is Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, guys.
Coach Carves, need to clap you up. 100th win with the Washington Capitals in that victory over the Kings. It had to feel good. You getting presented with the puck in the locker room. You were on the receiving end of the celebratory puck instead of you giving it to one of the players for a milestone or an accomplishment. That had to feel good, getting that recognition from your players and your coaches.
Yeah, that was pretty cool at I honestly had no idea, and I guess that was going to do that, or that it was the 100th win since I've been here. So that was really cool moment, and just be able to share that with the guys and let them know how fortunate my family and I are to have been here for the last 2+ years and be the head coach of this great organization.
I want to ask you a coaching question. You know, I coach kids sports. Some of us coach kids sports, and one of the things that's hard is communication, right? Now, you guys got pros who've been doing things for years and years. You guys have been struggling with special teams. I'm wondering, how do you keep them engaged when you've probably taught something over and over and over again?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And we talk about that as a staff all the time, of how do you present information or quote unquote coach in different ways so that it doesn't get stale.
Mm-hmm.
And even when you're struggling, if you keep doing the same thing and presenting information or teaching the same way, eventually it's like, this ain't working, man. Like, give me something different.
Right.
So we talk about that all the time in different ways that we can, whether we're showing film or doing individual teaching or on ice practicing. How can we do, like, because I'll give you an example. Like we practice the power play a certain way, basically every, day or opportunity that we have a practice. When things aren't going well, sometimes it's a good idea to do something different with the way you practice it. Don't just do the regular, what you do, split ends. Okay, you guys go, and then whistle. Okay, now you guys go. Do something different that catches their attention, that maybe focuses on a different part of your power play that, gets them a little bit more engaged or thinking about something that you've maybe struggled with or you want to do more of. So, yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can do it, but I think the important thing is, like you said, is you're trying to figure out, especially when you're struggling, are we doing it the right way with our preparation and our teaching and our coaching?
Well, at your level, I mean, I'm sure there's an infinite number of ways you could do it, but realistically, how many different ways can you tackle a power play? How many different options can you actually have?
Yeah, you're right. There's not you can't get crazy and reinvent the wheel. But what you can do is, let me give you an example. Like this morning, we play Edmonton, tonight. So we'll have a power play pre-scout, okay? So like a pre-scout meeting, and it basically usually is about 8 minutes. It goes through all the different areas of Edmonton's penalty kill. Okay, here's what they're doing. Here's what they're taking away. Here's what they're struggling with, blah, blah, blah. Okay. You can do that differently this morning. Maybe you focus on normally you focus on the face-offs, their forecheck and their in-zone pressure. Maybe you do it differently this morning and focus, like, here's an example. We've done this in the past, is just show us having success.
Mm-hmm.
But don't even show Edmonton. Just go, okay, here's when we look like our best. So now if you're sitting in there and you're on the power play, you're watching yourself against teams all over the league from this year when we've been really, really good and really sharp. So the puck, and now you're going into the game. You didn't see anything on Edmonton in the pre-scout, but you saw yourself having success on the power play, passing it crisp, shooting it in the net, finding the best option, making clean plays. So there's an example of a different way to do it that potentially sparks the guys and gives you a different result.
Coach Carves, is it frustrating that your foundation and your base is really good? Like that Monday game against the Kings, that was the 8th time this year that the Caps have given up 1 or fewer goals against in a game. That's tops in the NHL. You've yielded an average of 2.47 goals against per game, tied for 3rd in the league. Like that base is good, but if you could get the teams along with it, then you'd really be cooking. You know, like does that frustrate you that one part of it's really good and you're still trying to get to that next part to add to it?
Yeah, yes and no. Yes, from a standpoint of I feel like you're really close and you're not getting the results consistently 19 games through the season. So that's frustrating, no doubt. But no, from a standpoint of special teams are part of it. So like that's part of your team and scoring goals and finishing and you know, when we have a team on the ropes, being able to capitalize on an odd man rush, like that's part of winning games. So it's kind of all encompassing. So you can't be just, oh, you know, our special teams hasn't been great. Well, let's just blame it on that and be really pissed off at our special teams. Special teams has been a part of winning hockey games in this league since the beginning of the league's induction. So I put it in there. Yeah. Are we right there and close in our 5-on-5 game? Looks really, really good. No doubt. So that should give us a lot of confidence and a lot of hope. Now, special teams are a big part of winning games and a big part of games in general. So we have to do a better job there, and all of our staff and players play a role in that.
Coach Chucky was stellar Monday night against the Kings. That team was red hot on the road too. 9-1-2 away from LA prior to coming to Cap One on Monday. Chucky stops 30 of 31, gets his first win in over a month, and it came at a perfect time for the Caps.
Yeah, he was outstanding, and he's had a little bit of a tough go to start the year. His starts, because Logan's sort of taken the ball and run with it early in the season and played at such a high level and getting majority of the starts. Chucky, just the way the schedule has worked out, majority of his starts have been on the back half of a back-to-back. So those, you know, I'm not giving him excuses, because anytime, whether it's a back-to-back or you're fresh and haven't played in 3 days, like an NHL game is an NHL game, and you want to perform well no matter the circumstances, whether it's road, home, whatever it might be. But the reality is he had played a bunch of back-to-back games where in front of him, a little bit more challenging, and we didn't perform up to our standard in those games. And so, you know, he's getting thrown into the fire a little bit. And next thing you know, the results aren't great. And, you know, we're giving up more goals than we should. And so for him to get a good start against a really good hockey team in LA, great road team at home, and the guys to play well in front of him. And when we did bend, he was right there to bail us out. So I was really happy for him. And I know the guys were itching to kind of, you know, right the ship for him and give him a good start or a good performance in front of him for sure.
Coach Carves, we haven't really drilled down on this in the last week, but the loss of Pierre-Luc Dubois for multiple months, that is a crushing injury to the Caps. You've had to juggle lines as a result. That second line that you trotted out or have been, you know, working with recently was sort of centering Willie and Pro. That's been really solid thus far. Talk specifically about sort of. I mean, that was a guy that not a lot of Caps fans, you know, knew about, didn't have a lot of NHL experience before he showed up here in the trade.
Yeah, I think like we've talked a lot about Doobie, and I can't say it enough, like just how much he means to our team, and missing him, it's a huge hole. And he was so important to our team for a lot of different reasons. I know when you look at the stats and the production, you're kind of like, oh, okay, I see it, sort of, but he's, behind Stromer and a bunch of guys production-wise, but he does so many things that for our team, playing center with his matchups that just balance our whole forward group out. So losing him, no doubt, huge hole in our lineup. So we've kind of been trying to figure it out. Is it McMichael? Is it more reliant on Strome to play against top six and Ovi? Are they able to handle that? And the sort of wild card in this was Justin Sordiff, who we traded for this summer. We got from the Florida Panthers for a second-round pick, who we really liked as an organization. Us as coaches really didn't know him. He hadn't played in the NHL. Most of his career, he had been in the minors thus far. Coming here, we sort of had him slotted on the fourth line to play wing with Dowd and Duhaime, and he was doing a pretty good job, and their line was okay and not much production. But having talked to him, and as he got more comfortable with our team, with our coaches, with his teammates, he's a natural centerman. Like, that's where he grew up playing center ice. So we had him on right wing with Dowder. So at some point, I always had in the back of my mind, like, let's give this guy an opportunity to play center and see how it looks. And so we gave him a few games, third line center, and was pretty solid, moved him back to wing. And then when the Dubois injury happened and Mikey was playing the middle, but he was sort of struggling with that role, playing with Protas and Willie. So we decided to make a change and say, you know what, let's move Mikey back to the wing and give Sordiff an opportunity to play with Protas and Wilson. And man, has it been, he's just run with the opportunity. That line has been fantastic. They've only scored 2 goals, but if you look at the underlying numbers, they're like bonkers. How much they're controlling play, generating scoring chances, spending basically their whole shift on our opponent's half of the ice, which is nice to see.
Talking to Spencer Carver, head coach of the Capitals, they're off to a 9-8-2 start. So I was driving around the other night while you guys were playing, and I'm listening to John Walton on the call, and Ryan Leonard drew a penalty, and I was like, and they were really complimenting his speed and how he draws penalties. And then I kind of did like a deep dive, and it's like, man, he's not on the ice that much. What do you need to see him to be on the ice more? Because it seems like he can make a difference.
He absolutely can, no doubt. And I would agree with that. Like he needs to get it. It's why we sort of made this change and moved Dowd to the third line. Part of the reason we did that was to get Leno a little bit more ice. But I'll say this, like, Leno is a incredible player and talented and going to be a great player in this league for a long, long time. Okay. There is no doubt about that. He does something every game, 3 or 4 things that guys cannot do on our roster. They can't. And he creates something and it looks great. And right now they're not going in for him. Like, the production isn't quite there, but he's generating great looks. Like you just said, draw penalty. That's a positive thing. Okay. But I will say this, as a young player, there's more than just making something happen offensively. And that's what we're working with him on, so that we can be a winning team and he can be out there on the ice and not miss any coverage or not make a poor decision with the puck when the game's 2-2. And we need to make really, really good decisions because there's only 8 minutes left in the game and it's really, really tight. And if we turn a puck over at our blue line here in a 2-2 game, it could cost us 2 points. And now everybody's going to be really, really frustrated, including our fan base, including our coaches, including our players. Okay. So that stuff it's hard. And for young players, it is not an easy league to make the right decisions 90% of the time and make the right reads 90% of the time. So that's all it is. It's just him, and he's getting better and better and better. And it's just us working with him and making sure that those good habits and good reads are being ingrained in his game early on in the season. And there's no doubt he's going to be playing 15, 20 minutes before you know it.
Coach Carbs, you broke up the Dewey and Dowder bromance. Are those guys okay? How are they handling it? They played a ton together since Dewey's arrival in DC. Are they coping, or are they okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that they're like that it hasn't affected them. Like, they both know it, and I mean, they're pros, so it's not like it's affecting their game or anything like that. But they did acknowledge the fact that what's going on. This is crazy. We've been together for so many shifts together, like probably 1,000 over the last year plus. And so it just gives us a different look. I've talked to both guys, and they're going to play a bunch of shifts every night together, and penalty kill stuff and all of those deployment situations. But we just want to try to get a little bit of a different look with our forward lines, and moving Dowd to play with Beauvillier and Leonard right now, I think gives us a good opportunity that helps a bunch of different objectives that we have.
All right, you guys host the Oilers tonight. Best of luck, Coach.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Good
Coach.
talking to you.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it, buddy.
It's Coach Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Coming up next, let's get into Adam Peters. Last year, everybody thought this guy walked on water. Now, people have turned against him. Last year it was let Adam cook, and Adam we trust.
Right.
What do you think of the Commanders GM now after this season has had 6 losses in a row?
We're going to rank them. We're
An
going to look at a
older
ranking
roster.
list.
We can get into that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel, the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays, people. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's a perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's right. At $150. You get 150 freebies if your first $5 bet hits. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Just head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Wanted to talk some Adam Peters. Article on CBSSports.com where they had their NFL experts grade the general managers in the league. They graded them on a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 meaning safe and secure.
Okay.
2 meaning all good for now. 3 meaning pressure is mounting. 4 meaning start improving now. And 5 meaning as good as fired.
Okay.
All right.
If you have a 5, you better you better have your LinkedIn profile updated, ready to rock.
You're looking at Zillow so hard.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely you got a bunch of realtors lined up. Yeah, you're switching the kids' schools. You're doing the whole thing.
So there are 4
move.
So when that was all said and done, and they did their grading, they then separated them into 4 tiers. And we put up our Junkies poll of the day based on this article, and would love for you to chime in at 1-800-636-1067. The tiers are perfectly safe, not much to worry about, radar is up, and maybe have a bag packed. Where does Adam Peters fall? Last year, 100% he would be in the top tier, which is perfectly safe.
He would have been firmly planted in that territory last year.
The next tier is not much to worry about. The 3rd tier is radar is up. And the 4th tier maybe have a bag pack. There's no way you can say maybe have a bag pack unless you're just a hater.
I don't think there's one. I don't think even the most irrational Commanders fan would put him in tier 4.
If you need to see it visually, you can vote on our Junkies poll of the day sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com to get 50% off select merch. That means tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. So I think, and I've already seen the early voting, most people are going not much to worry about. But I think some people might go radar is up.
Now he is in the CBSSports.com article. He is in the tier 2, not much to worry about. But he's toward the bottom of that tier with a score of 1.71. I feel like he should be in tier 3. Radar is up.
All right, so
I feel like he should be bumped down to tier 3 from tier 2.
All right, let's look at his biggest decisions.
So early.
Let's look at his biggest decisions. Number one, his job.
Maybe it's recency effect.
He's had a year and a half.
His biggest decision was drafting the quarterback.
Right.
That's a hit.
Yeah.
All right, Jade. That's his biggest number one job of pretty much any GM. If you don't have a franchise quarterback, is find your franchise quarterback. I think we'd all agree he found the franchise quarterback.
Yes.
Nobody's can stay healthy.
Nobody's disputing that.
100%.
Yes.
Again, you're picking at number 2. You should be able, like, if you do your due diligence, you should be able to find the right quarterback.
Okay, but we see.
I know there have been misses all over the place at
top quarterbacks. It's like a 50%
draft.
hit on first round. All right, so let's look at the number 1 pick this year. They took Connerly.
That one is a question mark.
But at the last 3 games, if you look at some of those grades, he's played much better. And he's a rookie tackle.
Still a question mark, though. He's given up a ton of sacks, like relative to his position.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. So those are the first.
He was also picked, I believe, 2 or 3 picks prior to Josh Simmons, who looks like a fixture on the offensive line already as a rookie in Kansas City. So the
Amos pick was a good pick, I think.
I think that was a very solid
if we want to start getting into the second round picks, history of second round picks, Johnny Newton, we just talked about
Mixed bag.
Ben Sinnott,
it's just too early. Just hasn't had the impact that you would expect.
I mean, you can't right now unless he's the greatest blocking tight end in the league. You can't say that Sinnott is a hit at this point.
I think that Sinnott just is still incomplete. I'm not willing to commit either way.
Well, the truth is, all of them are incomplete.
I think when you've played a lot and you haven't, like Johnny Newton, I'm starting to get a fairly complete picture.
Sinnott is incomplete, but the early returns, I think you could agree, not positive.
I don't think they're necessarily negative. They're a little underwhelming.
Otherwise, he'd be on the field already.
My question: Zach Ertz just beat him out.
Well, that's damning because Zach Ertz doesn't look great at this point. He was really good last year.
Yeah.
Now that also was a year where Jaden Daniels was on the field for most every game.
My question is for the people like Eric who are like, well, it's only been a year and a half. Well, when are you allowed to start
Oh no,
filling out their report card.
You're allowed to grade him right now.
Well,
I just think though that it's not. I don't think you're allowed to fire him yet.
No, I'm
Like
not
even
talking
if
about
you said
firing him.
if he whiffed on everything, I think it's too early to fire a guy.
I'm not
a year
saying
and a half
firing,
in. But you're
but
definitely allowed to grade him. Go for it.
My radar is up. He would be bumped down to that radar.
Well,
is
no,
up
well,
tier.
Eric's saying it's just too early to tell. I'm not saying. Well, when can we tell? When is the jury
I
out?
don't know. I think you know it when you see it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I would
don't have
say-
a hard and fast
I would
rule.
say
I think
after-
the guy in New
After
York,
3 full
fire his
seasons,
ass.
I think after 3 full seasons, you have a very good beat on a player. Every once in a while, a guy will blossom in year 4, year 5, year 6. But I think after 3 full seasons, you kind of know what you have.
And then for GMs, like let's say Adam Peters crushed next year's draft, right? How long does that equity last for? Or you know what I mean?
Yeah, probably a couple seasons.
It does buy you some time. I know you don't want it to buy you time, but I think it does buy you some time.
All right, let me just
Let me also say though, I think it's pretty clear. His biggest miss was Lattimore.
well, hold up. Let's go through it kind of systematically.
Well,
all right,
it's
'cause
pretty obvious.
We're
what
going through the
hits and
first round
misses are.
picks. So second round picks last year, Johnny Newton, Sandra Still, and Ben Sinnott.
Sanders still is eyebrows raised on him big time.
Out of the gates hot as a rookie, regressed in year 2.
Although he rated very highly last week, even though he had two huge.
I would give him a 0 for last week just because of the punt return.
The punt return and the drop interception were bad.
That eliminates any good that he did in the entire game.
He had rated very highly in his coverage.
I don't care about the rest of his game. He let the game slip through his fingers by muffing that.
Well, just
punt.
don't let him anywhere near a punt. I would never let him near a
Never
punt.
again. Never ever again.
Yeah.
Just can't do it.
All right,
But people were raving. See, that's the thing is that people flip because like last year people were raving about him. Raving about him.
Okay.
Last year
well, I
people
mean,
were raving about the
players
Ertz
can
signing.
regress.
Last year
They
people
can
were
get-
raving about
they can get worse
for sure.
instead of getting
but I'm
better.
just saying that you can't always predict. Okay, he's going to have a great first year and then a terrible. Like those are very hard to predict.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we-
I mean, he gets credit for that. Like when he brought in Chin, when he brought in Bobby Wagner, when he brought in Ertz, when he signed or drafted Jaden. I mean, all those things hit. This year, everything's just like going backwards.
yes and no. I mean, they're a hit. So I kind of want to focus on the draft. So second round picks we've gone through. This year, the second round pick was Trey Amos.
I think most people think
I
that's
think he
a
was
hit.
solid until he
Yeah.
got injured.
And
Like,
what I'd say about Sanders still is he's a starter. Like to me, if you're a starter, that's a hit. Maybe he's
Mhm.
not playing as good as he did last year, but he's a starter. To me, if you draft a guy who's a starter, that's a hit.
Yeah, but if you keep regressing, you might not be a starter that much longer.
All right, so this year's draft was a lot less. But last year you drafted Brandon Coleman in the 3rd round. You drafted Luke McCaffrey. These are contributors. Like people can say, well, they're not as good as they want. Coleman started last year, is filled in this year.
right.
They kind of slid back in the depth chart this year, but it's a contributor.
They didn't expect Coleman to get beat up by Chris Paul, and that's what happened.
He's become a depth piece, and you spent a 3rd
But
round pick on a depth offensive lineman.
So then this year, kind of in the 4th round, they draft Jalen Lane because they didn't have a 3rd round pick.
I like Jalen Lane, and I think relative to where he was drafted, you're probably getting about what you would think.
And then I'm just going to kind of lump in all of the later round draft choices. So 5th and beyond. This year was Kane Medrano and Bill,
Mhm.
Corey Krosky Merritt. Bill's a contributor. Medrano doesn't do much except for special teams. Last year you had McGee, who we're starting to see more at linebacker. You had Hampton, he's not part of the team. And then you had Batiste, who's hurt.
Batiste was very highly rated.
I
though.
think just if we're just looking at the draft, I think he's a solid B. Like people can say,
A lot of
well,
it's carried though by Jaden Daniels.
okay, but
it's very top heavy. I
but
think.
most of the guys are on the roster.
Okay, but they are on the roster because those guys always get the benefit of the doubt because they're picked by this regime.
They're contributors.
I'd say it's a.
Some
I'd say it's like a B trending B minus.
Okay,
It's not-
that might
it's
be
not-
fair.
It's not super high B.
I think, you got potentially a tackle of the future in Connerly. You have your franchise quarterback. You've got a couple guys in the secondary who are starters. And then, the rest of them are kind of contributors. And who knows? You know, Bill and Jalen Lane might be contributors for a long time. They've flashed at times. All right, so now let's get into the trades. The big trades. Obviously, Marshawn Lattimore, a big whiff. Tunsil's been a big hit.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I would say this on the Lattimore thing. I don't mind the swing. I don't mind the idea. It was good on paper. It was a miss. You're not going to hit on all of them. He missed.
And then I think that the Debo thing is a hit.
I think a relative hit. It was more of like a single or a double more than a home run. We're hoping for a little bit more. He's been good.
It's been good.
He hasn't been great.
It's been commensurate with the pick that they gave up. They gave up a 5th rounder. So you didn't like really risk a lot to get Debo. And I'd say it's about the level of the pick that you sent to the Niners in exchange.
I think he's been better than a typical 5th rounder.
Yeah.
You know what? So the 4 tiers again, if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Perfectly safe, not much to worry about. Radar is up. Maybe have a bag
he's
pack.
their leading
To me,
receiver. He's got 5 touchdowns.
To me, Adam Peters is perfectly safe. He's in year 2.
Oh, I don't.
We all expected it to be. We all expected it to be 3 years.
That's perfectly safe. He's not getting fired.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 0% chance he gets
Cakes
fired.
has his radar up.
Yeah, my radar. Yeah.
What's the
you guys
biggest-
have him as perfectly safe? Like he just.
No.
It's all a bed of roses for Adam
he's not been
Peters?
perfect, but he's not getting fired. He hasn't done anything
I don't
worthy
think
of
he's
being
getting fired either.
You want to go back to the Bruce Allen, Vinny Serrato years?
Again, I talked about this the other day. I love the fact that they finally brought a real legitimate GM who seems to know what he's doing to run the football side of the operations.
Where are your biggest beefs?
Well, the Lattimore trade.
Okay, Lattimore,
is
beyond
a massive
Lattimore.
miss.
I guess kicker. You're going to probably complain about kicker. They've mowed through kickers.
Kicker, they just can't get right.
Right.
I mean, they've had eight kickers already.
That's it. That's fair. It's fair.
And then maybe
Kicker
some
problem.
whiffs on some
Sinnott,
draft
some of the
picks.
second round picks are just whiffs so far. Sinnott, I'm sorry, that guy's a whiff. And Johnny Newton, not very impactful. Second round pick.
Johnny Newton's a depth guy,
did
but he
they
hasn't been
trade
great.
up to get Newton? Didn't they move? I think they moved up to get Newton.
I think Newton slid too, though. It might be a combo, but
he was sliding down. They loved him, so I think I'll double
'Cause
check
remember,
that.
he
But I
was
think
coming
they
off an
moved up
injury,
to
I
get
think.
him. Yeah, I can't put him in perfectly safe.
people also loved the Eckler signing. They, like you can't take those things away. But he brought in Eckler, he brought in Debo. They liked Jeremy Chin when he brought him in last year. They liked signing Mariota. It was like the perfect backup for. He's done a lot of good things.
Sure, that's why I say perfectly safe. If next year is a disaster and they have an old roster and it gets hurt and all these sort of things, then I would train my guns on him. But I feel like this year has just been a lot of bad breaks.
It's been a lot of injuries.
I mean, the biggest one is when your quarterback is on the field. When you start a quarterback's on the field for a half of the games, you're generally not going to win. If you took Matthew Stafford off of the Rams, they're not 8-2. If he misses half the games.
I would have him as the first guy in the radar is up list. He would be above Nick Caserio from the Houston Texans. I can't believe you guys are just giving him a complete pass.
That's not that I'm giving him a complete pass.
And
He's
by the
had
way,
some misses,
the
but-
Houston Texans went to back-to-back playoffs and had a win in each of the playoff years. And he's on the radar's up list.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about those guys.
He's also been around a long time, right?
I think he's probably been in Houston for, I think, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years at this point.
I mean, this was supposed to be a rebuild.
I understand.
By year 2 of a rebuild, people don't have these great expectations. Last year changed the equation. Jaden Daniels changed the equation. But you have to give him credit for last year. Now, this year's gone bad, but let's look at the pieces. And I think if you systematically look at the pieces, I think he's done a pretty good job. I'd give him a grade of B on the draft.
JP, you're the first person to say the season's circumstances change. And the circumstances change.
What's your grade for him on draft?
On draft?
Yes.
C.
Okay. And what's your grade on him on trades? Those are the two.
C minus.
Okay.
C?
So which tier do you put him in?
I think the microscope is on, should be
So
on Adam
radar's
Peters.
up.
Yes.
Your radar's up, guy.
Radar
You're way with me.
antenna. The antenna is swirling right now.
Yeah, I'm not saying he needs to call Metropolitan Moving and Storage, start getting all his stuff in a truck, but People are starting
Yeah.
to look at him with a more critical eye.
Yeah,
I think, or should be.
Yeah, I think people should be critical of these moves, and not every move that he makes is golden. I think
Nobody's saying that. I'm not saying that.
within the first year it was.
I'm with EB. I think he's perfectly safe. It's year 2 of a rebuild, and
I think he's hit about 80+%.
Yeah,
if not more. I mean, I
Well,
don't know. What do you want to expect? You expect it to
GMs
never miss?
Well, GMs don't get fired after 2. I realize that, but I think people should be skeptical of moves that he's making and the roster that he's built.
Well, what's your biggest beef?
My biggest beef? Well, there's a lot of beefs that I have.
What's your biggest?
Well, going all in to try and stop the Eagles and then neglecting everything else on the defense. Having
I don't think you
31
could say
having
that.
how can you
31
say
roster
wait,
players next
how-
year after everyone's going to have to be a free agent?
How can you say they neglected the defense when they drafted Trey Amos and they signed Javon Kinlaw? You could say that those were bad moves, but
No,
they tried to address the secondary with Amos, high draft pick, and
Yeah.
that seems to be a hit. And they tried to beef up the defensive line by signing
well,
Kinlaw.
maybe there's other free agents you could go after besides that. Everyone said the team just needs to get over the hump in Philly to reach the Super Bowl. And I think you've neglected other parts of the defense because you've gone all in on the defensive line.
How did the Ravens do without Lamar Jackson under center?
Well, they won against Tyler Huntley.
They won one game, but how did they do overall with Lamar Jackson not playing?
1-3. So is that just the excuse for everything? It
is the biggest factor. It's the biggest factor in the NFL. If your starting quarterback as a franchise quarterback is not available, you generally don't win games. The Ravens are an example of that. So I do give them a little bit of a pass this year.
Well,
my radar would be up next year if next year tanks. But I think perfectly safe.
Well, the Ravens started 1-4 with Lamar Jackson starting the season. So
I know that, but when you don't have your starting quarterback,
okay, there's 21 other players you got to go put out there, JP.
Also,
I think he's done a pretty good job. I'd grade him higher than you. You think he's doing a crappy job.
This will play out over time as well. But if Drake May keeps ascending and Jaden has a hard time staying on the field,
another thing,
and doesn't keep climbing,
they could both be very, very good, which I think is going to be the case.
I think that is going to be. I'm a Jaden guy, but if Drake May becomes like the best quarterback in the league, and Jaden is like the 9th or 10th best quarterback in the league in a couple years, that's going to be another tick mark against one Adam Peters.
Of course, the Jaden pick was going to define his job more than anything else.
Totally.
It's his first major decision
out.
as a general manager, and it is a career-defining decision.
It absolutely is.
I think 1-800-636-1067. We got to go to break. We'll take your calls next. Where do you grade Adam Peters a year and a half in as general manager?
Bank local, cheer local. In business, every day is game day. Business is always moving up or down, but never still. That's why the Main Street Bank team treats every day like game day. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
CBSSports.com put out an article where they had their NFL experts rate general managers, and then they put those general managers into tiers. Tier 1, perfectly safe. Tier 2, not much to worry about. Tier 3, radar is up, and Tier 4, maybe have a bag packed. Currently, they have Adam Peters in tier number 2, which is not much to worry about.
He's in the lower part of it, as Cakes points out. In terms of their score, he's like four.
He got a 1.71.
Right.
If you're over 2, you would be in the radar is up category.
Yeah.
So that's where he landed. EB and I both put him in the perfectly safe category.
Overall, I just give him a B overall.
Yeah.
I give him a B overall. I thought he was outstanding with who he signed last year. This year, I was a little bit taken aback by the Connerly pick, but I liked it, and it hasn't really worked out. The Lattimore thing's just been a huge bust. I don't blame him for trying.
We haven't even mentioned what's happened with Terry McLaurin at this point. Now,
and I don't know how you blame him. The only, if anything, you could say he held the line because Terry basically got nothing out of that holdout.
Yeah,
got like an extra $1 million. Like he got literally nothing out of the holdout.
I mean, you could argue that he was fiscally responsible for the team, but you could also argue that by Terry holding in and trying to get more money and trying to squeeze as much as he could, he missed a bunch of training camp. It wasn't ramped up for the start of the regular season. And he's missed a bunch of games.
Well, what are you arguing?
His season has devolved.
What
into
are
a
you
disaster.
arguing, Cakes?
What am I arguing?
Yes, because you said you could do this, you could do that. What is your argument?
I'm just putting it out there.
No, but what is your argument?
I traded him.
I don't understand what you're asking.
What do you mean you don't understand? You just put out 2 scenarios. Which side are you on?
Peters, or do you credit?
What is your
Peters?
stance?
I credit him for holding the line. I guess at the end of the day,
both sides were at fault there. Like
so you're on the fence.
Well, Terry's camp was holding out for as much money as possible, and he was trying to defend the best interests of the team by not giving a 30-year-old wideout a ton of money.
Think he did well, unless you think, like Valdez said, that they should have just traded him. You think
I don't know if they should have traded him, but maybe they should have gotten him into camp earlier.
So do you think Adam Peters botched it?
I think
you're putting out 2 scenarios. You're on the fence.
I think he somewhat bungled that negotiation.
Okay. And then what about a tag? Was there any way to put a tag on him?
I can't remember the details of all that.
I think
not sure.
I think you could have done that. You say, you know what, you are too old.
Right.
Let's see it for one more year.
So your radar is up. That's where you are. Let's go to the callers.
I give him a B.
I know there's one guy who calls into our show. I can't remember all the time. I can't remember if it's Mark from Largo or one of our regulars who just hates Adam Peters.
Yeah,
I mean, probably on the line now.
And by the way, this isn't Adam Peters' hate. It's just that
hates the job he's done.
It's the job he's done is under the microscope. I think just giving him a pass or a B to slide, and everything is okay is a little glass half full. Maybe I'm being too glass half empty.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I think it's a B. I'm not saying that he's safe for life.
I think he's done.
It's a B.
I think he's done a pretty good job, and this year has been snake bitten.
Been so snake bitten. I mean, the Eckler thing, Jaden thing, the Terry thing.
Defensive ends.
Yeah, I mean, losing
literally more than half of your defensive starters were out because of injuries this week.
Yeah, it's just been brutal.
Yeah, luck has definitely not been on his side.
It's just been brutal. Now, the Lattimore thing, I saw it from the moment it happened that was a disaster. But again, I liked it on paper. It made sense.
And maybe that was Peters getting swept up in the hey, we're like one big piece away.
Yeah,
and maybe he should have been a little more critical of the roster. Like, are we really this close, or is this kind of a mirage?
The second thing is the Connerly thing, because Coleman basically did as well as Connerly's done. So they could have kept Coleman and had Paul be the backup guy, or vice versa, whatever.
Right.
And then use that on another receiver instead, maybe. Or another secondary guy. I don't know. And nobody could foresee Sandestro bottoming out. That's crazy.
But he's a starter. Like, I think if you draft a starter in the second round, that's pretty good.
But he's trending in the wrong direction.
Starter. Like, you want to have, you don't want to just have starters. Like,
he might be easily replaced.
You know who has starters? The Tennessee Titans, and they suck.
Okay,
like, you want to have good starters. Like, so you're a playoff team.
Okay,
like,
but you got to be realistic. Because you could go through Eric DeCosta's picks.
Sure.
Or they've got Jerry. By the way, they have Jerry Jones in the top tier. All right, so you go through Jerry Jones drafts and his trades, and you can find hits and you can find misses. Like right now, people were ridiculing him for the Quinnen Williams deal 2 weeks ago, And then after he has a sack and a half, people are praising him for the Quinton Williams deal.
They're probably putting him in there because he's his own general manager. He's safe because he's not going to fire himself. You think that they put him up there because he's such a scary good general manager? I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, that's a very fair point.
What was your point?
I mean, Jerry Jones is listed in the top tier, like he's perfectly safe, no hot seat, because he owns the team. He's not going to fire himself.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Demetrius, Fredericksburg. Demetrius, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up,
good.
Demetrius?
Yeah, I'll make this short and sweet here. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I believe in Adam Peters to a certain point, but the bottom line is that I would put my radar up with him right now simply because if you look at it from a big picture perspective, we have the oldest roster in the league. He's had two off seasons with a lot of money to spend in free agency. He went after a bunch of players, signing 1 or 2 year deals. Last year was not sustainable. We got very lucky last year. How much impact have the draft picks been so far? I mean, I know it's been early, but the early return is you're not getting much impact from your draft picks. You have the oldest roster in the league, even when healthy. That can't be ignored. I mean, that speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And, that's just
I think you have your fair share of contributors. Like, if you're going to talk impact, I mean, Bill and Jalen Lane this year are on the field. Now, Lane, punt returning, I think has been solid, right? We obviously saw when he was out with the injury that they needed him there because Sanders still has the fumble.
Bill's had moments.
Bill's had moments. And Trey Amos, I think, has been a good starter.
Has been very solid.
And Connerly has picked up. So this year, I think you would say probably trending better than last year's draft. Although last year's carried by Jaden Daniels,
who's a superstar.
Yeah.
And now we're starting to see Jordan
agree with
McGee on the field. And he's, by the way, a later round pick.
Yeah.
I think it's a little early to tell on Jordan McGee. Luke McCaffrey, contributor.
He stepped up. I think Luke stepped up.
Yeah.
Coleman, contributor. Is he a starter right now? He's kind of slid back because Chris Paul beat him out. But I don't know. I don't think the drafts have been terrible. Like, I'd give him,
everybody raved about him. This year, everybody's pooping on him. So is that Adam Peters' fault? I don't know.
Time will tell. Maybe it was the system. I learned this week when Dan Quinn was calling the plays, they only ran man
like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah,
right?
a handful of times.
Yeah.
So that was an adjustment. Maybe some of these guys in secondary will benefit from that.
Right.
1-800-636-1067. What's your verdict on Adam Peters?
People definitely have an opinion.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He's definitely a lightning rod.
I think Cakes brought this up during a break yesterday, or maybe I'm inventing this, that we should prosecute a case.
Yeah, we should have.
You might be the prosecutor, and EB and I'll be the defense.
If there's another bad offseason, there may be a trial of Adam Peters incoming in
Well, I don't know
2026.
who's been worse than the GM for the Giants, and they just keep
Joe
holding on to
Shane.
him. I mean, it's unbelievable. Every
It's pretty
decision he's
shocking.
making is backfiring.
Although Dart and Scattaboo look like
He
pretty
didn't
good
want
picks.
Dart. He distanced himself from Dart.
That was Dayball's guy.
Yeah, and then they fired Dayball.
He wanted Jaden Daniels. He just couldn't move up to
Or
get
at least his son did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a break. 1-800-636-1067. Take more of your calls next here on the Junkies.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Just 3 weeks remain until the final college football playoff bracket is selected, but here's where things stand right now. Undefeated Ohio State remains the number 1 team ahead of Indiana. Then you have number 3, Texas A&M, Georgia sliding into a first-round bye position at number 4 after they dominated Texas. Texas Tech rounds out the top 5. Alabama dropped from number 4 to number 10 after they lost to Oklahoma. The Crimson Tide are now behind number 9, Notre Dame, even though they have more top 25 victories than the Irish. And some news over in Major League Baseball. Things are starting to heat up as hot stove season approaches. The Orioles acquired Taylor Ward from the Angels in exchange for right-hander Grayson Rodriguez, a pretty interesting one-for-one swap that filled a clear need for both teams. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. If you're in Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. Talking about Adam Peters. Last year, everybody was all in. Let Adam cook. Now there are a lot of people that don't want him to cook or they don't think he can cook as well.
I'm fine with him cooking. I'm glad that they have a real legitimate general manager in place after so many decades of buffoonery as far as picking players and the owner picking players because his son went to high school with Dwayne Haskins. Like, thank God that era is over. I'm glad Adam Peters is here. I just want him to be an A or an A minus. I don't want him to be like a B minus or like a C plus.
Well, I think he was.
What is your personal grade on him?
I think he was an
then?
A plus last year. He was an A plus last year.
Overall, through 2 years, B minus. I think a B minus is a fair grade.
And so he's under your radar. That's you put him in tier 3.
Valdez and I have radar locks on Adam Peters
Yes.
at this point.
C minus.
You're you're
C minus.
full grade lower than I
think
gave
that's
him.
a little unfair.
I'm with EB. We're lockstep, perfectly safe.
Yeah, perfectly safe, solid B. I'm not saying he's been great. But last year was great.
See,
this year it's just been snake bitten.
C minus is passing, but
Not
you're
by a
close.
lot.
You're close to being on academic probation.
Yeah, you're about to go in detention.
By the way,
How many hey, Adam Peters needs study hall. He needs study hall.
Here's
He's a proctor.
Here's what I'd say. How many GMs? I have not done the research.
Yep.
How many GMs have taken their team to a championship game? I bet not that many. He's
don't know
already
that
taken a
number.
team to a championship game.
Good for him. That's great. That was great for last year. I'm looking at this
Part of the
in
resume.
totality.
But I know, but to get to a C minus means you basically give him an F. So like
Look,
you're
this
getting
year-
last year an A. I mean, nobody cannot say
Valdez is
an
a
A.
very harsh grade.
So are you.
I give him a B minus.
Okay.
He's a full grade lower.
So if you're
than
giving
me.
a B minus, that means you're giving him like a highest is like a D because he got an A last year by
Yeah.
all accounts.
He got an A, but it was very top heavy because of Jaden Daniels.
Well,
You
all
can't
the
take that
other-
away.
It wasn't
Heavy.
just Jaden. It was all the other moves he brought in.
Okay.
The Bobby Wagner, the Jeremy Chins.
Yeah, but he's
all
not
the guys
perfect.
he brought
Like,
in.
You just told
you
me
guys
it's all
make him
about
sound like-
it's all about the quarterback you draft. All that other crap doesn't matter.
No, it matters, and those things supplement it. It's the biggest factor.
Right.
The biggest factor, and the others were supplemental moves. They all hit.
You know
They
when-
all hit last
You
year.
know what he would be a C minus? And there was talk that the second guy that they liked was JJ McCarthy. If they had an EB at one point, remember there was like a little scuttlebutt?
Yeah.
Like, they really love JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
If they had drafted JJ McCarthy,
And again, it's too early to completely punt away JJ McCarthy, but the early returns are not positive.
Buddy, you're on with the Junkies. How are you, pal?
Hey, Junkie, thanks for taking my call, man. Nice talking to you again.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I give him a B, man, B plus. Man, this is first. I give him another year, man, because we had a lot of injuries this year. You can't control that.
No doubt about it.
Of course, he gets another year. No one's firing him.
Nobody in this room or
Not
the,
even
the
Valdez
producer room
is
is firing
firing
him.
Not even
No.
Cakes.
No, but he needs study hall.
He needs a tutor. He needs a tutor.
Yeah, he needs a tutor.
All right.
Tell Howie Roseman to go
Hey, I
tutor
needed
him.
a tutor for geometry.
Yeah.
Everybody needs help here
Yeah.
and there. Still got D's.
Hey, man, everybody I watch need tutor, man.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Let's go to Rob in Woodbridge. Rob, what grade do you give him?
Hey, John, I would say a B to B minus. And I feel like I kind of get all the moves he did, and they're intentional. He beefed up the D line for Eagles and Barkley. He maybe overshot a little bit, got an extra lineman to protect Daniels. People forget about Will Harris. He was doing great so far. It was a short season, but he was doing great. But I think overall, and I think his biggest knock is he didn't get a linebacker. I think our linebacker is kind of slow. But I think the big reason he's being judged on the record. Okay, and if teams are better than other teams because of players, because you got better players. So if we have no players on the field, half the starters are gone and their backups are gone, and some of their backups are gone. You can't win. You can't compete. It's ridiculous the amount of injuries.
They've had Robbie Chosen on the field.
Yeah, the guys that they're bringing in different guys every week.
Okay, part of the reason Robbie Chosen is on the field is because Adam Peters chose to re-sign Noah Brown. How's that working out for the Commanders and for Adam Peters? Noah Brown's appeared in 2 games.
I'm surprised you give him a B minus.
Sometimes that's what happens when you sign older players. And I love the Eckler signing, but Eckler was an older player, and it's no surprise that he's breaking down at this point or has broken down with an Achilles injury.
Yeah, Achilles injury can happen to a 24-year-old guy, though.
But I would guess it's more likely to happen to a 29 or 30-year-old guy.
True. It's true.
Noah Brown, 29.
He wasn't some big money guy.
By wide receiver standards, that's kind of old.
Yeah,
it's not like retire old, but it's not young.
Look, I wish they drafted a receiver instead of
24 or 25. Let's find some receivers that are that age.
I wish they had drafted a receiver instead of Connerly. That I will stipulate too. But I understand the logic. Protect your most valuable asset.
I like that logic, and I don't think any of the receivers that were drafted around that number have been big hits. I think the closest receiver to that part of the draft is maybe Jaden Higgins that was drafted by the Texans. He's been okay, but he hasn't done much.
The other thing which we really haven't talked about is there were minor moves that maybe you credit him for, maybe you don't. They traded Jahan Dotson.
Right.
I think that was, my opinion, that was a good deal.
They got a 3rd-round pick.
They got a 3rd-round pick for Jahan Dotson.
It's an A+ for that trade.
Yeah, right.
An A+.
Now, Emmanuel Forbes, a lot of people are pointing to. They dumped Emmanuel Forbes. Now, is that on Peters? Is that on Quinn?
It's on that brain trust. I don't know who pulled the trigger on.
And people
on
are saying that he's playing good football.
Right.
We'll see. He had a good game this week against JSN, and the Seahawks made some plays. But his overall PFF grade isn't that great.
Right.
I don't know. There's a lot of moves the GM makes. Literally, he's probably made hundreds of moves already as the Commanders GM.
He's probably made more than most because of all the injuries that they're suffering.
Thanks. Where was Tet McMillan? Where was he drafted?
He was drafted early. I want to say 11th or 12th.
Okay. And Egbuka went before.
Egbuka was 19th.
Right.
We couldn't, unless Peters moved up to get him, he wasn't getting him.
Okay. We're just looking at the rookie receivers that have had an impact. Arondé Gadsden.
He was a tight end. He was picked late.
Tight end, okay.
He was a 5th-round pick, I want to say.
There aren't that many that are popping yet.
Look, that's why Peters went in a different direction. If there was
a burden was talked about, but he hasn't.
If there was an electric wideout sitting there at 29 that he loved, he would have picked him.
The next he could have drafted. Look, the next receivers after the Commanders picked the Connerly were Jaden Higgins, we mentioned, Luther Burden, who's starting to make some noise with the Bears now. Then you go further down the draft in the late second round, Trey Harris from the Chargers. I don't think he's been impactful.
Honestly, Jalen Lane has done what those guys have done.
Yeah, Jack Beck.
I'm perfectly fine with him drafting what people are hoping becomes a stalwart on your offensive line for the next decade in Connerly.
All right, let's go to Mark in Alexandria. Mark, what's up, buddy? What grade do you give Adam Peters?
D+.
What is it?
You got to turn on your radio or TV.
Plus.
D+.
I don't know how you could do that. You give him an A last year. Everyone does.
I didn't.
Oh, okay. Why did you knock him off last year?
Let's see. He was part of the Trey Lance debacle out there in San
Okay,
Francisco.
you can't grade him for
You
that.
can't try him for that here. You
By the way,
on.
he wasn't the GM. He was assistant GM.
Come
You
on.
put it on him,
He
not
was
John
still
Lynch.
part of that debacle.
Okay, but what do you grade him for last year? Here, he gets an A.
Yeah, you can't-
Nobody gets
Do
a
we
less than
ever
an
give
A.
people the gas face
can't
anymore?
crush him for the.
Snyder could have picked Joe.
Come on.
You can't crush him for the Trey Lance stick.
I'll
Okay.
let you debate this year. It's fine. If you want to give him C, D, F, I don't care. But no one's going off an A last year. He gets an A. I think everyone has to stipulate to that. And then the grade, we go off an A last year, whatever you give him this year, and then you average to 2.
The A is heavily weighted though again with Jaden Daniels.
I would say heavily weighted with every move he
I
brought
think the
in.
A is graded on.
Every guy he brought
Isn't it heavily?
Jaden Daniels is carrying the A grade.
Also,
in my
it's
opinion, for last year.
Also, it was graded on Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, all those guys
Yes.
that created the culture
Jeremy
last year,
Chin,
which led
all
them to
those
an
guys.
NFC Championship game.
All those guys.
Like
yeah, he
the
got an
NFC
A.
Championship game
The trade
and the
of Dotson.
turnaround. This was a team. He took over a team that had 4 wins. Cakes. How many wins did they have last year? How many wins did they have last
Cakes.
year?
12, I believe.
So the
regular
general
season.
manager, as part of the regime, heavily weighted on Jaden Daniels, had a plus
I just want
8-win
you to stipulate
turnaround.
to the A.
Did a great job last year.
Stipulate to the A.
Nobody's debating that.
Okay, but then you can't. It's not even physically possible to get to a D-. Like the math doesn't even work because he got an A last year. Unless he got like 20% this year, you give him like a.
We could have got it incomplete.
Yeah, he could have. Maybe he's auditing a class.
Yeah. Cakes, are you saying that Jaden was a part of Adam Peters' group project and then he got the A? That's the reason?
Probably, yeah. Jaden did all the work and they're still getting an A. Everybody else is slacking.
Let's go to Guy, Silver Spring. Guy, what's up? You're on with the Junks. What grade do you give him?
Well, are you guys giving him a DeMatha fee or a Roosevelt fee?
I'm giving him a Roosevelt B.
Call of the week.
Hold on.
that'll
The
work.
DeMatha B was probably a higher score. But DeMatha B, you needed an 85. What you need a Roosevelt?
EB, a DeMatha fee. Come on, you're soft, dude. Like anyone with a brain could have picked Drake May or Jaden Daniels at 2, given what we had on the roster.
It's not just him. It's all the guys they brought in.
JP, you brought in. JP, you mentioned minor trades. Another minor trade was trading down, and so the Eagles could draft Cooper DeJean, and we got Mikey Sammers still. So we were 1 win away from the Super Bowl. We just had to retool a few things, and this team lacks complete depth, and that is all on the GM. We haven't won in 7 weeks. Mariota stinks. We have a Lamborghini for offense, and we had no one backing Jaden Daniels up that is capable of running that.
Mario doesn't stink. Name me. Hold up, real quick.
I disagree with the Lamborghini for an offense
But
comparison.
name me 5, since you're so convinced that Mariota's trash, name me 5 backup quarterbacks better than Mariota right now.
I will take Jameis Winston over him, okay?
I love me some Jameis.
Okay, I'll give you Jameis.
Tyrod Taylor.
I wouldn't give him Jameis.
Tyrod Taylor.
They're the same ilk.
Brissett, maybe?
They're the same.
Brissett,
They're the same.
Brissett's a
Yeah,
starter at this point.
Huntley, maybe?
Yeah, I don't
Thank
know.
you. Thank you, Valdez.
I think you're grasping.
I'm not.
Mariota's a good
I'm not
backup.
giving you the first one.
Most people are going to say he's a good backup.
Dude, but we haven't won a game in 7 weeks.
I understand
That
that.
is on the GM.
So you give him a D? Is that what you said? You're giving him a D.
Yeah, I'll give him a D.
Got some
I'll
harsh
give him a D
graders out
because
here.
He messed the whole. He messed the whole.
So
thing up.
last year was just a mirage. Didn't happen.
It did happen, but like I said, anyone could have chosen Drake May or Jaden Daniels, and that's the main
That
reason
part
why
I
we
do
got
agree
so
with.
far.
But you realize all the other moves, which EB has mentioned, those things contributed. Jaden was the biggest piece, undeniably the biggest piece. But you don't
Sure.
think the other moves, draft picks, free agent moves, were a factor to take a 4-win team to turn it around to a 12-win team that made it to the NFC Championship game?
I don't know. Jaden Daniels' season last year was transcendent. We haven't
Mhm.
seen something like that in a long time in football.
Right.
So
But don't
it
you,
covers a lot of mistakes.
all right. So,
He's
but you
a good
agree
deodorant.
again? Your math doesn't work. He gets an A for last year, and then you're giving him what? An F minus
Oh.
this year?
Sorry, let me slow down for you, EB. So when you don't do well the following year, like sophomore year,
Yeah.
it doesn't factor in what you did freshman
Sure it
year.
does.
It's
It
a new
averages your
season.
GPA, stupid.
Your
Yeah, he
GPA,
got a
exactly.
GPA of a 4.0 last year or 3.97.
You're giving him an A. You're giving him an A for last year, really?
100%.
Yes.
Boy,
Why?
that's
Wait.
all.
Hold
You're the
on a
only guy
second.
that
Why
wins.
wouldn't you give him an A for last year? Let me hear you poke holes into last year.
You got rose-colored glasses because we've been dealing with Snyder for like 30 years.
Why wouldn't you give him an A for last
You're
year?
the only
Just
guy that
just
wouldn't give him
grade
an A.
last year. Eric's asking you to grade last year.
I think last year is more about the players and the coaching, not the GM.
Okay.
That's
He
why
put
we
the
won.
entire team together. All right. I can't. Look,
Didn't they flip over more than
defeated.
half the roster last year?
They had to.
Didn't keep anybody.
He came in and
they
saw
got
the-
rid of
He
everyone.
had Ron Rivera's
He
track.
saw the trash Ron Rivera roster and said, "Oh, this is going to take a while. We're going to have
Right.
to flip this thing." He flipped it over in 1 year.
He probably went to High Point.
I know he didn't get into Roosevelt.
And somehow we got into Roosevelt. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe the bar is lower than
Maybe
we
were
think.
you like a Russian transfer or something?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Science and
I
tech,
passed
baby.
the test to get into that school.
Just
I
like
don't
your
know how.
wife.
I didn't even cheat on it.
Let's go to Brian. Brian, what's up? What grade do you give him?
I give him a C.
Go ahead.
Other than Daniels, I mean, his draft has been pretty bad. Connerly sucks. Sennett was an overdraft. Newton, I never hear Newton's name during the game.
Newton's been a
There's
little
still-
underwhelming. I agree.
I mean, Sennett was an overdraft too. McCaffrey was an overdraft.
McCaffrey's starting to shine a little bit. He was definitely
Man.
proving his value.
I mean, do you draft a kick returner in the 4th round?
I think he
Well,
had
he's
some, he had
contributed
some
as a
impact as a
wideout,
receiver, too. I just think that's unfair.
I mean, is Amos really that good? He's a starter on a
Solid
bad
starter.
team.
Amos
It's
is
like
pretty
Kate
good.
said.
Solid starter. Probably going to be a 7 or 8 year starter.
I don't think so. Coleman can't beat out, backups that were backups last year. Other than Daniels, his drafts have been terrible. And then he held out with McLaurin.
What'd you want him to do? Give McLaurin the whole bag?
Yeah.
All right. So if he had given Terry $40 million or whatever the hell he wanted, that would have been good for you.
Well, it doesn't matter really about the money. It just matters about him being at the practices, on the field. It's our Jaden's second year. He needs his best wideout.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. Fair. Thank you. All right. Gives him a C. Gives him a C. Guess he gives him an F for this year, and I guess he gives him an A for last year.
There's a lot of
Didn't even sound
Valdez
like it.
S graders out there.
All right, I want to
listening.
continue because it's such a controversial topic.
It is a hot button topic.
And look, he's going to have a draft this year. He's going to have free agency this year. I think
It's a
after,
big year. It's a
I'm with you,
pivotal year.
EB, though. Perfectly safe.
Perfectly
That's a
safe.
for now deal. If he has a horrible draft and makes horrible free agent moves next year, then he's definitely under the
By
radar.
the way, I'm not suggesting he's going to be great in this draft or great in this region. I have no idea, but I think I'm being objective that he gets an A+ for last year, in my opinion. And this year, I don't know, maybe a C overall. So A, C, get him a B.
If you're reasonably objective, you're 100% right on the A+ last year. He took over a team that won 4 games with a terrible roster. They turned it into a team that won 12 games and made it all the way to the NFC Championship game.
I just don't know
How could you not give him an A?
I don't know how you could blame him for any of the injuries. I mean, I guess in some weird world you could blame him for Terry's injury, but I'm not even convinced that injury is because he held out. As far as I'm concerned, that was just fluke.
1-800-636-1067, the trial of Adam Peters cakes. You called it yesterday.
continues.
We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies on 106.7 The Fan. I don't want to be in the business of stumping for Marcus Mariota.
Okay.
But I feel like there was slander when he was getting called a Nubs backup quarterback. This year, right? If you just want to work on this year, as a backup quarterback filling in for Jaden Daniels on a team that has been ravaged by injuries without receivers, his QBR is 59.4. The average is 50. His quarterback rating is 90. It's not great, the passer rating at 90, but he's been pretty good. And we even talked about this earlier. His numbers are pretty similar to when Jaden Daniels has been in there outside of the touchdown interception ratio.
I like Marcus Mariota as a backup quarterback. I think he's one of the better backup quarterbacks in the league. And I like the fact that if Jaden goes down, he fits seamlessly into the offense. I got no beef with Marcus Mariota. You know how many trash?
I didn't say you had beef.
You know how many trash backup quarterbacks
I know.
there are in the NFL? Like, I think they feel relatively lucky that they have Mariota on their roster. I mean, there's a reason they paid him another $8.5 million to come back this year. They value him, and he's been pretty good. Has he been great? No, but he's been pretty good in relief of Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's bang out these calls. Let's go people in order. Let's go to George in Fredericksburg. George, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
What's up, boys? How y'all doing?
What's up?
Hey, good.
Hey, I think all in all, I think it's probably a B- or a C+ at best. I know that we want to give credit for Jaden, and like I think a few callers have said it, luck boxed into it. It was going to be him, Caleb, or Drake May.
All right, did he luck
right?
box into all the other moves he made last year, though?
Yes, because they're old dudes. If your best two players, non-Jaden division, are Terry and Darren Payne, who are Ron holdovers, I'd say you luck boxed. All the young talent is supposed to supersede all these old dudes who aren't named Terry or
so he doesn't get
Darren
credit
Payne.
for bringing
Deron
in
Payne.
Austin Eckler.
Can't keep calling him Darren Payne.
He doesn't get credit for trading away Dotson and getting, what do you get it for Dotson?
A third-round pick.
Well, if you're going to give him credit for that, let's look at the safety position. How about Cameron Curl? You let him walk, right? So if you're going to let him walk, cool. You got
We brought in Jeremy Chin, who did very well.
Who you also let walk, right?
They had to make a choice, I guess. I didn't like it either. I don't know why they did it.
Well,
I guess
the
they liked
Raiders
Quan
paid
Martin.
him more money.
Yeah,
and they didn't want to pay him whatever the Raiders
You
paid
got
him.
$90 million, dude.
They
What
might
are you
have done that
holding
one
on to
over.
it for? You got $90 million. What are you holding on to it for? So if you want to give him all the credit for last year, give him all the blame for this year. That's my thing. So B-, C+ at best.
Okay, I actually think that's reasonable because you give him an A and then whatever you give him this year. Okay, I think that's reasonable. All right, thank you, George.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go. Let's go to Anthony in Ashburn. Anthony, what grade do you give AP?
Hi, good morning, guys. I give him probably a solid C, close to C-. I think he made some good moves in the first year, turned around a terrible franchise. We had 4 wins, and we had a lot of holdovers. But like what the previous caller said, like there were people in the building that he didn't keep that are doing well in the league, didn't keep them. And I think fundamentally, if you look between year 1 and year 2, it's like he patched together a team thinking that we were going to win instead of evaluating that we are still in rebuild that struck when the iron's hot. So that's why I'm reluctant to give him anything higher than like a D or D- for this year.
So what's
It's fair.
Is that D-?
It's fair.
D-
Look,
seems a little harsh.
I think D- is a little harsh.
I think the next year is going to be a defining year for both Adam Peters and Dan
Well,
Quinn.
it's funny because if we did the same tomorrow, let's do grade Quinn. I don't know where you could separate them.
No, they're
joined at the hip.
They are
tandem.
kind of joined at the hip.
I mean,
They're a package
they
group.
basically were separated by a couple weeks. Adam Peters hired Dan Quinn.
The only thing I would
And-
say is I might agree with Valdez to this part that maybe DQ waited a little too long to move on from Joe Witt. Like he probably knew several weeks ago that he could have coordinated this defense better. But that's about the only thing I could say.
The only thing I don't know about that is that, and Von's it's an awkward spot, but we had Von Miller on the show yesterday and kind of said things were the same. You know, I think it's
From his perspective.
I think
From his perspective, because he's on the sideline, Joe Witt's up there. You know,
I know, but he knows the sport, and I think A lot of it is they played the Dolphins. And the Dolphins also bungled a couple of opportunities where they could have put up more points. And they went for it on fourth down instead of kicking field goals. They botched their fourth downs. Credit Washington for getting the stops, but they were in position to score touchdowns on the 1 and 2 yard line.
Yeah, well, it was a classic bend but don't break. I don't love that philosophy. I don't think that's what the goal is.
That's what I want to see.
Did hold on.
Let's see if Dan Quinn's defense continues to play better. Like, is it an outlier? Or is it going to be a trend that Dan Quinn is?
I'm willing to say from here to the end of the season, they'll give up less points than they did from the beginning of the season to prior to last week.
Yeah.
Well,
then you could definitely say it's a move that needs to be made.
It might not be 10 points, but it might be 3 points.
And then I'm on board with you.
Well, they play the Eagles twice and the Cowboys in that stretch. So
I think they'll play a little bit better.
I'm on board with you, EB. If that proves to be true, I don't bring in a defensive coordinator. He's going to be the head coach / defensive coordinator. Cakes wants to bring in a defensive coordinator. I'm cool with Quinn calling the plays the rest of the way.
We had John Keim on yesterday, and he said that Dan Quinn is probably going to bring in an outside person to be the DC.
Like, I heard John say that. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Yeah.
Like, you might be the best man for the job. Right. Now, if you brings in a D coordinator with this ridiculously great resume, then I'm fine with it.
If I have Ben Johnson, I want him calling plays.
Yeah.
And if Dan Quinn proves to be better as a defensive coordinator, and he's this great defensive coordinator, let's have him keep calling plays.
Let's go to Don in Ashburn. Don, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks. What do you grade Adam Peters?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Yeah, I think you got to give him a B. Last year was last year, like you said. This year, when you think about all the injuries that you've had, and you take good players that they have on the roster, and you start taking out starters that aren't necessarily great, but they're starters and they do their job. Everybody around them is going to be impacted and not play as well because of those losses. So with them completely stripping the team from the Rivera days, which they had to do, I mean, they essentially became, like an expansion team and rebuilt from the ground up. So I think you got to give them a B, man, because it was a great year last year. And I think if you go through this year and see what he can do in the offseason, who we sign, I think we'll take another step forward next year and start building it and putting the foundation in place.
All right, fair. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Dave, Silver Spring. Dave, what do you give Adam Peters?
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the last call. I think it's got to be a B. Last year was an A. This year's almost impossible to evaluate with all the injuries. Tunsil's been a win. Connerly's going to be good. Latimer is a disaster. Not sure what's happening with Sinnott. I mean, it's just too soon to tell. And considering where we were 24 months ago, I mean, Jesus, give this guy a chance before you try to tear him down.
I like it. All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Let's go to John.
By the way, nobody's saying that he should be fired or that they're showing up at his house with pitchfellows.
No, but you're saying
drag him out of the house.
No, but you're essentially saying eyebrows raised.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely saying that.
You're also saying his job's not safe because EB and I are saying perfectly safe. You're saying for you, his job is not safe.
No. It's somewhat safe. I wouldn't say it's perfectly safe.
Somewhat safe is not.
He has zero worries in the offseason about losing his job. Now, he needs to perform. Needs to
get younger. Team needs to get younger.
I think that's
I
inevitable.
understand that a lot of that's a function of cleaning up Ron Rivera's mess. Like, he had to plug a lot of holes with veterans.
You can't play
instead of young
30
players.
rookies. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Gotta
I think
get
they
younger.
also had a short-term goal and a long-term goal. The short-term goal was, and Quinn said this right off the bat, he wasn't using the word rebuild. We kind of mocked him because he said recalibrate, but that's where he and Peters were. And that's why they brought in older veterans like Ertz, Eckler, and Wagner, because they wanted to set the tone and get competitive. And then with the addition of Jaden Daniels, as you say, the primary force, they were able to make this huge leap to 12 wins in the regular season and make it to the NFC Championship game. His intention is to get younger. It's just he hasn't been able to do it. He didn't have many draft picks, and they went for it last year. Look, they went for it with the Lattimore deal. That was a swing and a miss.
Right. They went for it with the Tunsil deal. That's been, I would say, a home run.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great addition.
John, go ahead, bud.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
You kind of took the words out of my, out of my mouth. I look at it. I kind of put it into like 5 or 6 terms. So going into next year, they're in good salary cap shape. But I do think that Jaden's exceptional play last year kind of threw them in a strength of schedule issue. And then what happened was, they got the older guys.
that they're trying to use to change the culture. So they took their shot and did okay last year, but this year it's kind of, showing. The cracks are showing. So, I think that the Lattimore trade was botched. Then the Jahan Dotson trade went okay. Those two cancel out. So I think they gave up on Forbes a little too quickly. He's doing pretty good out with the Rams right now. McCaffrey, 3rd-round draft pick, 2024. He's been pretty good. I think they could have gotten more. Nothing against him. He's a great player, limited role. So I think it's a to be determined for Adam Peters. I think he's going to have to wheel and deal in the offseason, kind of, figure this out.
Well, listen, he doesn't have a complete grade. We understand. But what do you give him last year and what do you give him this year?
I'll give him a B for last year, and I'll give him a D-, D+ for this year. So I'm hoping it'll.
So that's a C. I don't know how you give him a B for last year, but okay, fair enough. All right, thank you.
Grader. He went to the Valdez School of Grading.
You and Valdez.
I also think a D- is horrendous. I mean, it's not his fault that these guys got hurt.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is young. He got hurt. Now you can argue his frame, which was a question from day one.
Yeah.
But not all these guys that have gotten hurt this year are fossils.
Well, wouldn't that be a tick against Adam Peters?
That Jaden got hurt?
Yeah, no, you're saying that's been a concern since day one, and then
I'll give you that.
Yeah,
I'll give you that. But my point is that not all these guys that have gotten hurt are these old fossils. It's funny. Von Miller's about as old as anybody. He hasn't gotten hurt.
Feels great. He's only playing a third.
Yeah, he's not playing a ton.
Okay,
snap,
but some of these guys that are getting hurt are in their low 20s.
It sounds like a parade of excuses. That's all. I mean, look,
I don't think
someone's going to be held accountable for what happened this season.
Well, sometimes S just happens. I think you just his resume is what it is. You could put a check or whatever for each of the grades, and I think when it's all said and done, it ends up like a B.
Is it Eric DeCosta's fault that the Ravens have had injuries on defense?
Yes. You don't understand. Are you plugged in? Do you have any idea what fans are saying about Eric DeCosta? One of the most tenured GMs in the league.
I didn't ask that question. I said, is it his fault?
One-way ticket
I said, is it his fault that those guys got hurt?
He's deflecting.
No. What was my question?
Is it his fault that they got hurt?
Yes.
No, but you should have some sort of contingency plan in place in case of injuries. You have to. Backups play in the NFL. It's not like Madden where you can turn injuries off.
Well, I think
your backups better be capable. Is the point?
Yeah, I think.
And they have a lot of backups that are playing right now,
right.
And because the roster's constructed pretty well, they're in a position to make the playoffs.
The Ravens.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he just inherited an S roster. He didn't have the roster you guys had, and so they are a little bit more exposed. They're a little thinner than you guys are. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I don't think you can ask him to do a miracle overnight and just have youth studs at every position backing up. I mean, they had to plug in some holes. And some of the guys aren't holding up. Some of the guys have regressed.
I give him an A for last year, and I think they've been snake bitten this year. I think he's done a pretty good job. I give him a B. Perfectly safe if I'm the owner of the team.
Perfectly safe as far as I'm concerned. He whiffed on Lattimore. I don't love the Connerly deal. All the other ones, I would have honestly, I would have re-signed Chin. I didn't like it at the time, and that's been a kind of an issue, I think. Also, I don't think anybody could predict the backslide not only from Sanistro but from Luvu. The whole defense was supposed to be built around Luvu. He's been
that's a Peters signing.
I know, but is that Peters or is that coaching? I don't know.
Ultimately, it's
Luvu was phenomenal last year. That's part of the A. This year, backslide. Nobody could have seen that backslide. Nobody could have seen Sanistro's backslide.
Coming up next, there's a house in Fairfax County in Greenbrier that is drawing a huge uproar. It's this huge addition that's been added to the house. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
We've all seen it before, the underdog down at halftime, written off by the skeptics and the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes along the way. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Do it today. Call Trajan Wealth. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure that your money is actually working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600, 202-929-6600, or visit them online at TRAJANwealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. All right, we're going to shelve the Fairfax House controversy until tomorrow because we're at a short segment here. We don't have enough time to properly address it, so we'll do that tomorrow.
If you haven't seen it, though, I did retweet the story
Okay.
at Junks Radio. It
Yeah.
is a monstrous edition.
Yeah. So go check that out. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So I was asking Valdez during the break. I was like, what's the weather going to be like Saturday for Terps Wolverines? Like, am I going to get rained out? Like
Morning showers.
He said it's going to be like morning showers, overcast, high of 60
Sorry,
degrees.
50,
like
52. Yeah.
Okay, low 50s on the
Football
you're
weather.
late.
Yeah,
late
you're not going to be
November? That's
freezing.
perfect. We'll take that. So then Valdez is like, he's like, I'm a little worried about Mike Marr because Mike Marr, I guess, all he can talk about is the turkey shootout that he's doing. This
Biggest
weekend.
golf tournament in history, right after the Masters.
Yeah,
the one and only annual turkey shootout, Hidden Creek, Reston, Virginia.
Valdez thinks that Mike Marr is going to drink himself into oblivion during the turkey shootout this weekend.
So it's something that me and all of our friends put together where we
Okay.
have like 42 or 48 fellas
Okay.
that come out to Hidden Creek.
You
and
do
it's not,
something called the turkey.
Yes,
So this is
it's
your
a-
event.
Yes, it's an annual thing. It's not done through the club, but like we procure a bunch of tee times and set it up in advance.
Oh, and you invited Mar.
So Mar's first year was last year.
Okay.
And ever since then, it's almost like a drug.
He's playing as your guest.
Yes, basically.
So, and is this a deal where you have like an A, B, C, and D player?
No. This is just all funsies. This is like people are tailgating for this
Right,
thing. Like
right.
this isn't a serious event.
All right.
It's a lock. He's going to have a fresh pack of Marlboro Reds.
You pull into the clubhouse
100%.
at like 7 or 8 o'clock, and people are around there throwing the football, eating breakfast burritos, drinking Miller Lights,
Yeah, right.
mimosas. It's the ultimate tone setter for a weekend. And then last year we brought the iPad out. I think it was Indiana, Ohio State at the time.
Yeah.
Just watching college football, smoking and joking. I look forward to it every year.
All right, so hold on.
Yeah,
It's a Super Bowl.
I know, but he's looking
Listen to
forward
the
to it a
glee in
little
his
too
voice.
much.
Yeah.
Like this, I think Mike has a boys problem. Like Mike,
What
like
do you mean?
anytime
You're trying to say.
anytime he's around the boys,
Yeah.
He can't keep it
like,
together.
he can't control himself.
Right.
Would you rather have a like a hot date or be with the boys?
A hot date.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was a
I would
quick
have
answer,
bet
too.
everything I
Yeah,
get.
yeah,
hang,
yeah.
hang with the boys.
I would
Yeah.
have bet
I mean, you're in
everything
that
on the boys.
age where hanging with the boys is very important. I get
It's
it.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Now, is it only 18 holes or
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
all day? I mean, it's dark now at 4:45.
Yeah. I mean, it's 18 holes, and then
And you go back to the clubhouse and just smoke
well,
a joke.
or parking lot. If
Park-
the kick
oh,
is-
it's like literally tailgate.
yeah, literally
They
tailgating.
allow you to just throw
We-
back beers in the parking lot?
We,
They don't love it.
yeah, I'm sure they don't love that.
Right.
We'll keep it incognito.
I would keep that lid on that as best you can.
But I can't go, I would say, as crazy as last year because Saturday is going to be packed. At 5 o'clock, I have a dinner in Vienna. It's my grandfather's 90th birthday. Happy
All right.
early birthday to him.
Oh, you have to keep it together.
But then Saturday night,
95. That's big.
Saturday night, it's my friend's birthday, so we're throwing a party at my house at night. So I'm just going to be
How are
bouncing
you
around.
fitting all this in?
So you're doing the whole turkey
butterfly.
shootout in the morning?
I'm doing turkey shootout. I'll be there.
Then
then
you go
he's
to your
rolling it
grandfather's
into-
90th.
Yeah, then my grandfather's
You
90th.
added 5 years to
Oh,
his
I thought he said
granddad, by the way.
95.
Yeah, go ahead. And
90th.
then
And then a party at my house at like
That's too
10
much.
o'clock.
You are overscheduling yourself.
No,
Mark.
I'll
What are
be
you
fine.
doing?
The 90th birthday
Dude,
party is going
you
to be
can't go
chill.
hard at the turkey
You
shootout.
think a 90th birthday party is a rager?
No, but still, it's too much. He's going to be all day at the turkey shootout,
That's
throwing
fine.
the football, shotgunning beers, smoking Marlboro
Yeah.
Reds.
You're gonna look
Then he's gonna
terrible
Then he's
at
going to
your
come to
grandfather's
Gramps'
party.
hangout
Okay.
and
I
be a
think that's
guest.
gonna be good.
Hey, he's gonna reek of cigs.
No, I already have it planned out. I already have it like mapped out in my head.
Yeah.
So turkey shootout, I think we go off at like 9 o'clock.
Right.
We'll be done by I'd say like 1.
When do you have
1:30.
your last cigarette?
By the way, scrambles go butt long.
Yeah, you're going to be done by 1.
I have a friend that lives in Reston. I'm gonna leave my car there. I'll be Ubering around
Right.
like all of Nova.
You go there, shower,
Go back there, shower.
scrub up, get the cig smell off your breath.
Yes, and then
When
Uber
he's
to
when he's
Vienna.
sprinkling in your Pupatella visit.
That's gonna have to be Friday.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
got
lot.
to be a Friday situation.
He doesn't go a weekend without Pupatella.
And then it just depends on how I'll get back to my house in Arlington at night. From Vienna to Arlington.
Well, at least he's traveling back towards DC.
So are
You're
you gonna-
overscheduled.
will you- how many cigs are you smoking around?
It depends on how I'm playing. If I was playing how I did last year, a lot because I was kind of on the money.
So if the better you play, the more you smoke?
Because then my vibes get higher. You know what I mean? And if I'm playing bad, then my purpose just becomes pick everyone else up. You know, you know, if you're bad, be bad.
Mike knows his role on the team.
Cheerleader.
Yeah, basically.
Make
a couple putts.
maybe hit a few putts.
It's a little, you know, we'll see what happens because I haven't swung a golf club in like a month and a half.
Oh, it's not going to be good. I can tell you it's not going to be good.
That doesn't help. There's no scenario where that helps. Golf is one of those games, like most, but you got to stay sharp.
Right, and I'm guessing he'll be throwing the Wilson in the parking lot before taking any sort of practice swings before the round.
There's no everyone goes to the range thing for this event.
Of course not.
You guys are just hitting balls, right? Yeah.
I mean, we go as cold as ice.
Please tell me that on Sunday that you have nothing scheduled. Because you got a million things going on Saturday.
Skins bye week, so you can pretty much do whatever you want.
Can chill.
I don't have anything planned just yet. I think Saturday is just where all my focus is.
Yeah, just leave Saturday as it is.
I think Sunday's a recovery day.
Yeah, Sunday, just no plans.
I think Sunday's like sauna, cold plunge.
Yeah, don't plan anything.
all the detox
Sleep
things.
in until like 11.
Yeah.
Just get the toxins out. Maybe go for touch some grass on Sunday.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah.
Blow the stink off.
Touch grass.
Well, you know what I have done a couple of Sundays this year during football season is I've gone to Buffalo Wild Wings for the 1 o'clock
He
slate.
loves B-dubs.
B-dubs, they're still swinging a hot bat. They got a good menu too. You know, give it a chance if you get some time.
I'm a B-dubs fan.
How many beers do you have at B-dubs?
Well, they're $4 22-ounce Miller Lights.
Oh,
so
I mean, how many could you kill? How many could you kill during a 1 o'clock slate?
Well, the thing is, it's on a Sunday, so Sundays I don't really do anything. I'm kind of just there, like
that means a lot.
I'm there like pummeling Dr. Peppers. I mean, I might have like one or two.
That's it.
If it's a Saturday, it'd be different.
Saturdays go hard. Sunday recovery day.
Recovery day, just a few.
Yeah, because then you got to get up at 4 o'clock the next day.
Yeah,
But he's pummeling a bunch of wings and fries.
Right. Do you hit by the way, do you hit the gym any, or is it all just booze?
He goes to the gym daily.
I have no idea.
On
I don't know what he
Saturdays,
does.
I normally work out on Saturday mornings right before and during college game day.
But this week you're not going to have a workout.
No,
You're playing
By the
golf.
way, he's also a new disciple of one Chris Farley.
Oh, he's
a runner.
Streets.
Yeah, big shout out to Chris Farley. I went to Pacers last week
Got
and
some new
got
kicks.
fitted for kicks.
Excellent.
Ran on the treadmill, tried on a bunch of different ones, and he hooked me up.
You've got the Hokas, right?
Yeah, I got the Hokas.
Which ones?
Hoka 10, Clifton 10s.
Okay.
He's probably got a running schedule all mapped out for you. All the local
100%.
trails.
So you got to
all
run
mine.
on Sunday then. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, we'll see if I can do
That's
that.
funny.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
That might be like a late afternoon thing. Like you recover, sleep in, get a good breakfast, and then go for a run later.
Right now, it's just 2 or 3 times a week. So I ran Monday.
That's solid. That's
and then
great.
I'm thinking either today or tomorrow, just depending on the weather.
Okay.
We're starting with like 3.5, 4 miles.
All right, that's good.
That's
Perfect. Plenty
perfect starting
torturous
spot.
for me. Yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That's plenty.
Farley's got a new cult member.
He's got him. He's got you in the fold.
His name is Mike Marr.
He's got his claws in you.
Coming up next, Mike Loxley, head coach at the University of Maryland, joins us as we talk a little college football on the Junkies.
Want your office game to wow clients and fire up your team at the same time? With PVI Office Furniture, style meets function like a perfect touchdown celebration. They've got designers who will come to you to help create a space that screams your company's vibe and workspace like a champ. Plus, they handle everything: fast delivery, expert installation, and support every step of the way. And here's the bonus play. Mention us, the Junkies, and score 15% off your purchase. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI.
Jamar Chase's one-game suspension for spitting on Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey was upheld, meaning the star Bengals receiver cannot play on Sunday against the Patriots. The ban will also cost Jamar Chase his weekly paycheck of just over $500,000. And after a big win against Texas in Week 12, Georgia joined the list of projected first-round buys at number 4 in the new college football playoff bracket. The top 3 remains unchanged after 3 weeks, so number 1, Ohio State, 2, Indiana, 3, Texas A&M. Alabama, meanwhile, they dropped all the way down to number 10, putting the Tide firmly on the bubble as this 2025 regular season winds down. The rest of the 12-team bracket looks pretty much the same. The only exception there, Tulane now makes the cut as the group of 6 representative. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Join us right now to talk some college football. It's Mike Locksley, Terps head football coach. He's presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, IT Cadre. What's going on, Coach?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
You know, often we talk to you about the mood of the team. You guys have lost 6 in a row. What is the mood of Mike Locksley?
It's the mood of the team. I mean, we're all super disappointed in the slide we've been in, but still super encouraged because if you look at the makeup of this team and seeing the fact that we've got so many talented young players. I think we're being led in rushing by a freshman running back. The leading passers are freshmen. You look on the defensive side of the ball, we've got a bunch of young guys that have really made an impact and just have not been able to sustain it, and depth has shown up for us right now. But the best part about it is the kids continue to encourage me with how they show up and play.
You know, I'm curious, and I don't even know how much you can talk about this, but we talk so much about how college football's changed with the NIL and the transfer portal. When you're a team that has young players like Malik Washington, your quarterback, or your running back that you point out, aren't you afraid, or like how do you deal with other teams poaching them?
No, I'm not afraid of it at all. That's part of the business. But what's been encouraging for me is, a year ago this time, we lost a bunch of players because we didn't have a plan and we didn't have necessarily all the resources in place that we needed to retention or for retention. We have a plan and we've executed quite a bit. I don't feel that we will lose any of the people that have shown as young players the ability to have an impact because resources have been provided. We as a athletic department. These kids like playing here. They enjoy being in our program. They see what the future is. And I mean, to me, that's what really has been the encouraging part as we've fought through this tough stretch.
So for people that hopefully have been paying attention, you got a big vote of confidence, I guess, from the AD, right? You're going to get another year for sure, with this contract. You're going to get more financial, commitment from the university. How important is that to you? And do you feel like you'll be at a competitive advantage with where they're coming from financially at this point?
First and foremost, as I've said yesterday, obviously a new boss coming in who I did not have a prior relationship to.
Right.
He walked in the door and basically didn't have we were hiring a basketball coach or just hired one.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this new college landscape we're in. For us and for me, last year was really my first year of the NIL world. And some people have been doing NIL and rev share for 2-3 years now. And so he walked in and saw ILO. We had probably the biggest number of players hit the portal a year ago because of the resources. But when he walked in, we had a team, which is why I've talked about the 64 new players that weren't here a year ago. And, a lot of times they say, well, you're in year 7. I am in year 7, but I got 64% of my team that is in year 1 here. And I think if you look at the product that we've shown in terms of the talented young players we have, the future looks bright.
But you feel like will you be financially where you need to be to take that next step?
You know what? I grew up not having a lot. I don't know if you know. I grew up. I went to Ballou High School. I grew up on the South Side, so I'm used to having to make a lot out of a little, and we've done that around here. And I think that's what Jim has seen. That's what Diana has both witnessed. That we've done a pretty good job in terms of we became a bowl eligible team consistently for a while, and then NIL landscape kicked in. And so I think what they're going to do is try to provide me the resources we need to see if we can make a run.
Right.
Coach, though, Cakes has been to your house a couple times. He says you got a nice pool.
Oh, he has a nice spring.
When's the last time Coach is taking a dip in his pool? Now it's obviously winter. Do you do it a lot in the summer?
I live in the backyard in the summer. This time of year, we just keep the kind of the hot tub going. For me, it's a part of my wellness. To deal with a 6-game losing streak, you better have ways to take care of your mentals.
What about pickleball? I saw that pickleball court too. I hope you're out there pickling, Coach, when you have some spare time.
I got 2 knee replacements, so that we don't keep the pickleball on hold. But I still can win. I can still win a game of horse on the basketball court.
Okay.
All right, so Coach,
maybe that's a challenge, Cakes.
Well, you think he wouldn't smoke me in horse?
I have no idea.
Or any athletic endeavor?
Coach, when you're in the hot tub with your wife or whatever, or you're sitting there and you're having a beer late at night,
cigar. He likes cigars.
Cigar.
Too, yeah.
Do you sit there and go?
Yeah, you're telling all my
I'm
business.
sorry. I am letting out a lot of secrets. I'll keep them close to the vest from here
But
on
Coach,
out.
you sit there and go, okay, people are giving me a hard time. We are in a 6-game stretch. This sucks. But Jesus, we lost 3 games by a total of 10 points. I mean, we easily could be 6, 7, and whatever at this point, and not where we are.
No, I think, I don't know which coach said it best, but you are your record. I'm okay, and that part is the disappointing part, because I know we are a better team than what we've with the outcomes and look like. And I've been able to show our team some of the slow progress of signs of what winning looks like. I mean, we're one of the top teams in the country with turnover margin, which, if you're a football guy, turnover margin is one of the indicators for winning. The area that really has jumped out for us, and I've continue to point this out to our team, to our coaches, and we just haven't created explosive plays on offense. Our defense for 7 weeks, like I said, stood up tall, and they really held their own, and we haven't been able to generate the explosives. And, explosives come in 2 fashions. 1, a player making a play, or 2, a coach creating an opportunity through scheme for a player to make a play. And we've lost the turnover, the big play explosive battle the last 4 games. And for us to win a game against a good team like Michigan, we got to get these explosives going on offense and continue to get healthy and play on defense the way we played earlier in the year.
Are you, based on what you said, are you seeing those opportunities when you watch it? Are you seeing opportunities that just aren't hit?
Yes, there's no doubt. I mean, we had a run a week ago that I showed our team where DeJuan pops it, and it's him in the corner, and it's a 15-yard game that when DeJuan becomes a sophomore and he learns some of the fundamental things that he has to do in the one-on-one situation, that becomes a touchdown. And those are the experiences that, young players are going through. And these are the processes that we have to go through, unfortunately.
How's Malik handling the losing streak specifically? I mean, I don't know his exact high school record. I think they were 11-1 at Spalding his senior year, but I'm going to guess he didn't have 6-game losing streaks in high school. How is he processing that as a freshman at Maryland?
Yeah, that's a great pointing out that, because there's a bunch of guys on this team. If you look at a guy like Trey Reddick, our inside linebacker from Phoebus, I saw him with his Letterman jacket on, and he won 36 straight games. He had that on the back of his Letterman jacket. Mm-hmm. And then you look at Zaire Mathis from Emotep. We've recruited a bunch of players that come from these type of programs. So, no, losing is not something that any of them are used to. Me coming back from Bama, where I went to 3 straight national championships, nobody likes this. And, that's the part for me that I've been committed to figuring it out here on this campus for 17 years. And I know where all the dead bodies are. I know what it takes. And to have Jim and Diana here with the vision that they're bringing that ties into what I know it takes to win here at Maryland is why I'm really excited.
All right, so you mentioned Michigan, home game. Cakes is going to be there.
I will.
What do you expect? What should fans expect on Saturday?
Well, first of all, if you look at the matchup of two of what I think are going to be two of the top quarterbacks in college football in the next few years, you got Malik and you got Bryce Underwood, who I know a lot about, having recruited a true freshman quarterback there at Michigan, their run-first team. Sharon Moore, their coach, took them and was part of the national championship run a couple of years ago. He's an O-line guy, so he'll be a run-first guy that's going to check our world to make sure that we are still able to stop the run. And this time of year in the Big Ten, the teams that run the ball are the teams that have the most success. We're going to have to stop the run on defense. And then on the offensive side, as I said earlier, we have to generate explosives. And our goal is to have 9 or more explosives in a game, which are runs over 12, passes over 16. We got to get those created for us to have a chance.
All right, Coach. Best of luck. Always great talking to you. It's Mike Loxley, head football coach, University of Maryland.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys. See you next week.
All right, buddy.
Coach Locks presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, IT Cadre. Michigan 8-2, 6-1 in the Big Ten. They may not be where they were when they won a national championship, but they're a damn good team. It looks like they're laying about 2 touchdowns.
I'll be thinking about you and your former tailgates when I'm tailgating on Saturday prior to Terps
Are you going
Wolverines.
to the Scotty's Vodka?
I think I'll probably stop by the Scotty's
Definitely
Vodka
do that.
tailgate.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't I go to the Scotty's Vodka fountain?
You
that's
have
just
to.
pouring out delicious Scotty's Vodka lace cocktails.
You blink and you've had 6 of them. Because
Well,
you just keep
I mean-
going. Filling up the cup.
I mean, that might be you at a tailgate. I try to be kind of reasonable.
I don't
at a
really drink
tailgate.
that much, but once I get that flavor,
Yeah, you just get going.
the
Do
animal.
they have like all the mixers there with them? Or
They got everything in the
Well,
Scotty's
the,
tailgate.
the fountain is
it's like punch.
yes,
Yes.
it's vodka
so
with
good.
like cranberry,
'cause I thought-
ginger ale, or whatever.
Oh, I
and
thought
it
it
comes
was
out
just-
sweet and silly.
I thought it was just
It's
straight vodka,
No,
and then you
No,
like
it's a cocktail.
go
It's a
make your own
cocktail.
transfusion.
It's a beautifully diabolical
It's already
machine. that
made.
he's come
It
up with.
just-
it's a pre-made
Yeah,
silly.
It just
Yes.
tastes like a sundae. I mean,
Right.
it's amazing.
What? Hold on, what's in the cocktail?
I think it's Scotty's. When I was there, I thought it was Scotty's, cranberry, and ginger ale, or something like
It's
that.
delicious.
Whatever it was,
It's
just,
so good.
Yeah, it just went down like the easiest soda.
So
ever.
good when it hits your lips, Valdez.
What time will the Auville clan be there?
I mean, the game kicks at 4. Probably try to get there at 1:15,
Are
1:30.
you bringing anything to the tailgate?
Nothing. Scotty said, "Don't bring anything."
Yeah,
Said,
they're-
just
they're-
bring
they're literally
bring
great.
yourselves.
They're great.
Bring a handful of cigars or something.
He actually does like cigars.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll
He
do
actually
that.
does. He
I don't want to
actually-
be a complete freeloader.
Exactly.
You
Did I
see the
just
air
bully-
gun
I just
out of
bullied
Cakes'
him in it.
balloon? Yeah, when you said bring something, I was like,
I lost my
Body
swagger.
just
The problem is,
changed.
his Cakes doesn't really smoke cigars.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to go into a cigar shop and just be like, "Give me
Say,
something good."
Give me
Just give me a
something.
couple
yeah.
decent
Yeah, and then
cigars.
Something- hey,
that's
something easy.
$200.
Just say,
I'm
give me a
saying-
couple decent
Yeah,
cigars.
give me something easy to smoke.
Yeah,
long ashes to you.
yeah, long ashes. I can do that.
Look,
He
when you're
definitely
hosting,
likes them.
hey, when you're hosting something, it's always nice to have someone come by and bring
You know
something
what?
to the party.
Proper tailgate
Exactly.
etiquette. That's a good point.
Bring some donut holes. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fine.
You know
Go
what?
get some munchkins.
You know what always kills at a tailgate, and it's never
Hey,
fails.
Art, will you eat cakes?
This never fails. I guarantee. If you go to a tailgate and you bring this item, it's always a 15 out of 10. The big giant Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets,
the nugget
tray
platter, the nugget
with
platter.
a squeeze bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce and some honey mustard.
Yeah, but they
It
do way more
always
than
kills.
that because they kind of partner up with the guys around them, and they're all cooking, and it's all like homemade stuff, and there's chilies.
Yeah, that's fine.
And there's
all that's
dips
fine. But I'm
and
telling
7
you,
layers.
the lazy man's way is you place an
Right.
order on
Yeah.
the Chick-fil-A
That's the
app,
lazy
and
man's
you
way.
show up with that bag, and people
Yeah.
love them.
They
It's very,
do, but
it's very true, but it
it's
takes
not
away
as
the
nice.
it
It's
takes
not
away
as
the
nice to
spirit
touch.
of a tailgate.
Yeah, this tailgate.
Okay, maybe I'm cutting a corner or
yeah,
3
This
or 4.
tailgate is a lot of homemade, silly appetizers, and
Yeah.
chips and dips and pizzas,
Sure.
and yeah, it's good.
Let me ask you this, Cakes.
Yeah.
What is your
Donuts.
tolerance for a bloodbath? If Michigan's up,
Well, they're 13 and
it's
a half
not
point
great.
if
favorites.
Michigan's up
It's not
35,
high.
they're up 35-7 at the half.
Oh, I'll probably stay into the second half, but not for long. Like I might stay 5 to 7 minutes into the second half to see if there's
he'll
a
leave.
pulse.
He'll leave at halftime.
But then I'll probably split.
Sports Talk on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Coming up next, we open up the entertainment page. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel's the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, it's a perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Just head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, let's jump into the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. Driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. Or you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Mention me. You're going to love it. They're going to treat you like a rock star. Go take the cars for a test drive. Do all that. There's nothing like driving a BMW. Trust
Can you
me.
get a rider like a rock star?
They'll give you some perks. They'll give you
Nice.
some M&Ms.
Oh, sweet.
You get free coffee over there.
Very good. I love free coffee.
They give free waters.
Nothing better than free coffee.
I'm telling you, man. Just like a rock star when you're over there. All right. I guess there's just a little side note here. You know how, like, what is maybe the trendiest thing for college kids today, high school seniors or whatever? It's going to big SEC schools, right? Big football schools.
Okay.
It's very, very
It's hot.
trendy. That's why all your kids pick the Maryland. They want to go to big time Big Ten football.
They want big time football.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they get.
So it's, I mean, if you peruse at all your social media of your friends from high school, your cousins or whatever, these kids, they all go to big. That's the trend now, kids.
Mhm.
They
There's
all
still a
wanna-
lot of people that go to schools like Michigan and Penn State.
Those two, but they like the big schools. It's not just SEC.
Those are big schools.
Yeah, but they're big football schools.
Yes, those are big football schools.
They're big football schools, is what they are, really. And I guess the dream is you could go there, dress hot, and maybe you'll become a star. There's a new, I think, a freshman at Georgia who I guess the cameras caught.
She's the next Jen Sturger.
I guess they say her name is Harley, and she's got a new TikTok handle. Mar, you got to get on this. Harley is Bay, and you got to follow her on TikTok.
BAE?
She's a freshman at Georgia, and it looks like she's got some tig holes, and the camera's locked in, and now she's blowing up on social media. Got a new superstar.
I
in
think
your
I've already
hands.
seen that thumbnail. Shockingly, I saw it
This
on Twitter.
one.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
right. Yeah. I mean, you looked at it for a second.
I'm looking at it for another second.
Yeah,
there you go.
Brett Musburger made Sturger.
Oh, Brett
famous.
Musburger is the thirstiest college football analyst of all time.
And then that's the one who I get confused. Is that the one that Brett Favre sent the hog picture to?
Yeah, there was some shenanigans.
He spotted her, and he also spotted, was it
Catherine Webb?
Catherine Webb? Was it AJ McKinnon?
Oh, maybe I'm
AJ
mixing
McKinnon's
up.
wife.
Yeah.
No, I think he spotted both of them.
Okay.
I think he
Yeah,
has
yeah,
an
yeah.
elite eye for talent.
Yeah.
That Brett Musburger.
He could be. Yeah, he could be scouting.
Horny, and he was way ahead.
Super horny.
He was way ahead of the gambling curve.
Oh,
Too,
yeah,
you
way
know,
ahead.
like he's like. Is he still
I
doing
think
that
he
bit?
started VEASAN, which is like this huge thing now.
Yeah, I mean, he was a Hall of Fame broadcaster.
Hall
He
of
was
Fame
that-
broadcaster.
that
and
caliber.
Now he's super mega rich, I would assume.
Right.
He might be
Richer.
he might be an innovator, talking about lines and
He might be. He's
and
ahead.
tiggles.
He's ahead of the curve. That Brett Musburger.
Right.
We're
There's-
so old. I remember watching him on, was it CBS's NFL Today?
Yes, with Jimmy the
way
Greek.
back in the day. Jimmy the Greek, him, Irv Cross,
And the woman.
Phyllis George.
I think that's
Like,
right.
That brings me back to like me being like 12 years old,
Yep.
watching football back in the day.
Cakes, who is one of the hottest stars in Hollywood? Some said he might be the next Tom Cruise.
The next Tom Cruise.
Can I answer? I think
can I
it's
get
Glenn
another hint?
Powell.
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell.
Running
okay.
Man.
Now the problem
The
is
Stallion lookalike.
because Running Man is kind of bombing at the box office.
Okay.
They're saying he might not actually be the next
Oh, really?
Tom Cruise. Yeah.
Maybe Cruise carried him in Top Gun.
It did just 17 million domestically. Let me see.
That's Chris Farley's favorite movie, The Running Man. Too easy. It's too easy of a joke. Sorry, I had to go there.
Yeah, it just did. I think it did 7
He
million.
also likes-
something like that.
he
It
also
did a
likes
big bomb.
I'm gonna
Marathon
give
Man
you-
cakes.
I'm going to give you $2 if you can tell me who the star of the original Running Man was. I'll give you $2 Venmo digital dollars.
No, I read about it.
I'll even give you another hint. Huge star in the day. He's a one-name guy.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold, you got
my
it.
God.
I owe you $2.
Yeah.
Come on, Cakes.
That's such a softball.
I said it was a softball.
Plus, he was doing a story about Running
It's
Man.
fine.
It's probably in the story.
Venmo me.
You think
I'll
I
take the
care
Venmo.
about $2 on
Yeah,
Venmo?
I'm sized.
I really don't
Okay,
care.
thank
I don't even treat it as real money.
All right,
Even though it is linked to my
Can you
bank
send
account.
me $2 since you don't care?
I mean, I don't care.
I'll
I
take
don't
two.
not care that much.
I'll
just
take two.
Flippantly gave him two.
I don't care.
You know what? I bet you if I go through the bet book, I can find $2 hard enough.
Oh, easily. I gave you guys each $5 for the
Yes, you did.
for the Dolphins bet. So
You did
make sure
pay.
you cross
Thank
that
you.
out.
I crossed that
Make
out.
sure that I'm paid off.
JP, I think
So you don't try to double dip later.
I think your wife, you mentioned, she likes to still watch Dancing with the Stars. To each his own. That's fine.
No, she does. I mean, she
she
did
used
the
to.
Dancing with the Stars here locally.
I thought
and
somebody here watched it.
She didn't really watch it.
No, you know what it is? It's Jason's wife. I think she watched.
Yeah,
it.
I think
I think
she's.
Teresa watches.
Jason probably walks by and just sneers when he sees it on
And if
on
you
the
remember,
TV.
I kind of like when Dancing with the Stars first came out ish. I think Zach Efron did pretty well on the show. If he didn't,
Okay.
win, I think he did pretty well. I didn't know he's got a brother that's on the show, Dylan Efron.
There's a Zac Efron brother
There's
out
a
there.
Nubs Efron.
Is he handsome like Zac Efron?
I mean, he looks like he's a little skinnier.
Okay.
I suppose he's handsome. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you judge these things. And I guess fans were begging Zach to show. Probably booked Dylan just to get Zach to do a cameo on the show.
Probably, yeah.
I guess he finally did show up. And then I'm looking up Dylan Efron. I don't even know what he's famous for. It sounds like he's
Here's what
just
he's
a
famous
producer.
for: being Zac Efron's brother.
Yeah,
that's what he's famous for.
He produced Netflix's Down to Earth with Zac Efron. I mean,
I don't know anything about that. I don't know what that is.
I mean, I don't even know if he's got any of his own original chops.
He's a nepo bro.
I guess.
VH1 is it VH1 or one of the streaming services? They might have been, maybe it's Bravo. I don't know. They do a show where they have all of the Nubs brothers and they bring them all together, and then they have to figure out who they're related to.
Oh, I think I've seen a promo.
It's
for
but
that.
it's actually it's butt funny.
It's a good concept.
It's a great concept.
He's actually, I mean, he's clearly the Nub Efron.
100%. He wasn't in High School Musical.
Cakes. He can make a living for the rest of his life just off social media. He's got 1.5 million followers on Instagram.
Wow, that's shocking.
And I listen. I think he probably qualifies as a good-looking guy. Now he's got a mustache, and so I think isn't that a major negative? But their mustaches are hot right now.
Oh, they are not beards with a mustache.
I
just
feel like
standalone mustache.
Hey, Mar, am I on to something? Our mustache is kind of hot right now.
I feel like a lot of people have them. I was a little late or a little early to the party. I had a mustache and a mullet for like a year in college.
Oh, I wish I had a picture.
I'll show
Please
you a
send us
picture.
pictures.
Oh yeah, I gotta see that.
Mustache and a mullet.
It was kind of the move.
I think I've seen the picture
Did
before.
it help you with the ladies?
Yeah.
He's a
okay.
peacocker.
Yeah, good talking points. I can see that.
You know what? Since you're on the mic, we could get you to chime in here. Jake Paul, I guess. I know Cakes doesn't care. Most people don't care.
You're right. I
But,
don't care about Jake Paul.
but these fights do generate, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. He's scheduled to fight 6'6", 245-pound Anthony Joshua in December after his fight. Remember, he was going to fight the other guy who was like really tiny,
Gervonta
right?
Davis.
Gervonta Davis. That one, for whatever reason, I think Gervonta realized he couldn't beat him, right?
No. It was Gervonta Davis got accused of domestic violence.
Oh, so they had to take him off the card. Well, I don't think there was any chance Gervonta Davis was going to beat him. Sorry. Pillow fight. But this guy, on paper, it seems like Anthony Joshua should take care of him,
This
right?
is undoubtedly the toughest fight in Jake Paul's career. Anthony Joshua is one of the best heavyweight boxers in the last decade and a half. He was a heavyweight champion a couple years ago, lost back-to-back against Alexander Usyk, who's the best heavyweight boxer right now. Just knocked out Francis Ngannou.
This guy's like a boxing encyclopedia.
I mean, it's going to
Who's
be...
the real goofy-looking guy that he fought? I saw some clips of, and it didn't look great.
Andy Ruiz, maybe?
No, he was like a white guy that was kind of
Dubois.
out of shape.
It was his most recent fight, Du Bois.
Yeah. He didn't look great in that.
No, he ended up losing that one, but like a year ago, he knocked out Francis Ngannou out cold. This is like a way too big of a step up for Jake Paul, in my opinion.
Ngannou, though, to be fair, Ngannou was a kickboxing UFC or MMA guy who tried to become a boxer.
But Jake Paul lost to Tommy Fury.
No, I understand that.
Who sucks at boxing.
We're really down the boxing worm.
And now he's fighting Anthony Joshua,
See
who
what
is
you've done, EB?
5 inches taller than him.
Interested.
He's 5 inches taller than him and 40 pounds
So
heavier.
why would the Jake Paul can't pick? They obviously have broken down the film and think they can beat him. Why would
Joshua-
they take it?
It's a win-win.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to make a lot of money. He doesn't lose. Like everybody expects him to lose to this guy who's a bigger, experienced boxer. Now he has lost 3 out of his last 7 fights
to champions.
Correct.
Like he's not losing.
Well, I don't
to,
know
like,
that
Nubs fighters.
Dubois is a champion. Like, yeah, there's
The
so
only
many
way
champions.
Jake Paul loses this is if he gets starched. Other than that, if he survives 3 or 4 rounds,
That's
or
good
goes to a
enough?
decision, yeah.
And the truth is, he's all about marketing, right? So supposedly, when that Gervonta Davis fight fell apart, he offered, who knows, $15 million to the Tommy Fury guy whose only losses to.
Well, how
And
is he
Fury
not
wouldn't
jumping in the ring for $15 million?
Fury wouldn't take it on short notice because it was
Ah.
like a 2-day notice thing or a 3-day notice.
I mean, if I were talking, I would take that fight on 5 seconds notice. They're getting me $15 million.
Well, and I think people are getting tired of Jake Paul's shtick of fighting old guys. So this is the only way for him to sell a pay-per-view is to fight someone that's way out of his league.
yeah,
Okay.
the other reason the Davis thing fell apart is the gate was terrible. Like I saw
But his
somewhere
Q rating was
he
nuts.
hadn't sold many tickets.
Although
We're-
most people don't know Anthony Joshua, to be honest, like the general public,
no.
boxing fans. I don't know. Would your parents be happy, Cakes?
Yeah.
You spend, can you imagine your dad back in the day? He's spend all this money, put you through college.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't easy for our parents.
Sure.
Right. If you had an OnlyFans model who was lecturing you,
I might have wanted to go to class.
Yeah,
Incentivize
Roman,
me
get
to
you in the
actually
class.
pay attention in class.
apparently-
Janet Jameson speaks at 1,000.
I would have been there.
apparently at University of Washington, if you're taking Dr. Nicole's Psych 201 class, which has 1,200 students, by the way, it's one of those big lectures.
1,200?
That is
1,200.
huge.
I've never heard of a class that big.
You're going to get an OnlyFans model who's going to show up and she's going to give you insight into human sexuality.
Okay.
Is she Maudie?
She's not ugly.
I have no idea.
She's not ugly.
What's her name? I have to do some research here.
All right, you want to do some research here for
Yeah,
the show?
show-related research.
Her name is Ari Kitsia.
Ari Kitsia.
Kytsya.
Shocker, her last name's got KY in it. Come on, Valdez. That's a
She's-
good joke. That's a solid joke.
She's got 2.6 million followers on
What's the
IG.
picture of the
5
lecture
million
hall?
followers on TikTok.
It's all women in the class.
I don't know.
I'm just looking at this one picture. Look, they're like people sitting down in front. They're all ladies.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not letting dudes in there?
I don't know.
Isn't psych a female dominated industry? I feel like
Probably.
profession.
Probably. I was a psych major. I don't even have any idea. I honestly don't have any idea what the gender breakdown of that was.
When I hear
Psychology.
a psychology major, I think it's a lot of. I think it's more female
The
dominated.
chicks. That's so funny. I never even thought of that.
Like criminal justice, I think is more dominated male.
Yeah.
I would think.
I was in that one too. Dropped it. All those guys wanted to be cops. I didn't want to be a cop.
I'm sure you're going to be good at pulling people over.
I mean, that's the last thing I wanted to be a cop.
Yeah.
What do you think I want to deal with criminals?
No.
Hey,
Last thing I want to do.
doesn't like Fairfax County offer you like $25K to go join them to be
I
a
think
cop?
I think
Yeah.
certain jurisdictions, I think Metropolitan Police Department, they'll give you a big fat signing bonus here in DC. You
gotta
Or
go
I
to
think
cop.
Kevin Davis too.
Gotta go to cop college.
Yeah, you got to go to cop school.
All right,
I know that, but
got to go to police academy.
I don't know how reliable this is because it's from a website that doesn't seem that reliable, but it says
what's the name of the site?
thetreetop.com.
I don't know what that is.
It says 75% of therapists are women.
That's probably true.
3 out of
That's
4.
true, but a bunch of people take. I mean, aren't there people like me that took psychology just because it was the easiest major to take? Like,
Well,
you
I took math comp because that was the easiest major.
I only needed 36 credits out of 120 in your major.
I took Psych 101 and I got a C.
Well, you obviously didn't go to class.
Usually college.
JP Freud over here.
Usually in college, you try to pick a major to apply to your job in craft, not because you want to get a piece of paper.
No, I just did it so I could get out of there. I said, what major can I get out of here where I don't have to go to summer school?
Pretty much the same.
Yeah.
No, Psych 101.
Also, my dad was a PhD and all that in that.
My first semester at the University of Maryland, I think it was my only C. Look, I didn't have great grades at Maryland. I had about a 3.2. All right. But my C was because I thought it was the easiest thing ever. You finish high school, and Cakes and I went to Roosevelt where we had to do a lot of homework. It was tough. So college, all of a sudden, they give you the syllabus, and the guy goes, "We don't have big exams. We have quizzes every 2 weeks, and I'm only going to keep your top 4."
All you got to do is show up for 4.
4 out of 7.
Yeah.
And
So
so
you got to make sure you do well at them.
the problem is when you punt like the first 2 or 3,
That's a
pressure's
problem.
you're
on.
screwed. But
Yeah.
of course, like my first month of college,
like
I'm
fourth quarter.
punting the first 2.
It's
right?
winning time.
Yes, it was a winning time.
Moment. It was a
But I
winning
didn't-
time moment.
I didn't win.
And hold on, if your kids came to you and said, and you asked them what major you're going to take, and Stevie or Kelsey said, "Hey, I'm taking
I let them choose.
art
Honestly.
history because it's going to be the one for me to get my degree the easiest." You wouldn't be like, "Excuse me."
Yeah, I honestly wasn't that way with my kids. I wasn't.
I think because I experienced it like EB did, we were similar students. I wouldn't quibble that much because you're going to
That's why I
take
wanted
easy courses as a part of it.
Well, I
It's
know
part of the
that,
equation.
but if you got a degree not based off of what you want to do when you graduate college,
When
it's
my
about
son went
getting
to
you-
college. I just wanted to stay eligible.
Yeah, it's about getting you to the end goal. Like all I care about,
And he ended up doing bio, which was really hard.
all I care about is good grades. Just give me the good grades.
They tried to put Steven in like the mass comm where they put all the athletes. It was miserable. It was boring as hell.
Come on
He said-
over, Stevie. We'll take you.
He said
Mass
he
comm,
said
baby.
it was the worst thing ever. He said the only thing he likes is science, so he was just going to do bio, and he got a degree in biology.
My kid's a freshman at Maryland. His course load, like he has a couple kind of towards what he wants to do, but he actually saw an advisor. They put him in astronomy.
Astronomy?
He doesn't care about
He's been
astronomy.
studying
It's just a
constellations?
class. It's a filler.
I know that, but I'm talking about a major. Eric picked a major so that he could graduate easily.
I know.
Nah, but it was
I'll say
also
this. My
kind
kids,
of.
my kids were
He's
raised better than I
overstating.
was raised. I'll be honest with you. My kids they're better. They're better adjusted. They have a better feel of the real world. I went to college like a complete. You would have thought I grew up in the middle of Hickville and knew nothing about anything. And that's basically who I was.
But you're overstating. You're playing it up because you took psychology, like you said. You kind of figured, had the junkies not come along, that you were going to be a school counselor. Your dad was a counselor.
I figured
and
that
you're
out
gonna
later
be
when I got my master's.
Right.
Okay, but I went to college. Only reason why I went to college is because I started dating Dee my senior year. And I said I was going to go to PG Community College and I was going to drive around in a van and play tennis. That's what I said I was going to do.
Delusional.
She said, "You're not doing that. You're going to apply to the University of Maryland." And then I couldn't believe I got in.
You're going to be a tennis mom?
Miracle.
We all take joke classes. I'm not debating that college doesn't have joke classes, but to
I never told my kids what to study. That is the answer. And I
you
always
wouldn't be furious if
No.
your kid came home and said, "Hey, I'm going to take this degree because it's the easiest one."
No, in fact, I might have encouraged
I
it.
wouldn't be happy with it, but I wouldn't have a leg to stand on because it's kind of what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I
Our
have a
kids
problem
are
with
all
it.
better adjusted.
Just
than
do
we
well.
were.
My philosophy is very simple. Do well, get good grades, and I'm not going to really mess with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God my kids are really good students. They didn't get it from me.
I know,
They got it from
right.
somebody.
I would say that to my
So-
father-in-law. I don't know how. I got these 3 kids, and they're all wonderful kids. You guys are the same way. And I mean, I was like a turd. Like I don't even understand it. I don't even know how it happened. I have no idea. They're all driven.
credit our
They want to
wives.
do what it's the why.
Credit our
It's
better
the why.
halves.
It's the
Credit them.
whys.
Give your credit. Give yourself some genetic credit too.
I mean, there's some of my genetics in there. There's some. I don't know how many.
I don't know.
There's
I mean,
some in there.
I was a turd compared to all my kids.
I mean, my daughter is a coffee addict. She definitely got that from me. So maybe I passed something on to her.
By the way, last but not least, do you remember Susan Powder? You don't by the name, but if you Googled it, you'd recognize her.
She's got spiky,
Yes,
short hair.
She
I know
was
who
like
you're
a
talking about.
fitness
Yeah.
and nutrition person from the 90s. She was making $50 million a year. Okay, $50 million a year. She was on Fresh Prince of Bel Air. She was world famous. She now delivers Uber Eats.
She's broke.
She bust up.
She full on broke.
Lost all her money and delivers Uber Eats in Vegas.
Where'd all the money go?
I don't know. Just Google her and then just be thankful you're not her.
I have more money in my 401k
You got
than Susan
way
Powder.
more money than her, and she was making $50 million a year. All right, don't go anywhere.
Just a reminder, subscribe to the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Give it a like. Our guy Mike Marr, when he's not thinking about his golf outing this weekend, is actually posting videos. He put one up early about roster changes and then some of our discussion about Adam Peters, who's not on the hot seat yet, but for Cakes, he's under the radar.
No, it's not under the radar. He's on our radar.
On the radar?
Under the radar means you're underneath. You're not
right.
being detected.
I think he meant under the microscope. Plus,
he definitely confused his cliches.
It's all right. It happens.
Yeah.
These things happen at times.
I was telling Case, we mentioned to my kids, I just want to help my son. He's running these social media accounts. They just bought a couple. And one he's running, they changed the name of it. It's called Hardwood Report X. All right. So I got Cake. That's going to be a hoops account. All right. Follow that on Twitter. And
Hardwood what?
Hardwood Report X. It could be really whatever. It was a basketball account, but it's been dead for a few years, but he bought it. And then a few months ago, they bought Casual Big Ten, which he's been doing great with that one.
Very good.
So
Hardwood Report X got 185,000 followers.
I'll be a hoops junkie and a Big Ten football expert.
He gets a lot more engagement on the
them.
Casual Big Ten one because those are like super engaged Big Ten people.
Yeah.
And then you can just like post about certain schools and people get so bitter.
Right.
You get great engagement.
The poll of the day.
So if the Terps pull the upset this weekend,
yeah, you can
I'll
talk some
go on
trash.
and I'll talk trash to the Wolverines fans, and they'll get super Rick at me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That probably won't happen, but at least I have that outlet.
I botched the preposition when I said under the radar.
Yeah.
But on the poll, the choices for Adam Peters was like, which category does he belong in? Perfectly safe, not much to worry
the
about.
choices were. You can't say the choices was. That sounds.
Oh, I said
acting.
that. Sorry.
It is a second language. You learn like 9
Maybe have a
languages.
bag packed, but it was radar is up. That's what CBS
Radar's
Sports.
up makes more sense
Yes.
than under the radar.
I'll just say this though, it can come at like I think that he's fine. I think that Adam Peters has done a fine job thrilled with last year, very disappointed in this year, but overall, I think the acquisitions, I understand them all. He's got his, franchise quarterback here for a decade, hopefully. But it comes at you fast. And so if it bottoms out next year,
I think here's a good bet going forward. And this is a long-term bet. Will Adam Peters still be the GM of the Commanders when they move into their new stadium?
Which is in what year?
2030. I think that's a solid bet.
I would say that my guess is yes. I think he's a competent guy. I don't think
I
he's
hope he is.
I don't think
that means
he's like
they're successful.
I
They're
don't think
winning
he's
a lot
like
of games.
faking his way through.
I don't think he
this,
is either.
and that he's like out of his realm.
He had a pretty good resume beforehand.
He had an amazing resume beforehand.
They did diligent work to figure out who was going to be the GM.
Right.
They chose him. All these people that a year ago were saying, let Adam cook, to just abandon ship, it seems ridiculous. Now, if he has a terrible draft next year and the team stinks again next year, then I think it's fair. I think both Peters and Quinn will be
I think put it this
under
way,
the microscope
both the
next
two,
year.
they're kind of at the hip, right? Whatever the cliche is.
Joined at the
They're
hip.
Joined at the hip.
Yeah.
But
a lot of cliches.
His first language, by the way.
It is my first and only language. I don't know anything else.
No.
If the bottom falls out next year, DQ is going to be more under the microscope on the radar than
that makes
Well,
sense.
that's always the coach is always the first.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think
Not always, but generally. 'Cause
Generally
didn't the
the
GM,
first.
what GM got fired this year where the coach survived?
Miami.
Yeah.
Well, Daboll got fired, and
Yeah,
no, that's
Shane
coach
survived.
fired.
No, but see, in that one,
We're saying
I would've
sometimes-
kept,
Okay, yeah.
I would have kept Dable before I kept Shane or whatever.
I would have gotten rid of both of them.
Shane did everything he didn't want to do.
I
He
would
got
say-
rid of Saquon. He didn't really want. He wanted to keep Quinn. Or,
But-
Quinn. Right.
It's not
Who's
really
the
fair to
quarterback?
say he
Who's
got
in
rid of
Indy?
Saquon.
What's the quarterback's name in Indy?
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Jones.
Saquon signed elsewhere. Right?
Yeah, but
via free
but
agency.
they decided to let him go. They could have re-signed him. He wanted to stay in New York.
They just weren't going to give him the money
They
that he
weren't
was
going to get
getting
money.
from
So
Philly.
he decided to move on from that. Dable wanted to keep him. That's really
No,
what
I don't
happened.
think it's totally fair because I remember watching some of that because didn't they believe that Saquon was going to come back to him so that they could match, and then Saquon never did that.
Right.
No, but they also they decided the
Their-
risk was worth
their
it. They were going to
tone
move.
with
They
on.
took a risk.
Their
They took a
tone with it
risk.
was,
They were
go sign
comfortable
elsewhere.
losing him.
But they also
Dable
did say,
wasn't.
"Come back to us,
Right.
and we can match."
Well, he felt jilted by that.
And he said-
But listen,
didn't
I'm just
feel the
telling
love.
you that GM should have been fired before Dable.
Yeah.
Because Dable wanted to get rid of Jones, which he was playing well in Indy, but you can.
But
never
to your
foresee
point,
it.
you're mostly right. More often than not, the coach gets fired first.
Merrill was a seer when he's like, I don't know how I'm going to sleep at night. Was if Saquon's killing it for the Eagles. I'm paraphrasing it. He was dead on accurate.
Right.
He only won a Super Bowl in year one.
I mean, Schoen or whatever didn't even want Dart. You should see the clips where they're talking about him. He's like, "You guys want him? That's what you want. You want? No one's going to question it. If you guys want him, that's what you want. You want him."
That's just CYA behavior.
Oh, it was big time CYA behavior. Yeah. They should have kept Dable.
Dart seems money, but
Of
he's
the
got
two.
the issue of availability.
Right.
Yeah, he might want to rein in some of that running. I want to tone it down a little bit. Might want to learn how to slide.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Cake, CB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's our friends B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
Jackson Dart is expected to return to practice today and could be in line to play Sunday against the Lions. Dart would need to be cleared by an independent neurological consultant later this week before he is given the green light to return from concussion protocol. And the NFL has reinstated veteran Odell Beckham Jr. after the wide receiver served a 6-game suspension for violating the league's performance-enhancing drug policy last season while he was with the Dolphins. Beckham accepted the 6-game suspension in October, despite his claims that he did not know he took any banned substance. His reinstatement now grants Beckham the opportunity to sign with any team as a free agent, and there are already some rumors circulating where he might sign, with the Steelers, the Rams, and the Chiefs as potential landing spots. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We are in the Navy Yard studios, holding it down on a dreary Washington day. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. I thought we were in the jungle or something when we walk in here.
Yeah, like I was prepared to talk sporting behaviors off the top of the show. And then I look over and shout out to Jeff because he's coming in early these days. He's working out. Like I'm happy for the peace of mind he's found in the exercise realm and getting cut up. And he starts telling me
I don't remember all that cut up stuff. Don't lie about that.
He's working on himself, and I applaud him for that. And he starts telling me that he's got this plan once his core is intact to start just going shirtless for the show so he can be on TV. And I said,
stay right where he's at.
I said, that's fine with me, but you got to talk to Mr. Mitchell.
And he's gonna sit where he sit right now. In that corner, he can have all that he want. He can wear no clothes. He can in that with White
Don't
Brian
tell
and
me what a
Landfill.
good time.
Go ahead.
I think that's Mike and not White Brian.
Well, Mike is in there today.
White Brian's probably just late. White Brian's probably on his way and just late, is my guess.
He just took Jeff's job, didn't he?
Yo,
Jeff, I want to be later than you.
Jeff decided to get fit and show up early, and White Brian just slid right into that. I'll be late every day. Rule. So we're trying to just make some sense of everything going on this morning.
Yeah.
And then I noticed Jeff is wearing a ski bib, like he's wearing waders, like to go fly fishing. And
No, I'm
what
not.
Jeff is going to start doing is explaining that he's going hunting or fishing or whatever afterwards.
But these
Stand
not
up so the
fishing
cameras
waders.
can see you on Monday.
These
Night
are
Jeff.
not fishing waders.
Why are you wearing them now? Wear them later. Like put them in your car with all
It's
of your
cold
hunting stuff.
and what?
Oh, great. The fire alarm's going off.
Yep, they know Jeff about to tell us a hot lie.
Nah, man, this looks good. It was cold and rainy. I'm warm. I didn't get wet. My sweater is not wet from the rain. I feel
Jeff,
good.
I'm wearing jeans and a vest, and I also didn't get
I got
wet.
on hoodie and some
but y'all also park in garages, so of course you're not going to be wet.
I walk 2 blocks.
He walks farther than you. You park right there.
Yeah.
He walks over there.
Yeah, I walk, and I am not wet. Come feel me, Jeff. Come feel my dryness.
I'm good on that.
Please don't do that.
You look weird.
I'm
dog.
just saying, it's just I know about all the hunting aspects and stuff like that, but people normally put it on when they're about to go in the woods.
Yeah, that like you just
and it normally might want to be some camouflage in a sense.
you look
See,
odd.
that's
It's
how
an
I know,
odd look.
See, that's how I know you just chatted. I put stuff on over this, so I can wear this out. This is a layer. I'm not that hot. I'm protected from the elements.
From your
I'm
car
good.
to this studio, you had nothing else on. What did you wear in the gym? Did you work out in overalls?
No, I worked out in sweats, and I took all of that off.
Whoa.
I took all my sweats off, showered, and I got my shorts on. I have my sweater, and I put my overalls over them.
So you just have drawers on under that?
No, I have shorts and drawers. Why do you want to know what's under my
'Cause you
my
look
layer
weird,
of what
dog.
you see?
You
I don't
look
look
odd.
weird at it at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you know what's
You're-
crazy?
you're
Everybody over 60 say I look weird, and everybody under 30 say I look cool.
Ain't nobody
I'm
in here
messing with
over 60, bastard.
Ben
All right?
Silver's like 22 and
let's
was
just
saying how
be
weird
real.
you look.
We're in a radio studio, and you're the only fool with that on, so you do look weird.
You look weird, man.
You may not feel weird because you know that's
Hold
what
on,
you do
hold on,
every
hold
day.
on, hold on.
You just look
How,
weird.
how I look weird for wearing gear in the cold? We never say people look weird for wearing slippers in the cold.
I
don't talk
do,
about
because
that.
we're
I
inside.
If we were
If
outside,
people have on slippers in the cold, they look weird as hell.
But this is
No,
not.
they don't look
hot.
weird, they look
this is not.
stupid.
This is not hot or like not normal looking.
It is not normal
It is not normal.
If
looking.
you look at if you go around, you will see people with these on.
How many years you been working here?
Like 4.
Have you ever seen somebody dressed like that?
Y'all don't dress like me. Y'all dress like old black guys and old white guys.
I didn't ask you.
Of course you don't dress like
I
me.
never asked you anything about. I asked you, have you ever seen anyone dressed like that?
But we
Hold on,
all
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
dress
wait,
alike.
wait, wait.
Can you just
answer the questions? These
I'm
are yes
asking-
or no
see, that's the thing
questions.
about it. When you know
I
somebody,
would. I would.
we've never seen nobody wear
I
nothing like
would.
that in this whole damn building.
No.
Downstairs, outside, anything.
So that don't mean it's not good because I wear it.
I didn't say it's
Bro,
not good.
what?
I
You-
said
you
it's
sound
weird.
Crazy.
It's weird.
It's not weird at all. This is if you go
weird.
if
It's
you
weird.
go shopping, this is a style now. People got them in black. People got them in different colors.
Jeff,
People wear
if
them.
you go
I'm
shopping-
I'm not having a fashion argument
If you
with
go
two old
shopping-
guys who freaking
Hold on.
wear
I love-
collared shirts all day.
If I may,
Like,
if
no,
I may, Jeff,
I'm not arguing with y'all guys.
Can I
Jeff,
ask a question?
Trying to
I'm
turn
not
into
arguing with
a
y'all.
old guy, young guy thing is the dumbest thing in the world.
No,
because you know
no,
what?
it's not because we
Old
wear
dude-
stuff that y'all don't wear.
Dude's older than you.
You're 30, dog. You're not 19.
You're not 19
But
anymore.
no, it's different levels to it,
Jeff,
JP.
Jeff.
You dress like a
What's my
dad.
man
I
name?
don't.
Big
What are we
Tony.
talking about?
Big Tony wear that crap, and he not no damn young boy.
Big Tony wear camouflage gear, not urban.
He'll-
This is urban, bro.
Hold on. If
This
I
is
may,
urban.
if I may, because you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
Can I speak? Because you've been speaking.
He
Can I
don't,
speak?
he don't like you to speak when you know he's wrong.
You first told us you're wearing your hunting gear because you're going hunting and fishing. Now
it's an urban fashion deal.
But you got to listen. I can wear this like this. It's black. That's why when he said get camo, I said no. I get black because I wear stuff over this. This is a base layer. I can wear this out in public. That's exactly what I said. Just because y'all don't get it, don't mean it's weird. Just because y'all don't got a sense of fashion, don't mean
Jeff,
it's weird.
that is not a sense of
y'all
fashion.
dress like the
Jeff,
mannequins
Jeff,
at
Jeff,
the Aeropostale store.
Jeff,
Like, what are we
Jeff,
talking about?
That's not a sense
Like,
of fashion.
you dress
You're
like
now,
G-Men.
you're now trying to
Like,
be
no.
you're trying to be a comedian right now. That
Yeah.
you're not making
I'm
no
not
damn
trying to make-
sense.
I'm not trying to be a comedian.
I'm
I'm
not
saying what it
dressing
is.
like a G Mitch
Bro,
or a no
you-
Mitch. You don't see no damn body wearing that crap you got on right now.
That's
walking
not
around.
true.
All
That's
right.
not true.
Let's
at
move
all.
forward. Let's move forward.
You don't even be around. What are you talking
We're
about?
losing
Jeff,
Mike.
where do I need
We're
to be
shedding
around
listeners. Let's
Where do I need to be around that?
let's move forward.
I got to be around, hanging out with you to be around.
Y'all wear
You a
Wrangler
fool.
jeans. Like, what are we talking about?
I don't wear, I've
Wrangler
never worn
jeans.
Wranglers in my life. Never.
All right.
What the hell are you talking about?
Nobody pushes back like my man Jeff when he thinks he's in a corner. I have a question, and I don't know this answer. I don't know his title, so forgive me. The leader of Saudi Arabia, whether he's a prince or the crown prince
I
or
don't
the
know.
king,
Whoever he is.
somebody's in town.
Yeah.
Because it's a disaster driving
Well,
around.
they closed down Pennsylvania Avenue from 10th to 12th Street,
Right.
which basically makes everything else hell.
So I had to bail off Rock Creek and come down Constitution. How was your ride in?
It
I was
the same.
okay,
It
but
was
I had
the
to
same.
go a
It's just-
different route.
I had a little longer deal. It took a little longer from right when I come off Independence till I got to what is that, coming out of West Potomac
Right.
Park, and then it got back to how I was.
So I believe the leader of Saudi Arabia is in town. And I believe that's why downtown is such a mess.
That and a little bit rain. You know, people lose their mind when that happens.
Start wearing overalls, but it's fashion. Also, for those watching on Monumental, can they see the just flashing white lights that we're
I'm sure.
operating under?
I'm sure.
I understand we work in a downtown office building and there's lots of different floors with lots of different types of businesses here, but it's not conducive to have an active fire alarm situation
while trying to have a radio.
Yeah, and if we're not moving.
Yeah, that's
so
the other
somebody
thing.
needs to find out, is this a real thing or is this just a test? Because if it's a real thing, I'm getting the hell out of here. I don't care about the radio or the TV.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's a test, and I understand that. But if it's not a test, I'm out.
Joey just texted. Joey is our producer on the Monumental side of things. He said, "You guys look like you're operating in a post-apocalyptic war zone." LOL. Kind of what it feels like between overalls and strobe lights blinking. We're making do though, B. We're gonna persevere. It feels weird being on the bye week where we know Dan Quinn said no updates till Monday. I have a feeling there will be very little coming out of Ashburn this week. I don't know if you agree.
That's gonna be probably nothing.
I think nothing.
Yeah.
I think that's how they want to operate.
Yeah, I mean, it just tell you, we got to find other ways. You got to find other ways to do it this week. We can't use the stuff that they're saying. You got to talk about other stuff.
I wonder what exactly will happen with the Commanders next week. DQ will talk Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
We won't be out there till Wednesday. I doubt they'd give us a bonus day. And I think Terry is very close. I kind of think you get Terry back for Denver. Does that seem reasonable to you?
Seems very reasonable.
What do you think with Jaden? What's your gut with Jaden?
I don't know if it's going to be. I think it's going to happen. I just don't know if it's this. I think it's a little bit too soon right now. That's my thought. That is too soon for Denver, but we don't know.
Are you surprised at all? I believe Nikki Jabala reported this, and I think we know by now if there was something different. They're keeping Washington Denver as the Sunday night game, not this weekend, but next weekend when Washington's back.
I'm not surprised because still Denver is a good team.
Yeah, they're 9-2.
And Denver has that young quarterback still. And I think when you start looking at the that game, people don't just adjust those games right there. You know, that's a hell of a change if somebody was going to have a 1 o'clock game going to an 8 o'clock game and then vice versa. You know what I mean? So I'm not surprised at all with that.
I mean, typically, as you get later in the years, when games get flexed, like we saw Washington and the Falcons get flexed into primetime last year. I honestly think it's more a reflection of Thanksgiving weekend and the league just they already have 4 standalone games before they get to the weekend.
Yeah.
You got 3 on Thanksgiving, the Black Friday game. You still got to deal with Monday Night Football, and I think I
just think it's too much movement, Jay.
Yeah,
You know,
and I think that's already a busy
we
weekend.
always feel like, oh yeah, they're gonna flex this game out. But that's a lot of movement when you start thinking about moving. You're gonna move from Friday to when? It's gonna go, from Sunday night till 4 o'clock or 1 o'clock, or then what team you're moving into it that game. That may be another one that could be scheduled now on a Saturday. You never know.
To me, like looking at that week with Commanders at 3-8, Broncos are 9-2. The games you could have moved in because you can't move any of the Thursday or the Friday games. You're not going to move Monday night, which isn't that good of a game anyway. Giants Patriots. That'll be cold, I bet. The games that would have made sense. The best game is Bills Steelers, but CBS is going to lock that up. They're not going to allow that to get moved. Vikings, Seahawks could have gotten moved. Texans, Colts, maybe even Rams, Panthers. Those were all just 1 o'clocks. Vikings, Seahawks was a 4 o'clock. That wouldn't have been that significant of a change. But maybe, NBC. I do think and it's a big if, but if you get Jaden back for that game, I think NBC is quite cool with it because they know Jaden will bring eyeballs, especially
if he were
his
to come
return
back.
from
But
injury.
I think they're still going with it no matter what.
Oh, they are. It's a done deal now.
So, the whole thing is, if that game is going to be changed, that has to be changed. Not this week, last week, probably.
No, they'd have to. It's 10 to 14 days out, so they could do it as of today. And those are the rules. I'm not making that up. They're not doing it, so it doesn't matter. It was kind of interesting.
I look at it like this, man. We always look at it. Oh, that they may move, that they flex their game. You think about those fans though that have these plans and things of that nature. They don't care about you flexing the game. They don't care about the fact that
that's what John Mara's big thing. You can now flex out Thursday games, and John Mara, Giants owner, was apoplectic that was so unfair to fans.
And I agree with it. I mean,
if you move from Sunday at 4 to Sunday at 8, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
People
but-
planning stuff from Denver. If they were planning to come over here, they've done their stuff. You try to change that game to what, 1 o'clock? And then they're done now at what, 4? And they didn't plan to leave until like the next day or the following day. Now they got all day to figure out something else.
It's not ideal.
Listen,
the league has become just completely indebted to the television networks, and that's all they care about. So, like, if the television networks say jump, they say how high.
Yeah, but if I'm a TV show, if I know you're gonna move the game, and you're not gonna bring in the right amount, the right game, leave it where it's at.
Right. You hear that?
It's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah. Cool.
The only update from all the people at this station while we're live on the air, the only update I got was from Ben Strober, and he said, "Don't worry, it's a drill. Some dude told me."
Okay.
So that was our source.
Thanks, Strobe.
Yeah. The other kind of big news that Ben Strober made me aware of this morning is University of Maryland there's this kid, I want to get his name right, a major 5-star basketball prospect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Baba is his name. Baba Ola. How would you pronounce this? Oladotun. Oladotun. We'll call him Baba for our purposes. Baba O. Apparently, he's going to make his college decision today. He's a 5-star absolute stud. I'm surprised he goes to public school in Montgomery County. He goes to Blake High School. I feel like most of these kids get gobbled up by DeMatha, St. John's, Gonzaga, or go to IMG or whatever, right? But he's a public school kid. He is reclassified to graduate this year. He is 6'10", 200 pounds. He's now going to be graduating in the spring, I presume. And he has offers between Arkansas, Georgetown, Kentucky, and Maryland. Now, Brian, let's be honest with ourselves. This young man grew up in Silver Spring, according to his ESPN profile. I can understand the appeal of Georgetown and Maryland. They are the schools that are here, right? If he wants to stay home. You know what Arkansas and Kentucky have, though?
Shut up.
Money.
But there's some kids out there that just want to play at home. They don't care about going to the other schools, whatever. They can get the money here and still play in front of their home crowd.
Well, and presumably, if you're a 16-year-old kid that's one of the top prospects in the country, yes, you want to get whatever that number is, $2, $4, $10 million this year. You want that. But presumably, this dude is 1 year removed from going to the NBA, where the money is so significantly higher.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about this young man outside of actually, you know who told me about him like last year? My boy Mark from Capital Hoops, who nobody knows the DMV high school basketball scene like Capital Hoops. He had told me about this kid and how it was a big deal that he was staying at Blake and not going to one of the private schools. What does your gut tell you where my man Baba is going to go? Arkansas, Georgetown,
I just heard about him
Kentucky,
today.
Maryland.
So my gut tells me nothing. I can tell you this. Malik Washington, his name?
Yeah.
Is at Maryland right now.
Yeah.
Nobody expected him to go there. Some people don't want to just chase the money. They feel they can get enough money right here and still make it to where they want to go.
There's another young man, apparently, a 4-star, that at 11 a.m., so in 40 minutes, is expected to make his choice between Auburn, Maryland, Syracuse, and Xavier. Could be a big day for the Terps, man. And honestly, the Terps could use a big day.
Yep, they need one.
All right, go Turtles. When we come back, we're going to get into, I want to talk some Nats. Mark Zuckerman is going to join the program. The Nats made a big hire, right? The new Nats, I wish we could just call this dude a GM. I feel like having to refer to him as president of baseball operations all the time is a little much, but whatever. The new Nats general manager and now manager have a combined age of 68. I don't care. Win games.
I don't care.
The new skipper, my man Batera, had a baby, or his wife had the baby. Their first baby, I believe, the day he got the job as the Nats manager. That's pretty cool.
Hell of a gift.
Yeah, I think is pretty neat. Our guy, Mark Zuckerman, nobody covers the Nats better, was there for all of it. A lot of this transpired when we were in Spain and traveling back. So I want to get caught up on Nats Town. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. Our guy, Sean Merriman, joins us at 1 o'clock. I want to ask Lights Out just how surprised he is with the way Washington's season has gone this year. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley getting warmed up on a rainy Wednesday.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude, the systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Your house is going to stay comfortable no matter what the weather outside does. Rude's got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Plus, you could save a bunch of money. B, you got to tell them about the federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning product in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. LeBron James made his season debut last night. When he took the court, he began his league record 23rd season. Also in the third quarter, he extended his streak of double-digit scoring performances to record his 1,293rd game performing with double digits. That means every single game he has played dating back to January 6th, 2007. Over in the NFL, C.J. Stroud will miss at least one more game. Texans quarterback remains in concussion protocol, will not play in Thursday's game against the Bills. Backup Davis Mills will continue to start at quarterback. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. Downtown DC HolidayMarket.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
With me.
Good news is I asked the cluster buster, Chris Kynard, to go check out Jeff's fit. And I think CK is as confused as the rest of us. More importantly, though, the Nats.
Style, though. It's fashion.
Nats made a big move yesterday. I believe we're going to be talking to Mark Zuckerman here any minute. Are we talking to Zuck? I want the Nats to be good again.
Yeah.
I
want all the damn teams in town to be good.
I fear
what a plan for finals and
this isn't the
playoffs.
year for it, B.
I don't know, man. The Spirit got it in the finals.
Spirit's in the finals.
Give them some love.
Saturday at 3:00.
Hell yeah.
Should try to get
in Cali.
I know. I almost.
They're already gone.
I like that.
They're already there.
Did Maya go?
Nah.
She stays here. Okay.
She had on a little sweater this morning.
I thought about wearing my jersey.
I was like, what's up with Dad? She's like, Dad, you can't fit this. Well, you can order me one.
The Spirit
was hot.
The Spirit are undeniably the best team in town.
Represent the Spirit.
B's taking it all off here.
Taking my shirt, take my clothes off like Jeff.
She just wear overalls.
There we go.
That's a dope T-shirt. B is repping the Spirit. Spirit play Saturday. Undeniably the best team in town.
Yeah, got to represent, baby.
Caps have a big one tonight. Connor McDavid in town. Caps need some wins, man. I know it's early in the season, but Caps need some wins. Spirit games.
I think I was watching the game that was replayed last night.
They didn't play last night.
Yeah, it was a replay. I came back from playing the indoor golf thing, and I was sitting there. I just flipped through. I said, I want to watch something different. So I just saw the Caps. I started watching it. And I remember they said Ovi did score, and he was right in front of the net. Yeah, that was. Now I remember it was a replay.
Yeah, indeed.
But I fell asleep on it anyway.
All right. Right now, though, it's time to get caught up on all the moves the Washington Nationals have made. We got a new young manager in town helping us make sense of everything. Is our friend Mr. Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. Zuck, how you doing, dude?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, man. How you feeling, Mark?
I'm feeling fine. How are you guys after the jaunt across the Atlantic?
I feel fine
much
now.
better now. I tell you, going there though, Mark, is hell.
Yeah.
Coming back was a lot better, but hey.
It rocks you on the way there. But I was bummed to miss the introduction of Blake Patera, the Nats' new manager. I mean, they have gone young. You got a really young, new baseball boss in Taboni, and now you've got a really young manager in Butera. I got to tell you, Zuck, the picture that was on the Masson Sports website of Butera with the hat on, he looks like he's 15, dude. How was the intro presser?
There's a little bit of a shock when you first kind of see him, and I'll admit, standing next to him when I met him, he's shorter than me, and that's not something I can say about a lot of people that I deal with in the professional sports world. Now, that doesn't mean anything, of course, but I think under the circumstances, I think he handled it really well. This is somebody who has never been in any kind of situation like this before, didn't play in the big leagues. didn't manage or anywhere close to the big leagues. Was never got higher than single A. They worked for the Tampa Bay Rays and dealt with their big league staff. But I actually asked him in our one-on-one afterwards if he's ever been in a major league dugout before, and he thought about it for a second and said, "No, I haven't." So I mean, this is a big deal and a big leap for him. But I think, based on the first impression, I thought he handled it really well. Came across confidently. He of course was asked a lot about his age and the lack of experience, and I think he had good answers for it all, which is essentially to say, age is just a number, and experience can come in a lot of different forms. And while no, he hasn't been in the big leagues before, he has worked with a ton of good professional ball players who went on to become big-time big leaguers. And he's got to earn everyone's respect and show them from the start that he's to be taken seriously. But I think once he gets over that hurdle, he feels like, and the organization feels like, he's going to get his message across, and they're going to come to respect him.
Well, I guess, if you have any level of experience in managing people, that's probably all you need. They got a bunch of older people they rolled in here and it had ton of experience, and they didn't get it done. So
have you seen how young my man looks?
I saw how young he looks, but I think it's gotten to a point in this day and age where the fact that analytics are so involved with sports,
especially baseball,
you have to be able to do that better than the other, because you can hire somebody to handle the other stuff. I've watched in all facets of professional sports, the head coach always hires somebody that's bad as hell below him that can run things for him. And if he could just get the right people in place, that's all that needs to happen.
Yeah, and I think that's why the makeup of his coaching staff, and they're still in the process of that. They've hired about half of the coaches, I think, so far. I think that's as big of a deal as the rest. And what you've seen so far there, his bench coach, his right-hand man, is a guy named Michael Johns, who is 50 years old, who was the Rays' first base coach for several years and then worked in their minor league system. So they know each other well, working in Tampa Bay, but he is more experienced, has been on a big league staff before. So that, I think, helps. But he's also not, wedded to just hiring older, more experienced coaches. His pitching coach, who we're going to talk to later today, the guy named Simon Matthews, he's only 30.
Okay.
He does have big league experience with the Cincinnati Reds as an assistant pitching coach for them. A great pitcher at Georgetown, coincidentally, like one of the best pitchers in Georgetown Hoya history. I don't know that they have a lot of baseball history there, but he is one of the better ones. They're bringing Sean Doolittle back in a still-to-be-determined role. So I'm interested to see what the rest of the staff looks like, but I thought it was interesting that he mentioned, yes, you want to have some experience, you want to fill the gaps that he doesn't have himself, but again, it doesn't mean you have to be older.
Right.
Experience can come in a lot of different ways and a lot of different forms.
See, I always felt when you hire a coach, and no matter if that coach has experience or not, you got to support him. Like, you got to be able to put the right people around them, and then things can work. Too many times people hire a manager and then they want him to just run everything. If you don't have that experience running everything, you can run into a problem. But if you got somebody above you that knows people, have all those connections, they can put the right people around you, make your job a lot easier.
Well, dude, just to equate it to football, maybe it's a false equation, but when McVay got the job in LA, people are like, "Oh man, he's so young," and I was like, "I'm pretty well documented that I think Sean is a super talent." But I also thought he was really smart to bring in Wade Phillips to run the defense.
Oh, yeah.
And he immediately brought in like a veteran that was going to run half of the room and just a guy that gave them a difference of gravitas. And I think that's kind of what you're saying Batera did with the bench coach, Zuck. Does that seem kind of comparable?
Yeah, this isn't maybe quite to that extent that a Wade Phillips, where you're talking about a former this isn't a former big league manager or somebody with like a real name value. But he's been here, done that some, and certainly has more life experience and baseball experience. So I think it does make somewhat of a difference. But I think the other thing to keep in mind here is that you mentioned the analytics part. There's going to be a lot more collaboration, I think, between the front office and the coaching staff. And just because somebody is not maybe designated as part of the official big league coaching staff doesn't mean they aren't going to have a say in things.
Gotcha.
And this may be a broader group of people ultimately that is putting together a game plan and working with these players to get them ready for the game that night.
Talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman from Masson Sports. You can follow Mark at Mark Zuckerman, host of the Nats Chat podcast. So, Zuck, I want to be excited. I really do. But you had an awesome article that I actually read while I was in Madrid, just because to me, I just chase everything goes back. It's like Deep Throat and Watergate. Follow the money, right? And you broke down exactly what's on the Nats payroll right now, and it's nothing, basically. Like there's very, very little there. And I think with what we think may be coming in baseball after this season or after the 26th season with a potential work stoppage, how if at all, aggressive do you think they are this upcoming offseason?
Well, yeah, this is now the next big step in the big unknown. Once they get the coaching staff finalized, let's start talking about what is this roster going to look like and what are they doing this winter to try to make the team better, because clearly there are areas they need to be better at. From a payroll standpoint, as you said, it's very little. If you just look at who's on the major league payroll right now, active players, it's like less than $60 million. That's peanuts. That's nothing. Now, some of that's because they have so many young guys who haven't reached arbitration or free agency yet that they're just naturally going to have low salaries. You know, James Wood, Dalen Lyle, Dylan Cruz, these guys are going to have low salaries even if they're superstars because that's where they are in their careers. But we know they have not spent big at all on free agents recently. And the crazy part of it is they're still paying technically on the books for one more year Steven Strasburg at like $35 million.
That's crazy.
I mean, that counts against their payroll number and their luxury tax number, but that's not money that's actually going on to the roster this year. Now, if they just to get to where they were last year, which was I think $109 million, if I'm remembering right, they have like at least $25 million or so they can spend. So there is some ability, even if they're just going to go back to that level. That doesn't mean they can't go above and beyond it. Mark Lerner, when he was asked about it at the Taboni's introductory press conference, he talked around it, but essentially said, we're going to get back to where we used to be, as in the 2010s when they had a top 10 payroll every year. And Paul Taboni has said that he feels like he's going to have all the resources he needs to build this team the way he wants to. Now, the question is, does that happen now or does that happen later? And I think the evidence would suggest where they are at this point with still a young team, knowing that there's a potential lockout a year from now and you don't want to tie yourself up maybe with long-term deals, not knowing what's going to happen a year from now, they're probably not there yet. So, let's see how this goes. We still don't really have a lot of sense of how they're going to approach this offseason, but my hunch would be that they're still just supplementing what they have right now, and that the big splash, if it's going to come, is probably a year or two away.
I tend to agree with you, Zuck. You obviously know a lot more than me, but I'll never forget the day I read they signed Joey Gallo to a 1-year, $5 million deal, and $4 million of it was deferred. And I was like, what are we doing? This isn't Major League Baseball. Gallo couldn't hit. Like, I want these new guys to have a real shot at this. Like, I love Riz. I think Riz built a great organization, and then it was sadly torn down by ownership. I want these dudes to build everything. I just feel like we're talking. How much do you think there will be a real work stoppage in 27? Or do you think they'll be able, like Union and MLB will be able to get something done, and maybe we just miss spring training and stuff, but it's a regular baseball season?
Yeah, I mean, the rhetoric right now is pretty ugly, the way that they're talking about it in advance, but we did see the last time around with this that they had the work stoppage for the whole winter, and it cut into some of spring training. But there came a point where everybody realized, okay, if this goes on any longer, we're not playing 162 this year. And that means that certainly it's not good for fans or for the state of the sport, but really what matters to both the owners and the players, you don't play 162, you don't get paid for 162, you don't get revenue for 162. So when it finally came to push and shove, they got a deal done and they got the whole season in. I would hope that that's the worst that it gets to this time around, that they do ultimately understand. My biggest concern, at least the way they're talking right now, is that it feels like both the owner side and the union side are more interested in winning whatever this agreement ends up looking like, as opposed to actually trying to work together on a deal in which neither side is going to be totally satisfied, but you make concessions each way and you end up with something that works in the end. The state of the sport is really good right now.
It's
that
so
postseason
good.
was phenomenal.
It's so
you
good.
Cannot lose that with where things are going right now. And I would hope that when it does come down to it, that all the sides realize that and understand that there's nothing to be gained from losing even one major league game in the 2027 season.
It's real good, but it seems as if these owners want these players to take a lot of cuts to help them out. The owners are the ones signing these damn contracts. So why you want the players to help? The players are not going to say, "Oh, we'll take less money." And
there's the problem. Is if your complaint is that salaries are too high, or that Ohtani's getting too much money, Soto's getting too much money. Yeah, do you just want that money going back into the owners' pockets? Like the money's out there, it's going to go to somebody, either the owners or the players. I think where the issues are going to come in is that we tend to think of these as these big monoliths, owners and players, and they really aren't, because you have very different kinds of teams. The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Cubs are in a totally different category than the Pirates, the Royals, the A's, the Marlins. And that's where you're starting to hear talk about a salary cap in an attempt to help the smaller markets, in theory, have a better chance. Now, if that argument's going to fly, I don't know, or not. And the players have always said, no, we won't do a salary cap. That goes all the way back to the 90s.
Yeah.
But the other thing with the players is they're not all the same either. And this, to me, the most fascinating part of the last CBA 5 years ago was that the executive board of the players union did not want to agree to the final deal that was on the table. And it was the rank and file players that overruled them and said, no, we need to play. Well, you know why? Because
they got to get their money.
The top guys, the Max Scherzers, they're set for life. They can afford to lose a season. The guys who are, hey, this might be my one chance to be in the big leagues this year, they weren't going to blow that, and they overruled them. So I thought that was instructive, that it's not just about the big name players. There are hundreds and hundreds more of guys who need to play and are probably willing to sacrifice a little more than the big time guys are.
Zuck, we appreciate your time, dude. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, that's our guy, Mark Zuckerman. Lot to watch with the Nats. I don't think they're going to spend $1 till 27. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here, and you've heard me talk about the great folks over at Better Services. Whatever it is you need, like me, I needed new appliances. You know who came through? Better Services. Say you need some handyman work done around the house. You know who's got you? Better Services. What about a kitchen reno or a bathroom reno? Better Services. They've got a showroom in Kensington. You can go check out all the appliances and get next day or maybe even same day delivery. Or if your appliances aren't really performing and you know you're hosting Thanksgiving next week, call Better Services. Whatever it is you need, they can get it done. They're serving Maryland and DC, family owned and operated. BetterServices.com. That's BETTAR services.com. You better get better. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're up and running early this morning. If you're watching on YouTube, shout out to you. I know the chat is popping. The chat operates in its own little world.
It does.
If you're watching,
they got all kind of stories going on.
Monumental Sports Network, we appreciate you there too. If you just listen on the radio the old-fashioned way, we appreciate you too. Roster move yesterday, B, that I think at 3-8, people are just really jumpy and ready to get mad about everything. I don't know that everybody's aware of this, but because Deron Payne was technically suspended, he was technically off the roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they wanted to cut Matt Gay, obviously. So they had to make 2 roster moves to cut Matt Gay and bring in Jake Moody, which is pretty obvious. That's a 1-for-1 swap.
Yeah.
But to get Deron back on the roster, they had to release somebody.
Yeah.
They released Jacoby Jones, who's an undrafted rookie free agent receiver that made his first catch of his NFL career in Madrid. He had a nice little grab. He's got a unique running style. I don't know if you noticed that, but like he's moving quick, but he seems to be moving slow. Did you notice that the way he runs?
Ooh.
Jones in Madrid. It was the first time we saw him. It's the first time we've really seen him since camp.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's slow.
He's not
he has
slow.
A fluid
but it's
running style.
It's just a unique running.
His
style.
running style is different than he has a longer stride than most guys.
Yeah. It was. I'm not saying he's slow at all. It was just unique. So he makes his first catch Sunday in Madrid, then gets cut 2 days later, and I think a lot of people just get mad. They're like, "Why are you keeping aging veterans and cutting this dude?" My theory, and I don't know this, but my theory is once Jones clears waivers, which should happen today,
Be back on practice squad.
He's back on the practice squad.
Yeah.
So
I think some fans have to. I listen. There's a lot of books out there that teaches people, and the title of the book can seem a little harsh, but it's for people to learn. Football for Dummies. I got tons of them. Golf for all that stuff. Educate yourself a little bit instead of just thinking that getting loud and making all these false or wrong statements make you any better. Get a little educated on the whole thing, and you won't get riled up too much. Because that's a simple little move, what they're doing.
Now, if he does get signed by another team,
it's better for him.
I kind of think good for him.
Yeah.
I don't think he will. I think he'll be back on the practice squad before the end of the week, honestly. So the Jacoby Jones stuff is a roster machination because the reality, you're going to bring Deron back to your active roster. And I don't think not everything is worth screaming about. I had a conversation with a close friend of mine who you actually know, B, lives up in New York, and he got a call. He got a call from another dad in his son's class.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Your son is torturing my son."
Mm-hmm.
And they went on to have a conversation. These are 9-year-old boys that got into an argument over baseball cards. Like, sometimes we got to chill with the language. Sometimes this is just normal operations. 2 9-year-old boys get in an argument over baseball cards.
And
one dad shouldn't be calling
and
the other.
dad say your son is torturing me because he got into an argument.
Yeah.
That daddy need to get life.
He needs to get his ass kicked.
Well, that's why he called that dad. He knew that dad wouldn't do it. If that dad was somebody that probably whooped his ass, he would have never called him.
I'm with you.
So,
I don't know. I think we live in a society like, dude, watch the weather. Watch like the Weather Channel or watch certainly political. Like there's this need to exaggerate our language at all times, which is unnecessary. And I think folks would be better served just trying to appropriately react rather than microwave everything.
That's it.
When we come back, our guy Neil Greenberg will join the program.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Alabama dropped 6 spots to number 10 in the college football playoff rankings after they lost to Oklahoma on Saturday. The Crimson Tide are now 5th among SEC schools in the rankings after the Sooners moved up to number 8. Texas A&M remains at number 3 behind Ohio State at 1, Indiana at 2, and Georgia takes that number 4 spot. Texas Tech rounds out the top 5. They jump ahead of Ole Miss and Oregon. Alabama currently the last at-large team in the field, with the top-ranked teams from the ACC and American conferences out of the top 10. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, make sure you listen live, 7 p.m. We've got the Capitals facing off against the Edmonton Oilers. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can read all of Greenberg's work at Washington Post and postsports.com. What's up, Neil? How you doing, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
We're doing well, man. We're doing well. We're back from Madrid.
Now.
We're rested up, back on East Coast time.
Well, you guys did great out there in Spain.
Appreciate
Was it weird to listen to us knowing we were in the future?
It's always weird listening to you guys, but yeah, I mean,
we weren't in the future though, Jay. He was just listening to it at the right time.
I was in the past.
He was in the past.
We were listening we were doing it exactly when he was listening.
Yeah, but it was, yeah.
This was weird going there at 4:00.
Nothing's a better response than Greenberg saying it's always weird listening to you guys.
Well, damn, you heard the first segment. He knows that.
So, Neil, made it to the bye week. We're past the halfway mark. Washington is 3-8. The playoffs are shot. I think everybody recognizes that. What do you want to see from Washington over these final 6 games?
A new kicker. We're still gonna have.
They already did that.
I hear a lot of disappointment over this last game, the loss to Miami. But I thought it was a good game.
Yeah.
It's interesting because you're at the point now with the season where you just have to look for building blocks, right? I mean, we know the offense is going to be better once they get healthy. We know the kicking game, had a big letdown on Sunday. Fixable, right? You get someone else in. The defense, I thought, played really well. I mean, 3 sacks, a couple of fourth down stops, probably one of their best games of the season, especially, in after the first couple of games for sure. If they play that type of defense, the offense gets healthy, and you have a kicker that can make, makeable field goals, then we're right back where we left off last year in terms of expectations for the team. So, the actual wins and losses for any team really does mask like what you're looking for. And for Washington, I thought the defense played really well.
How much of the So here's the question then, and I don't know this answer, and it's kind of existential and perhaps is irrelevant, frankly. But like, say DQ took over a couple weeks prior. Say they made a kicking change at Halloween instead of Thanksgiving. How much do you think either of those events, if done earlier, could have changed the way this season rolled out?
Well, the defense couldn't get any worse, and I'm not saying that flippantly. I'm saying that because it was really bad. So maybe you get an extra 2 wins, right? Maybe you're looking at,
5-5, which is a lot different situation. I mean, it could have made a huge impact. They lost to Chicago by 1. They lost to Atlanta by a score. Those are winnable games in my opinion. Even the Green Bay game was winnable. So I think this game, the football is always about these little plays that have big impacts, and you can play great all game, 59 minutes, have a red zone fumble that goes the other way and lose the game, and your win-loss record is not going to reflect exactly how you played. So yeah, I think those adjustments are easy in hindsight. But you look at the success they had last year. If I'm Dan Quinn, I don't know how much I'm changing, knowing I have all these injuries, right? And I'm dealing with some different stuff that I didn't have to deal with last year. So yes, in hindsight, absolutely. But you have a coach that's loyal to his guys, and it's one of the things that makes the coach desirable in a lot of different ways. And you're looking at this team and you see a lot of what's going on, and I don't know if I would have been able to make the change earlier. You make the change when you don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they did.
I mean, the kicking change, I think, could have happened. The change for him to start making calls, I don't think that should have happened any sooner. I think right at that point, I believe, I told JP this yesterday, I think a conversation happened that made that change. You get to a point where they say, listen, man, we got to do something different. Okay, I'll call it.
Right.
And I believe that's what I think. I don't know.
Well, and
I think something like that happened.
The fact that Witt wasn't fired, I think, was we got to do something. He's like, all right, I'll do something.
Yeah. But ultimately, let's be real. You look at all the injuries and you look at the players they have, I don't think him calling the plays would make that big of a change. They played, better against Miami, but how about these other teams? I don't know if it would have made that big a difference in the other games.
Right. And and let's face it. I mean, it's not like Quinn was not involved with the defense.
Totally.
Going, over the past games. I mean, he's a former defensive guy. I mean, he's the head coach. He's going to have his hand in every facet of the game. So, I think, look, this is a lost season. I mean, like, there's nothing, there's so many excuses for this team. I don't know how anybody is evaluating them with any sort of certainty. They're playing well in some spots. Debo looked good. He had that, 70-something yards and a touchdown. And Mariota, I think, has played very well considered as a backup. I think that he's done everything that you've asked him to do. Has it looked perfect? No. But again, I mean, you have injuries that excuse some of it. And, this was going to be a tougher season no matter what. But look at what happened with Baltimore when they lost Lamar Jackson. They didn't win a thing. Look what happened with Cincinnati when they lost Joe Burrow. I mean, you lose your top quarterback, you're going to struggle no matter what.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg. Neil joining us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Greenberg, I think the biggest question now for Washington is there's obviously big offseason questions, but I think the biggest question is, does Jayden play again? And some of that will be determined on when he's fully healthy and cleared. But where do you land on, there are, I don't know how big, but there's a section of the fan base that wants to just shut him down for the year, and he's had 3 different injuries that have forced him to miss time. Where do you land on maybe just letting Jayden sit?
He's got to play. He's only got a year or so in the league. I think that if he's healthy, he should play. I've talked about this before. The way that Jayden Daniels plays, he's always going to be an injury risk. And if you coach him as an injury risk, you'll never have him on the field. And also, these same people that are saying, don't play Jayden are probably going to be the same people that get more upset if he has a slow start next year, right?
Totally.
Because he doesn't have as many reps. You can't coach scared in the NFL. You don't have the time. like you don't have the time as a coach because there's only 32 slots available and it's whatever you've done for me lately. You don't have time because Jaden Daniels has a sweetheart of a deal in terms of his production and position that he plays. So you need all that extra cash that you're saving to go elsewhere to build a contender. That you don't have the luxury of sitting a superstar quarterback in year 2 and hoping that he doesn't get injured, because if that's the way you're gonna coach, you've already lost. Like you've already you're already waving the white flag and not optimizing your roster. So if he's healthy, let him play. If you get in a situation where it's 30-0 and you're on the losing end, absolutely pull him.
Mm-hmm.
But get him on the field, get him playing, and you always have to be ready for next season.
I totally agree with you. I just think that, like you said, those same people, if he didn't play and he's not ready next year, they'll have things to say. So you got to let him go out there and learn. And then the thing about him, he also learned how to protect himself better the more he plays. Just like I look at Mikey Sarenstein, unbelievable football player, unbelievable athlete, does not know the situation he was in that punt return, and that's why he muffed the ball. If he had been doing it a little bit, then he wouldn't have muffed the football. Probably would have backed off of the football. It's something about playing the game of football that gets you better, not sitting down watching other people play. It might make them better, but it's not going to make you better.
Right. Football is too fast of a game to learn it from the sidelines, especially if you're a quarterback. Like you need your timing, you need your chemistry, there's so much that goes into it. And I'm just saying that as a spectator. Like, I actually had like the VR headset on, like looking at the field in real time, and probably the scariest moment of my life.
With a
there's
headset.
so much to like. I feel like my brain works pretty fast. I mean, like I grew up in New York. It's like a mathematical type of brain, right brain, whatever it is. So I feel like I can process information really quick. Like processing information as an NFL quarterback when you have 3-4 receivers plus the defense plus guys coming at you and all that other stuff. I mean, you cannot learn that from a book, right? Like you have to be in the moment and learn how that works in real time. There's no substitute for that.
I agree with you, dude. I think that's well said. And specifically in the NFL, like you understand the inherent risk of any young quarterback and then a guy that runs like Jaden and just the athleticism of Jaden. But that doesn't mean you change how you operate, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good enough player, and I do think he'll learn. And
He will.
I totally agree with you, man.
And that's why you have Mariota.
Right. That's why you paid Mariota to be a well-paid backup, and he's important to your program.
Right. I wouldn't let him go anywhere. I would chain him to the building.
I would think they bring Mariota back again, honestly.
I think they have to.
He gives you a hell of a chance. And
he gives you continuity.
And in that game, you're going to get to certain people. Oh, he threw the interception. But he was trying to make a play. He hesitated. You can't hesitate on that throw right there. But ultimately, if you kick the ball, you're not even in that damn situation.
I pulled up.
Right, and you need a guy that's trying to make plays. That's unfortunately the byproduct is interceptions, but you want a guy that will try to make a play.
Totally.
Honestly, I've said this repeatedly, and Chris Moore is a good dude and has given them good reps, and they clearly are comfortable with him. But the deep shot they took at the end of regulation, if that's 17 instead of 19, I think it's almost a walk-off touchdown.
Yeah, I mean,
like Mariota put a good ball on the
Terry's
air.
a better player, and Terry would have had probably taken 2 more steps and been right there with the ball falls into his lap. Chris doesn't have that speed anymore.
Right. Well, dude, if you look at, so I pulled Matt Gay's splits up this year, and I think the Bears game obviously could have gone either way. It was Chicago won by a point when Jaden put the ball on the ground late. Gay in that game was 1 for 2.
Okay.
They lost. 3 points is difference in a win.
Makes a difference.
If you look at the Miami game, he was 2 of 4 in that game, 50%. If he makes either, I mean, he's got 1 at the end of regulation to win it.
50-50 don't work in football.
Go back to the Green Bay game, to your earlier point, Neil. That was a 1-score game. 1-score game in the fourth quarter. He was 1 of 3. They end up losing by 9, but say he makes, and these are, granted, the misses are 50-yarders, but they knew that was a problem going
Everybody
in.
makes that these days.
Right.
Yeah, you got to be able to stretch the field.
Man.
Like you got to be able to make those because teams are more aggressive on fourth down too, right? So you got to be able to make those longer field goals because they're not taking the shorter field goals as much.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're going for it more often when I don't know what they call it, the green zone or whatever they call it before the red zone. Like, as an NFL kicker, you have to be able to make those 50, 55 footers with regularity because you're not getting many of them.
Because, listen, I think guys think this way, especially Dallas. If I can go for one early, I got a kicker could kick it from 65. Okay?
That dude's a weapon.
When you have those guys kicking balls 65, 58 yards, and your guy, every time you get to 50, the excuse is, well, you know how he was from 50. Well, he shouldn't be on your team, point blank. If you're going to kick him from 50 and he's not very good at it, and he must have a damn fear of it, then he shouldn't be on the team.
Well, he's not anymore. I'm surprised he had a seat on the plane on the way home.
Greenberg, I did want to save a little time. Caps have a big one tonight. It hasn't been their year thus far. This power play hasn't really got going. They got Edmonton coming to town. We know how good that Oilers team is. They've lost in the seventh game of the Stanley Cup Finals the last 2 years, or maybe last year was earlier than that against Florida. But what are you? Neil, you there?
Your phone went crazy.
Okay. Landville's putting them on hold. Like the Caps are in last place in the Metro, but they're only 7 games back of Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
One win, and they're right back kind of in the middle of this thing. But, gosh, Edmonton's kind of not killing it right now, but Caps have played. Tonight's their 20th game. That's a quarter of your season.
Mm-hmm.
Greenberg, where are we at with the Caps, man?
Well, they're in the basement of the Metro, and Coach Carberry even said as much. It's like his skating, his reads, his defensive work, his penalty killing. It's like, other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? You know what I mean? Like, there's just not much going right. They got Dubois long term. They're going to need Protas to get back on track. This is a tough one, like you said. I mean, Edmonton's no slouch, and but the special teams. I mean, look, this is a team that lives and dies by the power play for a long time. Power play is clicking on 14%. Like, that's just not going to cut it at any point in the National Hockey League, especially not for this team, which I think relies on it quite a bit.
Do you think the Caps are a playoff team? Like, is there a hot stretch coming for them?
I mean, they're only 20 games through, so I mean, it's certainly possible to get back in the mix, but they got to start running hot. Like, they got to get healthy and start running hot and fix the special teams. I mean, there's still plenty of hockey to be played, so yeah, they could definitely get back in that picture. But we got to start seeing it soon because the time runs out pretty quickly.
Yeah,
it's
too early to get worried right now, though.
Right, but not enough to be optimistic. Like we're in this gray area where we really do got to start seeing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it. Losing streaks in the NFL, it gets late early. I don't think it's late early for the Caps, but it's not early anymore either.
Yeah, you guys are cutting out, but
right.
They got to get some stuff going.
All right, we're gonna let you go. Something's weird with the phone. We appreciate you, buddy.
Okay, love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that's our guy Neil Greenberg. You can give him a follow at N Greenberg. A little bit of news from the senior circuit of the Hall of Fame. Somebody that matters a lot around here. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. The Cleveland Browns will start Shedeur Sanders at quarterback in Sunday's road game against the Raiders, as Dylan Gabriel remains in the NFL's concussion protocol. So Shedeur Sanders will make his first NFL start. More NFL news. The New Orleans Saints are expected to play a regular season game in Paris in the next couple of years, perhaps even in 2026. The game would be the first for the NFL in France. It would be played at Stade de France, which has hosted plenty of events such as the Olympics, the finals of the UEFA Champions League, and the World Cup. It features a capacity of over 81,000. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Like this. Bang.
All right, B. A little bit of good news, man. Excuse me. The Hall of Fame has moved forward to 9 semifinalists in the seniors category.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to clear some stuff up for people so you don't have to, and that people don't get mad about something that's incorrect. The senior category of the Hall of Fame requires you being 25 years removed from your last game.
Yeah.
So that means folks that last played in 2000. So before anybody yells about anything, Brian's not eligible for this. Despite what Jeff may say, he's not that old. Your last game came in 2003, correct?
Yeah.
So B wouldn't be eligible for the senior class until 2028. But 9 semifinalists have moved forward. Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, Henry Ellard, who played some good ball here in Washington.
Yes, he did.
L.C. Greenwood, Eddie Medor, Stanley Morgan, Steve Tasker, who I add parenthetically is a special teams guy.
Yeah.
Otis Taylor, and most importantly for us, Joe Jacoby.
He should be in there already.
Pretty well documented that he should be in my opinion. 13 years. Jacoby won 3 Super Bowls, twice earned first team All-Pro, and was named to the Pro Bowl 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if you ask Lawrence Taylor.
Well, Lawrence Taylor has said it.
Right, on the record.
Yeah.
To me, Jake should be in. I believe. So here's what happens next. I'm reading now from a press release. 9 individuals have reached the semifinalist stage in the seniors category from the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. The Hall of Fame's 9-person seniors blue ribbon committee will meet November 25th. I guess that's next week, to determine the 3 former players who will be finalists. Those names will be unveiled in early December. So this group of 9 is going to get trimmed down to 3.
To 3.
Roger Craig is certainly
1,000, wasn't he?
First NFL player to total 1,000 yards rushing and receiving in the same season, and won 3 Super Bowls with the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm. High knees, boy.
Roger Craig went for over 13,000 yards from scrimmage and 73 touchdowns. I would think, and you know more than me, and I'm not even like joking about the age. Like, you played in some of this era, you watched more football in some of this era. I would think Roger Craig might. I would assume he's one of the finalists.
Yeah. I would assume.
To me, Jacoby has to be one of the 3 finalists. Now, I'm going to just tell you the truth. I don't have a lot of file on Otis Taylor. Played from 65 to 75. Won a Super Bowl.
I was living some of that time, but I don't know nothing about Otis.
He won Super Bowl 4 with the Chiefs. Led the AFL in touchdown catches in 1967. Steve Tasker is a dude I am familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
played for those great Bills teams in the early 90s, special teams contributor.
Bad man.
Totally.
You can put 3 people to block him. He still was gonna find a way to make the tackle, dog.
So I don't know this, B, but I would think guys that have been senior eligible for some time, like Otis Taylor or Eddie Mador. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful. He played his entire career with the LA Rams, was a 6-time Pro Bowler, was a member of the NFL's all-decade team of the 60s. Finished his career with 46 picks. That's a ton. But they also used to throw a lot more picks back then because everything was downfield. Like he's been eligible.
They ran the ball a lot back then.
Yeah.
So they may have 40-something picks. That's hella good.
L.C. Greenwood was a 4-time Super Bowl winner with the Steelers on that steel curtain. All-Pro twice, 6-time Pro Bowler. Steelers players tend to get in, whether they we can argue about the merits of that. Henry Ellard, almost 230 career games, went for almost 14,000 yards and 65 touchdowns. His yardage total still ranks 15th in NFL history, had 7 1,000-yard receiving seasons. These are all obviously very, very distinguished players. I don't know enough about Ken Anderson, B, and maybe you do. He was voted league MVP in 1981, 4-time Pro Bowler. I believe he was the Bengals in my lifetime went to 2 Super Bowls, lost to the Niners in both of them, I believe. He was the quarterback for one of them. I think Boomer was the quarterback for the other. I just don't know enough about Ken Anderson. I look at this list, and perhaps I look at it through burgundy and gold colored glasses.
I don't think Ken is more deserving than Jake. Jake, I can tell you that.
Of this list,
look at the guys that Jake had to go against that were just in the NFC East.
Reggie White and LT at the top
and
of the list.
all of those people respected Jake. So,
do you think, undoubtedly, you think he belongs in, right?
Yes.
You think he gets in? I believe only one person gets in of the 3 finalists.
I think it's time. All the people that basically made these videos and talked about him that are already in says more than enough for me.
I would say it's time too, dude. And I don't know that it's going to happen. I was just telling CK, I was in Minnesota. We were both there. When Jake was eligible in the last year, I believe, of his. So I guess it's like the standard candidacy, and then you wait a couple of years, and then you qualify for senior candidacy. And Jake was a finalist, which means you get flown to the Super Bowl. What Super Bowl was that? 2018?
I forgot where we were in there.
It was Minnesota. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was the 2019 Hall of Fame class. And Jake was.
Because we did something with him, I think.
We did.
Yeah.
Remember we rode that Ferris wheel?
We were about to ride the Ferris wheel.
Well, no, that was
cut short.
He and I did a walk and talk interview where we getting Joe Jacoby, who's a very large man, onto that Ferris wheel was something else. Now, unfortunately, for that class, all right, so I need the 2018 Hall of Fame. That class that Jake was part of was loaded. Only 5 guys can go in, right? It was Ray Lewis, Randy Moss, Brian Urlacher, Terrell Owens, and Brian Dawkins. And unfortunately, with that group, Jake's not going to cut that. Now, with this senior class, you'd like to think maybe he can cut that. And I mean, Joe knows how I feel about this, rooting for him like crazy. You'd love for that to happen because he's very deserving, and I think on a very wide scale, the great Redskins teams are underrepresented.
Yeah, underrepresented. I think you look at an offensive lineman, you can rarely tell they don't have something that just shows you all of their stats,
Right.
like a D tackle or a linebacker or a receiver or a running back. And you have to talk to the people that went against them. You know, I think that makes a world of difference. And then when you look at what the offenses did while he was being one of those lead guys up there blocking, hell, they were spectacular. How can you say no? With all of that, all of the 3 different quarterbacks, running backs, all these people coming through there, he was still a steady. Makes a difference.
Totally, man. And I think just to try to understand that era of football and what made those Skins teams so great.
The line.
They ran the hell out of the football. And
I'm going to just say, I'll tell you one stat that will tell you what you need to know. Whole year, sacked, 9 times, Mark Rippon? That's
I
one
thought
stat.
it was 7.
I think it was 9 total.
Yeah.
But 7, 9 says enough. That stat right there says what you need to know about that offensive line. And one guy should not be the only person in there.
I totally agree. So, of the modern era, and I only ask this, you may not know. So, there's modern era candidates and then senior era candidates. So, Jacoby has moved forward in the seniors. You have made it to the round of 52 for the modern era, as has
London.
London's there too. Do you know when that next cut comes? That's got to be relatively soon,
I don't have
down to 25.
You know, I don't pay attention to all that. I don't know.
I think
I have no clue.
You're better off. It's completely beyond your control, right?
Yeah.
If you look at this year, kind of who are the first who are the first people that are eligible? There's been the Eli conversation. I think Drew Brees is going to get in. To me, Drew Brees played at a Hall of Fame level and certainly has the numbers and everything to back that up. Look elsewhere. Running backs will be interesting. Eddie George is there. Frank Gore is there. Marshawn is there. There's other good backs, but I don't know that they're Hall of Famers. I wouldn't think Warwick Dunn, Shady McCoy, Fred Taylor are Hall of Famers. I don't know if you disagree.
Fred might be. Fred was a bad man, dude.
He was. He sure was. I'm trying to figure out Ricky Waters.
Nah.
Wide receivers is
Ricky Waters basically say, for who, for what? When they ask him to run the ball inside for 4th down.
I know.
For
you
who,
know,
for what?
LL Cool J's character. Have you ever seen Any Given Sunday?
Couple plays.
So apparently LL Cool J's character, who was very much a me first running back in the movie,
came off of Ricky.
was loosely based on Ricky Waters.
I can see. Hey, that was Rick, brother.
So Fred Taylor has made the cut to 25 before, but never past that. Wide receivers, Larry Fitzgerald, I believe, is his first year eligible. To me, Fitz is a Hall of Famer for
Hell
sure.
yeah.
Now, receivers very, very rarely get in first ballot. That's just the tradition of the Hall of Fame.
Mhm.
I think Randy Moss got
But
in.
why should that be even a tradition?
The same dumb stuff with baseball.
That makes
when
no sense to me,
when
man.
guys can't go in unanimous. You know what I mean? But Fitz, I could see the receiver position B, I think is pretty stacked. Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitz, Torrey Holt, Jimmy Smith, Steve Smith, Hines Ward, Reggie Wayne.
Torrey Holt was a bad man, bro.
Torrey Holt, Reggie
Woo.
Wayne, and Steve Smith have all made it to 25.
Greatest
before.
show on turf was special, bro.
It was. It was.
And it wasn't just Isaac Bruce out there doing stuff.
Falk, Kurt. Who was they had a dude with a remember the third wide receiver that emerged for a while with I think it was like a Muslim last name. Remember
Oz Hakim?
Oz Hakim, yeah. I mean, they were balling. I don't believe either of these guys are Hall of Famers to me, but I'm curious what you say at tight end, Greg Olson and Jason Witten. I think that's Hall of Very Good.
Witten was good. Very good. I mean, super good.
Witten was very good.
Yes.
O-line. And some of these guys have already made it to 25. Willie Anderson has made it to 25, eligible again. Steve Wisniewski is now available. Eric Williams is now available. Marshall Yanda
Wisniewski, a big old dude.
from the Ravens has already
Got
made it
into
to
a scuffle with
25. D-line, Will Fork,
Vince.
Haloti Nada, Simeon Rice, John Abraham. Linebackers, we already mentioned London Fletcher, James Harrison, Luke Kuechly, and Terrell Suggs. Both Kuechly and Suggs have already made it to 25 before. You wonder if they get through. DBs be Rodney Harrison, Asante Samuel, Earl Thomas, Peanut Tillman, Troy Vincent, Darren Woodson, who's already made it to 25.
Peanut, Raging Cajun, baby.
Adam Vinatieri, who's already made it to 25. And then yourself. It's
A lot of names, bro.
A lot of names. So you get 20 years of modern era eligibility. And then if it doesn't get through in those 20 years, then it becomes the seniors list. Hopefully we shed a little light on that process. Voters are amassed from around the country. Every city, every NFL city is supposed to have a representative for their city. That can be debated how much that representation
matters.
Yeah, or delivers. What does deliver? Every week we go through our power rankings. Very interesting week in the NFL. We got to ask B about his Chiefs. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Hey guys, it's B. Mitchell Finley, and we've told you how much we've enjoyed working with the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years in the DMV. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia with dealerships that offer America's favorite and best-selling brands. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, 2 Toyota stores, Dodge, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, GMC, those big Ram trucks. Whatever it is you're looking for, they've got an unmatched selection. But they also have great financing and deals. And B-Mitch, you got to keep in mind that Oarsman Lifetime Edge is a game changer.
I think that's the best thing that they have. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they give you the lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news at Oarsman. You have a car to sell, you take it to Oarsman, they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. You know, a lot of people try to nickel and dime you on that, regardless of its make, model, and year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. Take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got some news out of Atlanta that kind of sucks, B.
What's that?
Michael Penix done for the year.
Yeah, I heard.
Going to
I
get
saw that
surgery. You know, it's interesting. All the talk of last year's quarterback class and how much excitement there was. Knicks isn't playing great, but they're winning a ton of games. I'd say Drake May, of all of last year's quarterbacks, by far playing the best this season. Jaden's dealing with injuries. You know, the Bears are first place in that division.
Mm-hmm.
You buy the Bears?
The Bears play a lot of close games, and like the Bears seem to be going through the season we went through last year.
Yeah, dude.
They're getting all the breaks and all the bounces this year. So we will see, because when they get into the playoffs, then we'll see if they can if they're gonna be that lucky again.
Well, and we'll see when we do power rankings here in a minute. But the Bears are 7-3 on the season with a -6 point differential.
Not putting a ton of points up there, but at the end of the game, it matters. Who has
you're
the
winning.
most points? Yeah, that's all that matters.
The Bears, I think, are an interesting study. The Broncos are 9-2, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the best record in the NFL. So they're tied. The two best records in the NFL, and the buys will eventually kind of even this out. The two best records in the NFL are the Patriots and the Broncos. Doesn't that feel like 2015 with Brady and Peyton playing for those teams?
Yeah.
I think I buy the Pats more.
The Pats defense keeps them in a lot of games too. They can play.
Yeah, man. Vrabel's a sharp coach. So is Sean Payton. I mean, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
Sean's the offensive guy, though.
Yeah.
So
I think that's the thing with Payton, is that he is smart enough to build a system around Bo Nix that works. I probably watched the second half of that Chiefs Broncos game from Spain.
Mm-hmm.
It was good enough game to keep me up, which isn't always, it was 1 a.m. or whatever when I was watching that. And I want to talk about the Chiefs, but it feels like a changing of the guard season in the NFL in a lot of ways. But there's still a lot of football left.
No, I think it's too early to say if it's a changing of the guard. Maybe just this is a year that they're kind of like floundering, but I don't think it's completely changing of the guard.
We'll find out, man. I mean, down the stretch they come is going to be really, really entertaining. If you look at that AFC West, I think the Chiefs have won it
they won it
11 years in a row or something.
They've been winning it for a long time.
They're right now 500 through 10 games.
Yeah.
And they've had some losses where this is what's crazy for the Chiefs. They're 5-5 and their point differential's plus 73. They've lost squeakers and they've blown people out.
Yeah. And I just think that they're not getting the same thing out of this defense that they've gotten before.
No.
And I believe because their offense is so dependent upon Kelsey. Kelsey is no longer what he was.
He looked good against Denver.
Yeah, but
that was
he
probably
is
his best
no
game.
longer what he was. I'm talking about week in and week out for about 6-7 years. He was the guy. And now they have all that speed, but they still try to go to him all the time. I think you got to start using that speed more and then come to him in crunch time.
Little bit of breaking news. We mentioned this earlier. Maryland was waiting to hear from a pair of basketball prospects. The big one, Baba, isn't going to make his declaration till tonight, but this kid, Asher Elson, who is a 4-star local product, has committed to play at Xavier. Xavier has Rick Pitino's son, Richard Pitino, I think is coaching. I think Xavier's the Musketeers.
Mm-hmm.
So he will not be a Terp, but we'll find out and see if Baba's going to be a Terp later
One down
this evening. Nobody go anywhere. Time for us to break down the NFL power rankings. Going to open these phone lines up for a bit. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Some big news in the NFL. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. will undergo season-ending knee surgery. That's per Adam Schefter. This is Penix's 5th season-ending injury, dating all the way back to college. And advancing as semifinalists in the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame's class of 2026, the 9 guys: Ken Anderson, Roger Craig, Henry Ellard, L.C. Greenwood, Eddie Metter, Stanley Morgan, Steve Tasker, Otis Taylor, and Joe Jacoby. The committee will meet again next week, and they will reveal the 3 finalists for the new class. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the Eastern Seaboard. Every Wednesday, we take a look at the power rankings. We try to be consistent. We go with NFL.com, Eric Edholm. And it's a very interesting situation looking at power rankings this week. I think the Rams had a huge win at home over Seattle. And NFL.com has the Rams at 8-2 as the top team in the NFL, B. Can you get down with that?
Yeah, they beat Seattle. Sam Darnold woke up.
Yeah, 4 picks in that game. They still had a chance late.
Still, four picks. Ooh.
What's kind of crazy to me, and I love the Rams. I have them as my Super Bowl pick. I have Rams-Bills. They lost to Philly head-to-head and have the same record as Philly head-to-head.
Yeah.
Now, I get
I think Philly's been squeaking by and not scoring a lot. And you know, man, the little section works for these people.
Well, and the good news, kind of unlike college football, and I guess it's less relevant in college football now in the era of the playoff, but like power rankings really don't matter. They're going to get to the playoffs. They're going to play each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Stafford has been really good, though. Their defense has been really good.
Well, Stafford's just BSing people with that back stuff.
I think he just didn't want to go to camp.
Well, let's just say this here. If it works out for them this year, cool. They don't make it all the way, then they better start going to camp.
He looks pretty good. Although there was a conspiracy theory, maybe Jeff can speak to this, that Matt Stafford cloned himself, and that's why he couldn't come to camp because the clone wasn't ready yet. Jeff, what do you know, boots on the ground, about Matt Stafford possibly cloning himself?
Yo, even out of all the wild things that I look into, that is crazy. That is crazy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Can you check out whatever information you can get on Tom Brady cloning his dog?
I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That costs about $50,000.
I need a full report. If the Rams are number 1 in the NFL, who you got at 2, B?
The Eagles.
They got the Colts.
I think these new teams right now, they're good until we get to the end of the road. We'll see.
The Colts have a chance for a put up or shut up game.
Who they playing?
Sunday at Arrowhead.
Playing Chiefs.
You go to Arrowhead and win that game?
If you go to Arrowhead and win it, that says a lot.
You go to Arrowhead and win.
They're going to blitz. I'm going to tell you what they're doing.
Spagnuolo's coming to get you.
They are run blitzing, and they're going to see if Daniel Jones can handle it.
A regular Sunday 1:00 game for the Chiefs. They don't get many of those.
Not many of those. Nah.
Brady definitely cloned his dog.
Thank you, John.
It's even on ESPN.
Okay. Now we know. The more you know. Number 3, they had the Eagles. The Eagles just beat the Detroit. I'm reading now from Eric Edholm, NFL Power Ranks. The Lions might have hurt themselves with their own over-aggressiveness, but the Eagles certainly had a lot to do with that. Philadelphia's relentless pressure has been the new calling card of a defense that has reached another plateau since the bye. That's now 2 straight games in primetime where the Eagles have held a playoff contending opponent to single-digit points.
Mhm.
The trade acquisition of Jalen Phillips looks like a gem of a pickup, with the edge rusher making his impact felt in both games since his arrival in Philly. Watching the Eagles swat Jared Goff's passes left and right made you think that for a team to beat the reigning Super Bowl champions, it must be strong in the trenches.
Yeah.
Sure, the Eagles' offensive laws are hard to ignore, but they do control the lines of scrimmage in most games. Doubt them at your own risk.
100%.
That team is good, dude.
They're good. I mean, the thing about it is, everyone must talk about how great the Lions were after they left here. The Eagles beat them, and then you play the Lions down like they wasn't that good. They were good. The Eagles just were better.
What's kind of crazy is if you look at the NFC contenders, they beat the Rams, they beat the Bucks, they beat Green Bay, they beat Detroit. And everybody's still looking for a team except Philly. And I get it because offensively they're challenged. They're 25th in the NFL in yards gained.
Yeah. But if your defense is holding people and your defense gets you turnovers with 30, 40 yards to go, you're not going to have a lot of yards gained.
Defensively,
But they have touchdowns.
they're 25th in yards gained, but 16th in points scored. So about middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Defensively, though, they're about middle of the pack yards allowed and 8th in points allowed. Philly's an interesting one, man. That team is good. They're going to win the division, so they're probably at least hosting one home game.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, Seattle. I'd like to let Professor Landini chime in on the Seahawks. I'll just read here a few sentences from NFL.com. Sam Darnold had a nightmare outing on Sunday with 4 interceptions
He was seeing ghosts.
and a shocking lack of urgency on the final drive that could have delivered a victory for the Seahawks in a game they never led. Did you see how LA defended Seattle's last play? It was really smart. Seattle had to try to gain 7 yards or so to get a kickoff, and they lined up with 4 or 5 down defensive linemen. And as soon as the ball was snapped, all the D linemen just dropped back. So Seattle's offensive line was just standing there, confused as hell, and it mucked up the middle of the field where you knew they were going to try to get to for the kick.
Yeah.
It was really smart. Seattle ended up, I think it was in Jigba.
And sometimes what happens, those offensive linemen chase those D linemen and
Ineligible.
and downfield.
Seattle kind of lucked out. They were able to get a timeout off with 1. Myers couldn't make the kick. But Landville, I'm coming back to you just with this sentence. Sam Darnold had a nightmare outing on Sunday with 4 interceptions and a shocking lack of urgency on the final drive that could have delivered a victory for the Seahawks in a game they never led.
I'm not shocked at all. The real Sam Darnold is still in there somewhere. He might not make an appearance as much as he used to, but we all know he's still there.
We'll see. Seattle at 4.
You saw him in that game. How many more times will he show up this year?
That version?
Yeah.
I know folks in the Pacific Northwest are hoping not many. We didn't see it until January last year. He's showing up early.
Yeah, because now he's playing some better defenses that started to put that pressure on him.
Going to be interesting. I know how Landfill feels on that.
I know.
Now
I was starting to lean towards it. Landfill was he was like, nope, not yet.
2 teams in the NFL with the best records are Denver and New England. They come in at 5 and 6 on the NFL Power Ranks, NFL.com. Simple question. I'll start with Jeffrey. Who do you buy more? Which team do you buy more? The Broncos or the Patriots?
I'm gonna go with the Broncos just because they've been building that team. Like before Bo Nix got there, the defense was contending. They were stopping people. So I got to go with the Broncos.
They can get after the passer.
They can.
Landfill, who do you buy more, the Broncos or the Patriots?
I feel like the Patriots, just because I think the Broncos have a tougher division. I know it's like halfway through the year, but they're still gonna have some division games there that'll be a little bit tougher than what the Patriots have. The Patriots get to play two bad teams.
Jets and Dolphins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, B?
Didn't they lose to the Dolphins? Patriots did? No, that was Buffalo.
That was the Bills, yeah.
But I'll just say this. I think the Patriots are a better football team, but I think Denver, you got to go through Denver to play them. With that Mile High, you got a problem. You know, Ron didn't believe it. I know it. It could change everything for you.
If the playoffs were to start, I wonder who would get the 1 seed in the AFC. If the playoffs were to start today, it'd be New England. I'm sorry, it'd be Denver. They'd have a tiebreaker over New England in win percentage in conference games. Now, listen, Denver and New England, not fun places to go play in January.
Not fun places, but you can pack for cold. You can't pack for not being able to breathe.
Right, right.
That makes a difference, man.
Shocker. If the NFC playoffs started today, it'd be the Eagles as the 1 seed because they have a head-to-head win over the Rams.
Yep.
Although all anybody wants to talk about are the Rams. Ryan, the Bills are ranked 7th on these power ranks.
Okay.
Josh Allen's coming off a game where he had 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, he threw 3 and ran 3.
Tampa had a lead in this thing. But, man, Buffalo is up and down, dude.
They seem to, when they're playing the better teams, they step up. But then when they play the lower teams, they don't bring it. And I think that the inconsistency is going to hurt them in the playoffs. Their inconsistency may affect your Super Bowl pick.
Buffalo's on the road at Houston and then at Pittsburgh before a big matchup against the Patriots in Foxborough.
They better win both of them before they get to Foxborough.
Yeah. Don't worry about Foxborough. Let that take care of itself. What do you think? I'm pulling this up right now. In the AFC East, the Pats to win are minus 250. Buffalo's plus 200. That's pretty good money if you still believe in Buffalo.
Yeah. To win the Super Bowl?
No, to win the division.
Division. And Buffalo is what?
The Pats are 9-2. Buffalo's 7-3. So
Buffalo has one less game than them played.
Yeah, New England's got their bye maybe this week. If not, it's coming up.
But they got to play each other, so that could, if Buffalo handle business, that could be the game, the decider right there.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Delta's so big.
I think when you look at the fact that you have the defending MVP on your team and he's having another good year, people lean towards that experience of Allen more than they do me.
Detroit at 8th. Lions have a 6-4 record, and I think this sums it up well. The first line. The Lions have come up short in some of their biggest matchups of the season. Hard to argue with it.
They have manhandled some lesser teams. And when they can kick down a door, they were like the bully who got punched in the damn mouth. He didn't know how to react.
Goff looked bad.
They were looking for their mouthpiece on their knee. Remember when Mike Tyson was doing that?
Yeah.
That's how they look.
All right, I'm gonna keep going because it's a while till we get to your Kansas City Chiefs. Packers at 9. Ended a 2-game skid, beating the Giants.
My Chiefs. I just cheer for them.
I get it. Green Bay now 6-3-1. They had back-to-back really bad losses. Micah Parsons made a big play for them to get the win. No, there's a lot of heat all of a sudden on LaFleur and Jordan Love up there.
Yeah.
Deserved? I don't know.
I think, listen, bro, you don't show what you're capable of and then don't do it when you need to do it on a consistent basis. And I think that's the problem with them. But Jordan Love has shown to be a damn good quarterback. But when he is going into a game where this is where he can make that step, he normally falters. And his coach is calling the plays offensively, right?
Yeah.
So those two dudes are tied at the hip.
Who do you think wins the NFC North? Bears are 7-3. The Packers are 6-3-1. The Lions are 6-4. I believe the Bears' schedule is about to get a lot more difficult.
I will go with I'm gonna go Lions, Patriots, Bears,
Packers.
Bears. Yeah, Packers.
So the Bears all of a sudden are about to play Pittsburgh at Philly at Green Bay. Then you get Cleveland in there at Green Bay at home at the Niners. Finish with Detroit.
Cleveland defense can affect the Bears offense
for sure. A team nobody talks about, but they're 7-4. Niners. Brock Purdy just came back and looked good, threw for 3 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's talking about the Rams and the Seahawks out there. What do you think about the Niners?
The Niners got injuries on defense.
Significant.
And that is their calling card. I think Brock Purdy is going to give you what Brock Purdy can give you. But I think they also had a lot of help with their defense last year and year before. If the defense doesn't get better, then they're going to have problems with a lot of those other teams they're playing against.
So the Niners just came off a big win against Arizona, right? I'm reading now. The 49ers took control of the game from the opening kickoff, although some quirky special teams failures kept the score closer early on. It certainly was a strange affair as Arizona outgained San Fran by more than 200 yards, with the Niners defense back on its heels in protect the lead mode for most of the second half.
Who was quarterbacking?
Jacoby Brissett.
And they outgained him by over 200 yards?
They were up like close to 4 touchdowns, and then they started playing prevent. Jake was just slinging it.
But see, that's what I'm saying right there. Their defense is a problem. They're not going to play these other teams. Those other teams are going at them.
Dude, I mean, hard to say this, but Monday night Panthers-Niners is a pretty damn interesting game. You want to guess the line? It's in San Francisco.
In San Fran, they probably got San Fran favored by -4.
It's a touchdown.
7?
Yeah. That's a lot, right?
Well,
for a Panthers team that throws it all over the yard.
It is the Panthers, though.
They're 6-5.
Okay, and what division they in?
Yeah, but I mean, Carolina just went to Green Bay and knocked off the Packers. Like, they've got some real wins.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's a bigger number than I would expect.
Well, not necessarily. And you know what? I should have thought about this. When I say -4.5, they're giving you 3 because you're at home.
Yeah.
So that's right at the 7.
What do you make of the Steelers? Rodgers had this wrist injury, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that much of an impact.
He's going to play with it?
I think it's unclear. He might miss a week, but it's not a season ender. He's not going to
fracture or just a bruise. If he got a fracture and he playing with it, they're going to test and see if he's supposed to be out there playing with it. Especially that's one of the under the pile things there, Jay.
So ESPN's reported that he doesn't need surgery. Status for this week is kind of up in the air.
What's the injury?
Fractured left wrist.
Okay.
He's a righty.
So but the left wrist being fractured, you gotta when you take
slight break.
When you taking the snap, that ball don't always hit that top hand. And if somebody hit that wrist, some pain on you have to deal with that. And yes, they could give you some medicine, but too much medicine might affect a little bit. But is he not going to be when he goes to throw? Just imagine this. You go to throw, normally that other hand go forward. If just hit a helmet.
Yeah.
Somebody grab that thing and just turn that wrist, like shaking a hand and turn it a little bit.
Somebody's going to do it for sure.
Damn straight.
All right, we're through the top 11 here. And there were
Chiefs aren't there?
2 of the biggest preseason Super Bowl
hype machines.
Yeah, I mean, probably the 2 best Super Bowl odds. Maybe Buffalo's in there. We haven't named yet. Let's see how far KC and Baltimore have fallen. I don't even want to know how far Washington has fallen. Also want to open these phones up, 800-636-1067. The boys are talking ball. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. Joe Jacoby was named one of the 9 semifinalists in the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame's class of 2026. During his 13-year career, all of them with Washington, Jacoby won 3 Super Bowls, twice earned first-team All-Pro honors, and was named to the Pro Bowl 4 consecutive seasons. An announcement will be made in early December with the 3 finalists from the class. And Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. will have season-ending ACL surgery on his left knee. The loss of Penix leaves veteran Kirk Cousins as the starter for the remainder of the season for the Falcons as they prepare to take on the Saints on Sunday. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fam. You're watching us live on Monumental Sports Network. We're streaming on the YouTube page. And I want to open these phone lines up because it's a bye week. We're zooming out from the Commanders a little bit, looking at the entire NFL picture, right? So if you look at it, Pittsburgh right now leading the AFC North, 6-4, might be an Aaron Rodgers injury. Teams that people were really high on earlier in the year. Tampa, 12th in the power ranks. But then what I think is fascinating, the Ravens are 13th. Ravens almost gave one away in Cleveland, but didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Might have helped them that Dylan Gabriel got hurt and that Shador had to come in. I'm not saying Shador can't play, but it's really difficult for a rookie who's never played in the NFL to have to then come in the second half of a game against the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
That's a difficult prospect. Maybe Shador will show up better this week with a full week of preparation.
Yeah.
Baltimore was 1-5. They're now 5-5. They have 2 games left against the Steelers. They'll get every opportunity to take that division should they want it.
Yeah.
So you've got Baltimore at 13, Kansas City at 15.
Okay.
Kansas City's 5-5 also. I'm reading now. Hearing Patrick Mahomes almost acknowledge that the AFC West is gone was downright shocking. Yeah, he's speaking reality, and of course, Kansas City could make the playoffs as a dangerous wildcard team. But to hear Mahomes all but admit defeat in the Chiefs' quest for a 10th straight division title was jarring. They're 9th in the AFC playoff picture, and they're staring at 4 straight pretty tough games, starting with the Colts at Arrowhead and then Thanksgiving in Dallas 4 days later. We're so used to the Chiefs coming out of the bye week razor sharp, but they never looked completely dialed in against Denver, even after taking the lead early in the fourth quarter. There's still a playoff caliber roster here, but multiple losing streaks in a single season is an identity crisis for Kansas City.
Maybe, but I would say this. If they get into the playoffs, you don't want to play them.
Sure.
I'm just saying. So they have not played their best ball, but still, the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs is going to be the worst person that you want to play.
If you believe it, you could get the Chiefs at plus 500 to win the AFC West.
They may not be able to win the AFC West, but getting into that playoffs as a wild card team, that's going to be scary for a lot of folks.
This is pretty interesting. So they're plus 500 to win the AFC West, and that's just a matter of math. I mean, Denver's plus 4 in the win column on them. And yet the Chiefs are plus 450 to win the AFC and go to the Super Bowl. The favorites to go to the Super Bowl, plus 375 for the Bills, plus 425 for the Colts, plus 450 for the Chiefs. Then the Ravens, then the Broncos. So Vegas still isn't willing to give it away if you want KC to get to the Super Bowl.
No. Vegas is looking at you saying, hey, man, look, this team has too much experience. And if they end up there, it's going to be a problem. Jay Frank.
I like it. So here's my question. As it's currently constituted, the Chiefs and the Ravens are outside of the AFC playoff picture.
Mm-hmm.
This is your option. And I want to ask the people on the phones this. 800-636-1067. Looking at the AFC, you can get the Chiefs and the Ravens, both of them. Or you could take everybody else. I'm curious how many people would still take the Chiefs and the Ravens.
I'm going to take everybody else because I just would have the Chiefs. I'm not even counting the Ravens. I'm going to take the Chiefs.
So you would take the Chiefs?
I'll take the Chiefs or everybody else. I'm not even depending because Ben really think they're bad. He just texts me. Every time we start talking about anything you mention the Ravens, he texts me, Jay. So I don't believe the Ravens got a damn chance in hell of trying to win no Super Bowl.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Why?
They weren't that good before. They won some games over the last, but they ain't been beating nobody. So I want to see this thing continue.
They got problems.
Their defense is still not good. They punked the Cleveland Browns.
Barely.
So I'm not buying that crap.
Since they came out of the bye and Lamar came back, they had a big win over the Bears, big win over the Dolphins, and then the Vikings and the Browns were kind of like hold on to your butt kind of wins.
The Vikings game was I thought the Vikings should have beat them, but the Vikings just looked like they were lost.
But the Ravens have the easier path to the playoffs, though, by winning that division. Like, it's going to be easier for the Ravens to get in the floor, get in the door, than it is going to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Ravens have been the number one seed and lost.
Sure.
So who cares?
So you would take your chances with the Chiefs over still the rest of the AFC?
No, I would take the rest of the AFC at this point.
Who do you like out of the AFC right now? Because it comes down to new guard, old guard.
Well, I think the new guard,
I don't know what the Bills count
the new guard, you're going to favor them, but I still believe the Chiefs, if they get in, is going to be a problem for somebody.
Totally. Dude,
can you imagine your first playoff game? Let's imagine one of these young quarterbacks, these new teams that are here. You all of a sudden you got the Chiefs in the first game. That's not very. You don't have a lot of home game. Ain't gonna be a lot of confidence.
All right, so let's get to the Commanders because it's bad. They just lost to the Dolphins. Commanders are now 26th in the power ranks.
That's higher than I thought.
I don't think you'll be surprised once you know the teams behind them.
But it's still 26, and where they're sitting is higher than I thought.
3-8. A narrow home loss to the Bears in Week 6 has snowballed into a 6-game skid whose future end can't be seen. The Commanders crawled into their Week 12 bye after falling to the Dolphins in Spain, sunk by a punt return fumble, poor red zone execution, and an overtime interception by Marcus Mariota. Dan Quinn's defense came ready to play, but it didn't change the outcome enough in a positive way. And while injuries have really been the story of the season, the backdrop is that the team appeared to be farther away from contention than it might have looked back in August. It'll be fascinating to see how GM Adam Peters approaches this coming offseason because it's harder to gauge where this team will be next year. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
The only teams below Washington, the Giants at 2-9, the Jets at 2-8, the Browns at 2-8, the Saints at 2-8, the Raiders at 2-8, and the Titans at 1-9. And Doug, I can't really argue any of that.
You can't. It is what it is, bro. It's just where we're sitting at this point.
All right, I said I'd open these phones. Let's do it. My man Elijah's on the line. Eli, what's up, dude?
What's going on, JP?
What up, brother?
What's going on, B. Mitch, man? Glad y'all back safe, man. Glad y'all cool, man.
Appreciate it, man.
I kind of wanted to talk Commanders, obviously, man. Sticking with what we're talking about, you have to give the nod to the Chiefs consistently over what we're talking about with the Ravens. Anybody can catch a wave, And there's always a team that does catch a wave that maybe wasn't supposed to be there and sneaks in a way, and the team you don't want to see. Sure, they have some things that maybe you wouldn't want to see, with Lamar in the playoffs or moving to the Super Bowl. Sure, but come on, we talking about the Chiefs consistently. Just certain aspects of the game, you've seen they figured out a way to get to a certain point. So it's just tough to bet against them. Now, because I know you got to cut me loose with these Commanders, we got to stay calm, everybody, because this team can look differently, and that's what I'm banking on. I think if we get 5, what he actually needs, barring the injuries, but if they get what they need with these picks, I know it's too early to be talking about a defensive coordinator, but I'm curious to hear what y'all have to say. Do they promote from within, or do they go out and get a DC? And what does that actually look like? Because a lot of teams are locked in, but with these 1-year deals, we can be a different team and we can look different. And I think if we just get certain points knocked out, we can be right back where we were. So just everybody sit tight and, just stay. I just want us to keep being competitive in this moment and coming out to buy. If they look fiery and just staying competitive, then that's what I'm looking for right now. I think we'd be straight now.
I think
there's going to be I think there's going to be real turnover in the coaching staff this offseason.
Very
Just because
much
it's pretty standard, and last year they didn't have it.
Yeah,
that
it's
happens every year.
But I would say this though: that a dominant pass rusher or a dominant run stopper can make a D coordinator look smarter because they don't have that right now.
I don't think Dan wants to. I think Dan wants to be like the CEO type and wants a real D coordinator.
I think most owners want the head coach to be that.
Right.
I don't think many head owners want their head coach doing it, because you know what that head coach does? He goes around and shake hands and kiss babies. Know who he stops from doing that? Them. So I don't think they really want that. They don't want him to have to do that. So
I think it remains a realistic option that you lose Cliff. Cliff's not getting paid by Arizona anymore this year.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be a lot different to turn down interviews and jobs. And I think there will be real turnover on the coaching staff this season. And I would almost expect an external hire, but Dan Quinn's a loyal dude. He doesn't throw guys under the bus. He kind of keeps it fighting. I don't know. We'll see. Let's hit Co from the Foe is on the line. What's up, Co?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
To answer your question, man, I'm going with the Ravens got a better chance because they got a better chance to win out and win their division. Unlike Kansas City. If Kansas City get in, they going to be on the back end 6-7 seed. Possibly they going to have to go see Buffalo, and that's going to cancel out one for the Ravens. You got to remember, B. Lamar was hurt. He coming back. That's why they lost them games. I'm going with the Ravens. And on the side note, I want to piggyback on us. Hey, what's our schedule like this week, man, that we're on the bye, man? I got a source that say they seen Deron Payne yesterday on 17th and Benning Road at the laundromat. Tell Deron Payne he need to get his butt back to our facilities and around his way, please.
I don't know that I believe that. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I got an inside source that he was there signing autographs and everything. So you can find out. Let me know if my source is wrong, JP.
But my whole thing is, what's wrong with him at the laundromat signing autograph?
No, he's washing clothes as well. 17th and Benning. He needs to get his tail back either in the film room or Northwest Stadium area.
But you don't have to watch film 24/7. You have time to go out and do other stuff. I don't know why people think just because you're not winning, you got to sit in the house all day.
That's not. You don't wash clothes around 17th and Benning, B. Mitch, and that's all I'm going to say, sir.
Hold on. I always appreciate your calls. I do. I think you're a really smart dude. Deron Payne has made approximately $90 million in his career.
That's the
you
same
think
thing
he was
I'm
doing
saying,
laundry on Benning Road yesterday?
For me, fact check for me. But I didn't see it in my own eyes. My source told me. I'm putting it out there. I want you guys to figure it out. If that's true, tell Deron Payne that Cole from the Foe said, get back in the zip code, please.
I'm going to tell you, I don't think it's true. I have not fact checked it, Co, but I don't think he'd be If you told me he was signing autographs is one thing, I do not think he's doing his laundry at 17th and Bennett.
That's the same thing I'm thinking, fellas. That's the same thing I'm thinking. But hell to the Commanders, man. We got a long season.
All right, bro.
Don't jump off the bandwagon.
Take care, dude. Thank you for the call. You always yell at me to open the phones up, B.
Joe, put your feelers out. Jeff, where's Jeff at? Jeff, put your feelers out.
All right, we're going to explore further who's doing laundry on Benning Road next. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Listen, everybody was hoping that Washington was going to have a great season, more ups than downs. It didn't happen, and now maybe a star defensive tackle is doing laundry on Benning Road. I'm not sure any of that's real. What I know is real, that if you need help with your garage door, call Door Pro America. Whatever's going on, a busted spring, loud noise, or it just won't move, go with the pros at Door Pro America. We recently upgraded our garage door at my house with Door Pro America, and seriously, it's one of the best home improvement projects we've ever done. Looks sharp, runs smooth, and really helped the curb appeal of my house. Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Repairs, maintenance, new installations, and garage door openers, too. Do what I did. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, including annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Plus, right now, get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, I got a question for you.
What you got?
Many years ago now, but we kind of famously had a caller call in when Ryan Fitzpatrick hurt his hip.
Yeah.
Remember that dude called in and said Fitz hurt it on a water slide?
Yeah.
And he saw him. It was at the water park out in Leesburg.
Yeah.
Now we've had a dude call in and say Deron Payne was spotted doing his laundry on Benning Road during the bye week. I in no way believe the Deron Payne story. Period.
Yeah. Kind of believe the other one, though.
So which of those do you find more believable? The water slide or the laundry mat?
The water slide. Because like when it got so angry about the water slide thing, that tells me something was going on. See, this is the thing. Like, so when I first got here to DC, after every game, home game, and most weekends during the off season, I was always at Fort Chaplain Apartments, right there at Benning Road and was at Central Ave, in the I think Central Ave, something like that, coming right out the South Cap, whichever street it is, East Capitol, and Benning. The shrimp boat and all right there, because my best friend Corey, his aunt, lived right there, so I call her Mama Dale. So I would be at her house all the time, and met Greg, a dude from around the way around there. So I was always in that area. I could have seen people saying, "Well, B-Mitch is over in the area," and I understand. I understand a little what Cole was saying. He was saying some stuff without saying some stuff. People probably saw me there and was thinking, "Man, what B-Mitch doing down here?" I was hanging out at basically, she was like my aunt. That's why I call her my aunt, because me and Corey are best friends.
Right.
So I would always be at her house, and I was there for the first 4 or 5 years of me playing all the time. Out there eating or whatever. We'll go down to Captain Billy's and come back, hang out at the crib. I would buy guys 40s, St. Ives and Mickey's on the corner.
ST Crooked
But this is where I was hanging at. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't doing nothing wrong, but I was hanging there. And I'm sure probably some people said, "Man, B-Mitch out here, man. What are you doing down here?" Hanging with my folks. You know what I mean? And we don't know if he got somebody live that way or what. He could have been down there. Could have signed some autograph. But I don't know if he's driving from Ashburn all the way over here just to wash clothes. I know that for a fact.
Do you remember when St. Ides Special Brew came out?
Nah.
It was perfect for like 15-year-olds buying booze on Georgia Avenue. I can tell you that.
Tell on yourself again?
They had this coconut joint. It was phenomenal. Shout out to the Mayfair liquor store.
Oh, boy. And you gonna put the name. I hope they're not still there anymore.
If they are, God bless them. Eric is in Gaithersburg. Eric, what's up, dude?
Hey, good afternoon, gents.
How you doing, man?
Hey, listen, Kansas City's definitely going to be in the playoffs because the refs will make sure that there's enough pass interference and roughing the passer penalties to make sure that they make it in. So that's a guarantee.
You really believe that?
Oh, come on. I mean, you run by Mahomes and they give you a roughing the passer penalty. Guys, you don't even have to touch him. And then... I got an inside source that says that Deron Payne was in his bed sleeping at 2 a.m. And I'm concerned about that. I mean, why isn't he in the film room studying film? I mean, come on. I need you guys to look into this.
No, man. I love this call right here.
That's a great
this
call,
is the best
dude.
Call. and my last note on the way out the door is D. Mitch for president. Thank you all very much.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
That was a great call.
I like that. That was funny.
I got a good tweet here too.
Why is it his bed at 2 a.m.?
How dare he sleep?
Oh man,
what's my man's name right here? Because this one made me laugh. The Commander Skinny tweeted me, said, "Washington's got a better chance of making the playoffs than Payne doing his laundry on Benning Road."
Oh man,
Jeff, as the person that lives closest to Benning Road, do you think Deron was doing his laundry at 17th and Benning? Because I do not.
Yeah, man. There's probably some bigger laundromats over there, man. It's all good.
Read that.
And JP, one of my boys texted me and said, "Stop being hot because they still there."
Mayfair?
Come on, man. Be quiet.
They're doing it. Listen, if you can make it 30 years in this city selling booze, you're doing something right. Congrats to them. They had candy. You get a case of OE.
Oh boy.
Shout out to them. I never said how old I was. Maybe I did.
You said 15-year-old. What you said? What the hell?
Listen, man, if you grew up where I did, you just drove down Georgia Avenue till you felt comfortable walking into that liquor store. And, various days, it was different places, but the liquor was available. China Hut, we did this before. China Hut is now closed, but you could buy a bottle of rum at China Hut. I think you had to be 11. I don't know what the process of what the process was, but
you know what? If they say they would say this, they probably would call and say, "Man, I saw B. Mitch cousin down in this spot." my cousin never introduced himself as himself. Hey man, what's your name? Man, I'm Brian Mitch's cousin.
Hey, I'm Jeff Walker's cousin. Nobody go anywhere. Sean Merriman joins us next. Before we go,
man.
I got fun news for everybody. Caller number 10, you win a pair of tickets to see the University of Maryland Terrapins take on the Michigan Wolverines. Join the Maryland Terrapins football for its 2025 home finale against Michigan this Saturday, November 22nd. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to watch the Terps take on the Wolverines on Saturday. Don't miss your last chance to see Maryland football in Terpsville this season.
This sports update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. Following another round of votes, Redskins legend Joe Jacoby has been named a semifinalist in the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2026. The offensive lineman spent all 13 years of his career with Washington, where he won 3 Super Bowls from the years 1981 to 1993. The Browns will start Shedeur Sanders at quarterback in Sunday's road game against the Raiders as Dylan Gabriel remains in the NFL's concussion protocol. And Atlanta Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is undergoing season-ending knee surgery. In his second NFL season, first as the full-time starter, Penix's season ends with a 3-6 record. He completed 60% of his passes for nearly 2,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I'm a woman's man.
No time for talk. I was a kid. I mean, you hear this song all the time. It's like a ubiquitous song in pop culture. When I found out it was a dude singing this, I was shocked.
You were shocked? But you listen to the music back in the day. Everybody had them little high-pitched voices.
One guy that does not, Sean Merriman, Mr. Lights Out, joining us now via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable.
Sean hit people and make them sound like that.
Yeah, exactly. Rude's got the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And I would say one of the most reliable, great deeds done by somebody from this community. Sean Merriman and AJ Francis team up for their annual canned food and coat drive. It's happening this week, 23rd annual coat drive in College Park. Mr. Lights Out, what's up, dude?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
We good, brother.
Before we get to football and everything, you've been doing this coat drive for more than 2 decades. Is that crazy to think about?
Yeah, I just looked in the mirror. The gray hairs are there, man. So it actually made sense. So no, it's been great, man. And it's 23 years now. Over 40,000 coats later, man. So it's been. I can't even tell you, man. Just every time I come back and I do this, to see the amount of people showed up, and you got to remember when I started this thing. Some of these people come now were kids, and they have kids.
Wow.
Right. So it's kind of incredible, man, to see this thing keep going for this long, man. And hopefully I can do it another 23 years and possibly pass it down to my son to keep going.
Sean, a lot of times when you do things, you don't see the impact that's going on. But in this, do you really recognize and see the impact that's going on with what you do?
Well, I'll tell you the impact, man. AJ Francis, obviously, former Turk and now with TNA Wrestling and a bunch of other, wrestling organizations. He started his canned food drive. And I by the way, I didn't know this until I read an article a couple years after he started his. He started his canned food drive because of this coat drive that I did. And so when you talk about impact, man, that I don't think it gets more impactful than that because, somebody like him who's still doing really well in life and he goes back and now he's doing it because of something I started 23 years ago. That's what this whole thing is about. You want to keep going, and long after I'm gone, somebody else will start something up and keep giving back to the community.
Absolutely. We've had AJ on the show, and he's a wild dude, and we love his success in the wrestling world and everywhere else. And just as a Maryland guy, I'm proud of you both for continuing to do this. Neither of you live here anymore, and you still lock in the time and the effort to come back and do it and serve the community you grew up in. I think it's really cool, man.
Man, I appreciate it. I still got a 301 number, so I'm always going to be PG County for the rest of my life, man. But it's always good to come back.
Well, let's talk a little Terps before I transition to the NFL then. I don't know if you saw, but the athletic director of Maryland came out and said, we're sticking with Coach Locks. This is not the time for us to make changes. I know you have a relationship with Locks. I'm curious what you thought. Obviously, the last 2 seasons haven't been good. I think the loss to Rutgers really made things difficult this year. But Honestly, I think it's smart with all the openings in college football that you're not competing with 6 SEC schools or whatever trying to get a new coach. What'd you think?
I thought it was a great move. And, I know the frustration, right? I mean, we because I am still tied not only to Locks, but also to the University of Maryland. That's still home for me. I grew up 20 minutes from the campus.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to win. You want to win. But also, too, you can't show up to a gunfight with a slingshot. And that's what they've been dealing with. And the college landscape has changed drastically, man. It's a different ball game now.
Yes.
Back when I played, and one of the reasons why I went to University of Maryland is because of Locks and the relationship I had with the city and the area growing up there. Now it's about how much can you pay me, and it's changed. Relationships was a big thing when I was growing up, and when I went to University of Maryland, why I wanted to stay home to influence other, DMV up and comers. There were top ranked recruits in the country to stay home. It's not about that no more. And so to actually really go out there and compete and really contend, you need your horses, and they don't have all their horses. They got some key pieces, but they don't have horses across the board to go out and compete in the Big Ten right now. It's just a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I said that earlier. If the University of Maryland has been a basketball school and you moved into a conference is football. And if you're going to compete, you have to pay the piper. And I think that's the whole thing. And if they don't get those right athletes, I don't care who's the coach, they're not going to compete.
And you know what, man? It's funny you said that, because one thing, regardless of anything, is Locks has always been a great recruiter.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I don't, James Franklin is great too, no doubt about that. I still got a great relationship with him as well. I think he's going to do well out there at VTech. But there's nobody better in the country than Locks. And if you give him the ammo, to keep some of those area kids in that DMV area home, Maryland could win a championship. And I'm not, they're not going to Alabama. They're not going to Ohio State. They're not leaving to go to Georgia or Florida or Texas. They're going to stay home. And we all know what kind of talent is in that area. It's the best in the country, and they need to stay home. But you have to go ahead and compensate those kids nowadays in order to do so.
Sean, you ever wonder what you would net in the NIL era? Where all were you recruited? Because I know you chose to stay at Maryland, but I imagine you had options.
Yeah, no, I was recruited by everyone, and I'm gonna still go back and get my retro pay. Dude, don't think that I'm passing up, man. I'm going to get my retro. I still got one more year technically left at Maryland, so that lights out moniker and name would have made a lot of money. But the truth of the matter is, I'm excited because those guys got an opportunity. I don't care if it's signings or you getting paid for your name, but you're getting paid for your performance. I always felt that guys should be there. Now I'm a little, there has to be government, a little bit more government on NIL deals, but I'm happy those guys getting paid. And then two, my son, who's you already received the offer from Maryland, Justin Merriman, I'll go back and get some of his NIL money to catch up to whatever I missed. So.
Hey, son, go take care of Dad.
I like it. We're talking with our buddy Sean Merriman here on the line. In Sean's first 3 years in the NFL, 40 sacks your first 3 years in the NFL, which tells the story of what
Getting
you
it
were
done right
as a
there.
pass rusher. You can follow Sean at SHAWNE Merriman, MERRIMAN, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. If you want to see Sean this weekend, he'll be in College Park at the Terps Michigan game with his annual coat drive. Let's start locally talking about the NFL and what has really been, a disappointing season for the Commanders. How surprised are you by it? And what does it do to a team when injuries just completely make things fall apart?
It's crazy. I was just working out a little while with Austin Eckler.
Oh, wow.
Who we left in the gym. He looks really good too, by the way, walking around, and he looks like he's coming along. But that was a big blow to them, right? Because Austin Eckler can do so much out the backfield, and he's really as solid as it comes. It's just all around utility for that offense. And as far as the injuries, you're going to have them during the year, right? You're going to have. You just don't. First of all, you hope that guys don't go down for the season or a very long period of time. You're going to lose some of the guys for a game or two. It's just the way the game works. It's a brutal game. Nobody on the football field right now at this point in the season is 100%.
I can tell you that right now. I mean, from the day one of training camp all the way into that last whistle blows, not one single person is 100%. But you don't want to lose your quarterback, right? You don't want to lose the big guys for a long period of time because that is where your season can tank, and you can't overcome those things. I don't care who you are, and we're seeing the same thing with the Chargers. You know, having both all-pro left tackles go down, and there's Najee Harris and Omari up. They're dealing with the same thing. When you have those injuries to key guys, I don't care who's the coach, I don't care who's in that front office, it is very difficult to overcome.
Yeah, totally.
I think you see that in Washington.
It's definitely happening to them right now.
B and I were just talking about this with Jaden Daniels and the player he is, and he's had 3 different injuries this year. The most recent is he dislocated his elbow on his non-throwing arm. And there are some people that say, you know, just put him on the shelf for the rest of the year. The playoffs are already shut down. We don't want to see Jaden anymore. Where do you land on something like that?
Well, it's a double-edged sword. You're looking at the rest of the team like, what about us?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want that trickle-down effect to really send a message to the locker room like, hey, we're already going to tank. Now you're going to have guys saying, hey, I ain't trying to go out there and get in. I'm not going to dive on that ball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to jump for that extra yard. You sitting Jaden Daniels, you protecting him, but I'm out here with my body. I got to get a new contract. So it's a double-edged sword because you don't want to send a wrong message in the locker room that you guys are already tanking by not bringing him back. The flip side of that is this is your franchise quarterback for the next 5-10 years. And if you believe he's the guy going forward that's going to be your franchise guy going forward, you don't want to put him in a situation where he's just out there. Because when you're just out there with nothing to play for, it is very hard to walk in that locker room every day with a positive attitude. It is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult.
But I'm glad you said it about what other players will be thinking, because I think one thing about this team here, Jaden is a guy who he wants to go, but you're right. Other players start wondering, well, hell, what about me? And there are guys on this team that they need to make his stuff go forward, you know? And if they don't feel like you care about them, that could become a problem for years to come.
Yeah, and you don't just flip the switch, by the way.
Hell no.
One of the things the Commanders did, first thing on, they came in with new ownership and they changed the culture. They changed the entire culture from top down than what was in there before. You don't want to go backwards. The last thing you want to do is go backwards. And I believe that sitting Jaden Daniels right now for the rest of the season, it could be a big culture shift in where they were going, because they were going in the right direction. You can feel it. You can see it. Inside and outside that locker room, you understand they were going in the right direction. I think by benching Jaden Daniels for the entire year, you can send a very bad message, and you can't just snap it on this all season and just get everybody back in the mix again. That was tough.
Mm-hmm.
Talking with Sean Merriman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Sean played a number of years in the NFL at an incredibly high level. Always enjoy getting to catch up with him. B and I were just talking about the AFC playoff picture, right? The Commanders are on a bye this week, kind of just zooming out, looking around the league. If the playoffs started today, and they don't, but if they did, the Ravens and the Chiefs would be on the outside looking in. And yet, if you look at Vegas, Vegas still has the Chiefs and the Ravens as top 5 options in the AFC to go to the Super Bowl. Do you think it's more likely both of those teams don't get in, or that one of those 2 teams represents the AFC in the Super Bowl?
Well, look, as long as Patrick Mahomes is at quarterback, they got a shot. And I said that earlier on during the year when everybody was jumping off the bandwagon for the first 3 games, especially after the loss to the Chargers. But I said, look, the Chargers, when they were healthy, was a very good team. Very good team. So I wouldn't look past that. But they're always going to find themselves back in the mix. Now, as far as the Ravens, I just think that, Lamar's injury with him being out, that is you talk about quarterbacks going down. That is a total different team. And I ain't talking about just on the offense side. I'm talking about that is just the defense side. They react different. Their energy level is different. The defense, that is a total different team without Lamar Jackson being on the field. But 2, I just don't think that defense, man. Lamar has to go out and score 35-plus points a game for them to have a shot. And I just don't know how long you can keep that up. So if anybody was going to be in the mix at the end of the season, it's going to be the Chiefs.
It's I kind of think you're right. And on the NFC side of the ball, who do you think's the best team in the NFC?
Oof. You know what? One thing about Philly, just in general, is the Eagles is that I don't care. They can be 10-0. They can be 9-1. They can have the best record in the NFC, and for some reason or some way, people don't think they're that good. And I know it's because how they win games, and they kind of just school by. And you know, Jalen Hurts may not be the guy that everybody expected him to be, but they win, man. But you know, I like Tampa and I like Detroit. You know, so that's gonna be another one coming out of that this year.
What about your Chargers, dude? They had a little bit of a swoon there, had a lot of injuries, but seemed to be playing good ball until this last week. They have an ugly loss to the Jags. What do you make of that squad?
Well, look, I'm gonna start showing up to the games with Sage in my hands because you know. People said in the past that they were cursed and things like that, which I always thought that was ridiculous. But if you look at this season, how they went, you have Sean Slater to go down before the season started. Joe Alt goes and moves to the left side. He goes down for the season. You got, Najee Harris, I don't think who's ever had a long-term injury in his career. He goes down for the season. Omarion right after that. Khalil Mack goes down with that elbow. It was, I don't think I've never seen anything like this before. And when we just talk about Jaden Daniels and Eckler and some of these other guys on the Commanders going down, you can't overcome. I don't care who you got to bet. And Jim Harbaugh's great. He's a great coach. They got a great front office with Joe Ortiz and great. I mean, they are stacked with talent from the front office on down. You can't. It's hard to overcome those injuries, and all they got to do is just keep fighting in order to stay in the mix. But at some point in time, that barrel's going to tip where you're going to face somebody that you're going to need those horses.
Totally.
And then, Sean, looking at the NFC North, do you buy the Bears? The Bears are currently in first place in the NFC North. The Lions are at their heels. The Packers are at their heels. Do you think the Bears could actually get through? The front of their schedule has been kind of kind. The back of their schedule looks a lot rougher. Do you think the Bears are legit?
We're going to find out this back half right now. But it's almost like, you know, who can play, who can skate by week to week, right? Because they don't have anybody dominant in that division. There's nobody dominant. You know, so they'll look good, they'll come out, and then they'll kind of regress and go backwards. I think that if the Bears do, you know, they won't go far, if that makes any sense. If they do screw them, they're not somebody who poses a threat real late in the postseason. Is it possible? Yes, but I just don't see them getting over that next step. Not right now. Not right now.
Yeah.
What about Darnold? Can you buy into Darnold as a deep playoff run QB?
Yeah, I mean, or Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the Vikings got to be kicking themselves right now. And I'm not trying to take a shot at J.J. McCarthy either, but what I don't understand is this. I get potential. Potential is everything. When you got a young guy, you know what he can do. I'm just not turning my back on a veteran who I just seen do it. And I know that they were, you know, kind of getting on him out there with the Vikings because he didn't, you know, get them far in the postseason. I think he stunk it up towards the end. But man, you saw him. You saw what he can do, and then you got this kid in J.J. McCarthy who you don't know. You don't know. I think they made a mistake. The Vikings did, but going out there. So to answer your question, yeah, especially where he's at right now and how sharp he's looking at certain point in time, I absolutely think he can.
That old Sam Darnold showed up in the last game. He threw 4 interceptions. I think that's what Minnesota was trying to get away from. At the end, he just did not look good enough.
Yeah, but you got a young kid sitting behind him who you haven't seen at all. And
Milroe?
No, he's talking about McCarthy.
Oh, right. I got you.
Yeah,
McCarthy.
Sean, how many coats do you think you get at your coat drive every year? How many coats you think you've given kids over 23 years?
A little over 42,000.
That's
almost 43,000.
Good stuff.
Man. That's so cool, man. Well, congrats on the continued success of the coat drive. Hope you have a blast. I hope it's a great turnout for the Terps this Saturday, and it'd be great if they get a win, upset the Michigan Wolverines.
Well, like I said, when I got one more year eligibility, you'll find out if they don't, because I'll be out there in the field lining up.
Hey, the Maryland AD said they're going to commit the resources necessary. Maybe you should have a conversation with Jim Smith.
Well, if they got their money, we can talk.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the
All right,
time.
Sean. Take care, brother.
You got it, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Sean Merriman, one of the absolute great Maryland Terrapin pass rushers, did it at the NFL level at a really high level, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. If you're going to College Park this Sunday, check your closet, bring an old coat, help out a kid going into the winter. Now, nobody go anywhere. We said we're going to open these phones. Phone lines are open for the rest of the show. Plenty for us to discuss, including spitting. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian. Hey, it's B. Mitch here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where as they like to say, let's ride together. The Saints are releasing veteran wide receiver Brandon Cooks per ESPN. Cooks signed a 2-year deal worth up to $13 million to return to the Saints in March, but he wasn't a major factor in the offense. He finished 5th on the team in receptions in the first half of the season. And fresh off making his NFL regular season debut, Shedeur Sanders will make his first career start when Cleveland faces the Raiders. Sanders will take all first-team reps this week, which shouldn't be news for a guy that's been a snap away from the NFL for weeks now, but I digress. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Nobody home. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067. The Fan just gave away some Terps tickets for this weekend for Saturday's game against Michigan. If you're going, bring a coat. Support Sean Merriman's 23rd annual coat drive. If you missed any of our interview with Sean, you can check it out wherever you get your podcasts. Apple Pod, Spotify. You can get on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. Check it out on YouTube where we're streaming. You can watch it on Monumental Sports Network where we're on TV right now. We got a couple of guys on the line that have been on hold for a while, so we're going to take these calls. My guy, Toothpick, is on the line. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? Listen, first off, man, I want to let y'all know something. It's probably the reason why he can't kick 50-yard field goals is I've seen the old kicker hanging out in front of liquor stores all over Texas. So maybe that explains why he was unable to do his job. So, that travel time between Texas and back in the DMV is that's a problem right there. But my real question is this, man, is where we are in the season, we should be looking for what Coach Gibbs used to say is core players, right? And I'm just going to give an example. Like right now, if you look at our offensive line, you see right tackle's young, left tackle's a good solid veteran that probably got about 5 more years than him. You got a all-star in Cosme, and then you don't know what you have at the left guard, but you have players that'll work there. I see the only place that needs to upgrade there maybe is you got to start looking for Viotis' replacement. But as far as the team goes, where do you guys see core players that'll be here to take us to the playoffs and be a legitimate Pro Bowler, all NFL type players?
Dude, it's a very good question. And I think that's one of the, as this season has gone the wrong way, I think that's one of the toughest subplots to it is that there probably aren't a lot of guys you view at from a contractual, an age, and a talent standpoint that you're like, all right, this is a piece for the long haul.
But I think as you begin to add better talent in certain positions, you're going to find out that guys that we think don't look good going to look much better.
Yeah. So. I'm hoping that's what we get out of the rest of this season is we find that some guys are trying to stick around and be a part of the solution in the coming future. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, buddy.
Care, man.
Hey, keep that guy out of the – well, he's no longer with the team, so we're good.
See you, man. Our guy Matt Stafford is on the line. Matt, I would think you're focused on the NFC playoffs, but it appears by Jeff's note here you're focused on the AFC playoffs.
Yeah, you know me. I always listen to DC Sports Talk and want to comment on AFC teams. And, I play in the NFC. It makes total sense. But I'm calling from the landline, watching on Monumental. Remember, never, ever forget to set your DVR when you're watching Monumental. I have a confession to make. The Matt Stafford in L.A. is a clone. His back, that was an excuse to work on his wife's influencing network. And I'm actually clone number 3.
What
But
y'all
if you
do with the
remember,
second one?
Michael Keaton, well, when Stafford won the Super Bowl, they made clone number 2. That's who he is now. But I'm clone 3. And, you know, remember Michael Keaton's movie, Multiplicity? The more clones you make, the worse they start to get. So I can't even throw past 30 yards. And Tom Brady's next dog, it's probably going to be not right. But I think that the Chargers are on the downslope. I think the Colts are going to collapse. KC's going to come be what KC is. And I think the Steelers hold on to the division there, even if it's Rudolph or Will Howard at quarterback. The defense is starting to play better again. And, you know, if you're going to be talking about, you know, spitting here coming up in this segment, in this block, I know Von Miller summed it up pretty good. You can only do so much. If you try to punch a helmet, that's only going to do so much. So if you're so enraged, I guess that's when you go to that level. I don't know if I could do it myself, but my brother of the first clone, of the real Matt Stafford, his best friend there playing poker, he spit in his face. They were never friends again.
Wow, playing poker. Was there a fist fight?
We grabbed my brother before it got to throwing blows.
Nah, you wouldn't have been able to stop me.
They were never the same. Actually, no one was ever friends with that guy ever again, which was pretty, you know, real and tough to see.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Good luck with the
All right,
cloning.
brother.
B, speaking of the spitting stuff.
Yeah.
So Jamar Chase tried to say he didn't spit on him.
And then the film told him he was lying.
The video was pretty clear.
He was just like Fred Smoot. Just go ahead and tell him lies, huh?
Were you ever in a game?
Yeah.
When and where?
I was in Philly, Warren Sapp. I cut his ass the next play, got a 15-yard penalty, and he limped for a long time. I was trying to take him out.
Did he spit on you?
Yeah.
Really?
And I showed the ref, and the ref act like he didn't care. I said, okay, cool. And I sliced him up on the next play. I was trying to take that leg. I was trying to end his career. That when you spit on somebody, whatever happens to you, happened to you.
What do you think gets somebody to that level?
To what? To spit?
It's like dehumanizing.
That's a coward. Point blank.
Yeah.
And they do it and they try to run the other way real quick.
It is I don't know, just such lame behavior. You know what I mean? And I like Jamar Chase a lot, but had you ever been close to spitting on someone?
No, I don't have to spit on them. If it's to the point where they want to do something, we can rock it if we want to rock. But like, how would I? No, that's not cool. That's the most disrespectful, demoralizing thing you could do to somebody. And on the football field, I wasn't worried about that. If we're on the field, we could get each other legally if we want.
Right, like it's a game where you're allowed to blast.
But once
each
you
other.
do that, and I don't care, big, small, the person that does it, he needs to be handled. And I went straight to the side and said, Andy, I'm sorry, but he spit on me, and that's why I cut it. Now, he was engaged, and I tried to take that damn whole knee off.
I mean, just gross and lame. Jeff, you lived a crazy life. Has anyone ever spit on you?
They spit at me in a baseball game, and it didn't end well. It started a team brawl.
What happened? What'd you do?
So I played catcher. And
what year is this? How old are you?
This is about 9th grade year. I played catcher, and the dude, like, he slid. But, you know, if you're playing catcher, you can block the plate when someone is running from third. And I guess he didn't like that I was in front of the plate. He crashed into me. He spit back at me. He didn't get it on me. But the fact that he spat at me, I was a little kid, and I was like, oh, yeah, he's basically calling me the B word. And we won the game and the fight.
As my coach always said, hey, man, we're not going to only win the game. We win the fight, too. So he said, if you can't fight, you can't build our team. Because if a brawl break and you went the other way, you get done in practice.
I mean, to spit on somebody is just so gross.
Trifling.
Yeah.
It's trifling.
Like, I do wonder, remember in the season opener when Jalen Carter tried to say he was just spitting down and Dak was kind of there?
Man, spit don't just, if I'm trying to spit down, I don't hit you in the face. Okay?
Right.
If you're trying to spit down, you spit down. You don't hit nobody in the face spitting down. Unless you damn 7'8" and Jalen Carter's not that tall, is he?
No. Yeah, I mean, the whole spitting thing, I wonder if the NFL, how many times has that happened this year? 3? There was the Jalen Carter, Jamar Chase. Wasn't there another one somewhere in
I
there?
don't remember the other one.
You don't really see that in other sports, right? Because guys know they can't get away with it. When you got a helmet on and there's 22
Guys
dudes
spit on people in other sports too.
I wonder if the NFL.
How about the damn dude that licked the dude's head in
that was weird.
in hockey? What was the little weird dude?
I remember what you're saying. Do you think, like, what if they agreed to an automatic, make it 3 games? You spit on somebody, it's 3 games.
Hey, like Mike Thomas say, if somebody spits on you, you do what comes natural, and that's whatever that comes out of you. Just go for it.
Totally. Spitting cannot be tolerated. Period. That is just subhuman behavior. And I'm not saying.
And then they bring it up.
And I think Jalen Ramsey is a punk. I think there's a reason he keeps getting traded and moved around. Still, man,
he didn't spit. He's able to get under your skin, bro.
Can't be spitting on people.
And if he get under your skin, that he has a knack of getting under people's skin.
I'm gonna take this call real quick. Dennis is in Glen Burnie. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. B. Mitch, I love you, brother. You are 110% correct. If somebody spits on you, they deserve everything they get. I'm 74 and I played enough football. You don't do that.
Yeah.
If you do that, you need to get your butt whipped.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, B. Mitch.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you.
Thanks, dude. Yeah,
bye-bye.
That's a wild story, B. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was oh man.
What year? Were you in Philly or with the
I was in
Skins?
Philly.
And that was a heat of rivalry at that point with you and
yeah.
the Eagles.
Yeah.
The Eagles and the Bucks. Was that a playoff game or was that a regular season game?
No, that was the regular season.
I can only imagine how mad you were.
Bro, look. It's like I walked to the ref, I say, ref, dude just spit on me. He's like, oh, I didn't see it. I said, okay, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. What are you gonna do? I said, you'll be seeing it. And I went for it. And wouldn't have cared. If I would have did it and caught him clean, I missed him completely how I wanted to. If I could have caught him clean and then dislocated, cool. Who cares?
I don't blame you. I don't blame you, man.
Because I was trying.
I'm trying to find the hit right now. I'm trying to find the hit on YouTube right now.
You probably won't find that one.
Yeah, it seems hard to find.
That's so damn long ago, Jay. 20 plus years ago.
Here's what we're going to do. We got to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talking about everything at my house, all the trouble we had. Well, my folks from Better Services hooked it up. We lost our oven, fridge, microwave, and Better came to the rescue to match the dishwasher they already hooked up earlier this year. If you're looking for new appliances or your appliances are on the fritz, call Better Services. They can get you up and running with the holidays coming. Now is not the time for a microwave that's not working too well. You don't want to be hosting Thanksgiving and your oven doesn't get hot. Better could do whatever you need. They've got handyman services and they can do remodels and redos of your kitchen or your bathroom. They're serving all over Maryland and DC. Go check out their showroom in Kensington. See what they have available. You can get next day or even same day delivery of new appliances. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services. You better get better. So far today, I've given Jeff some nuts and Landfill a cheese stick. Just wanted the world to know that.
So far today, football talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
B, listen to this, man.
Y'all need help, all of y'all.
Commanders opened the season. Vegas set their win total at 9.5 wins. After 4 weeks, they were 2-2. It was still 9.5 wins.
Mm-hmm.
After 8 weeks, they adjusted it down to 7.5.
All right.
Currently, 5.5.
Yeah.
6 games left. You think they can go 3-3 down the stretch here?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but they're going to have to change some things to get that done.
Yeah. Going to have to change a lot of things to get that done, I think.
I just think, Jay, a mental not giving up, not quit mindset can do a lot for you. But some people have it, some people don't. And if you got enough people with it, you can get everybody to get focused in. But that is something that either you have or you don't, bro.
Yeah, man.
Because physical follows what you do mentally and how you think mentally. A lot of people are easily swayed mentally. And then they find out that they can't do what the hell they thought they could do physically. But if you're a mentally tough person, you can get it done. I believe there are guys on the team like that. Can they get the other guys to follow suit?
All right, B. I want your vote. B. Mitch Finley, AAA poll question of the day. Should Joe Jacoby be in the Hall of Fame? Your options are yes, hell yes, no / Cowboys fan, or no.
Hell yes.
That's how I voted.
You put what I would have put on there.
Can you say it on the radio?
Huh? Why MFR?
Hell yes got 61% of the votes, and yes got 39% of the votes.
You figured it out yet?
I sure did.
Yeah.
Scarens Terrence McClarence responded, is the Pope Catholic? So, yeah, I think people believe that Joe Jacoby should be in the Hall of Fame. I believe we're going to have to make some bets in just a moment. I got to tell you, though, the AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Landfill?
What's the flavor of those rocks that you swallow?
I don't know, dude. I feel totally
the
fine.
The voice just went deeper and raspy.
I hear it, but I don't know where it's coming from.
Because you're like when you talk, you put strain on your vocal cord.
I don't know what to do, Brian. Maybe a couple days off without talking. Landfill, let's make some bets.
You should try that. Holla. Gather around.
White Brian's not here. Did he alert us to how anybody did last night?
I won 2-0.
He didn't alert us at all, but I did win last night.
I win 2-0.
What'd you have?
I forgot. I just know I won.
It doesn't sound that convincing, Jeff.
You of all people, we won't believe you. If Jeff says something like that, you guys say, hell no.
I'm pretty sure I had the Lakers, so I won.
I took AU. Oh, and they covered. They were getting 16. They lost by 9. Shout out to the Eagles over on Mass Ave.
The who?
I took the American University Eagles plus 15.5, and they lost by 9 to Rutgers. All right, it's a Wednesday. Is there college football tonight? There is, Brian. You could bet on Miami of Ohio against Buffalo.
Jeff lost last night. Jeff took Duke getting minus 14, and they lost. I took Kansas. I won. Bam.
I didn't take Duke.
You did?
No, I didn't. I lost, but I took the Trailblazers.
You did take the Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Somebody took Duke and I went against.
It was
White Brian.
WB.
Yeah.
But
okay.
give me the Timberwolves minus 16.
That's also what I'm taking.
Who are they playing? The Wiz?
The Wiz.
Yep.
Every time I bet for the Wiz to cover, they get blown out by double than what the spread was.
I was 2-0 last night, people. Yeah.
I won last night. We got some local college hoops tonight. William and Mary's playing Bowling Green.
Not local.
No?
I want the Knicks. Give me the Knicks tonight, baby.
How about this, Landfill? Is Maryland Mount St. Mary's local?
-7.5, Knicks.
Yeah, shout out to the Mount.
You taking the Mount, Jeff?
No, I just said shout out to them. I made their music for their light show a couple of weeks ago.
Howard plays tonight against Stetson.
That's also local.
UMBC versus GW.
No, it's Baltimore.
GW's here.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I got to pick something. I'm going to football. You know what? What the hell? I'm laying the points with the Terps. It's going to be a good day to be a Terp. We're going to get this kid Baba signed up. I'm fired up. I'm out the rest of the week. Thanks to all the boys. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman.
Let's go, Zay.
Thank you to Sean Merriman. Fun day today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Joe Jacoby was named one of the 9 semifinalists in the seniors category for the Hall of Fame class of 2026. The offensive lineman spent all 13 years of his career here in Washington, where he won 3 Super Bowls from 1981 to 1993. An announcement will be made in early December with the 3 finalists moving forward from the class. And tonight in DC Sports, right here on 106.7 The Fan, make sure you tune in. 7 p.m. is Puck Drop. Capitals hosting the Edmonton Oilers. Caps looking to put 2 in a row as they're coming off a 2-1 win over the Kings on Monday. And if you want to listen in to the Wizards on Bloomberg 99.1, you can listen live. The Wizards traveling to Minnesota, taking on the Timberwolves. That is at 8 p.m. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are locked into The Fan. We're taking you all the way up to 6:30 this evening. We're giving away Wizards tickets right at 4 o'clock on G&D, so make sure you're listening at that time. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. How is today treating you?
So far, so good. Feeling good. Excited about the show. Lot to get into. Going to the Caps game tonight. Connor McDavid's in town, the best player in the National Hockey League. Edmonton's leaking a little oil, though. Offensively, they have not been very good, believe it or not. And
that seems impossible, but
the right
yeah.
time to catch them, man. Maybe the Caps can get a couple of points and better position themselves moving forward here after a slow start to the season, so I'm excited about that. How are things with the Rouilles?
We are doing just fine, and Danny, like sour candy. The rainy weirdness, because it's the last throes of this fall soccer season before we head into the winter stuff. So everybody's sitting there looking, like refreshing the app every 7 seconds. Being like, is practice on? Is it off? Is it on? Is it off? Now today's going to be fine. Like, but last night the whole thing was weird. I'm trying to do the show, trying to coordinate rides for the various kids. It's like, do we have a thing or do I not have a thing? And then we find out at like 4:57 when it's supposed to start at 5:30 that we don't. Whatever that is way too stressful. Like it should be way easier than that. But I don't know who to blame.
I've been robbed of what should have been one of the best days of my sports fandom life today. Today should have been. Today should have been a day I've looked forward to for some 20 years. And I've been robbed of the joy that I should have felt because now I'm conflicted and now it's very bittersweet. The Hard Knocks trailer for the NFC East season Hard Knocks that's dropping now just a couple of weeks from now, with the Washington Commanders being featured with the Cowboys and the Giants and the Eagles, came out. And the trailer, by the way, looks really good. But you know what's going to happen? Is Hard Knocks is going to distantly cover the Commanders' fourth, because they're the fourth most interesting team, because even the terrible Giants have Jackson Dart and Bo Scadaboo and all these injuries to the star players and the blue tent and a fired coach. The Commanders, if you're ranking the 4 teams right now, are the least interesting in their division. They're going to be the redheaded stepchild here for this season of Hard Knocks. And this should have been all about Washington, all about Jaden Daniels. Darius, do you have the trailer for Hard Knocks? Let's play it for the people. The drop today should have been a holiday around these parts.
What is it about these division games that just makes it different?
We've been waiting years for this moment.
You know what time it is?
Big NFC East matchup.
NFC East? Nothing like it.
There we go!
It's the NFL. You're playing against the best.
What else would you rather be?
1, 2, 3 times!
How they react to adversity is a very important part of our process.
The expectations to win.
This team's going to play hard. We're going to fight to the end.
Turn up on these folks.
When you're climbing a mountain, you never look back. Ever. Appreciate everything we got. You got your families looking at you, your friends. That's what it takes to do what we do. I ain't no ducking. All I need is discipline and focus. Sounds fun. Let's go.
We're building something special here.
Go on there like it's your last game.
What could have been? What could have been if I was sitting here today getting ready for the Commanders on Hard Knocks on HBO in a playoff push, battling for the division with the Philadelphia Eagles, who they still play 2 times in game that will be chronicled by NFL Films. I got Dan Quinn in the trailer. I got Terry McLaurin giving a speech straight out of a movie. And yet Washington's 3-8. They've lost 6 in a row, 7 of 8. And I'm looking at NFL Tankathon.
I will be watching like a hawk.
Oh, yeah.
For different things than I thought. Like, I thought it was going to be what's prep look like among the great vibe as they're marching to the postseason, as they're fighting it out, as you said. More difficult schedule, but I didn't think there'd be this kind of regression. Instead, I will be watching like a predatory bird at the boobery and the ineptitude. I want the conversations. Like, it was the organization's own stupidity where they released this video where Rivera's going, you know, if he's there, we could take Forbes. We really could. By the way, Emmanuel Forbes is playing well now, which is a hoot. But whatever. We could pass on Gonzalez, the excellent football player, okay? And we could take this guy that's way worse in Forbes if he's there. They released that. Like, they showed that after the fact. Like, Gonzalez is all world and Forbes is on another team. And, like, now we know.
Well,
I
fairness,
want
that
all of
video
those.
came out right after the draft.
I understand.
It's not like they knew Christian Gonzalez was great and Emmanuel Forbes was terrible. And they're
Well,
like,
they sure as bleep didn't know.
They did not know.
So a lot of people that cover this thing did. But the point of the dude's story is I want to see it. I want to see the conversations. Should we do nothing? Yeah, let's do nothing. Do you want to change anything? Nope. Keep sending them up. Should we demote anybody? Nah. Should we trade anybody? No, this group's got it. Let's keep it all together and run it back again while we lose game after game after game after game in record-setting inept fashion. I'm going to be sitting there with a steno pad and a healthy set of pens. In case one pen starts to fade for a microsecond, I'll have another on alert 5, just to make sure I take every note. I want to see who's responsible. And I want butts, I want names.
They typically open the first episode with like a Thanksgiving time frame. So while cameras have been rolling and they can pan back and see some other things, I'm sure, for the most part, I don't think a lot of what's happened to this point is going to be chronicled in the show. They'll do this get you up to speed thing with a few final calls and highlights in the first episode as to how we got here. But I don't think you'll get what you want if you want trade deadline behind the scenes and stuff. I don't think that was happening. It's going to be the rest of the year, but there's still going to be plenty there. Do we get some discussions between Dan Quinn and Joe Witt? Do we get to see how Joe Witt runs a defensive meeting and what that looks like? How attentive are the players? Do we get to see anything that is particularly revealing about how we got here beyond just injuries, which I am granting you is a big reason for this debacle of a season, but it's not the only reason. And I want some insight. Now, the teams have some editorial say on this thing, and they're not going to let anything go to the papers and go to print, so to speak, to be disseminated that makes them look bad. So it's not like you're going to see like some dude rolling into a meeting 5 minutes late who just woke up in the facility, like he's ready to get fined and doesn't know that they have a game that weekend. If that's the kind of loosey-goosey stuff that's going on in the building as you're punting down the stretch. But it's still going to be a better window into this operation than we've had at any point in many, many years with the Hard Knocks cameras rolling. But we've been robbed of what could have been an incredible thing. Can you imagine if this was last year? Just go back one season ago to the amazing run and the content we'd have with those cameras in the building when Washington was New England.
Can you imagine the joy?
They were the team everyone was talking about. Can you believe this? Year one of this defensive-minded guy who's changed the culture and this quarterback playing at an MVP level. That was us. That was the Commanders 1 year ago. And yet we finally get Hard Knocks, and here it is, man. 3-8 with a bye week, and then you're going to be 8-point underdogs at home to the Denver Broncos with the best defense in the NFL. I am excited to see how they handle the Jaden thing behind the scenes. And I wonder if that motivates them to handle it publicly differently starting out of the bye. Do they just come out and say in the press conference, here's what we're doing, we're shutting them down for the year or not? Are we going to see meetings behind the scenes where they're talking about, should we play him? Should we not play him? How healthy is he? Like anything that informs into that storyline is going to be invaluable for fans and media alike.
Smart point. Yeah, I mean that the whatever is at stake, and the stakes couldn't be lower, by the way, for a team with really legitimate aspirations that where the bottom has fallen out. But anytime you could put something on it where it's, I'm not really that concerned about their internal struggle to figure out if Kane Madrano should get more snaps at linebacker, respectfully. You know what I mean? Like, that's not that interesting to me. What happens to Jaden Daniels is, like, that's compelling content. So you're trying to find a way to make a 3-8 team where, again, the bottom is falling out, trying to make them interesting. That's the best way to do it, right?
Well, Daniels is nationally the selling point on this team.
Mm-hmm.
He is the reason they had all of the primetime games scheduled that they did. Thursday night against the Packers, Monday night against the Bears, Monday night against Kansas City, Sunday night against Seattle, Sunday night against Denver, standalone national game against Miami, and Christmas Day against the Cowboys. They've got that Saturday night primetime game coming up still against the Eagles. I don't know how many that was, but I think I just rattled off like 8 standalone games. It's not because the network execs wanted to see Marcus Mariota throwing the ball to Zach Ertz on 3rd and 7. Everybody wants a piece of Jaden Daniels. So I would imagine he would, even with their season, be one of the stars of the show. It would be wild if they didn't involve him. And I would think he'd be game. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but he is getting involved in a company to help better market him and do some things off the field. The quote he put out was, "My focus will always be on football, but my team and I are excited to tap into opportunities that can help expand my impact off the field." And so he is entering into this agreement with 3 Arts to grow his production company for original media, business development, and equity-driven ventures. I don't know exactly what all that means, but a lot of these guys now kind of create their own content and produce their own videos on themselves and, the off-season content or whatever. So he's joining up with some other players to do this. And I only bring this up to say, it seems like he's interested in that kind of thing, right? So why would you not be engaging with Hard Knocks and want to sit down and talk with them if this is a venture you're kicking off right now to kind of grow
it
your
could coincide
brand?
with that, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, by the way. These guys have such reach. It used to be you had to depend on external sources to enhance your reach, right? Well, now with all things social media, with your own channels that have as much or more reach as any mainstream outlet, you want to control that entire process. So again, it's not my favorite thing where everything about you is a puff piece that you produce, star in, direct, and have your team of sycophants tell you how great you are all the time. But still, you can control the access in a way that you never could before. That end-to-end part of the process, instead of saying, all right, I made a documentary, now I got to ship it to somebody or shop it. No, you don't have to. You can just put it out on any kind of channel you want.
Do your own content.
Any kind of YouTube, whatever. There's no limit to it.
But I'll bet he'll be heavily involved in whatever Hard Knocks ends up looking like, for sure. But the trailer just came out about an hour ago. And can you imagine just what a difference the world would have been if you're watching that trailer with Washington?
They're 8-3, not 3-8.
9-2 right now.
Oh, come on.
Tied with the Eagles as the best team in the NFC or something. It would have been so fun. But instead, here's the conversation we've got to have. So I was looking at the odds today for the Commanders' win-loss record at the end of the season. After their 6th consecutive loss and 7th out of 8, they're now 2-8 in their last 10 since week 1 against the Giants. They are right now sitting at an over-under of 5.5 wins in sports books. They've got 3. That means with 3 games to go, you're betting on if they go
3-3,
3-3 or worse, which seems to me like a high number. Just thinking about a team that's lost 6 straight, and you're saying they've got to go 3-3 the rest of the way. But I guess the logic is Denver does not really blow teams out. They don't have a good enough offense to. Every game they play, whether it's a great team like Kansas City or a bad team a week earlier like the Raiders, basically comes down to a field goal. And so maybe that's going to be a close game in some way, one possession kind of game. Then you're at Minnesota, which could be a toss-up. Then you're at the Giants, where you may be favored for the only time this season, but it's a toss-up. Then you've still got 2 with Philly, where you're certainly going to be an underdog, but they've run away with the division.
Yes.
It is over, Johnny. So it is certain that one of those Eagles games in Week 18 could be a game where they don't need the division. Could they be fighting for the 1 seed? Possible. Could they have everything wrapped up and you're playing backups? That's possible. The Dallas game will be 2 teams on Christmas Day that don't have any playoff aspirations. Very likely. So that means you're playing the Vikings, the Giants, the Cowboys, and maybe an Eagles game where the other team does not have postseason motivation just like you. So maybe 4 out of the 6 games are like that. And odds makers are trying to protect themselves a little bit by saying, okay, if you win 3 of those, that's what you got to get to, instead of it making it 1.5 and only needing 2 of those games. But that's where I wanted to start the conversation today. I'm hearing all these people acting like they're not going to win another game. The Dolphins game was the one they needed because now they may lose out. First off, that's not how the league works. It's very, very, very rare that you would lose 12 consecutive games, which is what we'd be talking about. Just doesn't happen. So losing out, I don't think is on the menu. But what is their record the rest of the way? And would you go over or under 5.5 wins? I want to start with that today at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
I would say under, and not like, I'm not doing they're not going to get another yard, they're losing out. No. I think this looks like a 2-4 kind of finish.
But you're right there on the threshold.
But you're right there. You're close.
Who are they beating?
So doing this exercise, my thought always when you're a team that's bad is you're going to win a game that nobody thinks you're going to win. And then you're also going to flip that over and lose a game or 2 that everybody's kind of going, okay, this is the one they'll get right. Well, that's what happens when you're bad. You sink back down to that level. Every team that's good or bad or in between has had great moments. Again, the Dolphins beat the brakes off the Bills. We saw the Dolphins. That's them. They're not beat the Bills by 30 points good. They're dreadful. And they sunk back down kind of that moment. But for a day, the analogy I always use where the one kid races down the hill and he wins that time, they did that. So I think just on paper, it's the Giants and then maybe a meaningless Eagles game, or maybe they get the Cowboys who are, on the fringe of playoff contention at that point, outside looking in. But if they win 7 games and 7 teams tie and 4 teams don't show up because of the snow or something, maybe they get one of those 2.
I think they go 6-11, and I think they go 3-3 the rest of the way. So I'm going to say over.
You got the over.
5.5 wins. I could see them winning both the Vikings and the Giants games if they play the defensive game they just played against Miami. I can't sit here and promise you they're going to, but we debated
story, yeah,
on Monday and to a lesser extent on Tuesday how much of their defensive outing was the Dolphins and Tua and just the idea that there was some do theory baked in there as opposed to actual adjustments made. And I do really genuinely believe they just played a way better game. They were buttoned up. Thought Quinn called a better game. They did some different things, not just in terms of the blitz packaging, but some of the disguise coverages that they hadn't been doing. And it was a pretty impressive 1-week renaissance with him taking over and getting more involved, which does not speak very well to what was going on with Joe Witt. I know Quinn downplayed that at the podium after the game, and I'm waiting for more sample before I go hard in the paint with that. Like if they come out and give up 41 to a bad Broncos offense and they don't tackle well, they don't pressure, and it's all the same things from the games against Detroit, Seattle, Kansas City, Dallas, then okay, it was a dead cat bounce after a guy got demoted. Everybody was on their P's and Q's for 4 quarters, and there's not a whole lot more to it than that. But they looked way different, way better, just played normal NFL defense at a below average level against the Dolphins. And if they do that against the Vikings on the road, you can beat J.J. McCarthy. If you do that in the Meadowlands against the Giants, a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart might turn it over a couple of times. So that might be 2 right there, and you're already at 5 with 3 to play with. And now you either beat the Eagles in one of those games where maybe they don't care that much, or you beat Dallas and you get there. Like if you were to tell me they're going to win 1 game the rest of the way or 4, I would probably even lean toward 4. I know that sounds crazy. I also think that until I hear otherwise, there is a chance that they bring Jaden Daniels back. And if Daniels comes back after the bye, I don't think it would be the Denver game, but let's just say when we go to Minneapolis to see them play the Vikings, you're going to have Terry McLaurin. You're going to have Deebo Samuel, barring other injuries. You're going to have all of your tight ends because Ben Sinnott's thing was very minor, supposedly. You're going to have all your running backs, and the offensive line is now completely intact. There's not really a good excuse for this offense not to play okay. Like, yes, there are major injuries on this team, and namely on defense right now. But if Terry is back, then you don't have Noah Brown and Austin Eckler. That's a very normal
That's
NFL
a normal
thing.
December thing.
You don't get to just score 13 or 14 points and yell injuries after that.
Yep.
Like your quarterback, healthy. Your receiver that you pay $30 million to, healthy. Your weapon that you traded a draft pick for and made the priority of your offseason on offense, healthy. Your O-line, 100% together and intact at that point. You got 6 guys you like because you've chosen Paul over Coleman right now. So why shouldn't you be able to go move the ball? Maybe not to the extent you did last year, but score 27, 28 points in a game. You should be able to. So if that's the case, then you should be able to get one of those 3 division games at the end against rivals, and you should be able to get those pick'em games against the Giants and the Vikings, ideally. So it's not a big lift here, man. It's not like I'm asking you to take a 400-pound safe out of my basement. That's not what we're doing. This should be the bar with no weights on it as a bench press on Fitness Wednesday. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Smell what you're cooking there. I'm trying to figure out the best way to counter your point. We did on paper segments leading up to the team. Again, these are much better teams in the gauntlet, right? That we went through the Dallas game to kind of start it, and then Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit, all better than the teams that they're playing.
No business beating any of those teams.
Totally right. And here's the recipe. You shouldn't be losing by 3 touchdowns. You shouldn't be losing by 25, and then they did. So on paper, everything you're saying is correct. I have no statistical counter. I have no.
My logic is you're healthier on offense,
right?
Because Daniels only played in that Kansas City game, and by the way, was awesome in that game. Made 2 ridiculous catches. But Daniels back, McLaurin back in this hypothetical for the final month or so, and the defense. I'm basing it on one game, and it may not be reality. But all I saw was the Miami game with Dan Quinn calling plays and whatever adjustments were made in Madrid. It was a much different defense. So if you're, instead of being arguably the worst defensive team I've seen in 10 years in the league over the final 2 or 3 weeks before they made the change to whatever that was on Sunday, that's like going from a 1 to a 4.5 or a 5.
Totally.
And it gives you a chance in pick'em games.
And again, I don't disagree with any of that on paper. I guess the point I'm trying to make, and I understand it wasn't apples to apples because there's no Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel was limited, but I watched Dallas, the worst defense, maybe other than Washington and Cincinnati and a couple others, dominate this team with Jaden Daniels. They couldn't do anything on offense. They were awful. They couldn't run the ball. Everyone can run against Dallas. They couldn't go down the field. Now, again, maybe that's because you don't have those receivers and you will have them later. I guess my point is, on paper, I don't want to say I'm tearing up this year because everything that can go bad has, but what you're saying is right. I'm just kind of going, I'm more still in the believe it when I see it type camp to give them that vote of confidence that they will do some things that they haven't yet this year.
I think that there's a reason the odds are at 2.5 wins.
Yeah.
It's because it's probably going to be 2 and it might be 3,
Mhm.
right? I mean, that's kind of
That's
where
the line is.
You can look at where the juice is and see which way they're leaning on the under or the over. I'd imagine they're leaning to the under because you've lost 6 in a row and 7 of 8. You're just a bad team doing bad team things like they did against the Dolphins in Madrid. But it's also just cynical and frankly, like silly to just go, they're not going to win another game.
Right. I think that's folly. That's nonsense.
One win on the schedule. Maybe, but you got to be so bad to only win one time in this league in your next 6 games. Now, someone could say they just lost 6 in a row. And I agree. And they were so bad. Like historically, 23 years since we've seen it that bad over that 6-game stretch at points. But you're talking about going 1-11 in 12 games. Do you know how hard that is to do? Tanking terrible teams can't do that. The Tennessee Titans, who are horrible, will not do that probably in a stretch this year where they go 1-11 in 12 games. It's really hard to do. But let's open the phones on this at 800-636-1067. Do you see a path to getting over 5.5 wins, 3 the rest of the way? And would that make you happy? I mean, would you rather them go 3-3 down the stretch, give you some entertaining football to watch, compete in these games, put together some wins, make you feel going into the offseason like this was maybe more about injuries and the rut in the middle of the year wasn't authentic? Or if they do win one game the rest of the way and the draft picks higher, can you be pretty happy about that because you're picking as high as they would and maybe trading back to get more ammunition? 800-636-1067. The over-under is 2.5 more wins for the Commanders. Which side are you taking? Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Hey, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook of same-game parlays at this point. They'll give you points and rebounds and threes and assists and any other stat that you want to throw in there. for NBA games right now. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks, individual player props, same game parlay options into one SGP. Track every stat live, all in one easy to use app. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. The promo code is GP. Sign up today at FanDuel.com. Official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Got to be 21. President, Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is driven by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Taking a look at some injuries around the league, Michael Penix Jr. needs surgery on his ACL. He's going to need at least 9 months to recover, as he's going to need a full reconstruction, despite it just being a minor tear. The Cardinals have already ruled out Marvin Harrison Jr. and Amari DiMercado, and they opened up the 21-day practice window for running back Trey Benson. Shedeur Sanders is going to start for the Browns on Sunday. NBA action tonight, the Wizards in Minnesota to take on the T-Wolves. 8 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals in action tonight against Connor McDavid and the Oilers. 7 o'clock puck drop at Capital One Arena. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
On the show today at 6, we'll talk with Herm Edwards. I'm fired up to talk to Herm on G&D. You play to win the game. I won't ask him about that because he's probably been asked about it a billion times.
I was going to say, he's probably heard a question or two about it before.
A little hacky. But one of my favorite Herm Edwards moments and press conference moments for any coach ever. But I've just always liked him. ESPN, he's been a really good analyst. I like his voice, his cadence. I like his energy.
Yeah. Football guy.
He's just football guy.
Like the way you'd have to frame it is like, Hermit, like if you were teaching kids or if you were like talking to somebody and there was like one simple kind of way to describe how you should approach a game. Like it's like one sentence. Like why do you play or how do you play? Like what do you play for? Like, do you have any thoughts on that?
I would be so happy if he just launched into you play to win.
And he just did it.
The game.
Just played along and did it.
You hate that he's known basically for one sentence. I mean, he played. He had a great career. He coached at the highest of levels and was taking teams to the postseason. But I also want to talk to him about Jaden Daniels, actually, because he was at Arizona State when they recruited Daniels, and he was there when Daniels' career began. Did he know what he had in his building at that time? And want to find out about the person and the worker that Jaden is and has become that has turned him into being someone that Washington hopes to have around here for a long, long time. So make sure you're listening at 6. And if you can't be in the car or around the radio at that time, make sure you podcast the interview when we're done tonight, wherever you get your audio. I should remind everybody that our Field Trip Friday series continues this week. We are at Uptown Alley in Manassas. Really cool venue where you can bowl, and there's a mall to shop at, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. I'm actually going to see if the wife and the kids want to make the trek out because it's just a really, really cool family spot. But if you're coming out to drink, there's a great big bar with a lot of cold, delicious beverages. The food was really good. I remember last time as well. We've done a couple of great shows out there. So looking forward to getting out to Manassas, kind of an underserved part of our listening audience, and talking with the people.
Place is really, really cool. It's a one-stop shop. You want to do like, I don't know. They have all these games, but it's like arcade style games, like duck pin bowling, not like skee ball kind of games. You mentioned the bowling alleys, all the kind of, you could do whatever you want. And the food is awesome. Bar is huge. It's a great space.
We'll get back to the phones in a moment. We're talking Commanders, and over under 5.5 wins is what odds makers are now setting their total at. They're at 3. They've got 6 to go. Do you think there's a way they could win 3 more? And we'll discuss that in a moment. I did want to say really quickly, though, Danny, that last night, Toby and I went to go see Nuremberg, the movie. And this will be my double play. I'll give you a full report on it. But a little bearing of the lead here, if I may. It was fantastic. But we get to the theater last night, and we think it's a 9:20 film to begin with. And Toby's a little, he's a little annoyed by that because it's late, which I understand.
Sure.
You're going to get home after midnight, whatever. So 9:20, but I had to get the kids to bed and spend some time with the wife and do all the stuff I was doing, eat dinner. And so I said, that's about as early as I could do. So we meet up in Tyson's to go see the movie. Well, we get there and we realize it's actually not at 9:20. It's at 9:40.
Ooh.
So that is the first kick to the giblets. Toby texts
Which
me.
means a 10:20 start.
He texts me like a half hour beforehand, right as I'm pulling in, because I get everywhere early. And I like pull into the parking lot. And he's like, this movie's at 9:40. And I'm like, that is an hour and 10 minutes from right now.
All right.
Whatever the time was or whatever. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Here we go.
So I'm in there. I'm walking around. I get my ticket. I go get I got the smallest popcorn you could possibly get. I waddle down to the theater. I'm just going to go sit outside because I got trailers haven't started, but we're in, that 20 minutes beforehand window.
Yeah.
And I see Toby sitting on a bench. I'm like, Toby, what's going on? And Toby looks at me. And Toby, what did you tell me? This little information that you had that I didn't have just yet. Now, mind you, our movie's supposed to start at 9:40, meaning that the trailers run, so it's really a 10 p.m. start or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like 9:36 right now when I link up with Tobes.
Yeah, so I'd gotten there a little bit earlier, and I'm like, okay, yeah, usually, 9:20 or so, 20 minutes before, you can go sit in the movie theater, no problem. So I walk in, that's definitely Nuremberg still playing. So I walked out, and a couple minutes before you got there, so we're now 10 minutes before showtime, supposedly. I walk in, Nuremberg's still playing. So you walk up and you're like, hey, what's going on? I was like, that movie's still playing.
So Toby tells me, and you know how I can't, if something makes no sense and isn't how it's supposed to be.
No, Grant's great at letting it go. Wait, hold on. No, just this is in my ear. My producer's telling me the opposite of that.
Right. So I need to understand what's happening.
And you're asking Toby all the questions. Like
Right.
he did it.
So I'm like, but why? But at 9:40, a movie wouldn't still be playing now. And he's like, yeah, I know. And I said, but if the movie's going to start at 9:40, then there can't also be a movie going right now. And Toby's like, yeah, I know. But he's just sitting on a bench. He's not like doing anything about it. Not that you can do anything.
What's he supposed to be doing?
Well, anything other. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you waiting until this movie ends in hopes that the next one plays? So I do the thing that I have to do, where now I go right back over to the main lobby.
Oh my God, Toby!
What, you want me to just to sit there? And
Yes.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yes.
So I said, excuse me, and the guy, this 14-year-old guy with pimples,
Yes, sir.
like, oh, what is it? Oh, how can I help you, sir? And I said, I got a 9:40 movie in Theater 15. Have you moved gates here at this airport? Am I supposed to be somewhere else? He's like, oh, our power went out for a while today, so we're a little bit behind. And I said, okay. Like, how far behind? And Toby, I can just see the blood leaving Toby's face. He's like, how far? Like, when do we get out of here? What time is bedtime? And I was just like, so what are you thinking? He's like, well, let me make a call. And he's like on a walkie-talkie. And he's like, it's going to be about 30 minutes behind. And I'm like, so 10:10, you're going to roll the credits? And he's like, maybe, yeah. And I was like, you're saying the movie's 30 minutes late, right? He's like, yeah. So I said, so theoretically, it's going to end around like 10-ish. He's like, yeah, 10:05. I said, okay. And then you're going to start the next movie that second? No one's going to go in there and clean the theater, which, by the way, I'll punt on cleaning the theater.
Sure. And that circumstance, when they're like, we need to clean the plane. You don't. I've been waiting here for 4 hours. So let's go. Yeah.
I just saw it because I bought the ticket. There's 3 of us in this theater.
Yeah, come on.
Me, Toby, and whoever the mystery guest is.
Mhm.
We can tough this out. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just the 3 of us.
Right.
So I said, are you still going to clean the theater? He's like, yeah, we've got protocol. We've got to clean the theater. And I said, so I guess what I'm wondering is, are you really going to start the movie right at 10:10, or are you saying sometime around then? He's like, it's hard to really say. And then this girl comes over who's wearing a mask. I don't know if she was sick or what's going on.
Okay.
But she's like standing there and she's like, well, how can I help you? And I'm like, hey, great to see you. Hope everything's well. Trying to be so nice. So I tell her about what's going on. She tells me they lost their power, all that again. And I'm like, totally get that.
Oh, that happened today? Really?
All I'm looking for here is this like at 10:15 the movie starts, or at 11 is the movie getting underway? We just want to know what kind of timeline are we working at here. And she's like, well, we're going to ask everybody, and we'll make sure everyone agrees if we want to skip the trailers or not. Which seems so crazy to me. I'm like, so you're going to take a poll of the audience, and if enough of us say, now she doesn't know that there's only 3.
I was going to say 2 out of the 3 have to agree.
But I happen to know there's 3 of us.
Yeah.
But she's saying like, we'll just talk to the people in the theater, and if enough people don't want to see the trailer, we could like skip it. And now this, again, I don't do well with things that I know don't make sense. So I'm just like, and she's like, I think it's probably going to be around 10:15, 10:20 that your movie will start. And I just look at Toby, and Toby's like, okay. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And so I'm like, tell you what, can I have some Twizzlers? And she's like, huh? And I was like, just for all of this, whatever this is. I said, I'd love
for all of this.
I said, I'd love those Twizzlers. And she's like, I'll give you popcorn. I'm already holding popcorn. I was like, I understand you'll give me popcorn. That's lovely. I'm looking for Twizzlers.
You're trying to negotiate. You're upselling the Twizzlers.
By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it. She's probably 17, maybe 12. I don't know.
Does she have the authority to just give out Twizzlers like that?
She said no to me like 3 times, and I'm like, just one thing of Twizzlers? Like, we're fine. And she's like, okay, fine, no problem. And so I was like, just go grab them? She's like, yeah, go grab the Twizzlers. So I'm like, Toby, you want some Twizzlers? He's like, no, I don't want Twizzlers. So then I pummeled a bunch of Twizzlers. So then eventually, what's crazy is 7 minutes later, not even, we get back over to the theater to sit on the bench.
Yeah.
It's silent in the theater and dark. We walk in and the credits are rolling. The trailers are rolling. Everything they told me was a lie all along.
It was wrong or a lie?
It ended up being 15 to 20 minutes late still because I guess of the power outage. But all the stuff she said about it'll start at 10:10 and none of it, if we just waited and went into the theater when she said, we would have missed 20 minutes of the movie. It was all for nothing.
Yeah, it was not bad at all. We were probably maybe 10, 15 minutes later than what it ever was. And the part that you sleep on, Grant, is the other person that was seeing the movie was sitting in the front area, and halfway through the previews, these two workers walk in and are like, hey, we need to see your ticket. I'm like, can we not do this to this guy?
The guy is sitting there mid-trailers in a pitch-black theater, and they come in asking for his ticket. I guess because of the confusion of, did he come in at the last movie or this movie or whatever? And they're like, he can't find his ticket. And they're patting him down. He's looking in all his pockets. And this went on for over a minute, this guy.
Yeah. They were asking. He's like, I have no idea. I think I threw it away.
Toby's if they come up here and ask me for my ticket, I'm whooping somebody's ass. He's doing the thing he did.
The look lady.
Yeah, exactly. The look lady move, which is true. I say this about our friend who's an usher at Nats Park, who we always see running around asking people for tickets after she gets back from her break. You missed your chance, friend. It is over, Johnny. Don't come up to me when I'm in my seat and ask me for my ticket. You want to ask me when I'm walking down the steps? Be my guest. You want to ask me when I'm going to the theater? You got it. The trailer's playing and I'm in a seat. Unless someone's trying to sit down and can't because I'm in their seat, leave daddy alone. That's kind of where I'm at on that. But
I would tend to agree, actually.
They didn't kick this guy out. I don't know what happened. It was very weird. And then they left. I was like, this is the strangest night ever. There are some other things that happened that were pretty weird, too. I'm not going to get into those on the radio.
Oh.
But you may or may not have seen a video about it.
What?
Yeah.
What, did you send a video of this last night?
The group chat?
Well,
I'm not going to go. I mean, if you have the memory of a 90-year-old, I can't help you.
I do.
Yeah.
This was last night you sent
this? It was quite the night. So
look at it.
Go see Nuremberg. We can talk more about the film later if you'd like. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to talk Connor McDavid at Capital One Arena at some point today. But next, calls on the Commanders. Do they get to 5.5 wins?
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. We want you to have the same experience that we've had multiple times over. 2 different homes over the years. Window Nation's come and installed a brand new house of windows. They are excellent at this. Take advantage of an outstanding end-of-year sale now through the end of November. 50% off all style windows. 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old busted joints, those builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation.
Big Window Nation, guys. We love Window Nation. The end-of-year sale is the best. It's going just a couple more weeks through November. 50% off all window styles. As Danny said, you could get 0% interest and financing for 5 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. You choose from over 1,500 styles and colors. The various what am I looking for? Combinations, that's the word, are near limitless. Give them a call, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com.
Do the Commanders win 3 more games? The over-under set at 5.5. They're at 3 right now. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Danny, if they only win 1, which game do you think they win?
Giants, just instinctively, right? That's just not a very good team with a very high ceiling.
I agree. I just think a sweep of them is difficult.
Yep.
Right now, I'd lean Vikings, which sounds crazy because of Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and those weapons. This is definitely a recency effect thing.
Just can McCarthy get those guys the ball? The answer so far has been no.
McCarthy's been bad the last couple of weeks. He had a great first quarter 2 games ago when they won, but 3 quarters after that were pretty suspect. And then this past game, I mentioned the stat yesterday, but he was minus 15% completion percentage over expected. It was like Tim Tebow levels of, oh my God, can this guy do this? Now, I don't think he's going to be that terrible every week, but that's what we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
Giants, the Vikings look like the 2 most winnable. And then maybe one of those division games with the Eagles and the Cowboys at the end of the year. Sure would be nice if they could win the Christmas Day game against Dallas. As we're all watching, 1 o'clock, you've opened your presents, you're spending Christmas with the family, you're turning on the TV. Let's see them beat the Cowboys. A Christmas miracle.
Wouldn't that be neat?
Zeke is in Southeast DC. What's up, Zeke? How are you?
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, you're welcome.
How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Doing very well. How's it going, man?
All right. Hey, my thing is that the over, I think the will be under. We're not going to win 3 more games. And I'm hoping we just win 1 and we still get the top 7 pick. That's my desire. Because what's the point in winning a couple good games and ending up being 4 or 5 wins? To me, that's just, I would say tank out. I want to see all the backup, the second stringers, and let's go out there and play good ball, but I don't want another win.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Yeah, different conversation. Are they better off in the future if they go 0-6 or 3-3 or 6-0? I think that's a relevant conversation. There will be people that scream that they don't understand how fans can possibly not be excited when their team wins. And those same people I would ask to, do you like Jaden Daniels? Do you enjoy having him? Because you wouldn't have had him if they would have won more games at the end of the season. And the fans back then that were saying it's good every time they lose were right, by the way. That's how that worked, that you got the number 2 overall pick and the face of your franchise quarterback. But different conversation than how many games will they win. I also wonder this idea of polling for them to lose competitive games for the draft positioning. If Daniels plays, doesn't that change? It's so much easier to watch the Dolphins game if you're a Commanders fan and not be upset when they lose because it helps the draft position when Mariota's out there. If Daniels comes back against the Vikings and the Giants and they played pretty mediocre or bad teams and lose those games, that's not good. Again, if you've got McLaurin and you've got Debo and you've got your O-line and your tight ends and your backs other than Eckler, and basically it's everybody but Eckler and Noah Brown at that point, and you're still losing to the Vikings and the Giants while you're scoring 14 points and you're struggling on offense, that's bad. That's a bad sign for Daniels, Kingsbury, everybody.
No, it certainly is, but it's also it's the downside of what you and I like to talk about with September baseball, right? A bad sample, I'm not going to overreact to that either, right? This is a lost year. Like the plane has crashed into the mountain, so them not playing as well as maybe you'd expect, just sort of this, whatever this is, kind of continuing even once Terry McLaurin comes back and the snowballs turn into an avalanche and they can't get right. I'm not going to put as much stock in it as I have already put in the stuff where we've seen these failures before. Does that make sense? It won't have the same weight to me. Even if they play well and win a meaningless game where Jaden Daniels balls out against Dallas, who's packed it in, I'm not going to go, oh, everything's fixed. I still have that explosion behind me.
I guess it depends on how they play and what the plays look like and who the opponent is and how hard they're playing. And the tape will tell the story. But I think I can get down on and agree to it'll have less weight than it would have in a competitive game in December or a week 6 game or something. But it doesn't have 0 weight.
No, it matters. It matters.
They need guys that matter in the long run, like Jaden Daniels, to play well.
And so when I'm watching that Sunday game, that to your point, against the Dolphins, I don't care that they lost a game with Mariota and Ertz and Wagner and Wiley getting a snap or 2 and a bunch of other cast-off veterans that will not be here next year. That doesn't bother me. Now, it would have bothered me if they were that inept with a bunch of their draft picks getting a huge amount of time, like a Ben Sinnott was healthy and targeted 8 times and had 1 catch for 4 yards and dropped a bunch. And, Jordan McGee looked out of position and couldn't do it. And you go down the list of all their young pieces that were available to them who can't play. That's a far different thing to me than a bunch of veterans who aren't going to be here with a quarterback that, respectfully, I don't care about near as much. Like Marcus Mariota is developed. That's the finished product. That's it. Perfectly fine. I'd like to have him back, by the way. I'd try to sign him today to another contract if he wants to come back for a couple of years. I want him around. I like the value that he brings. I like him for Jaden Daniels, the whole deal. I feel comfortable with him. I want that. But this is not an upside play. This is not if Mariota works on X, Y, and Z, this is it. This is the finished product. And I want it, but I don't care about his development. I care about Daniels's.
Yeah, more than anything else in the organization.
By far, yeah.
Which is why if he's back, how he performs matters a lot to me. How the offense looks matters a lot to me. If and when he comes back, if they are pretty healthy. Like, it's one thing when you're playing a game and you don't have your top 3 receivers and one of your tight ends and 2 offensive linemen. But if it's Noah Brown, who never plays anyway and hasn't played all year basically, and Austin Eckler, who was in and out of the lineup last year and missed a bunch of games while you were making your playoff push, and that's the reason why it's there. It's above reproach. We can't ask any questions. No. That's not a thing anymore. Like, go out and let's play good football. It's still Cliff. It's still the same design. It's year 2 in the offense. You got the pieces. I'm not saying you got to win the game because that's up to the defense and the special teams too. Quarterbacks don't win or lose games. That's not assigned to them. They help. They hurt. But the W's and L's is not an individual stat. But the offensive performance will definitely matter if you get some guys back toward the end of the year. Who among the great athletes in sports right now would you be most excited to see live or pay the most to see? Who's the best draw? We'll get into that. Also want to talk Joe Witt's future with the Commanders as we kick off next hour on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has advanced to the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Injuries around the NFL. Michael Penix Jr. is going to need surgery on his ACL, a full reconstruction. It's going to mean he's going to need at least 9 months to recover and be back on the field for Atlanta. The Cardinals have already ruled out Marvin Harrison Jr. and Amari DiMercado for their matchup, and they open up the 21-day practice window for running back Trey Benson. Shedeur Sanders is going to start for Cleveland on Sunday. NBA action tonight. Wizards in Minnesota taking on the T-Wolves. 8 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. Connor McDavid and the Oilers in town tonight to take on the Capitals. 7 o'clock puck drop for that one. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future. Where the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 1 hour, we're giving away Wizards tickets on Grant and Danny. That's at 4. And in 3 hours at 6, Herm Edwards joins the show live. We're excited to talk to him on the Fan.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So I'm going over to Capital One Arena tonight to see the Caps take on the Edmonton Oilers to watch Connor McDavid, who is the best hockey player on the planet, and he's in town once a year. And I have done my best when he is to try to get over there to see him. But it got me to thinking, Danny, about what one player in sports you'd most want to watch play. Period. But if you haven't seen them play, maybe that's a fun question too. Someone that you haven't seen. Like, I'll give you mine that I haven't seen. When Wemby was here last year, I wanted to go to that game so bad. Couldn't. I don't remember what I was doing, but something popped up. I will hopefully make amends this time around. But Victor Wembanyama, just how he moves on television, watching some of the clips of him, like, did you see him and Draymond Green getting into it the other night?
Yeah.
Draymond, who looked like my son, playing against me in my basement, just like putting his chin basically on his belly button. You know, Wembanyama just looks like he's different thing than Draymond Green is. Like, they don't look like they should be playing the same sport, that they're both coming from the same place. It's crazy to me how he moves and how he's able to do this. He's an all-time specimen in terms of size and athleticism. So I think he's probably, oddly enough, right now, number 1 on my list of guys I've never seen play live that I would want to. But there are these certain people, I think we talked about this on the show a couple of years ago with like the amazing superstar type athletes that you've seen. I remember we did this event at some golf event in Maryland that Tiger Woods was hosting. I'm not a golf guy. You're not a golf guy.
Right.
But when we were done, I walked down to the tee box and watched Tiger tee off. And I was probably 15, 18 feet from him, something like that. Unimpeded, nobody in front of me. And watching him hit, I cannot describe it other than to say this was like after the peak of his powers, no longer the best on the planet, Tiger Woods. And yet it felt as if I was watching like Babe Ruth in the batter's box.
Yeah.
It felt like when I'm at Nats Park and I see everyone stand up with their cameras when Shohei comes up to bat or something, like that type of aura where you're like, this is so different. There's a juice right now to everybody watching this, knowing this is one of the GOATs. So I've seen LeBron play live. I'm sure I would still get some of those moments, some of those feelings. He came back finally and played 11 points, 12 boards in his first game back. But Wemby's the guy on my list that I've never seen that I would want to.
That's a really good one. I haven't seen him yet either, and I would like to do so because I've seen pretty much everybody else basketball wise where I would go. I need to see what that looks like.
Have you seen Steph live?
Yes.
I don't think I have.
And it's a blast because what you get it on TV some, but what you don't think about is who runs more than that guy. Do you know what I mean? When he brings the ball up, gets it to somebody, and he's running through a maze, basically. It literally looks like, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but looks like like a trained lab rat going through all the different tunnels and different things and hitting stuff and ducking around different corners and making himself small just to get free, just to get a micro millimeter of space to get that shot off. And he's going to it. It's going in. It's awesome to watch.
I don't think there are guys in football that stack up with the basketball superstars and icons because of the individuality of the sport in a way. Even quarterbacks. So the best right now is Patrick Mahomes.
So that he was on my list of, I just want to see it live, what it looks like, watching him shuffle around and effortlessly dodge stuff and throw from weird angles and do all those things where you just go, what are you supposed to do? And we saw that.
Yeah, in person at Arrowhead. That was cool to be there and see it. I've seen him a couple times. Josh Allen, I've seen. Lamar Jackson's incredible. I've seen him a bunch. But I just don't think in football, 1 of 53, 1 of 11, it's the same.
It's different now because I think the ubiquitous nature of how high level these athletes are, and they're still athletes among athletes. I mean, there's still Lamar Jackson, who you reference, is different than everybody else. Like the fastest guy on the field is also the quarterback. But there were guys when I was a kid where Bo Jackson, for example, was the most must-see thing you could possibly imagine. He was faster than all the defensive backs and the wide receivers, and he was bigger than everybody but the linemen. And so would you like to be trucked or would you like to be run past? What about both on the same play? The buzz in the building when he would get the football was, oh my God. I never got to see him live. As a football player, as a baseball player, I did.
2 other guys I jotted down. I think baseball relates better to basketball in this way. If you're into the sport and if you care about star power. Shohei is on this list.
Shohei's the list, yeah.
Shohei doing both, though. Just seeing Shohei hit, and I went to a Dodgers game last season. I think maybe Ryan or Toby, maybe one of you guys or both of you were with me, at Nats Park. And Shohei had 3 exit velocities over 110 and had like 2 at 114, 116. And we were sitting above the visitors' dugout. We're all not, I mean, we could have sat anywhere in the ballpark and be surrounded by Dodgers fans. But we were in a very Dodgers heavy section. And I just remember every time he came to the plate, everybody stood up. But he was not pitching that night. I think for him to be on this short list with like Wemby, I want to go on a night, and we've done this when he was pitching for the Angels at Camden, where he's pitching and he's hitting. I think that's top of the list. And then the one other guy, and I've never seen him start a game, but I have seen him pitch innings, is Paul Skeens, who through 2 years has some of the best numbers of all time, sits 97, 98, touches 100 miles an hour, coming off the Cy Young in the National League, superstar in college at LSU. So that's kind of my short list. I don't have any football players on it because, again, receivers are just dependent.
Yep.
So 6 times out of 64 snaps, they're going to catch a ball and run a little bit. Like, it just doesn't compare.
And the days of like the running back being the superstar, kind of even the great ones. It's like, are you excited to see Jonathan Taylor? That's a good player, but so what?
I've seen Saquon go ham in Landover.
Yeah.
And it's cool. I mean, other than the fact that he's beating up on
doing
Washington.
It against us, yeah.
But I've seen it, I don't know, every time he's ever played there because he rips off a 75-yard touchdown run. Fine. Like, he's one of the best players in the league. Sure, OPOY type guy. I've seen Justin Jefferson have big games. It's different, I think, in the individualized sports for me.
Totally is. So here's my outside the box thought on it, because I think you covered the list of kind of who's now and who's who that you would focus on, right? Wemby's the oddity.
I don't think I have any. Do you have any other hockey players other than a McDavid? And
No.
I've seen him a few times now, but he's always is he in town? Let's go.
No.
Steph and LeBron. Is that part of it too, by the way? Sorry, cut you off.
No, that's it. No, you're fine.
Really quickly. Is it a lifetime achievement thing? Because like Anthony Edwards is one of my favorite players to watch in basketball. Would I be excited to go watch him? Of course. It's, a great player in his prime, whatever. But it's not anywhere the same. Like, I think with LeBron, there's this, I'm watching this guy, and I don't know how many more times there's going to be.
Totally.
So
That's how I felt Jordan at the end. It's how I felt the last couple of victory tours for Kobe and some of the other guys where you go, I want to make sure I get to see it one time before this will be taken away from us, I think that's a big part of it. And Steph revolutionized basketball. I mean, LeBron, there hasn't been a guy that's 6'8", 6'9", it's that big, that strong, and that physical and that dominant for decades, which is what he is. So he's unique in that sense. But kids now, I can't get a kid that I'm coaching to try to hit a layup. They're not interested in layups. Layups where your points are, not for them. They want logo threes. They want to step back and travel and hit shots coming off screens. Like, all they want to do, and it's because of Steph Curry. Like, the game is different because of that guy. So yeah, you should want to see it. My answers on this, things that I've never had the chance to do that I'd like to do. Now, the actual event itself is boring. to be honest with you. I don't find swimming very exciting. But I want to watch Katie Ledecky. I would go to an event where Katie Ledecky is beating the world's best swimmers by laps, where she's beating the brakes off the second best person looks like me trying to swim against her. One of the most dominant athletes in her field that has ever walked on this planet, and she's still doing it. Like, I think of the joy and the excitement that I've been brought by watching the Olympics every 4 years, only a couple of these events ever. Like, I think the loudest I've yelled in the last 20 years was when Michael Phelps and that 4x100 relay team came back against France. Like, that, what an electric thing that you didn't know. I'm watching freestyle swimming, the thing we all learned how to do so we could pass the test to go in the deep end at the pool. Doesn't seem like that much fun, and it's kind of a sport that I don't care about. But in that moment, that Olympic type thing,
yes,
I'm very into that. I'm into the sprints, into USA superstars trying to win gold.
As a complete aside, did you guys know that the swimming for the Summer Olympics in LA coming up in 28 is going to be at SoFi Stadium? Nerdy, but I just can't. I can't wait for seeing how they build that. And there's going to be some sped up shot where they're building a swimming pool in there. I cannot wait for
the time lapse bit. Yeah,
I just think that's awesome. It's going to be so cool.
I just want more Rowdy Gaines.
They did the Olympic trials at Lucas Oil
in the stadium.
Yes.
So I mean, and I get that somebody who does this or is around swimming more often would think it's the least interesting thing in the world. But just the idea of the undertaking.
There's no pool, and then they're just going to build a pool?
There's just an Olympic pool. We're all just walking around on a deck, and they're okay, I guess.
And you have to build that cool-down pool that they do. You have to build those weird showers where they keep the shower cap on and still shower.
The diving's going to be there, all the stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be basically no longer a football stadium and just all pools everywhere for a couple of weeks.
And then along those same lines as Katie Ledecky, even though he's not as highly ranked right now this minute, and there are a bunch of guys that have superseded him, but gold medal winner Noah Lyles running 100. That dude's a lot to deal with, but he's electric. And the buzz in a place before that 100-meter, it's this eerie electricity quiet, and then everybody goes nuts and the whole thing's over in 10 seconds. Years of your life boils down to running the perfect 9.7-second thing, and the slightest misstep, and that's it.
So if I'm at the Olympics, I would want to watch that. I would say, oh, okay, today's the sprinting over at the LA Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get over there at 4:00 for Noah Lyles. But I'm not flying there to watch a 10-second thing.
Understood.
And it's great on television. What time is it? I'll tune in.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm talking about my list with Wemby and McDavid and Skeens and Shohei, it's just not making my cut. And I think it's honestly because it's 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's even if it was 3 or 4 laps, it's not the same as 7 innings and 114 pitches.
Yeah, even Ledecky's race is it's a distance race, but it's 16 minutes.
Feels
and it's
different.
over. Yeah. It's different than sitting down for 3 hours and being mesmerized. Totally fair.
I wonder if we missed anybody or you guys have somebody else. So first, we can open up the phones 800-636-1067. Connor McDavid's at Capital One Arena tonight. Best hockey player on the planet taking on the Capitals. I bet you Ovi's on a lot of people's lists. If they're doing this topic somewhere else in the country, not that he's the best player to ever live, but he's certainly the best goal scorer. He's at the end of his career. I'll bet you there's a lot of people that are diehard hockey fans in hockey markets that either went to make sure they saw Ovi at some point or would like to before it's all said and done. Probably the only guy in town we have that would be
currently
that caliber on people's lists. Toby, who are we missing here?
Well, Pat Mahomes is my number one, and I'm jealous you guys got to see him at Arrowhead. But the guy that I want to see is Luka, because he plays the game differently than everybody else in the league. It's just so slow for someone his size. He plays at his own pace. He seemingly knocks down the hardest looking shots all the time. Luka's at the top of my list for basketball players.
Luka's high on my list. And it's funny that mine is dominated by NBA players, which I go to the least of anything. What does that say?
Well, because it's the individual. Because those guys are going to play both offense and defense for almost 40 minutes a night. That's the difference.
Jokic. Never seen Jokic. Joker, you talked about uniqueness, by the way. You talked about how, Luka does something other guys don't do. I think you could actually just have a Joker cam, or just you're sitting up in the 400s at COA and you're just watching him the whole time, leaning on people, about to fall over. Is he about to keel over? Is he going to die? Is he going to score 50? He's the weirdest, fatigued, best player that's ever lived. It's just a strange experience watching him.
So I got to see him before, like, remember the year that you did the bit where you were like, I bet on him to be the MVP. Now this is you were 2 years early. That he wins it like every other year, basically. And you were on it, by the way. It's the Grant Paulson Scouting Cave.
Hashtag early, not wrong.
Yep. I'm telling you, I can't wait for your. I come out of the cave to make my analysis, pre-draft stuff where I get myself talked into things. There are a few prospects I'm going to hand you. I want you to do your study. But I saw him before he was the MVP when he was just regular great. And I went, this is different than everything else. This is 1980s throwback. If Kevin McHale had range and a jump shot and was 50 pounds heavier.
It's old man game.
It's different, and it's awesome.
Old man game with range, though.
Yeah.
Because he'll knock down a triple in your face.
Right in your eye.
Ryan, who's your guy?
My guy right now is Paul Skeens. I love Paul Skeens. And obviously, I mean, he's got the girlfriend as well, who's also someone I think is part of that ticket in there. But also just Paul Skeens itself, the splinker, man. The splinker. 100-mile-per-hour fastballs, blowing people right by. Like, he is the best pitcher in baseball right now. And I think he's going to be one of the greats when it's all said and done. I think he's kind of one of those, like, when he is in town, Nationals Park should sell out because everybody should want to go see what that guy can do.
Who's Skeens dating?
Who is it?
That's a good bet. That's a good
No,
bet.
I honestly have no idea. Who's his girlfriend? You said he had a girlfriend?
She's a famous athlete. Livy Dunn.
Who's that?
LSU
Dunn?
gymnast.
Oh, I know Livy Dunn. She's a fantastic gymnast.
She's awesome.
She's dating Skeens?
Dating Skeens?
No kidding.
Huh.
Had no idea.
Is she still at LSU?
No.
What's she do now?
She's a gymnast.
She
currently?
does gymnastics now?
No, she is like a, Instagram celebrity. I
Yeah.
think.
A gymnast.
Right. Darius. Who's your guy?
Great bit. At top of my list would be Steph Curry because I've never seen him play. I know you guys already mentioned him, but that would be the number one on my list. As far as someone you guys haven't mentioned, it would be in the baseball realm. And I think it would be the next best showman when it comes to pitching on the mound. And I think that's Tarek Skubal of the Detroit Tigers.
Oh,
I think he's right behind Skeens in terms of having that kind of dominating presence on the mound, that swagger to him, the electricity that he fills the ballpark with. I think Tarek Skubal is definitely at the top of the list.
If you could get Skubal on all of his starts are good, but like on a virtuoso night where he's like 7 2/3, 14 punchies, 2 hits, what's better than that? Seriously.
Yeah, you're home in time for dinner.
I mean, it's so good. I have one that nobody mentioned that's sneaky silly, I think. And this is way off script for me. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus or bother anybody here because I'm just not into the WNBA very much. I just don't watch it. Caitlin Clark. I did not go when she was in DC. I wanted to. I would love to see Caitlin Clark play for the same reason as Steph. You're stepping across the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
You're hoisting from half court. You're just shooting crazy threes. Also, we're going to talk later about Shedeur Sanders, but there's this polarization to her where everything she does in the crowd is going to get a reaction. Every shot, I just think that's must-see television in a sense. And is she the best on the planet right now at what she does? Yes, I would say so. Is there a better player in the WNBA? Somebody knows the league better could tell you. She doesn't win the MVP, so I'd imagine so. I know she wasn't healthy. But there's not a better shooter. Like, Steph's not the best player in the NBA. I've got him second on my list right now because he's got this skill.
The one skill that changed the sport.
Nobody else has. Like, she's changing the sport.
So you and I are not tennis guys by any stretch of the imagination, but there are some of the aging tennis superstars that are almost done, like Djokovic, Federer. I'm blanking on the left-handed player's name who's super good, who's great on clay. But Nadal, thank you. I have no interest. I don't care. Like, if they play tennis in my front yard, I might be like, why are they here in my front yard? But for people that do love it, like they would probably make your list, right? Just in terms of that. And also for soccer. Some of the international soccer players, like I think our boss paid, I think I got the number right, $2 million for tickets for when Messi came to town and then didn't play.
All of the money.
Yeah.
Like, take a couple months. What do they say about an engagement?
3 months salary.
Right. So do that.
He got engaged to that game.
But he got engaged to a game, and when he got down on a knee, it didn't show up.
Yeah.
It said, no, we will not be marrying you.
Not today.
I would have been so mad about that.
Yeah, it'd have been pretty Richard.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. It's part of it. You get it. The rest day or whatever, because they had bigger fish to fry than beating up on little old DC United.
I feel he was actually hurt. I think.
Oh, was he?
If you're him, you don't get to take a day off at when you're playing a friendly.
I thought it was a rest piece. I could be wrong.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, what do I know? Well, like I'm following it, but there's a couple of guys that, like, my son would do spin kicks if we got to see Kylian Mbappe. If you got to see Messi or Ronaldo, he would lose it.
Connor McDavid in town tonight. If you are a hockey head, get on over to Cap One Arena and enjoy yourself. Next on G&D, I want to talk about the Commanders' defense. Significant improvement against the Dolphins. If it keeps looking like that, and that's not a one-off dead cat bounce after a coaching change with play calling and Dan Quinn taking over, what's that mean for Joe Witt's future here? This is The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is the number one sports book for same game parlays, and FanDuel is the official sports book of 1067 The Fan for a lot of reasons. Right now, they're giving you great offers on the NBA. Points, rebounds, threes, assists. What do you want to bet on? They've got all your options. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay, or so that you can track every single stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if you hit a $5 bet. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head on over to FanDuel at FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Our promo code is GP. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Some updates on injuries around the NFL. Michael Penix Jr. is going to need surgery on his partially torn ACL. He's going to need a full reconstruction after getting multiple opinions. That means he's going to be out at least 9 months to recover from that surgery. The Cardinals have already ruled out wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. and running back Amari DiMercado for their matchup on Sunday. They have opened up the 21-day practice window for running back Trey Benson, and Shedeur Sanders will get the start for the Browns on Sunday, with Dylan Gabriel still coming back from a concussion. NBA action tonight. The Wizards on the road taking on the T-Wolves at 8 o'clock. You know that game over on Bloomberg 99.1 tonight in hockey at Capital One Arena. Connor McDavid and the Oilers come to town to take on the Caps. 7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Commanders just had their best defensive game in almost 2 months, and it came in the first game after Joe Witt was relieved of his play calling duties and Dan Quinn took over. Doesn't mean that's the only reason why it happened. They leveled down in competition. Miami was the worst team that the Commanders have played since the Cowboys on October 19th, but they were specifically the worst offense that the Commanders have played, probably since their last win on October 5th against the super banged up Chargers team. Because I think the Bears have had big-time games and moments. The Cowboys' offense is elite. Kansas City was humming when they played them. Seattle, Detroit, better than Miami. So that might have been a factor, too. But my question, Danny, is if they prove that what happened Sunday in Madrid isn't a blip or a dead cat bounce after a coach loses a job where everybody buttons down for a week and plays at a high level before you go back to just what you were.
Yeah, you sink down now.
If they go up against Denver, not a great offense, so this could happen, out of the bye week with an extra week to prepare, and they play another inspired game and hold them to 17 to 20 points or something and look like an NFL defense again. And then they play Minnesota, and it might happen because J.J. McCarthy has not been good. He looks like he stinks. And maybe you hold them under 20 points. And we get to 3 or 4 games in a row where this defense is playing like they did against the Dolphins. Is there a path to Joe Witt being the defensive coordinator next year where you go back to him as your play caller and just say, yeah, it got a lot better after we went away from him, and it makes his stretch as the play caller look horrendous, but we're going to run that back anyway?
So I've been under the, and I think you may disagree with this, but I've been under the view that he's not coming back regardless.
You think it's over right now?
I think the instant you lose the thing that you do, what do you do here? What do you help? You helping with the PowerPoints? Does Dan go next slide, please? And what do you do?
Aren't there plenty of guys in history that have lost play calling duties for a short time and gotten them back?
It doesn't feel like that to me, but to me, it's always the precursor for.
See if you can find that.
The responsibility that you have has been taken away from you. And I'm too nice to fire you right now, but in the off season, when we have a chopping list, that's one of the to-do items. So I've been operating under that. Now, I could be wrong, obviously. I mean, what do I know? But so that's kind of what I've thought. It'll be especially nail in the coffin if the scenario you just laid out happens. If they're improved at all after the months where they were beyond horrendous. And again, there's no top 10, there's no excellence here. They're too beat up, they're too limited, there's not much you can really do. But if you perform like you did against Miami, bend, don't break, make a play or two inside the red zone and hold the team to, whatever it was, 4 scoring drives, you'll take that certainly compared to giving up 40 a week, which is what they did for a whole month. That's what they did. They just finished doing it. If you get some improvement, it basically goes, you can't help but look at the previous sample and go, that was pretty awful. This is just regular bad. There's a difference between failing the test with a 55 and failing with a 12. You were turning in 12s. I'm failing with 50s. That's a major departure. That would be the nail in the coffin.
My first search here, has anybody lost play calling duties and gotten them back? Responds with a bunch of names. They're all head coaches, though, that have toggled back and forth. So I don't think it's relevant. Like, it doesn't help what we're trying to find. In other words, Kevin Stefanski with the Browns at points in his tenure has given up play calling duties. He just did again.
Yeah.
Tommy Reese, I guess it is, the former Notre Dame guy. He's called plays for Shedeur Sanders to go 4 for 16 this past week. Mike McCarthy of the Packers and the Cowboys has done this, where he's got the play calling, gives up the play calling, takes it back. Frank Reich, Carolina. Andy Reid, Kansas City. Some of the names. But that's not the same as a coordinator who calls the plays, loses that duty, and then gets it back. I'm sure it's happened. I just don't have good
I'm sure it has too, but it just feels like you're now, your legs are out from underneath you. You're no longer of use because we need someone to do that. I don't get the sense that Dan Quinn wants to do it. That's my feelings. I don't think Dan Quinn wants to go through that. He'd rather be the CEO and, be there for every meeting and be there for every, lend a helping hand, obviously, because he's a defensive focused guy. But I think he wants to be CEO, everybody's grandpa, versus, running the defense. I don't think he wants to run that show. I think he wants to cede play calling to somebody. You can't give it back to the guy who stinks, or whose sample stinks anyway.
Sean Desai of the Eagles lost his play calling duties, got fired after when the year ended. Brian Johnson loses his play calling duties. He ended up in Washington, obviously, he's still on the offensive staff. But that is the trajectory more normally, to your point. So when he originally lost his play calling duties, first, I didn't know if it was a week thing, 2-week thing, rest of the season thing. It certainly feels like it's going to be the rest of the season. But my initial response, you're right, was I don't know that the book is written completely. Because my point is, if you're going to fire him at the end of the year, fire him now. It does him no good. It does nobody any good to just cut him off at the knees and have him crawl around in the hallways. What is the benefit to keeping Joe Witt on staff in this lesser role? Perhaps they like him leading meetings. They like that, what he can provide while not calling plays. And they thought it was just a Sunday from 1 to 4 problem. I don't know. But the more I've thought about it, regardless of how the rest of the season goes, I think it's really, really hard to make the case that's pro Joe Witt. Here's what I mean. You were just referencing like if it gets better. So let's go that way first.
Yep.
If they play a lot better defense, and I think naturally there's just a chance of that happening anyway because the competition, Denver with Bo Nix, Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy. I really like what Jackson Dart has shown, but he's a rookie who turns the ball over with New York. Like, that's 3 more games. You'll have 4 in a row against quarterbacks that are not in the top 10 to 12, 13, 14 in the league. It's basically like, at best, I would say somewhere in that 16 to 20 range, or worse in McCarthy's case and right now in Dart's case in terms of where you would rank guys. But if you go through a really nice second half run here, and the defense post Joe Witt play calling goes from, you look at all the chart and the numbers, and it's like you were giving up 472 yards. Then it became 396. You were giving up X yards per play. Look at the pressure getting better. Look at the third downs getting better. That looks terrible for Joe Witt. The other side of it is, okay, what would look best for Joe Witt? Just his business, LLC, joewitt.org/defensive coordinator homepage. The best thing for him might be that you make the change and it doesn't get any better. Is that fair?
Yep.
Because now you go, well, he wasn't the problem. So the Dolphins game, let's just say, is a one-off.
Like if you change a bunch of variables, it's all the same. You go, okay, it wasn't those things.
Exactly. And so now Denver lights you up and Bo Nix throws for 317 and you give up a couple big plays to Marvin Mims and Cortland Sutton goes nuts. Minnesota gets Justin Jefferson going for $162 and Addison goes for 98 and Hawkinson goes for 65 and J.J. McCarthy has a career day. The Giants run for 129 because Devin Singletary and Tyrone Tracy have big games, and Jackson Dart throws 3 touchdowns and pulls a Daniel Jones against you. And like it's just the same as it was before. At least Joe Witt then can say, I tried to tell you guys, man, this wasn't just me.
Right.
But how does that help him keep his job? That's still on him because he's the defensive coordinator. Even though he's not calling plays on Sunday.
Yeah, no one's saying this is fair, by the way.
Yes.
Right? Look, and that's kind of been my view all along.
And I'm not rooting against him. He seems like a nice guy. But what is the where can I land this plane that says he keeps his job? What is that runway for him?
And I think it's one of those like neighborhood runways where someone's got a little bit of flat dirt and they're like, okay, an emergency, try this. I don't see it. I think the instant he lost play calling duties, Dan Quinn's too nice to fire him now and make it seem like he's the scapegoat. He's the problem.
But if that's true, shouldn't he have just fired him?
I would have.
It's not nice to have someone twist in the wind. If he knows he's a dead body and you know he's a dead body, I mean, proverbially here, like, how is that the nice thing to do?
Again, I don't see it that way, but I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. This is if we blow this guy out now, I'm blaming him. It's on him. He's the problem, right? And then if it doesn't get better, everyone goes, well, wait a minute, you fired the guy. It didn't get any better. now don't have to look at you. This is the way to, I think, have your cake and eat it too, which is to go, we just needed a change. We're switching something up, but I still love Joe. Joe's still my guy. And you get to do the brotherhood, and you get to do where everybody's in it together, and he's still a valuable piece, even though you've made him not valuable. Quite literally, you've made a guy with
do the what?
The brotherhood piece. Like you're basically you're espousing brotherhood. So if you walk the brotherhood tightrope and you then betray one of the members of your brotherhood, can you really walk the brotherhood tightrope anymore? You're not brotherhood. You're out of brotherhood.
Have you ever seen Robin Hood?
Men in Tights.
No, the good one. Robin
Prince
Hood,
of Thieves?
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, silly.
God, it's so good.
It is great.
He's a terrible actor, and his accent undulates the entire movie.
It's sometimes British, sometimes not.
He tries every now and there's a couple scenes where you could tell he's like thinking about doing an accent, but not. That's a great film, though. It's been a while since I've seen it. Any kind of movie like that where they're getting ready for a fight scene and they're like melting little like metal and doing all this kind of stuff. Pretty good movie.
Alan Rickman, rest in peace. He was awesome as the sheriff of Nottingham. But the point of the dude's story is, again, I don't think you should do this. Like, I think you either do it or don't. But I think this, to me, was the way to, you have to do something. And then they have to do something that should have happened weeks ago. But they had to do something. They had to make a big production. But they would like all this talk to go away.
Well, let me ask this question. If anybody wants to hop in, or you could tweet us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Is there something that could happen with this defense that would benefit Joe Witt enough that at the end of the year, he keeps his job? Because the way I'm viewing it, either the defense plays a lot better, like they did against Miami, and you look bad and they go in a different direction, or the defense just plays the same or worse, at which point you're the DC and you're wearing that anyway, even though you've lost play calling duties. So now, after 2 years and a bad season and being one of the worst defenses in the league, you're probably screwed. I don't see a path forward where you bring him back to call the plays as the coordinator next year. But I think if that's completely true, then Dan would have just probably fired him when he demoted him. In Quinn's mind, maybe he does think, let's just get through the darkest part of this patch here. Let's get through these down times, and I can go back to you. It won't make sense, but maybe he feels like he could just justify it by going up to the mic and saying, hey, I trust in Joe. He's really good at this. You'll see. The injuries. Let's go to Adam in Mechanicsville on the Fan. What's up, Adam?
Hey, gents. Yeah, the only way I can see him landing is with demotion, possibly. I mean, Dan Quinn holds him close. Prior Cowboys, tenureship with they shared tenure together, and possibly he lands maybe the linebackers or something like that. If the only reason I can see him hanging on to him still right now is possibly a future demotion and still being on the staff, the defensive staff, possibly.
Meaning, like, if he became the DBs and pass game coordinator under a new DC, like a Jonathan Gannon, get fired by the Cardinals.
Yeah, you'd have to basically tear up the old deal and say, we're not paying you defensive coordinator money to be a position coach.
Why would he do that, though?
Yeah, he would rather, well, who knows? If the thought is, I'm just playing that out. I can't possibly get another gig if I'm Joe Witt as a defensive coordinator. I don't know. But you wouldn't think that's the case.
But even still, he would, I would imagine, have too much pride to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something admirable about not having an ego sometimes. But there's a difference, Danny, if we were to lose our jobs, between us doing something here versus in another station or another market. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. Yeah.
Like you're going, you were my DC and you ran all these meetings and you called all the plays on Sundays. But now just do this work and hand the sheet to someone else to do all that.
Yeah, like you guys do an afternoon drive, and now we'll trust you once a week to do overnight board op. Like, I'd probably have to go somewhere else.
Let's get to our double play next. I saw a movie last night that I really liked. What do you got for your double play?
We got the start of a brand new sports season coming up upon us.
G&D on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the official, unofficial moving and storage company of the Fan. I love the guys over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They moved me. They moved my in-laws. In In fact, they moved Danny and his parents. They moved so many people at the station, our boss, CK, and JP Flame, and so many others. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients. Look to them for best in service performance. Metropolitan Moving and Storage can help you to stage a home and pack boxes and build custom crates. Got a chandelier, sculpture, or art? No problem. They'll even send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss your move and to provide a free on-site estimate. So check them out. It's DC Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Call them at 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Or when you call them, ask for my guy Justin. You can just go online. Check them out there. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Thank you, Nick Dowd. Let's get Dowder a goal tonight. Send him a pie emoji via text. Be his second of the season, I believe. As we welcome you back on G&D, it is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. So I told you about my tribulations at the movie theater last night.
Indeed.
Persevered, though. Got to the theater.
Got
Everything
Twizzlers
worked
out of it.
Me and Tobes watched Nuremberg. I'd be curious, Tobes, for your assessment. But here's what I'm going to tell you, Danny. I loved it. I thought it was powerful and incredible. Powerful's the word. The emotions you feel watching this movie, man, it makes you feel. There are some scenes that are really, really tough. Like look away from the screen for a moment kind of scenes. In fact, one of the most powerful things I've ever seen, and it's devastating and awful, but it's important, is during the trial in the film, they show the actual footage that was shot by the U.S. military. And I read up about this last night and this morning. I think it was Eisenhower who demanded they do this so that it would live on forever. For moments, I would say, like me being in that theater last night, if I'm being honest. So that you know it was real life from the concentration camps and just the terrible things that were taking place in Germany. And you're seeing real life black and white footage that is some of the most troubling and hard to take in images you're ever going to see in your life. And it was not only, I would say, the most powerful couple minutes of the movie, but a scene that I'll never forget, not just because of those images, but the actors are all seeing this for the first time. Their characters are seeing what was actually happening. Because there's, these ongoing conversations with these 22 members of a collection of Germans that did these unspeakable things, and they're being made human in the first act of the movie in different ways. And you're kind of going, what did they know? What didn't they know? Are these just normal human beings who got caught up in something? And then you see this and you see the reactions of all these people that have these relationships in some cases with these men, and you're going, they had no idea it was quite like this. I mean, it is just so unbelievable how that scene was done. But the movie, for those of you not familiar, so it's Nuremberg. It is on the trials in the 1940s. There were many of them, but the one that this is centered around was November 45 to October 46. This is the most famous of the Nuremberg trials. At the time, there's no precedent for this. So the Allied forces and some others, they get Russia and some others involved in this. But World War II has just ended. Like the movie starts the day after the war basically ends.
Yep.
And they're prosecuting prominent members of the political and military and economic leadership of Nazi Germany for all of their crimes. And so they're charged with war crimes, crimes against humanity, acts of murder and extermination and deportation and all these other things. And I would say half the movie, would you say, Tobes, was in the courtroom? Or maybe, maybe 40%?
Yeah, majority, I would say, or 40, 50%.
But the acting performances in this movie from like Remy Malek, who plays a psychiatrist who's trying to get into the head of Hermann Goering, who's like the number 2 in command. Hitler's been gone. He's no longer alive. So this is the highest ranking member left. And he's played by Russell Crowe, who's going to win an Academy Award or be up for one. And those two guys are having these spirited conversations in a jail cell throughout the film. You got Michael Shannon, who's one of the best actors in the game.
Criminally underrated, by the way.
God, he's so good.
He turns in A+ stuff every time.
I don't think he has like a lot of range. I don't know if that's a tough thing to say. In other words, to me, like Michael Shannon plays a lot of very serious guys, and there's not a lot of like physical acting going on.
Do you need a brooding, super serious role?
Right.
You call Michael Shannon.
But he's so damn good.
Yeah.
And in this movie, he plays Justice Jackson, and he's the guy. And this is all based on true stories. I'm sure, like anything in Hollywood, not all of it is gospel, but basically, at the time, what everybody wanted when the war ended was just these people should be killed and let's move on. That's kind of that was the mindset in America and everywhere else. There's no trial. There's nothing no one wants to hear what they have to say. And this Justice Jackson in real life, played by Michael Shannon, basically said, no. We've got to do this the right way. See, after the First World War, they came back stronger. They came back bigger. They came back better in what they were trying to accomplish.
Yep.
And almost took the whole world over. We need to make sure that everybody sees this can never happen again very publicly. And that was kind of the idea. And there's this great scene about him selling that. I just haven't been so moved by a film and haven't seen anything so powerful to like leave there and just like I'll read or listen to like 2 or 3 books on this in the next month. Like it's just that kind of like holy shnikes was that a time. But I don't know, what did I miss here? What'd you think?
No, it's really cool because it was a different view on stuff that we're all very familiar with in a horrific time, horrible crimes against humanity and all those things. We understand all that and we've learned about all those things, but this was a little bit of a different take on it where you're kind of learning the human elements of what those guys were like, and you realize how crazy and how much of monsters they turned into. Right. And the things that they were able to do and were okay with is just unbelievable. Like you said, some of the images you get to see and, people are real, wow, that was all going on. But then, these people that seem personable are not, they've just gone to a level that you can't even think about getting to.
There's also this element, Danny, we've talked about this. This is a bad analogy. I'm just telling you in advance.
Okay.
But like in the NFL, sometimes we hear these things and it's not until we see it sometimes that people go, oh my God, really? Like Kareem Hunt got in trouble for a video that came out of him kicking someone. I don't remember the specifics. Ray Rice, if you remember, in the elevator or whatever. Like it's always the video that just is so much more powerful.
Yeah, you heard about an assault. Okay. I heard the word assault. Right. Then you saw it and you went, oh my God.
I had that kind of feeling about something that you think about as being horrific. And I would have said, if you said to me before I sat down, like, you think they should include these clips, these videos in the trial that you're seeing? I would have been like, I think I know how bad it was. Like, I don't know that I need to see that. But it is one of those things where it's like, I don't think you're ever quite the same after you see that.
How about it?
If that makes sense.
It does. So I was telling you guys before when we got together before the show, I have not heard about. I had not heard the word Nuremberg since my high school history class. We went over this then. We talked about the trials. Ryan texted about it the other day. He goes, "It's a movie of the year," and I'm like, "You've seen one movie this year. You never watch movies. How do you know?"
Yeah, I want to know how. Like, Clary, you don't go to the movies. So number one, I'm amazed you went to this. That's great. You're a war movie guy though, so I like that about you. We got that in common. But how did you even know about this movie?
See, like, it was kind of one of those things where it came up on like Instagram Reels or something. And I'm kind of thinking, like, this is like a few weeks ago. I'm like, I haven't seen anything about this movie.
I hadn't seen a word, no promo, no tweet, no Instagram, no like, hey, you might be interested in, no TV commercials, no nothing. I'd not heard the word.
Ryan's text was the first.
Was the first time I'd ever heard it. I go, what are you talking about?
But isn't that particularly crazy?
That's really weird.
Remy Malik, Russell Crowe, Michael Shannon. Like, there's a small part by Richard Grant, who's everyone would know him from like 15 Things, who's awesome. Like, the cast this will be one of the most, what do they call it? Like an ensemble cast or whatever, but this is one of the biggest casts of the year. And I would imagine this is Oscar bait. This is a movie where guys are going to get nominated. I don't know. I'm with you because it was one of those things where it jumped up on me and I'm like, wait, there's a Nuremberg movie? Okay. They did a bad job marketing it, I guess, but I don't know what it's doing in the box office. Maybe one of you guys can look that up. It's just it's really well done. And by the way, the director on this movie, here's another thing that I found interesting. This guy, James Vanderbilt, he hasn't directed anything. Like, how do you get greenlit with this cast and this project? Like, normally something like this, you look it up and a guy's done 7, 9 bangers. This guy he wrote like one movie I've heard of. But he's just like, yeah,
pretty big step up.
I'll direct Remy Malik and Russell Crowe and Michael Shannon as they're all gunning for Oscars.
He's on the phone. He's like, no, I'm not the guy from Dawson's Creek and Varsity Blues. I'm somebody else. No, I've never done anything.
Only 8 million in worldwide opening weekend. Yeah,
that's a
great. Paltry total.
Yeah.
Also, like, I don't know if you guys have been looking at the reviews of people, but there's a lot of like just mixed reviews in general. Like, not a lot of people are loving the movie the way that we did. Like, some people are saying that like it's lazy acting and all that stuff. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This, in my opinion, was the best movie of the year. And I don't think it's close.
Well, you've seen 4 movies.
It's my favorite line he keeps using. It's movie of the year.
Saying that?
You haven't seen it. I haven't seen any movies. I'm not going to tell you.
What have you seen in the theater?
I saw what's the donk who had the football movie? Key and Peele. I'm forgetting his name. Jordan Peele.
So
he came out with the movie.
So it was better than the football donk movie.
It was better than that movie.
Wicked. You saw Wicked with your girlfriend.
Wicked was 2024 though.
Oh, so you've seen 2 movies.
So I've seen 2 movies.
#movie of the year.
But I'm gonna see Wicked too.
All right.
Are you?
It made 36 million is what it cost to make, by the way.
So they'll be fine, but
yeah, eventually they'll break even.
This is not a blockbuster that people are going to see.
My response to that, Clary, because I have not seen that, but I'm sure that's true. I think everybody hates everything. When is the last time something was like universally beloved?
I mean, that's a fair point, but I feel as if with movies though, everyone rallies around like that one movie of the year, and they're like, "Oh, that was awesome." And I felt like this was it, and no one has really done that at this point besides us.
Could be. Historical movies, I think, are hard because everyone wants to tell you how smart they are and how this wasn't accurate and this isn't right, and I like the book better. So I think most of the time when you do a based on real events movie, there's a lot of complaining about what you got right and wrong. Like I thought Oppenheimer was a smashola. That got destroyed by a lot of people.
On Rotten Tomatoes, it's got a 96 approval rating from fans. From critics, only 70%, which is pretty decent on the Rotten Tomato scale, but I would expect higher, especially compared to the fan.
96% for fans?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Kind of tells you.
I mean, so a couple of guys on Twitter are angry. I'll take that. That's pretty normal. And free Twizzlers, the best part, Tobes.
Yeah, they don't give those out when you go to Nuremberg. You have to be special.
Only if your movie gets delayed by like 40 minutes and no one knows anything that's going on.
And you ask 3 times.
And you beg for Twizzlers. Yeah.
Yeah, if you get a crazy inconvenience that really wasn't that much of an inconvenience, that was all a misunderstanding, then you get free Twizzlers.
Exactly. That's all it takes. G&D on the Fan. Let's give away some Wizards tickets as soon as we come back. The Beltway Blitz is next.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Injury updates around the league. Michael Penix Jr. going to be done for the year. He needs surgery on a partially torn ACL. He's going to be out at least 9 months with that injury. The Bills have already ruled out tight end Dalton Kincaid and wide receivers Curtis Samuel and Mecole Hardman for tomorrow's game against the Texans. Texans will be without their quarterback C.J. Stroud. Cardinals have ruled out Marvin Harrison Jr. and Amari DiMercato for Sunday. They open up the 21-day practice window for running back Trey Benson. Basketball tonight, Wizards taking on the T-Wolves in Minnesota. 8 o'clock tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. Puck drop at Capital One Arena tonight for the Capitals, and the Oilers is at 7 o'clock. Near the game right here on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to see the Wizards against the Hawks. Coming up on Tuesday, less than a week away, November 25th at Capital One Arena. Close out the NBA Cup at Capital One Arena. The team's going to be wearing their City Edition uniforms, and the first 10,000 fans are getting a Bub Carrington-designed pajama pants, courtesy of the Washington Wizards.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They can help you out in so many ways. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time to go blitzing. We'll cover the Wiz, the NFL, the Commanders, all in one segment. Let's get it going. Varun Shankar of the Washington Post, the Everybody Eats show as well. Varun, thank you for a couple of moments. We appreciate you here on the Blitz. Give us a little Wiz State of the Union.
Ooh, it's a interesting time for the Wizards right now, who are coming off a pretty bad loss to the only team in the NBA who's, I would say, I think has a similar record to them, one of the few at least, and the Brooklyn Nets. After the game, things were not good mood-wise, because you could see that Brian Keefe was upset with his team for how he said they buckled to adversity, and then the Wizards had a players-only meeting. You look back at the film from that game, you see a ton of defensive mistakes. You see poor communication. You see guys getting beat on backdoor cuts all the time. It was as ugly as the Wizards made it sound, and it was clearly something where they saw enough that made them think that this was worse than the average loss, and they decided to address it in the way that they did. We'll see how they do tonight.
Why hasn't Bub Carrington kind of taken to his second year like some of the other guys have? It just seems like he's out of place for him.
Yeah, I think you're seeing with Bub Carrington that these are young players who are being asked to do new things, and in some situations, like you see with Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr, you're seeing it work. With Bub, you're seeing the other side of it, where he's being asked to do new things, and it's not going so well to start. It's also worth noting that Bub is particularly young, even for a second-year player. He's just about 20 years old, and while the gap between 20.2 and 20.8 might not seem that much, that half a year can have really big impacts for development curves. He's trying to get to the rim more, and you're seeing that he's struggling to finish once he's there. You're also seeing that he is you could see that there's a lack of strength right now to his game, which makes sense. Again, he's very young and has not been in NBA weight programs for that long. But you're seeing that he gets bumped off his spot on defense, but also on offense when he's trying to get inside. And it's led to an adjustment period for him. And he has, I think, looked a lot worse than he will for the rest of the season. This is about as bad as an NBA player can honestly play right now with Bub. And you're just seeing some of the severe growing pains he's had to deal with through year two. I do think that he'll get better as the year goes on.
The best thing that's happened so far in this Wizards season is they've gone 1-12, getting ready for the Wolves tonight at 8 p.m. is what?
The best thing for the Wizards so far has to be Alex Sarr's growth, because that 2024 draft was not well regarded at the time. And looking back, there's a little bit more talent than I think people initially expected, and a little bit more high-end talent than people expected. The Wizards picked Sarr at number 2. The guy who looks like the best player from that class right now is Stephon Castle. The guy who looks like potentially the second best player from that class is the guy in Chicago, Buzelis, Matas Buzelis. If Sarr was not having a decidedly improved season from his first year, like he's shown so far, we would be faced with a lot of unwelcome questions to the Wizards about how they might have not taken anywhere close to the best player in that class. But instead, with Sarr's growth, you're seeing what they saw with Sarr, and you're seeing someone who can be a really good player for years to come.
Everybody Eats Podcast. Varun, thank you as always, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys so much.
You have a great rest of your week. Let's talk NFL, please. Our pal Mike Jones with The Athletic to discuss the National Football League. How for real is Chicago?
I mean, I think that they can squeak into the playoffs. I don't think that they are a real contender. I mean, some of these games, it's great they've been able to pull them out. But at the same time, they very easily could have gone the other way. They are definitely a work in progress, and they are making strides, and that's great. But I think when they go against, some of these teams, say they go into the playoffs and they face the Eagles or, a team like that that's got experience, and this is the first time they're being there, I think that they will definitely fall short.
How about the Ravens, who beat the Browns barely this past week? They're probably going to win the division, but I still can't figure out if they're any good or not.
They always struggle. Those NFC North teams, they have close games with each other. They beat each other up. I think that the Ravens can be good. I think that they can make a run. We're seeing their defense now has, finally started clicking. Their offense is back on track. They've got Derrick Henry, who is being much more effective in the run game. I still just wonder, though, about their pass catchers. Andrews is nice. Dave Flowers is nice. But there's nobody that really scares you, and I feel like they need a guy that, a game changer type of target for Lamar Jackson, and they don't have that. And so, I don't know. But when you look at everybody else in the AFC, everybody's flawed. And we saw them, score 40-something points against Buffalo, and still lose. So they can put up those points. If their defense is improved, then hopefully they can get some stops. But this is a wide open year, and so I don't count them out. I agree with you. I think they're going to win their division. I think they have enough to win, but again, I just there's something about them that I don't see them as prolific as what you would like to see them, as far as their pass catchers and the passing game.
What did we learn from that Rams and Seahawks game?
I think that the Rams are the most well-rounded team in the league. I think that their defense is fantastic. Their offense, obviously, they ran into a very good defense with Seattle, but and they went cold a little bit. But as the game wound down, they finally started getting things clicking again. They pulled off the win. Their defense is a handful, and it's going to be a handful for a lot of teams. And so I think that Seattle's a good team. I think they're a playoff team. Yes, Sam Darnold threw, the ball away a ton of times, but I still think that they are a quality team that can be, trouble in the postseason.
How sure should we be that the Chiefs are even going to make the playoffs? They're 5-5, hosting the Colts on Sunday.
It's hard to imagine Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo not making the playoffs. It's possible. I think that they'll wind up pulling it off and getting there. But again, when you look at the teams that they've lost to that are also battling for wild card spots like Buffalo and Jacksonville, they've lost to those teams. And so those teams have an edge over them. So they really have to come out here, and they really have no margin for error. They're 5-5. Does that mean that they have to win out the rest of the way? Kind of close. They basically can, maybe go, one loss but the rest of it, they have to win it to really have a good shot of making it.
Similar question for the Lions. They're 6-4 outside looking in if the playoffs started today. Their schedule's not as arduous maybe down the stretch, so you'd think they got a good chance to stockpile some wins, but will it be enough? Again, they have to climb over a couple teams like San Francisco, Green Bay in their own division, Seattle, etc.
Yeah, what San Francisco has done with all these injuries, despite all these injuries, is really impressive. And so then, they're getting Brock Purdy back. They're having young guys who are growing into their role. And you think, hey, maybe they're trouble. But then at the same time, you just kind of wonder, are they going to run out of gas? These injuries, is it going to take its toll? And so I think the door is open there for Detroit. But at the same time, look, they've got a lot of talent, but things just aren't quite clicking offensively. They miss Ben Johnson. I don't think that Dan Campbell is really the answer as a play caller. I'm curious, can David Shaw not call plays? Mark Brunell's been there a while, former quarterback, obviously, so he's got the mindset. I just don't know. There's something about them that you can definitely envision them making a big run, but at the same time, the way that their offense struggles and then how, they can't figure out what they want to be at times. You've got two really dynamic running backs and you didn't use them very much last week. And so they might wind up hurting themselves. I think they'll get into the playoffs. I think some of these kind of middling teams will kind of, fall apart. There's teams that are kind of right there on the edge and fall apart, and you would think that the cream will rise. And so I think Detroit winds up squeaking into there.
Mike Jones of The Athletic. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Yeah, be good, man. Let's talk local football. Michael Phillips, Odyssey, Richmond, MP on the mic in the capital of the Commonwealth. Michael, we were talking about this earlier. Is there a path to Joe Witt being the play-calling defensive coordinator for this team next year?
Well, it doesn't feel like it. I mean, I don't understand why you'd go back there. You'd have to be really successful down the stretch, which sounds counterintuitive, but essentially Dan Quinn would have to have the capital to say, this is my guy and I'm going back to my guy and he's figured it out. And unless this defense gets a lot better, I think he's probably on too shaky of ground with his bosses to make that case.
Is Joe Witt done for here? Like, we were trying to figure this out. I've kind of been under the assumption as soon as he lost play calling duties, he was a dead man walking in terms of being the defensive coordinator again. But we were trying to maybe workshop a path back to him calling plays at some point and kind of getting reinstated if the defense isn't good, etc. I thought it was just, this is a move by Dan Quinn to say, well, I'm too nice to fire you. I'll keep you around and hope the Wolves leave the door. But eventually we're going to have to replace you. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I think it also depends if Dan Quinn wants to replace him, right? You could see a scenario going into next year where Dan Quinn keeps play calling duties and keeps Joe Witt around. And, that depends on if Joe Witt wants to go back to being a play calling defensive coordinator and whether there's a market for him to do that or whether he wants to go be a position coach somewhere and start climbing up that ladder again. A lot of dominoes here. And I continue to think the Cliff Kingsbury one's a big one, right? If he gets a head coaching job somewhere, I think that creates a pretty big level of flux here that's going to have to be addressed. If he doesn't, I could definitely see Josh Harris saying, let's just push the run it back button. Everybody keep your places.
Are there things that can be done with this roster in terms of accentuating young players that you think should be coming out of the bye, starting with Denver?
Well, I think your easy one is Bobby Wagner, and I love Bobby Wagner, and I got a ton of respect for Bobby Wagner, but he's playing 100% of snaps on this professional football team, and that number's got to change coming out of the bye. There's just no other way to get the guys you need to get out there to get them the snaps they need, to get the learning experience you need. I know he's not going to love that. I'm glad he got to 100, in this last game, got to Ty London Fletcher 14 seasons in a row of doing that, but it's hard for me to hear a case that he should continue to play 100% of the snaps.
Are there any changes that can be made? I mean, I'm always advocating when your season's over for, hey, let's get some young players in there. They don't have any players. I mean, no one's healthy. Nobody's available. Are there any players that you'd go, hey, I'd like to see more of that guy? Because you mentioned Wagner and McGee, obviously, but are there any others you might like to see get a shot?
I think late in the season's always a great time to open the mystery box, right? Like, let Adam Peters get out there on the market. There's probably some guys who, were cuts of the bubble on cut day at teams. Maybe they haven't caught on this year. Maybe they're on a practice squad somewhere, right? You think about, Rule 5 guys in baseball. You steal a practice squad guy in football, you've got to commit to him being on the active roster for 3 weeks. Well, this is a team that can afford to do that. They can take some chances. I'm all for taking those chances, bringing some guys in, kicking some tires, seeing what happens.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. As always, buddy, thank you for joining the
Hey, have a
Double
good one, boys.
See you, pal.
Be good. There's our buddy MP on the mic. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Got an audio vault for you, Danny.
Oh, I like it.
Some of the best audio I could find on the interwebs. Should be good. We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Injury updates around the NFL. Michael Penix Jr. going to need surgery on a partially torn ACL. He's going to need at least 9 months to recover from that. The Bills have already ruled out tight end Dalton Kincaid and wide receivers Curtis Samuel, Mecole Hardman for their matchup with the Texans tomorrow. The Texans going to be without C.J. Stroud. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow was a full participant at practice today, and their starting quarterback currently, Joe Flacco, was limited with a shoulder injury. Cardinals ruled out Marvin Harrison Jr. and Amari DiMercado for Sunday's matchup, open up the 21-day practice window for running back Trey Benson. NBA, Wizards taking on the T-Wolves tonight at 8 o'clock. You can hear that on Bloomberg 99.1. Caps and Oilers tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. This November only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At 6 o'clock in 90 minutes, Herm Edwards going to join us on Grant and Danny. You play to win the game. And we do the show to talk to Herm coming up in 90 minutes right here on the Fan. Let's get you an Audio Vault, some of the best audio from the internet over the last few days. Danny will start with Shedeur Sanders. He is a lightning rod. There has been all kinds of polarizing takes on him in all directions. But I want to give him some flowers on a cut that I really like here, where after he played his debut game for the Browns, and it didn't go very well, 4 for 16. I think he threw for 47 yards or something. He had an interception, another interception that was dropped right in the hands of a defender and took some sacks. It would have been easy for him, frustrated, to not have been thinking about anything other than himself and his future. But he's at the podium and he's talking about how fans were chanting for him while Dillon Gabriel was playing earlier in the game. Gabriel ended up getting hurt, and fans didn't know that. They thought maybe he'd just been benched at halftime because right out of the half, Shedeur came in. It was actually that Gabriel had a concussion, but they were cheering for Shedeur, and he said, look, I love the support, but it doesn't help me. It doesn't help Dillon. It doesn't help the team if you are booing him after every incompletion when Gabriel actually completed a lot of passes and played okay on, mostly checkdowns during his half in the game for Cleveland when they actually had a lead when he got hurt. This was Sanders post-game.
I'm extremely thankful. Well, first, let me say this. When Dillon out there playing and all that, I appreciate the fans. I appreciate everybody, but it don't really, I'm a good person overall, so I don't really like him not feeling comfortable, confident, when he get out there. So, it puts everything in a tough spot, when it's not helping the team, so that could be taken as, okay, I'm being a distraction, even though I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that, but I'm thankful for the supporters, thankful for the fans, thankful for everybody out there, that believes. And, when I got out there, I definitely felt them.
I just like the awareness there of, hey, I'm not trying to be a distraction, but you're making me a distraction if you're rooting against the quarterback who's actually on the field. That was a grown-up moment.
I love that. And again, I think there are two silos or categories we can talk about. The pre-draft and leading up to the draft, where I think it's perfectly fair to offer critiques and say, hey, this didn't go as well, or maybe here's why. We're working back from a result. Once he was drafted and went to the Cleveland Browns, all he's trying to do is play football. And that's hard. That's really, really hard to do. So everybody that was dunking from the previous silo is now looking to do that same thing. And people that are championing him and taking every completion as if it's the greatest completion in human history as some sort of testament to his aptitude and some sort of weird conspiracy to be against him, everyone's embarrassing themselves. That was very heady, mature, smart, and kind of wise beyond his years understanding that. Because it'd be real easy to say, like, kind of sheepishly, like, yeah, I heard it's pretty cool. Like if I'm 22, like people are chanting my name, I might have had a different reaction. Good for him.
Speaking of dunking on quarterbacks, Sam Darnold, who's been incredible for most of the year for Seattle, had a really rough game against the Rams in the biggest game of the year for the Seahawks. They fell to 7-3. He was intercepted 4 times. A little bit misleading. I think one of them was chucking the ball down the field toward the end of the game, but wasn't pretty, and he didn't play well. And immediately you saw the reaction was, here we go, turned into a pumpkin. Everyone was able to get their shots in and confirm their priors and high five about it. Well, one of Sam's teammates, defensive lineman Ernest Jones, didn't like what he was hearing and told people as much.
I mean, Sam's been balling. Like, if we want to try to define Sam by this game or what, man, Sam's had us in every game. So for him to sit there and say, "Oh, that's my fault," no, it's not. It was plays that defensively we could have made plays. There were opportunities where we could have got better stops. Yeah, I mean, like, it's football, man. And he's our quarterback. We got his back, and we got anything to say, quite frankly.
The clip cuts off.
Then what? What did he say?
Bleep you.
Yeah,
is what he says there. That's a good culture.
I love that.
What they have built in Seattle, 7-3 right now under Mike Macdonald, and you can hear it right there, is, dare I say, a brotherhood.
Here we go. Show me brotherhood. It's pretty good. So let me say this real quick. Good for that dude, right? Stepping up and saying that, because that was awesome. I can also say it was Darnold's fault. That was terrible. He was awful in the game. And you probably lost because he turned it over 3 times. And, the fourth one, as you said, was more desperation. But those 3 interceptions, you're not winning that way. You go -4 in that regard. You lost to a really good football team because of that. If you don't turn it over, you got a great shot. That's a great indicator that you're going to end up losing that game, right? So, well, I don't care about the content, whether it's right or wrong. I'm not here to debate. What I am here to do is say that's fantastic, because his point is correct, largely, where you go, have you noticed where we are? Right. Have you seen any of what's gone on to this point? That dude's been awesome, and we're going to ride with him because that's the aberration this year. Good for him.
Yeah, and it's true that you can't turn it over that many times and win in a important big game against a good team. And there were, like, one of the picks was a 3rd and 3 jump throw where he, like, jumps up in the air and almost like, a basketball player who has to shoot before he comes down. Just kind of launches the ball into the chest of a defender he doesn't see. Really, really bad. There's a pick, and I haven't actually studied it to know what happened. Like, his tight end Arroyo is kind of running in the seam, and he crosses behind the DB, and Darnold throws it inside, and it's an interception. And he probably on that play thinks he's going to cut across the face. And in the building, they'll know who was right, who was wrong, what's he supposed to do on that play. But there are things like that happen. Not all interceptions are created equal. So they might grade it as like, hey, there were 2 really bad decisions on your 4 interceptions or whatever. And the point is, he turned it over. He played badly, true. But teams don't view it the same way we do necessarily. There's more context to it. A coach might say, I put you in a bad spot on this down and distance. We were supposed to get quarters, and we didn't, and we ran the play for this look, and we didn't get it. There's probably, even on his bad plays, there's going to be a lot of other guys in the building saying, I also didn't do a great job on that play. But you're the quarterback. Heavy lies the crown. You're getting all the credit all season as you're lighting it up. You got to take the blame, and he had no problem doing that. He said it was his fault, but I liked that his teammate grabbed his back. Speaking of leadership and culture, I loved this cut from Deion Dawkins. What a stud he is. Great tackle for the Bills. It's one of these guys that's always fighting people, and anytime they get close to Josh Allen, loves his defending his guy. How about this tough love for Keon Coleman, the wide receiver that got scratched by the Bills this week?
I already spoke to him. When I spoke to Keon before in this game, and I told him, I said, bro, look, don't even worry about it. Everybody goes through a different journey, right? Let's just say that this is the last time. Let's just move forward. And he said, I'm with you. That's all and we need, right? Like, nobody's perfect, but in this league, we need guys to come on. And Keon knows, right? Now he's in the hot seat, and he needs to come on and show up for us. Pats on the back are over with, and it's time for him to grow up, and he knows it. And as an older player on the team, we hold everybody accountable, and we shoot straight. We don't sugarcoat it, and the words were said to him, and he took it well. And we'll see how it goes in this week. But like I said in the beginning of the season, I'm in Keon's corner, man. Like, this league is hard. Being on time is hard. Being great is hard. Pushing for greatness is hard. So we got his back, but the time is now.
What a great great quote that is from Deion Dawkins, the 4-time Pro Bowler. I don't have to know anything else about him. I happen to have already liked him and saw him all over Hard Knocks and whatever else. That guy could have a spot on my team every single year that I'm coaching in the league, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, just that answer right there. What I loved about it, he said, like, we got to be accountable and we don't sugarcoat things, as he's not sugarcoating things.
Yeah.
As he's saying, it's hard to be great. It's hard to be on time. Backpacks are over, man. Backpacks are over. Like, you got to start living up to the hype here a little bit. And not to call out the Commanders or whatever, but like teams and people will always be like, oh, we don't sugarcoat it, as they're sugarcoating it. When's the last time you heard a quote like that in the locker room about anybody? Now, I'm not saying you always want to air out your laundry, but like if something happens with the Commander and they're suspended for a play or two, and this is the norm, it's respectable. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it'll be like, oh, we're handling that in-house and, you know, nothing to say, basically. That is the opposite of that. Like, you're challenging this guy in a very heartfelt way with love. You know what that feels like? A brotherhood.
Every athlete has gone through that at any level. You've had to have one of those moments where, hey, this is what the standard is. And when you just use words like standard or accountability, and they're just buzzwords and there's no follow through, they're just words. And that was my biggest gripe here. They love to use the word standard. They love to use words like accountability, hold each other accountable. Was anybody held to account for a month during one of the worst stretches ever? Wasn't until the very end when we finally made any kind of substantive change after it already happened. This was one bleep up. You look at Dallas. We always think of them as just a gong show, right? It's always Jerry's World, this, that, and the other. Their 2-star receivers in a game they have to have were benched for some sort of disciplinary issue. I still don't know what it was. Maybe you guys know and I don't. But they were benched. You did something about it. It's one thing to say, if this, then that, and then you don't follow through, then it's all meaningless. And I see other teams doing it, and I haven't seen it enough here.
Giants just benched their defensive end. Who
Abdul Carter is late to meetings all the time?
Abdul Carter slept through a meeting. And they're like, yeah, man, you're in trouble. So sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is coming out all around the league. You're seeing some of this stuff. All right, let's dabble down to the college level and the University of Georgia. Go Dogs. Kirby Smart, the head coach at Georgia. I just loved this quote from him talking about players in the NIL era who want checks coming to Georgia.
Yeah, it's the approach we take. We're gonna dominate and try to win the fourth quarter. It's what we do in practice. It's what we do in the off season. It's what we build our core culture around, is being a more physical team. You have to recruit physical players, and they have to buy into that process. I don't know that a lot of these kids nowadays, they want to check. They don't want physicality. And if you have the check and no physicality, you end up with nothing. So we're not just getting checks at our place. We're hitting people.
We're not just getting checks at our place. We're hitting people is so good, man. Also, by the way, I saw like that quote was getting sent all over the internet, and a bunch of former Georgia players and other people from the SEC were coming out to talk about Kirby Smart's practices and how violent and legit physical they are. Somebody was, I don't remember who it was, but it was like the first day I was there, like I couldn't believe it. The way that we practice, the amount of physicality. Like, it is a separation of men from boys in a very real football way. Very fast if you're going to hang in that program or not. And you got to do it in a different way than you used to with, like, you know, throwing two guys in the middle.
Sure.
Doing Oklahoma drills. But I don't think it's that far off from that as far as this era goes. Another Kirby Smart answer here that I found that I liked. And he was just cutting promos this week, apparently. Because somebody asked him about players transferring away. The portal's open, and, you know, there's guys that are backups or whatever at Georgia that might look to hop elsewhere. So this is the question and the answer on that.
Kirby, how do you balance? You talked about after the game, guys wanting a check. You don't have guys that just want to check. You have guys that want to play physical. If you have really hard physical practices, how do you balance keeping kids from saying, this is just too much, I'm ready to hit the portal, I'll go somewhere else where it's easier? But you still have to make them physical, so you have to kind of put them through that grind. How do you balance it?
We schedule them. The ones that want to leave, we schedule them. We try to get them on the schedule, because when they want to leave because they're not physical, that means they're probably going to a place that's not physical. We like those places. We like to play them. We prefer them, actually, if you can get them on the schedule. So it's one of those deals that you don't run from hard in life. You run from hard in life, you'll find more hard.
That's a football cowboy. Oh, buddy. Look into the eyes of the man next to you.
I love now. It's easy to say. Like, it's like, why are you leaving? Because it's easier. Okay, where are you going? Okay, I'm going to Texas Tech.
Schedule.
Okay, it's fine. I mean, it's easy to say we're going to schedule.
It's a great line.
But it's about the line.
It's Tomlin yesterday.
Yeah.
When Tomlin said, I don't remember the exact quote, but
Do what comes naturally.
Yeah. Exactly. There it is. If you get spit on, what do you tell your players if they get spit on so they don't punch back? I don't. You get spit on. Do what comes naturally. Like that. That's just a badass line.
That's pretty tough.
My guy Kirby Smart cutting some promos. Here's a great. Didn't have the best quote of the week by a college coach though that I heard. Mike Elko. You familiar?
No.
This is the head coach, the star at Texas A&M. They're the top 5 team in the country right now.
Oh, he's a Texas A&M coach. Okay.
They were up 30-3. Excuse me, they were down 30-3 rather, and they came back to win 31-30. So they come back 28 unanswered in the second half, or else your chances of getting where they want to go is probably over.
You're almost cooked.
And he was asked about that basically, and this idea of this comeback. And what did you do at halftime? What did you say? And I thought his answer was amazing.
Because that's what we owe it to them. Like, what do you want us to do? Panic? Like, again, like this speech, I'm sure will come out at halftime, and everyone thinks this is this amazing speech at halftime. It's not. Like, we won that game 6 months ago with what we did in the winter. Like, we didn't win that game because I went in at halftime and said something. Like, we built a culture, we built a character, we built a commitment to doing things the way we want to do them back in January and February, and that's what came out in the second half. And it's not like, oh, I went in and I riled them up, and because I riled them up, they started playing. Like, that's not how this works. It just doesn't. And so, like, I have to be calm and collective. Like, my job is to be calm and collective when they're frantic. My job is to create intensity when they're not intense. My job is to always be opposite the moment. It's not to let the moment take me away. I'm the 48-year-old guy who's supposed to see this thing with clear eyes. They're the 18 to 21-year-old kids who get emotional. And so it's easy for me. It's easy for me to try to help them get through it as best I can. Now, again, I don't want to be in that situation. I'm not saying I do, but when you're in it, you got to try to figure your way out of it. And we were able to do that.
Everything about that's great.
No notes, as the kids say.
Yeah,
That's perfect.
notes. I have one note, actually. Calm and collective always ricks me. It's calm and collected. He botched that cliche.
Did he say calm and collective? I didn't pick that up.
Multiple times. He said collective, IVE.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Okay, let me make a note.
Yeah, so
Mike Elko.
That's my one note. Last one here. We'll hit this on the way out, but I thought this was really funny. So this is less awesome college coach inspirational stuff. Darnell Washington, the gotta be 300-pound tight end with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who's really a tackle. He's listed at 260. So they were joking. Did you see his play this week where he was like stiff arming everyone just into next week?
Just dudes into tomorrow.
He was pinballing off of people, throwing them into the bleachers. One guy ended up in section 217. He's just running over guys. He's massive and just a big old heavy tight end. He honestly looks like a guard. But anyway, he was on a podcast with Monroe St. Brown and his brother, the St. Brown Brothers podcast, which is greatly named. And they asked him what his actual weight was.
How much do you weigh?
Yeah, bro. I gotta ask, bro. Because we looked it up.
The internet
Yeah.
said 260. I'm like,
Bruh.
it's not 260, bro.
Yeah, bro. We looked it up. Like, no way.
Yeah, I ain't finna count to y'all. I ain't weighing myself in a minute, but
Bro, what do you
know.
mean? You got weigh-ins every week.
Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah.
I'm 311.
I knew it.
I knew
bro.
I knew it. I just love, because he probably gets away with that when people ask him, like on our show, he's like, I haven't weighed in a while. We don't know. But they know they're in the league.
There's
Bro,
a
you have
professional
weigh-in every
program.
single week.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, that's true. Well, I know what I weigh. They're like, what is it? All right, it's 311. Which he's not telling you the truth. So really, I'm going to now guess it's like 319. Because there's no way he's telling you the actual number. He's already hiding it a little bit. So it's 319, 316.
That's a tight end.
It's Austin 316.
The world is so different.
Yeah.
It was a huge deal when a lineman, they got a 300-pounder on this line. It's a piece of beef you've never seen before. That's a tight end now. Different.
Quarterback news. There's a youngster who is having ACL surgery. He's done for the year. And another debuting starter next on The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30. Herm Edwards of ESPN is on the show at 6. Of course, he coached Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. We'll ask him about that. Also, coming up in about 10 minutes, Jay Gruden was on the show Monday. He says you got to bring Jaden Daniels back because it's important to send a message late this season that not only is he back, but that the operation is back up and that you're going into the offseason ready to kick butt and take names. Do you buy that? We'll talk about that in our 5 o'clock hour. But some quarterback news around the NFL. Danny, will start with the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders is going to get an opportunity to make his first NFL start on Sunday. He came off the bench to play this past weekend against the Ravens. I don't know if you heard this or not. Nobody's mentioned this, but he hadn't gotten many first-team reps.
Did he? Now, I was actually going to ask how many first-team reps he got. Do we know?
I heard it was none.
Okay.
4 for 16 performance against the Ravens. Pretty ugly all the way around. Not just him, the whole offense. And you'd expect that from a terrible Browns team. But now he gets a shot against the Raiders, and this is actually, oddly, for someone who's being set up to fail by the Cleveland Browns, like a really good landing spot.
As good a landing spot as you can have for them.
You just saw what Dak Prescott did against the Las Vegas Raiders. This defense is one of the worst in the NFL this year. From a passing game standpoint, they can be had. There's a lot of error in the secondary. Vegas is defensively on the season. I think they rank, 18th against the pass. Not as bad as I would have thought. 26 sacks per pass attempt. Only really Max Crosby gets to the quarterback for them. 18th in interception rate. But a chance for Shedeur Sanders to go out there against another bad team and not only a full week of reps, but show that maybe he can make more plays down the field than Dillon Gabriel did.
Or be more dynamic. I mean, Gabriel is the ultimate noodle arm, short to intermediate. I'll get it out of my hands on time, but no guarantee what happens after that. Whereas Sanders, to me, has a little bit more of that playmaking gene. And some of that's going to be to his detriment, whereas he'll hold the ball for a bit longer. And that belief that I can make the play has gotten him into trouble at times, as you've seen. Going back to college, I mean, we have a very small pro sample. But there's something there, right? That, again, I didn't think he should have been a fifth rounder just on ability alone, but that's beside the point. Here we are. And, out of the way, Joe Flacco, out of the way, Dillon Gabriel. Here we are, Shedeur Sanders in a meaningless one for Cleveland that's going to all of a sudden going to have a little bit more juice when you're talking about two teams that are terrible going at it.
By the way, their defense is a lot better than I thought. It's kind of middle of the pack. I don't know why. Maybe it was just watching the Cowboys game, but I thought I saw some numbers during that game about how bad they've been. But if you look at it, they've had some pretty good games. They held the Titans to 10. Not that Tennessee's any good. The Broncos just beat them a couple weeks ago, but only scored 10 in that game. They gave up 31 to the Chiefs, 30 to the Jags, 33 to the Cowboys. So I'm not going to tell you it's great. 40 to the Colts, 41 to the Commanders early this season in a game on a short week when they traveled cross country. But yeah, I still think, you could have to play a really good defense or a really good team, and that's not the case. So it is a chance for him to show well. I was hearing a couple of the guys that do radio in Cleveland talking about this, and they were joking that they are going to be watching this like it's the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Considering it's one of the matchups of the worst teams playing in the league this weekend. I mean, this game is between a Cleveland team that may pick in the top 5, 2-8, and a Raiders team that is going to pick in the top 5, 2-8. And yet Browns fans are going to be locked in like they're playing a playoff game at Arrowhead Stadium or something. It's that kind of weekend. Every throw is a referendum, which is not how it should be for a first start, but welcome to 2025.
I was going to say, but they've done this forever. And it's with quarterback. I mean, no, I don't think any organization, the Bears, Washington, kind of pre-Jaden Daniels, everyone's, always searching for that guy. There have been a few orgs that have just simply been without, and it's never happened for them. In Chicago, they hope they finally got it with Caleb Williams. And in Cleveland, I think they're paying 3 guys that aren't Shedeur Sanders to play football. I'm not even talking about on their current roster. There's a suspended guy, an injured guy, a traded guy. It's got nothing to do with it. They have never gotten that position right. So you go through the list of Deshaun Kaiser and and there's a Kessler who led the team in passing a handful of years ago. And I remember which Kessler that was. A Luke McCown sighting, a Brandon Whedon, a Colt McCoy. They can't get that spot right. So, yeah, this is their Super Bowl.
You disrespect Cody Kessler.
Cody Kessler.
I think he was here for a short time.
Walker Kessler plays for the Utah Jazz and is a center. That's a different guy.
Pretty sure Cody Kessler was in Washington with the Commanders on like the practice squad or something at some point before they were named that. All right, Michael Penix is hurt, tore his ACL. Now, it's supposedly not a full tear. This is a partial tear. This is a guy who tore his right ACL twice in college in 2018 and in 2020. This is the left ACL. So it is the third ACL tear overall, first in this knee. So now both knees for Michael Penix, who I know he's not young for his age, essentially. Young for his age is the wrong phrase. Young for his number of seasons in the league. He's already 25 years old. But for a guy who's 25 to have 3 ACLs, like this is officially worrisome for the Falcons. Not to mention, it wasn't going great.
Yeah.
He's completing 60% of his passes on the season. I don't really blame him. I think he's a victim of a terrible offense. You know how I feel about Zach Robinson. I just think he has done a bad job designing that passing game, especially. And the fact that they're in pistol 100% of the time is a joke with Bijan Robinson. That said, it is what it is. I mean, the numbers have been very pedestrian. Now he's hurt for the second time this season, I think the third time of his young career. And it's 3 ACLs on both legs for Michael Penix.
So if you remember going back to the pre-draft process, obviously we were locked in with either Daniels, May, or Williams if he fell, et cetera, and Penix wasn't on the table. But going through that quarterback class, I was a huge fan of Michael Penix. I think in the right place and time, I think that guy could be really, really good. My nervousness was age, not really. I don't really care about that when it comes to quarterbacks. These guys play until their early 40s. It was the knee injuries. It was the knees, and that was sort of that's the thing that scares me a little bit. So maybe why I wouldn't take him over some of the other guys. And now it's kind of come home to roost. It hadn't been real good, to your point. That offense has crumbled, and he's got a knee injury that's going to keep him out probably the rest of the year.
He's also got a rocket for an arm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he spins it. It looks like Michael Vick the way he throws that.
Yeah, there's an effortlessness to it.
With RPMs. Like it's a left-handed. If you look at like rotations per minute on a fastball, I'll bet you he's got one of the highest in the sport. So your quarterback breakdown, TV show about quarterbacks, the National Football League, going into week 12. All right, next, former quarterback in his playing days and a head coach in the NFL, Jay Gruden on Jaden Daniels says he's got to come back because you got to put the division on notice. That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Shop early, save big. Black Friday savings all month long at my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Score over $26,000 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 HQ. No payments, 90 days. It's not a deal. That's a feast, baby. Plug in the savings on a new whip. Why are you putting the emphasis in the age? Just like mine. Grab a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E up to $10,500 off the MSRP. And again, no payments for 90 days. Best car I have ever had. I love that ride. How about $6,000 off a new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco, or close to $4,200 off a Bronco Sport? Both, again, no payments, 90 days. That puts you into the new year, according to my calculations. And I bet you didn't know it. Your current ride is worth more now than ever. My pals at Ted Britt Ford want to show you just how much. Don't let that trade-in haunt your driveway. Take it over. Get an above-market value for it. Get yourself a brand new ride. It's awesome, simple, and easy. I love Ted Britt Ford. They're in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, do me a favor. Tell them Danny sent you.
This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Injury update around the league. Michael Penix Jr. going to need surgery on a partially torn ACL. He's going to be out the rest of the season and a lot of next year as well. The Bills have ruled out tight end Dalton Kincaid and wide receivers Curtis Samuel and Mecole Hardman for tomorrow's game against the Texans. Houston going to be without C.J. Stroud. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow was a full participant at practice today as he looks to come back from his turf toe injury. In the NBA, the Wizards in Minnesota tonight to take on the T-Wolves. 8 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game on Bloomberg 99.1. The Caps hosting the Oilers tonight at 7 o'clock. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Looking forward to talking to Herm Edwards in an hour at 6 o'clock right here on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. We're Grant and Danny. Welcome back. The show's brought to you today by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll take care of all of your family needs and take care of you and your family. Go schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We had Jay Gruden on the show Monday. We asked him about bringing Jayden Daniels back if he's healthy to play again this season, with so many fans in town thinking the team should kind of put him in bubble wrap and redshirt him the rest of the way with a lost season and the risk of him getting hurt again going into the offseason. This is what Jay Gruden had to say.
I want to show the world that this guy's back. I'm tired of the narrative that he's too little, he's going to get injured all the time. I want to have a great last 2 games this season. I want to win both games and put the NFC East on a warning track for the Washington Commanders come next year when he's fully healthy for 17 games. I just hate the fact that people are saying, I told you he was going to be hurt all the time because of his frame and his running style. No, get him in there, let him play, let him win some games, and show the world that he's the Jayden Daniels we all know.
So I agree that he should absolutely play if he's healthy. I guess the reasons that I think he should play maybe are different than what Jay just said.
Yep.
Because I'm not really in the message sending business necessarily to the rest of the division. And he says, let the East know that you are who everyone thought you were coming into the year. I think that'd be nice, but I don't really care that much about that. They'll find out in September. And I got $90 million to spend. I'm going to bring in some good players here. It's going to be a different group next year. I don't really believe in momentum carrying over year to year as a program per se. But I do think it is really important that he gets out there and plays well. Not to send a message to the Giants, the Eagles, and the Cowboys, or to let the East know the Wire style, we're back up. Stringer Bell style.
Mm-hmm.
But my logic on that, Danny, is you need him to play well and you need to get going for your own knowledge and information and intel, for Cliff and for the design and for the guys under him, like Brian Johnson and David Blau and these other guys, to trying to figure out, what do we do well? What do we not do well? What is Jayden doing at a high level? What's he struggling with? What's he capable of? How are we processing this and that as an offense? If you get him back and he's playing at a level like last year, I just think it changes a lot of things going into the offseason, as opposed to if he were to come back and the entire sample in 3 different stints, basically, A, then it before the injury, after the first injury, B, then another injury, then C after the second injury. If it's the same in all 3 of those, it does create some questions, I guess, about the way you see in the field, some of the Kurt Warner stuff or whatever. So, yes, he should play. Yes, you need him to play well, but I don't care that much about sending a message to the rest of the division. You're on notice because we're coming.
Yeah, I look forward to Jay every week. I think he's awesome and he's just a terrific guest. I don't care about that point of it at all. I'm not trying to be dismissive or disrespectful. He comes at it from a coach's perspective, where you got to see these guys a couple times and you want any advantage you can. Me, Pudgy Zilch, watching games as a fan, I don't care about messages. I don't care about narratives. I care about good football play. So my counter to that, though, just to play his game, is we got to have him healthy for 2 weeks. What if he's not? What if you play for 1 quarter and you get another thing, another hammy, another knee, another twist, another hit, another thing? Because you can't. This is not the year where he protects himself because he hasn't learned, or a defender who gets paid to play 2 runs free and slams him to the turf, or whatever. Then what points have you proven? Isn't it worse? I don't care about the narrative. I care about his development. Those narratives and those things on the Shouty shows that change every week on this week-to-week lead, they'll take care of themselves. We'll be just fine. If he's good, that's all that matters.
Yes, you're right. I could just end the sentence there. But to add to it, I would say it is kind of nice to shut people up every now and then, especially when there is this noise growing that you feel like
here's where
is
we'll
incorrect.
And I hear that. I don't think him playing well or being healthy for 3 weeks changes anything. 3 separate injuries this year. It was the not coming out of school. He had a broken rib last year that affected his play, and 3 different injuries this year that kept him out for any meaningful games.
Oh, the damage is done. That's fair.
There's no injury, or there's no could you believe he was healthy for 4 weeks? If that's our standard, okay.
No, the damage is done because I was going to say people who are worried about his durability, and I guess theoretically I'm one of those people now.
I'm one of them.
If you are of that belief that you're not sure if he could stay on the field and be durable, him finishing even 5 games, let's say, at the end of the year without getting hurt, doesn't change that. We're still going to be saying this offseason that he got hurt multiple times, that he's been hurt 3 times in his career already. So you should be able to play 5 straight games. I guess that's true. You're not really changing that perception necessarily. But I do believe in, as I said, I don't believe in program momentum. I don't believe in the idea of if you win your last 2 or 3, you're going to be better off come September or even come OTAs or something.
Right.
That is categorically just provably false, in my opinion. There is no carryover. And in fact, I think the opposite is probably true, which is the resources that you're allotted, if you're a worse football team and you lose those games, are more beneficial to helping you be good faster. But it is paramount, if he plays, that this offense gets on track and gets going and that you see some of that growth. But here's what I wanted to ask people, and we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. You can also hit us up online. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. Is it important for you to see Jaden Daniels get back to the 2024 version himself before the end of the year or not? Is it important for you as a fan and whatever evaluation of the player of the offense you're doing yourself, just to see him better than he was playing before he got hurt? Because it was not bad. And people that are acting like he had stunk or something, it's just not correct. Even when Kurt Warner was saying, hey, he's got to do this better, he's got to process this better, I thought the Seattle game where he got hurt as a passer was frankly one of his worst games just because he held the ball and he didn't really take the layups. But I didn't think that was week to week reoccurring all the time issues. I thought it was a game where that happened against a great defensive front and a phenomenal defense. And yes, if you just watch that tape and it's the only game you've ever seen of Jaden Daniels, you come away and you go, he doesn't make enough easy throws. He doesn't take the things that are there. He's holding on to the ball too long. He's trying to make the big play. This is not great. But that's not who he's been in most of the other games this season and throughout his entire career. So for me, I want to see him back on the field and to see that some of the stuff, I keep going back to what Warner pointed out because I thought he did a very eloquent, good job at showing in that particular game some of the struggles, that these are not developing issues, but rather that it was just a performance. Or this year, it's been a couple of performances. So I do think it's important for me to see him get back out there and play at a high level. I'll feel way better going into next year if he does. But I wonder how many people feel that way.
See, I think it's a fair question. I'm not as concerned about this return to 2024 levels for him as I think some people might be. For me, I'm sort of counting this season as the boat is sinking and there's that suction force yanking everything down. Everything's bad, and it's worse than we all thought it could possibly be. So if he doesn't play at the same level and the magic doesn't happen again, I don't know how much I'm holding that against anybody, if that makes any sense. This is all kind of with a grain of salt. The thing that I care about most is however many games I get, 5, 4, 3, whatever. Can he please not take those my stomach is in knots shots where he's folded up like a rag doll, spun around, helmet come flying off, and most of the time he gets up and laughs at the guy, and it's amazing. But then there are times he doesn't, 3 times this year, last year, broken rib, etc. I need safety and health. If I get good play, I'll be very happy. But that's not the standard for me. Like if he plays the way that he played most of this year with some downs, the Green Bay game, the Seattle game you're talking about, I'm not going to be alarmed or panicked. I'll go, yeah, but nobody did well this year. Nobody's doing anything.
I just hate that, like, nothing matters. The team's bad kind of philosophy. If he plays and you've got McLaurin and your full O-line and Deebo Samuel and the collection of running backs, you're all out there. Why the hell shouldn't you play well?
Great question. They haven't. I mean, Terry McLaurin out there.
He hasn't had that once.
Well, if Terry McLaurin is out there, is it Terry McLaurin or is it the compromised, no training camp, no practice, no nothing, come back from 6 different injuries?
Terry McLaurin against the Chiefs. So
that game he did.
That was the last game he's played in.
Yes.
Back from his injury. If he comes back and he's that Terry McLaurin, and you've got Deebo who just went 7 for 75 and a touchdown and caught a 20-yard screen and ran some dudes over, and you've got Chris Rodriguez who averages 4.9 a carry in his career, and Bill. And you've got all 3 of your tight ends, a second-round pick last year, and a guy you've signed 2 times in 2 years. And you've got your 5 offensive linemen. This, like, whoopsie daisy, it's a tough year. I don't care if, no one's playing well because we're not good this year. That is the offense. That's what the offense would look like 15 times in a normal injury season.
Yeah.
Don't play good football.
It needs to be adjusted, and you need tweaks and you need changes. That's what I want. I don't want any fool's gold with a late season meaningless, empty. Hey, we played well against another team that's out of it, and now we get to pat ourselves on the back. Like, see, the real problem was the injuries.
But I think everything's about patting ourselves on the back.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about them.
Right.
To me, everything's broken. And when for whatever reason, everything you just said on paper is correct. But I watched a team that shouldn't have lost to Dallas by 25 lose to 25 to Dallas.
I just think we're not having the same conversation.
The one I'm having is I'm not going to hold him to the same standard of give me 2024, I'll be pissed.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lose confidence. I have a great sample. I have a less than great sample. If everybody else around him was thriving and surviving, and he was the weak link, and he's why they're 3-8, and the injuries and all these other kind of things, and I'm going, God, this is what a setback this is for Daniels. He's a bum now. I'd have a different story, but nothing has gone right. And to expect it just to flip when nobody seems to have any answers on this coaching staff and the front office, and nobody made any trades, and no one did anything other than tell Joe Witt, you're not welcome to talk in the headset anymore. I'm like, I'm not going to hold them to the same standard or hold him to the same standard of the magic that happened last year.
Yeah. So the last part, you keep referencing last year. I guess I don't care about last year. I need it to be better than the Seattle game. Like, I need you to play at a level that surpasses the bad of this season when it's been bad. But overall, I think we actually did an exercise. I graded him a B on the season. You graded him a C. I have not been discouraged nearly to the extent that everybody else is. Like, I keep saying, people are talking about Adam Peters' job security. That's stupid.
That's ludicrous.
They were in the NFC Championship game last year. People are talking about Dan Quinn's hot seat. What are you talking about? They just played in the penultimate game of the season on the precipice of a Super Bowl. Nobody should be talking about anybody losing jobs. With Jaden, he's a second contract guy and a franchise quarterback. To me, that is over. Like, put that in pen and Sharpie. My conversation is more, if he came back and in the final 3 games of the season, it was what it was, like it was the Seattle game going into the offseason, you're not more nervous about how he'll look in year 3 than if he were to come back and play at a high level. That's all I'm saying. If he comes back and puts some of this to bed, because with Terry and with everybody healthier, they finish this thing strong. It just seems intuitive to me that you would go into next year feeling a lot better. Whereas if he comes back and Kurt Warner's breaking down the tape of going, what is he doing here? Why doesn't he see this? You're not going into next year going, all right, this is now a lot more interesting because we've got a larger sample of whatever that was.
But I think that ignores a million factors. Like, how much of it is defenses seem to have a lot of things figured out from this offense? People seem real comfortable stopping this group, whereas last year, Kingsbury was always a step ahead, it seemed like, or most of the time he was. Maybe there's some demystification of it. I think that's a part of it.
But that would be a part of the problem next year, too.
Totally. And so if Daniels doesn't play lights out football, it's not in a vacuum. And that's kind of my point. Like, they need a major overhaul everywhere to everything. And so I'm not doing that with Daniels, but I guess my point is, if I've already acknowledged that this is broken and bad and they need to change everything, a good sample I'm not going to overreact to, nor will I overreact to a bad sample. Down the stretch of these meaningless football games.
Everything, The guys that are playing now, minus one or two pieces, are the guys that'll be out there next year.
Yeah, I need 30 new football players at a minimum. I need new starters
not on
everywhere.
Offense. The offense is the offense.
Shouldn't be.
Hopefully you get a new tight end weapon, and if they don't bring Debo back, they'll have another receiver. But for the most part, you're kind of looking at it. Now, ideally, they could add some talent in a few positions, sure, but they got the group that they had in training camp.
They got, and now we know that probably wasn't the best group to put together. I mean, we got a big sample that says it. Am I going to get? What are my adjustments? Am I going to be under center at all? Do I have a different run design because they haven't been able to run the ball in 80% of their games? Do I have a deep threat? Do I just have another Lamine Zaccheaus type signing where I throw a dart at the board and hope some leftover jag is going to be the answer where Daniels makes the guy excellent?
Yeah.
Like I just can't judge this. This to me is grain of salt sample time, good or bad. If it's bad, I'm not going to panic. If it's good, I'm not going to overreact. Like, I guess that's where I kind of keep coming back to.
Yeah, I don't get it, but it's what else can I say? 800-636-1067. They certainly would ideally be better in a lot of different areas for sure, but that's not why you draft a guy 2 and feel like you have a superstar. The point of having that guy is that everything doesn't have to be perfect. You know, that you don't need the great tight end, the really good weapon at wide receiver. Lamar Jackson's a good example. Look at the Ravens receivers over the years and their offense finish it where they have. Do you need to see Daniels, if he were to play again and come back, bounce back some from the struggles, if you want to call it that, or whatever this regression was? Or will you still feel really, really good going into next season if you A, don't see him again, or B, comes back and it's more like what it was against Seattle the last time we saw him? That's the question on Grant and Danny.
Joe Jacoby has reached the semifinals of the seniors category for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Taking a look at some of the injuries around the league, Michael Penix Jr. needs surgery on his partially torn ACL. Is going to need at least 9 months to recover from that. The Bills have ruled out tight end Dalton Kincaid and wide receivers Curtis Samuel, Mecole Hardman for tomorrow's matchup against the Texans. Houston going to be without their quarterback C.J. Stroud. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow was a full participant at practice today as he looks to come back from a turf toe injury. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Timberwolves in Minnesota tonight. 8 o'clock tip-off. Can you hear that game over on Bloomberg 99.1. No Alex Sarr tonight, dealing with some left big toe soreness. He sits out tonight for the Wiz. In hockey, the Capitals are hosting Connor McDavid and the Oilers at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on The Fan following Grant and Danny. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
No, I want to show the world that this guy's back. I'm tired of the narrative that he's too little, he's going to get injured all the time. I want to have a great last 2 games of the season. I want him to win both games and put the NFC East on a warning track for the Washington Commanders come next year when he's fully healthy for 17 games. I just hate the fact that people are saying, I told you he's going to be hurt all the time because of his frame and his running style. No, get him in there, let him play, let him win some games, and show the world that he's the Jaden Daniels we all know.
That was Jay Gruden on the show on Monday. Our football conversation on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The question for you guys on Grant and Danny right now, when Jaden Daniels comes back, is it important for you to see him make some strides going into the offseason so that you can feel better going into year 3? It won't matter how he plays to Danny. It matters a lot to me. I'd like to see him play better football, look more comfortable, and that Seattle game to be in the rearview mirror. Let's go to Dean, who's in Richmond on G&D. What's up, Dean? How are you?
Hey, doing fine. How are you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
All right, excellent. Yeah, I think it's real important that he goes back and he plays again and seeing progress. But here's one of the things that I'm concerned about. I'm 60 years old. I'm not an athlete, but when I injure myself and then I go back to repeat whatever it was I was doing when I injured myself, I do it differently, right? And I take some caution. So with his injuries, even if it's non-throwing arm and those kinds of things, I want to know, is he who he was, or is he going to come into this a little bit tentative? And if so, I want to know that at the end of this season, not the beginning of the next season.
So that's a good point. We've had people say something similar to that, which is you've got to bring him back this year if he's healthy because of the mental hurdle you've got to clear returning from an injury.
Now, does that mean that he's taking extra precaution to protect himself, or does that mean that he's not quite sure of himself on the field, and that's what we need to get over? That's
Probably
where I didn't get the
all of
distinction.
it.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is it's on your mind in some way.
Totally.
And so you do act differently. Now, some ways that could be a positive if you're protecting yourself, avoiding contact, not taking shots. Although, again, some of the injuries have come, they've all been kind of fluky. He has not really had an injury on a play where you're going, oh, come on, why would you take that hit? I don't think. The elbow injury was not that at all. Now, you could say you're down huge in the ball game. It was like a 30-point game or whatever it was. There's 7 minutes left. Why are you running on an RPO at all? Just throw the football. In fact, on the play, it was not an easy play, but Deebo Samuel's open for a touchdown if you, at the right moment, like he made this ridiculously athletic, amazing play to get away from a guy. If you just throw it there, nothing happens. I'm not going to fault him for the injury. He's trying to make a play. He's out there. And by the way, he was the only thing they had going in that game.
Yeah.
They couldn't throw the ball. They couldn't run the ball. It was Jaden Daniels' show. And it felt like the Atlanta game at home when he took them to overtime and beat the Falcons to clinch the playoffs going back a year ago and end Atlanta's season effectively. Like it was that kind of game where it's like high school football. I'm just going out there to make some plays, running around. But I guess his point is, Danny, if there is going to be a mental hurdle he's got to clear, if it is going to be on his mind, if it might change the way he operates, get some of that worked out now, not in September.
And that's a huge part of what I care about. Again, to me, like I need adjustments, I need changes, I need health. Whatever we've got to do to get you through some football games. Let's start with a quarter, and then let's build to a half. Let's build to 3 halves, and now we've got weeks, and let's build that streak. I need a huge river of deposits. So the same feels like the same level of passion and desire that you have to see him play well. For me, that's all about his health.
I think that I don't know that anybody listening doesn't feel that way about his health.
Well, I'm just talking about for my own sanity. I need major deposits for a long time. Like to me right now, I'm terrified that this is what his career is going to be until I've got years in the background behind me going, yeah, I can't believe I was worried about it. I'm going to be worried about it until this goes away for a long time. So that's what I care about. I care about are my adjustments made? Am I taking that unnecessary shot, which he still is doing way too often in my view.
So for me, that's just like a prerequisite that is clear and obvious. And then when he plays, there's other things that I worry about. But yes, him staying on the field, if he's not playing, he can't help me. So the number one thing is going to be his health, obviously. But to say if he's playing 4 games that his performance, whether it's good or bad, is essentially irrelevant because the team isn't very good, as a young quarterback in year 2, that I can't sign off on. Let's go to Charles in D.C. What's up, Charles? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, hello.
Charles. This entire exercise was just to smoke you out, man. We knew you were there somewhere, and we could get you to call.
How do we get Charles to call? Boom.
Hey, well, today you did it because personally, I feel like everybody got too hyped over last year. Okay, it's a first year out. They hadn't seen this offense. They hadn't seen Jaden Daniels. There's not a whole bunch of film. Okay, now we got a whole year to go over and figure some of that stuff out. Now, I have to kind of agree with Danny on the fact that if Jaden comes back, whether he plays well or whether he plays like crap, that's not going to have anything to do with next season. It's just not, because we didn't think with all the injuries we got this year, we would be in a different place. So you got too many expendable things that you can't tell are going to happen that I think are going to make a difference whether he plays out the end of this season or not.
So, but here's the question. It's not will it make an effect on next season in September? I don't think it will. Will it make an effect on how you feel going into next season about him is the question.
No, it won't make a difference on how I feel about him because of what Danny just said. I'm going to have this feeling that he might get hurt on any play because of the way he is playing. Until he's played, like he said, months, weeks, a couple of years, and this not happen, I'm going to be worried anyway.
But if he comes back and he plays 3 great games, you're not more confident going into next year that he's going to light it up, or vice versa. If he comes back and he plays the Seattle game 3 times and Kurt Warner's breaking down the tape that he's not throwing the ball, is not seeing it well, is not processing, you don't feel worse going into next year about his development in the big picture?
No, not really, because they're going to handle that. Just because of what Kurt Warner said, they're going to handle that, and they're going to do all those things with him. But what's to say going into next season, he plays 3 lights-out games. We win by 20 points in 3 games in a row. That has no bearing on my confidence on what's going to happen on game 1 next year.
Wow. Okay. If a running back averages 117 yards in the final 3 games of the season and shows jump cuts and the ability to have vision and does a bunch of things he hasn't done, you go into next year and you're like, same as if he had 9 yards. Like, what's the point of playing the games? I'm struggling to see that. Chuck and Chantilly, what's going on? How are you?
Oh, fine. Thanks for taking my call. The thing that will, and this is going to be rather unpopular, big bum thing, but I would like to see the new guys come in like Lane and these other new receivers come in, and I would like to see him throw the ball. It's not even about the wins and losses to me at this point. I would like to see him quarterback the game with some receivers that he's not so familiar with. To get on, to be able to throw the ball and hit open receivers. No matter.
Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, we did that a lot this year. Unfamiliar receivers, because it was supposed to be McLaurin and Noah Brown and company. We did a lot of that.
Appreciate the call, buddy. Who are the familiar receivers?
Yeah, there aren't many now.
Aren't they all unfamiliar? I mean, Terry's unfamiliar at this point because they played together so little this year. Let's go to Michael in the district on the Fan. What's up, Mike? Michael, you there? You're on Grant and Danny Live.
Yes, I am. My concern is not about Jaden coming back. Oh, I think he definitely should come back in his competitive spirit, and it's just the thing to do with the culture of the team. My concern is Kingsbury and the game he calls. Run the ball. Protect your quarterback. Use all the weapons that you currently have. Is Kingsbury still going to be Kingsbury and still try to do his offense the way he's been trying to do it? Or do you utilize the talent he's got left, Chris Rodriguez, his tight ends, and still some of those rookie wide receivers? But run the ball, change the offense. You can do this with him, and he'll be just as healthy and can show that he can run an offense other than what Kingsbury's been doing over the last year or so.
Well, I'd love to see some of those changes from Kingsbury. Maybe not in terms of run-pass balance or anything. They've been pretty effective, in how they've done it for the most part. But I would like to see, as we've been talking about a lot on the show, more plays from under center, more of the traditional current NFL offensive looks, more of kind of a West Coast quick passing game from under center, 3 steps, and play action pop passes to tight ends and, guys, fullbacks out of the backfield, that type of thing. Like, especially on short yardage. They did it. They went 4th and 1, play action, tight end, spider 2-wide banana look to Colson Yankoff this week.
Great play.
You could do that at a heavy personnel, 12 and 13 personnel, 2 and 3 tight ends, like Seattle does. You can live that way.
Teams do it to start drives all the time. Get yourself a free 6.5 yards that nobody's anticipating.
Any of that would be welcome. I'd love to see him with Jaden Daniels do some of that, because for the most part, it's been 90+% gun, 70-some% no huddle.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday offense, which is not a pejorative. It worked amazingly last year, but now that it hasn't worked as well, and
this has been,
teams
to me,
have caught on, you can make some changes.
The Cliff criticism isn't ingenuity and design. It's obstinance, right? It's the adjustments have happened. Where are yours? And they usually take a little bit longer than I'd like.
Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny on the Fan. What's up, Josh? How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, fellas. Doing good. Yeah, I mean, of course, I feel a little better, but I still don't want him to play. And the reason is, like, me feeling better is not worth the risk. I don't think. I got a kind of kooky explanation for why I think he's getting injured so much, and I want to hear what you guys think about it, because I actually believe it. I know it sounds weird, but you know how he got, like, a little bit more diesel, like, with, like, bigger biceps, and he just looked a little thicker.
He gained, I think, 15 pounds or whatever the story was. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like last year he was more like Gumby for some reason. Like, he could just fold with the tackles. And part of that was his natural, normal build that he's had since he was a freaking preteen. And whatever he did, yes, I know, everybody was saying put on weight. I never believed he should put on weight. I thought he should stay the same. Been injury prone, and now all of a sudden he adds 15 pounds and he's getting hurt a little bit more. And so I don't know what you guys think about that. I almost, part of me wants him to just start fresh next year. They're not going to change what Cliff has been doing so far. And so, like, let's just start it over. Let's install a new system next year. Let's not worry about trying to salvage this last little bit. And the last thing I'll say,
well, before you go to the last thing you're going to say, you realize that you're punting not only on 5 games, but 5 weeks of practice.
I agree, and there is a downside there.
That
but
makes
we also
no
have
sense.
to realize if we had this conversation before he got hurt about whether he should stay in, the same argument would have been, yes, of course, he should get more reps. And then DQ got killed and had to apologize for keeping him in.
No, it's not the same. Him staying in a game at the end of a game where you're getting blown out, and him not playing in games at the end of a season where it's a lost season, and punting on weeks of practice and games are not the same. People keep saying that. They're like, and we've even talked about this because a caller said it weeks ago. It was like, how do you guys one day say that he shouldn't have been in the game, which was not my take to begin with, by the way, but yours.
It was mine for sure.
And then the next day say that he shouldn't play, or he should play at the end of the year. First of all, it's 2 completely different things. If you're getting blown out or blowing someone out in individual games down the stretch, then pull them out.
Yeah.
But you cannot punt. It's a second-year quarterback whose biggest problem right now is he has not been on the field enough this year. And I don't mean games. That's what everybody thinks about. I mean also practices.
All of it.
You're going to punt on 5 weeks potentially if he's able to come back 29%, 30% of the season of development. Look at the track record of guys who miss seasons. And I know it wouldn't be a full season. Like quarterbacks that miss a bunch of time and coming back, how difficult that can be. It's hard, man. Like playing is the medicine. It is the way to get better. It not even get better. He doesn't need to get better. It's the way to get back. So, but that isn't even the topic really, because frankly, I just think it's such a no-brainer. Like I hear people keep saying he shouldn't come back, but then everyone I ask around the league, it's like, yeah,
of course he should.
Why wouldn't he come back?
But
so
within
I wasn't
those,
even doing that topic.
Well, within those games, I reserve the right as someone that thinks he should play, by the way, that's terrified of injury. The context is what matters. That's why I killed Dan Quinn for leaving him in the game in that game where he was getting his brains beaten in. No one was doing anything. He was hit a million times, whatever it was, 50-some% of the dropbacks he was pressured. I look at what's happening and I go, all right, white flag. We can't save you. Go sit on the sideline for now. No, not a punishment. It's pulling the goalie when the other team's up 7. Not all the goals are your fault, but this ain't working. I can't have him get blasted like that again. That's within those games that I'm talking about. These meaningless, empty calories. The only thing that is at stake is making our record look slightly better in retrospect. Stuff. It's stuff that I don't care about at all in terms of whether they win or lose, but I want him playing, but I reserve the right to say, all right, he's getting blasted. Please get him out.
I wonder what the threshold is from a health standpoint for them to feel like the juice is worth the squeeze too. Meaning if Terry McLaurin and Debo are not playing in week 15, do you care less about getting him out there with Jacoby Jones and Robbie Anderson, which would seem logical to me? Not that he can't benefit from the practice and game time, but in the same way that you're not going to play him in a preseason game if he's not with the ones, that's effectively just a preseason game at that point in a lot of ways, a developmental game. We'll get to that next on The Fan. Herman Edwards, who coached Jayden Daniels in college, at 6 o'clock. Guys, what's up? It's Grant Paulson here for my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents. We like going to some of the really cool places in the area to learn more about the history of a state that historically has been home to 8 presidents. And recently we went over to George Washington's Mount Vernon and had just an incredible experience. My kids really, really loved it. Everything from the very serious and amazing moments of being near George Washington's tomb to getting to play with some of the animals on site that were the same animals that were on that plantation many, many, many years ago. My family is going to continue our celebration of 250 years of the United States of America, 250 years of America being celebrated July 4th, and state by state, everyone's getting in on the fun. And Virginia's got some amazing events planned, including over at Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. We're going to check that out next. So to find out how you can celebrate 250 years of America at Virginia's most cherished historic landmarks, like we're doing, you want to attend celebratory events all year like we are, go to visit.va250.org, visit.va 250.org. DC Sports Night includes the Caps and the Oilers from Capital One Arena tonight. Connor McDavid's in town. Of course, the Nats had a big week, introduced their new manager, Blake Butera, who's just 33 years old. Their president of baseball ops, Paul Taboni, was on our show to discuss the move. We talked to Butera as well. You can grab those interviews wherever you get your audio from Monday over at Nationals Park. We're discussing the Commanders and Jaden Daniels, whether he's going to come back. We should get some final clarity on that right out of the bye. So I'm guessing either a week from today, next Wednesday.
Yeah, that Wednesday, right, will be the day.
Dan keeps hinting at, I'm going to give you details next week. I guess it could be Monday, but at the latest, on the 26th, a week from today, we're going to know, is Jaden Daniels playing again this season or not? Because either they're going to come out and say, hey, we're putting him on injured reserve, we're shutting him down, it's not healing as quick as we wanted. Or maybe they won't say this, maybe they will. Hey, the season got away from us. It's not worth it. The juice is not worth the squeeze. I don't think they'll do that, but I guess it is possible. Or they'll say he's closing in. He's questionable this week. We'll see if he practices. Probably going to be another week, maybe two, but we do think he's going to play again. And they give you that knowledge. But one way or the other, 7 days from today, we're going to have an answer to this finally and some resolution.
Again, I hope so. They don't love to give the information out, and they'll tell you about the return to play metrics, and we're not going to miss a single step in that candy, and we'll tell you about the next thing we're going to do on the way to the return to play. So I'm hoping there actually is some clarity here. There have been a couple times where they've ruled him out early, which was lovely and delightful and correct. So I am hoping we do have some clarity.
Oh, hear me out. They're not going to tell you what actually happened to the elbow.
Right.
We're not going to get that information. We still don't know that he broke his rib last year.
Right.
Lest we
Officially.
forget. I'm just saying they got to give you a timeline. Also, he has said over and over again, hey, we'll do that when we get back from the bye. We'll do that when we get back from the bye. You can't kick the can down the road again when we're all showing up for that after the bye. Ray is in Richmond on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ray?
Hey, Ray.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Come in.
First-time caller. Originally from Bowie, Maryland, but I'm down here in Richmond.
Home of the Bay Sox, now
That's
with the
right.
Flying Squirrels.
Now a squirrel.
You've gone from the Orioles organization to the San Francisco Giants organization. How do you feel about your new org?
Exactly. Hey, I love it down here in Richmond. But I still get up there to Bowie because my mom still lives there. So yeah, I'm still PG County at heart. But just to talk to you guys' point, I think if Jaden does play these last 2 games, and balls out, that's great. If he just get his feet wet again, get that timing, get that rhythm back. But the key is he does that. Are we keeping Cliff Kingsbury for next season? So are we going to be running the same offense, or is it something with new players that are going to be coming in? Because we know we're going to retool and get some new people in. Who's going to be the offensive coordinator, and what does that look like?
So this one's easy for me, Ray. The only way Cliff Kingsbury is not the offensive coordinator here next year is if he gets a head coaching job, which looks right now like it's less likely than likely. So I would say he's going to be back. But if he were to get a few interviews and hit one out of the park, and in year 1 coming up next season where he's not still getting money, believe it or not, from the Arizona Cardinals, he decides to make the leap and become a head coach, then you've got to go find an OC. And I would hope they would marry Daniels to someone who's a little bit more cut from the cloth of what's working all over the league in the Shanahan offense that you saw Kubiak run here and McDaniel run with the Dolphins. But they're not changing coordinators out of ineffectiveness. I mean, first of all, their offense has not been terrible. It's funny. It's the same.
Even with everything, it's been kind of meh.
Yeah, it's the same conversation we have about Jaden. Everybody acts like Jaden's been bad. He has not been bad.
No.
At all. Like, there's been maybe 2 games that were bad, and everything around him was bad. It wasn't like he was bad and it pulled them down. It was like they were terrible and pulled him down to terrible as well or whatever. But he has been regular solid. Again, you gave him a C for the year. I gave him a B- or whatever. He's been a tick above average or league average or whatever. It's just we're expecting and used to.
You set the bar so high, the greatest rookie season we've ever seen.
But the offense is the same way, I think. When you hear people talk about Kingsbury this year, including us, as frustrated and disappointed as we've been, and when you hear people talk about this offense, it's like it's a bottom 7 or 8 offense in the league. They're ranked 11th in yards per play in the NFL right now. They're a top 5 rushing offense, and they're 14th throwing the ball.